This guy was grinding his game peacefully when bam, he's suddenly sucked into the digital world itself. Instead of becoming a legendary hero, he finds himself as Ed Taylor, the disgraced noble trash just erased from his family tree. A third-rate villain, he's kicked out of the dorms at the very start, while students point and spit insults his way. He screams internally at the injustice. That arrogant Ed Taylor everyone is mocking isn't actually me anymore. The more he thinks, the more it hurts. He can't help but shout, "Damn it, tell me this isn't real. I've always lived a simple, thrifty life. I wasn't greedy at all." Yet here he is, claiming to be humble and frugal. That shameless bastard. Hearing the sneers of his classmates, he can only huddle alone in a miserable heap. Unfortunately, his bad luck doesn't stop there. Strength, 3. Intellect, 4. Talent, 7. Will, 7. Staring at those pathetic stats on the status window, he sighs. It's real. These god-awful numbers are actually real. Even a common farmer has 5 strength. He's a magic student with bottom-tier intellect and 0 physical stamina, noble or not. No wonder. He was just a minor villain who vanished in the early scenes. Even in my memories, he's barely a faint shadow. Suddenly, a flash of memory strikes Ed's mind. I remember it now. In a tiny corner of the ending credits, he was a beggar, a total lazy bum. Honestly, it's not even surprising. A spoiled brat who knew nothing of the world, suddenly thrown onto the streets? Survival alone was a miracle. Why me? Why this body? I have no idea why this happened, and there's no way to find out. But I won't let my story end like that. No matter what, I am going to survive this. Stealing his resolve, Ed grabs his meager luggage and begins his journey to flip the script of fate. Sylvania Academy is less of a school and more of a massive city, spanning the entire Aeon mountain range. To escape the judgmental glares of other students, Ed walks for half a day, ending up in the northern forest. This long trek helps Ed grasp his current reality. Ed Taylor being disowned is just the game's opening act. Luckily, even though his family threw him away, the school hasn't officially expelled him just yet. This is crucial. Sylvania is a top-tier academy. As long as you graduate, your future is basically set in stone. Since the game stays within the academy, as a hardcore player with 5 cleared runs, I can exploit every secret. That means all I have to do is graduate quietly. Then, I can live a much better life than the one I left behind. So the goal is graduation. The only problem? The tuition fees are absolutely astronomical. This semester is paid for, so I just need a scholarship for the next. Theoretically simple, but those stats. With these garbage numbers, can I even get a scholarship? I'll be lucky if I don't just fail out. I can worry about tuition later. Right now, I have to face the most immediate, life-threatening problems. I need the essentials to survive: food, clothing, and shelter. How do I avoid becoming a hobo by next week? Ed opens his suitcase to check his loot. Flashy clothes, no stats. A ceremonial dagger, 0 stats. Decorative cups, useless. I have plenty of clothes, but food and shelter are the real disasters right now. With Ed's trash reputation, finding a job is impossible. I definitely can't crawl back to the dorms I lost. It looks like I'm officially stuck living in this wilderness for the time being. At least there's a stream nearby. I have 10 days before school starts. Until then, I must become a survivor. A while later, Ed sits there panting heavily, staring at a pile of freshly chopped wood. Thankfully, this body can use basic spells, but chopping just 15 trees left him completely drained and starving. They could have at least fed me before kicking me out. Does using magic always make you this hungry? Suddenly, he remembers a story his grandfather told about a famine. They survived by eating boiled tree bark. Since there's nothing else, Ed decides to risk it. He tosses bark into his fancy cup and ignites a fire. 3 days later, after starving for a day and vomiting for 2, he reaches a conclusion. Wood is for building, not for eating. After struggling for a day and a night, Ed finally finishes a small wooden shelter. He uses clothes as bedding. Suddenly, a system alert flashes. New crafting complete. Basic wooden hut. A simple place where you can finally rest. It was crude and decaying. Without constant maintenance, it would soon crumble into uselessness. Difficulty: 0.5 stars. Apprentice craftsman skill details: completely missing from the interface. Dexterity level 4, design level 1. Has the crafting system finally awakened within me? I stare at the notice board with heavy panda-like eyes. At least there's some comfort in this. His true talent lies in his hands, a gift surpassing magic itself. I desperately need that dexterity. Even so, my current dexterity level is still pathetically low for what I need. I craft a crude spear by binding a dagger to a sharpened branch. It's time to hunt. At the stream, I thrust the spear down with frantic desperation. My body should have collapsed by now. Yet, I keep striking the water with the focus of a madman. Perhaps the primal hunger for meat is what's pushing me past my limits today. Fate finally smiles. I catch a fish and use my ignition skill to roast the prize. Just 1 week until the academy opens. If I can survive until then, I'm safe. The fish is ready. But as I prepare to feast, a cold voice shatters the silence. Edrot Taylor, why are you still here? In my struggle for survival, I forgot the protagonists. Out of everyone, I had to run into Princess Phonia, the one who exiled me. Edrot Taylor was a low-tier villain doomed from the very start of the game. He bullied the main character's friends and faced a brutal, well-deserved judgment for his arrogance. But his heart remained consumed by a bitter, toxic hatred that never faded. He sabotaged the Sylvania entrance exams and was caught red-handed by the mysterious Phonia. Elias Clowell, the third princess of the mighty Clowell Empire herself, stands before me. Caught in disgrace, Ed tried to argue. But Phonia's insight stripped his lies bare. Now, everyone at the academy loathes him, and I just met the person I should avoid most. My appetite vanishes instantly. I approach Phonia, but she cuts me off with ice in her tone. Did the academy seriously not expel you yet? She demands. She stalks forward, her eyes piercing my soul. I back away, desperately trying to explain. I was only kicked out of the dorms, not the school. I'll be brief, she snaps. Leave. Your shameless presence pollutes this school. I'll ensure the principal expels you today. Your crimes are unforgivable, disgracing the dignity of every student in this academy. You intentionally sabotaged a peer's future. There is no place for you here. I smell something burning. My 2 precious fish are turning to ash. What a tragic waste. 3 days of starvation, and my dinner is ruined. Wait, that's not the main problem. I look at Phonia with raw resentment. She has the power to end my life as a student. I pause, then ask her a question. The sun is setting soon, princess. Shouldn't royalty have guards? Why is a princess wandering these dangerous woods alone? My dark smirk puts her on edge. A threat? You think I'm helpless without my guards? A threat? No, princess. I simply wanted to offer my deepest thanks. I slowly drop to my knees before her. Phonia activates insight to scan for any lies. Against all odds, the system flashes a shocking result. Truth. No lies detected in Ed's words. Her eyes widen in pure shock. I understand why. The Rot Taylor name carries immense weight, but that family is built on the blood of the poor and twisted human experiments. They are trash, destined for ruin, destined to face the executioner's blade or a cold cell. I've been disowned. I might be starving and cold, but at least I'm still alive. This exile is a blessing. I must convince Phonia of my sincerity, or I'm finished. If I fail, it's game over. It's currently 1 week before the academy term begins. Why is she here alone in simple clothes? She's completing her secret placement test. Rumors are swirling about Professor Glast's placement test. It's a grueling scavenger hunt for mana seeds hidden deep within the forest. Glast's examinations are notorious for being mercilessly difficult. Naturally, Princess Phonia aims for the top Class A. Still trying to flatter me? You really haven't changed a bit. As expected, I should have the academy expel you this instant. Ed cuts her off before she can finish. Without my help, you'll never make it into Class A. If I'm lying, you can throw me out yourself. Head to the lake in the southeast forest. You'll find a small island with a giant tree growing at its center. That is the guardian tree of Mariota. There, you will find the gift I've left behind for you. Phonia follows Ed's directions. To her shock, she actually finds the key to securing a top score in Glast's exam. This leaves Phonia deep in thought. The Edrot Taylor from 3 days ago was a talentless, arrogant fraud. The memory of his incompetence is still vivid. Yet, the current Ed, he somehow grasped the examiner's true intentions. This test was never just about finding simple magic seeds. After inspecting the seeds brought back by the students, Professor Glast presents 3 specific ones to announce the results. Only those who found seeds brimming with this much mana deserve Class A. Only 3 succeeded. Zix, Loratel, and finally, the one who secured the seed from Mariota's guardian tree, a vessel of extraordinary power, the hidden treasure I concealed. With a sharp gaze, Professor Glast points toward a student. You shall be the top of this class. Back to Ed. His attempt to catch nightfish failed, and he's too exhausted to use the spear. It's time to craft a new tool. He carves branches with his scale knife to create a crude fishing rod, replacing the hook with a small nail. Durability is low, and sensing a bite is nearly impossible. Difficulty, 1 star. While waiting, Ed's mind drifts back to Phonia. Phonia Elias Glowell, the Empire's 3rd princess. Since childhood, she has possessed the ability to see through any lie or sophistry. That piercing gaze is the result of an innate skill. No one can escape her insight. To manipulate her, Ed had no choice but to provide pure, accurate information. But this creates a much larger problem. There is a reason she is destined to be called the Princess of Mercy. In the original story, she fails this test and falls to Class F. That failure was supposed to be the catalyst for everything. If Phonia enters Class A now, the original plot will collapse. Even if Ed avoids expulsion, his knowledge of the future will become worthless. he'd be finished. Fortunately, some things remain constant. The top of the class is still Lucy Mayrill. Phonia didn't use Ed's gift for the exam. She felt it would be shameful to accept such an unfair advantage. She wanted to prove her own merit. She knew that seed would guarantee success, yet she refused it because she hadn't earned it through her own strength. Her future title isn't based on stats. It's a reward for her unwavering integrity and following her true path. Ed had cast his bait perfectly. You'll never get into Class A. Expel me if I'm lying. Whether it was a lie or the truth didn't matter. The princess was trapped by the thought. If she believed Ed was lying about her failing, she'd try to prove him wrong. However, Ed wasn't lying. She truly could not make it into Class A. When Glast confirms the results, Phonia is forced to face the truth. Frustration and disappointment wash over her. Rage and indignation surge as she punches the wall, gritting her teeth. Ed Rott Taylor, I'll be watching you. Time flies by. Against all odds, Ed has managed to survive until the Academy's official opening day. Since the forest is so far from the Academy, he has to run like a madman to make the entrance ceremony on time. I am pleased to see your dedication, the principal speaks. Please, enjoy the banquet while you listen. While the principal drones on about Sylvania Academy's environment, the other students whisper about Ed's sudden appearance. Ignoring the gossip, Ed focuses entirely on the feast, his hard-earned reward. He has no grand ambitions left. His only goal now is to survive until graduation. Distracted by the food, Ed fails to notice a girl watching him from a distance with cold, calculating eyes. It's the first day of school, yet Ed is already summoned to the dean's office. He finally exhales as he steps out. Who knew Phonia would mention him to the dean? Seeing the old man's warm smile, she must have spoken highly of him. Luckily, he's avoided expulsion for now. But he must be careful not to derail the original plot any further. A few days later. Music. Deep in the forest, I'm grinding my combat stats as an apprentice warrior. Level 1 bow mastery. I'm balancing raw survival skills with the magical training required for a Magic Academy student. There is no better weapon than the bow to bridge the gap between survival and sorcery. Once my crafting skills improve and I can produce high-quality bows, I'll be able to imbue my arrows with spirits and powerful spells. Even though it's painfully obvious that neither spirits nor spells are my natural-born talents. I step forward to retrieve the rabbit I just took down with a single arrow. Suddenly, I spot someone. It's Janica Failover. The top-ranked second-year genius of the spirit summoning class is sitting under an ancient tree across the stream, lost in a book. Sensing my gaze, Janica looks up. Seeing it's Ed, she beams with excitement and begins to chatter away. You're that funny guy Marilia mentioned, right? Ed Roth Taylor? I'm Janica Failover, a second-year student just like you. You can call me Janica. How on earth did she get here so fast? I stare at Janica. A second ago she was across the river, now she's standing right in front of me. Seeing my shock, she giggles. Did I scare you? Wondering how I know you? You see, this forest is the territory of Marilia, a high spirit. I spend a lot of time here listening to her stories. The master of this forest told me all about you. Marilia can be a bit of a gossip sometimes, but everything in this forest is within her sight. How could she miss an uninvited guest? An uninvited guest? I look at the dead rabbit in my hand and realize I've killed quite a few animals and cut down many trees. My expression instantly darkens. As if reading my mind, Janica gently reassures me. Don't worry about those little things. Creatures in this forest follow the natural law of eat or be eaten. Marilia doesn't mind your survival tactics at all. Embarrassed, I respond, I guess even a terrifying giant wolf can have a kind heart. This remark catches Janica off guard, but she quickly bursts into laughter. That was a surprise, wasn't it? Oh, I have something I want to show you. Janica opens her palm to show off. Isn't it just the cutest thing? I just met it yesterday and formed a contract immediately. Do you want to try touching it? I stare at her empty hand. A contract? Is it a spirit? I could try to befriend Janica any time, but only by sticking to the original plot can I maintain my strategic advantage. Janica Failover is a pivotal character in the original story, someone I must never get close to. Coldly, I reply, I don't see any spirit, so I have no idea if it's cute or not. More accurately, I don't have the ability to see them. Now Janica is the one who's shocked. You can't see spirits? Yeah. Anyway, I'm just here for food. I'll be going now. I turn and walk away. I guess even a terrifying giant wolf can have a kind heart. Janica recalls my words and turns to pet the massive wolf standing right beside her. You were right, Marilia. He really is an interesting person. Thinking back, he truly couldn't see you. Just who is he anyway? I tried so hard to be friendly, but he just gave me one-word answers. What's that about? Good grief. Well, we'll meet again. It was time to start digging deeper. Over the following days, I continued my relentless struggle against fate. My camp is miles away from the lecture hall. I have to sprint at full speed every morning just to make it to class on time. On the bright side, the commute alone helps increase my stats. Next up is the scholarship. If I want to snatch that scholarship, I have to study harder than anyone. I use burnt sticks and stone slabs for notes, spending every spare moment in the library. On the way home, I wash my sweat-soaked clothes so they're ready for the next day. Most would think the day ends there. But no, I still have to check the dry firewood, my water supply, and the jerky for tomorrow's lunch. Doing all this leaves me with only 4 hours of sleep, but that isn't my biggest problem. I speak up, frustrated, to Janica, who is hiding poorly behind a nearby bush. Hey, just how long are you going to keep following me? Janica panics. Wait, you knew? With a disguise that bad, it's impossible not to know. Don't you know who I am? I'm Ed Rothtaylor, the worst scum on earth. Why do you keep lingering around me? Well, those are just things other people say about you, right? I haven't decided for myself what kind of person you are yet. I fall silent. Of course, that's the kind of character Janica Failover is. She might look naive and fragile at first glance, but she is actually a girl with a fiercely independent soul. Knowing the tragic fate that lies ahead, I can't bring myself to return her innocent smile with a happy face of my own. Janica Fover is destined to be the final boss of Act 1, yet she's the only person who ever smiled at Ed Rothtaylor. I hate to push her this far, but I have to play the villain now. Stealing my heart, I give Janica a cold, ruthless look. Since our meeting is clearly written in the stars, why don't you do me a small favor? Janica looks up with excitement. A favor? I continue. You see my state. My family disowned me, and I'm completely broke. So, could you lend me some cash? Hearing this, Janica instantly freezes in shock like a stone statue. It's just a loan, not a gift. Aren't friends supposed to have each other's backs during hard times like these? I'll pay you back soon. So, how much have you got? This wasn't a random question. I had a plan. Janica is a top-tier scholar every year, but raw talent isn't enough for the world to recognize her true greatness. Her family is so destitute that without those scholarships, she wouldn't even be able to afford her tuition here. As a farmer's daughter, money is her ultimate Achilles heel. Seeing her stunned face, I knew my scheme had worked. 3 days later, Janica had finally stopped following me around the campsite. I feel like a scoundrel, but I can't afford to get tangled up with the main cast of this story. I must stay under the radar, but life loves throwing curveballs. Returning from a hunt, I find Lucy Mayrill sleeping in my shack. In terms of plot importance, this girl is an even bigger deal than Janica herself. Not just the students, but even the elite professors drop their jaws whenever her name is mentioned. Lucy is the ultimate prodigy and the strongest character in this world. But why the hell is she napping in my house? What are you doing in this valley? You're too noisy. I can't sleep, Lucy groans while stretching. I didn't even speak. Not you. Lucy rubs her drowsy eyes and points behind me. I mean that house-sized wolf standing right over there. It's been talking to you non-stop. It's begging you to save Janica at all costs when the fated day arrives. After her nap, Lucy vanishes into thin air. I try to stay calm. She's only been here 2 days. Nothing has changed, right? I quickly realize how dead wrong I was. The plot shifts into high gear with the Joint Combat Practice exam. This is a full-scale mock battle where the Academy's best clash to test their limits. To prevent deaths, students use practice weapons. Princess Phenia, Lortel, Janica the Elementalist, Lazy Lucy, and the Wicked Glavy. The list is endless. I could talk about them forever. But the real star is the protagonist, the failed swordsman, Tayley McClory. As Tayley's turn to enter the arena approaches, I can't help but feel a surge of pure hype. Even though the current match is thrilling, I already know the results, so I don't give it a second glance. The victors of this exam are always the first years and our hero Tayley, except for one massive variable. I cast a look of utter helplessness at Janica, who's standing right beside me, beaming like a blooming flower. I can't believe she's still so cheerful after I tried to scam her. Look, the match list is up. I look away. Don't care. I'm not interested. Really? Aren't you curious about who you're fighting? That question stopped me dead in my tracks. Wait, I have to fight? Panicked, I snatched the match bracket from Janica's hands. This wasn't in the game. Ed Rothtaylor should have been expelled by now. So who is my opponent? Seeing the name makes me break into a cold sweat. No way. Just then, Tayley steps onto the stage. Suddenly, all my personal worries vanish into thin air. Right. My fight doesn't matter. I need to focus every bit of my attention on Tayley's performance. I've lived through Tayley's life countless times behind a screen. From his most agonizing failures to his unforgettable true endings, I've walked that path with him over and over. Out of all the roads he could choose, not a single one was easy. I've decided to live for myself now, but I'll never stop cheering for Tayley from the sidelines. Ranked first among the freshmen, Lucy faces Tayley, the hero born with the destiny of a master swordsman. Even with no training, one single swing from Tayley should be enough to shatter Lucy's lightning magic. Her spells should be completely useless. Tayley will find her opening and close the gap in the blink of an eye. Unexpectedly, Lucy launches a mid-tier lightning bolt to strike Taylor down where he stands. Taylor is overwhelmed by her raw, instinctive magic, but since Lucy used forbidden mid-tier spells, she's disqualified, giving Taylor the win. This is the legendary scene I've memorized by heart, but once again, the present timeline takes a sharp turn. Taylor lunges for the attack, but before he can land a single hit, Lucy's magic blasts him away, shocking everyone present. Huh? It's over already? Guess a loser can't really touch the top student of the class, huh? It's common sense. Charging a mage barehanded is a suicide mission. For Taylor McClure, life has always been a series of crushing walls. Born a commoner, he's the Academy's ultimate failure. Not once since enrollment has he tasted the sweetness of victory. A defeated man whom no one acknowledges. While the crowd sneers at his obvious loss, something is different. Despite the mockery and the weight of despair, Taylor's hope refuses to die. And that is exactly why, in this very moment, even with his body battered by Lucy's relentless strikes, Taylor won't stay down. Trembling, he grips his wooden sword and staggers back to his feet. From the stands, S cheers him on silently. That's it, man. You can do this. Go for it. Watching Taylor charge, Lucy fills S with adrenaline. This is the moment Lucy should unleash her signature lightning magic. But unexpectedly, the script flips. Lucy deviates from the original story and holds back her lightning. Instead, she conjures a gale that blasts Taylor clean out of the ring. His strength is spent. The referee immediately declares Lucy Mayer the winner. S stands frozen in shock. Taylor actually lost? Watching the boy leave the ring in shame, S realizes the plot has gone completely off the rails. I can't just leave him like this. The protection of wind, an automatic defense spirit power. It's a high-level magic granted through a contract with the wind spirit, Mariota. In the original game's lore, Mariota and Lucy were supposed to be separate entities. But because Lucy sided with S, she contracted Mariota early and grew far too powerful. Taylor was destined to win here and find his confidence. Instead, he tasted a bitter defeat. All because Shrot Taylor's existence has shifted the gears of Sylvania. The next match. Shrot Taylor versus the benevolent princess, Peenia Elias Crowell. Seeing S sprinting toward her, Peenia speaks with a cold, serious gaze. Shrot Taylor, before she can finish, S streaks past her like a gust of wind. He screams at the top of his lungs toward the boy leaving the hall. Hey, Taylor, your hard work will definitely pay off one day. Don't lose heart. There's no shame in losing today. Walk out with your head high. You were amazing, it's just that your opponent was out of your league. Don't let this crush your spirit. S knows these words might be hollow, but it's better than staying silent. If Taylor's will shatters here and now, then the burden of the future will fall entirely on S's shoulders. The upcoming trials of this academy are for a protagonist to face, not him. After finishing his frantic pep talk, S turns back to face Princess Peenia. The duel is about to begin. Please, go easy on me. S rolls up his sleeves, looking deceptively casual. Peenia stares at him, her mind drifting back to the past. The Emperor was the first to discover her divine gift. Insight. It was a blessing from the gods, a power to pierce through lies and expose the darkest conspiracies of the heart. Royal life is a battlefield of endless deception. From that abyss of shadows, she sharpened her senses into a weapon for survival. That is the source of the princess's unshakable confidence. She had seen the rotting filth lurking within the eyes of her own family. She learned to play the fool while seeing everything. But now, she finds herself forced to look directly at the boy standing before her. Snapping back to reality, Peenia finally responds. Very well. I hope you do the same. Nearby, the students are already whispering in disgust. Did you hear what that trash just shouted at Taylor? How shameless. Is he seriously mocking a failure now? Is he trying to play the hero to the person he used to torment? What a nuisance. He's always been like that. These poisonous words reach Peenia's ears, making her frown. Their words weren't wrong. Shrot Taylor had always used his status to humiliate everyone beneath him, and when things didn't go his way, he was caught red-handed trying to rig the exams. He was a villain through and through. Yet, Peenia recalls S's recent actions and feels a flicker of doubt. That desperation she saw earlier, it felt real. Let the match begin. The referee's voice thunders. Peenia immediately summons a sphere of magical energy, her eyes locking onto Shrot Taylor. You confuse me. Let's end this quickly. She readies her opening strike, whispering to herself. Let's start with this. Shrot Taylor's affinities are wind and fire. How will you defend against this, Shrot? She casts aside all distractions. This feels as intense as a final showdown. She needs to erase the false image of him from her heart. Peenia's magical orb streaks across the arena like a comet. It hits S directly, sending him crashing onto the floor. But before the dust settles, S's voice rings out. I forfeit. Peenia freezes in total disbelief. Wait, what did you just say? It was clear S saw the water ball's trajectory, yet he didn't even lift a finger to block it. The crowd erupted in mockery, jeering that he was even more pathetic than Taylor. Acting all tough just to get taken down in one hit, they sneered. Princess Phonia stood there, looking every bit the radiant victor. That was a fine match. I've learned a great deal. S stood up, bowing respectfully to his opponent as he spoke. Phonia realized he hadn't looked her in the eye once during the duel. Was he never interested in this fight from the very start? The moment the referee declared the winner, S bolted from the arena, racing to find Taylor. This was no time for petty squabbles. He had to be careful with Princess Phonia. Any wrong move could derail the entire story. After all, Princess Phonia was a pillar of the original scenario. But even more vital than the princess was the true protagonist of this world, Taylor. As S scanned the area for Taylor, Phonia's voice cut through the air. What are you doing out here without an escort? She was breathless from chasing after him. Phonia suddenly exploded. Hey, you! Seeing her murderous expression, S played dumb. I'm not sure what you mean. If it's about the match, I truly learned much. That only fueled Phonia's rage. What do you mean by that? Learned a lot? You never even intended to win, did you? Are you trying to quit here? I've worked myself to the bone to keep up with my studies, while that cunning old merchant woman only dreams of seizing control of the academy. Even Professor Glass is nothing but a mountain of grumpiness. And all the while, my servants drone on about royal dignity. My mind is a storm already. Who do you think you are to come and stir the pot even more? Had she really been suppressing this much stress? S stepped forward, firmly grasping the frantic princess's shoulders to steady her. Princess, take a deep breath and find your center. You don't need to force it anymore. Just breathe in and out. Surprisingly, Phonia followed his lead. Regaining her composure, she muttered bashfully, "Forget what just happened." "Of course," S replied. S desperately wanted to slip away, but Phonia began to murmur, "Yes, it's a bad habit of mine. I should just ask directly, but I always find myself trying to predict what others are plotting. Perhaps I've spent too long in the royal palace." S sighed inwardly. He really needed to get moving and find Taylor. Then Phonia looked him dead in the eye. "So, I will ask you honestly. Are you trying to sever ties with your family because you've seen their dark side? Did you pick a fight with Taylor just to give them a reason to disown you?" It was a sharp deduction, cool, but completely off the mark. While it was true the Rot Taylor house had a dark side, that was a revelation for the distant future. It was far too early for this. S avoided her gaze, playing the fool. "No, I have no idea what you're talking about." Phonia wasn't buying it. "There's no way I'm wrong. It doesn't make any sense." "Then why did you shout those things at Taylor? Why would you encourage the person you're supposedly trying to drive out? You've never even liked Taylor, have you?" Her questions were razor sharp, but S remained unfazed. Her insight could detect lies, but she had no proof. For S, sticking to the original script was his only hope. "So," S lied without blinking, "I just wanted to mock him. You know everyone hates me anyway. If I cheer for Taylor, people will start looking at me differently. Something like that? Is that so?" she hissed. Her insight skill flashed with lie repeatedly, making her want to scream in frustration. Finally, she sighed in defeat. "Fine, I'll drop it for now since I lack proof. You may leave." She pointed toward the exit. "You were planning on heading through that door from the start, weren't you? You have business to attend to, don't you?" "Thank you," S said, preparing to make his exit. But as he reached the door, S paused. This was the first time Phonia had shown this side of herself. If anyone altered the original story, it would trigger a butterfly effect of massive proportions. It was likely his own presence causing these ripples. He couldn't just leave it like this. S turned back and decided to speak his mind. "My burdens are nothing compared to the weight you carry, princess. This might be out of line, but you look completely exhausted. It's important to focus on complex politics, of course, but you should really learn to relax. This isn't the palace where you must fear every shadow. This is Sylvania Academy." Phonia watched him leave, stunned. She had spent her entire life trying to see through the deceits of others, but this was the first time someone had ever truly seen through her. This was going to be trouble. "I've wasted far too much time. If Taylor gives up now, my dreams of a peaceful life are over, and honestly, this entire world might just meet its end." Consumed by anxiety, Ed scours every inch of the campus until he finally spots Taylor slumped in a lonely corner of the grounds. He instinctively starts to call Taylor's name, but stops as hesitation sinks in. What could he possibly say to fix this? Suddenly, Ayla steps forward, shielding Taylor with a defiant glare. "Don't come any closer," she warns. "Stop bothering Taylor, Ed. He's already going through hell because of you," she spits, her voice trembling with resentment. "Just leave him alone for once. Why are you even still at this academy?" Taylor suddenly stands up, gently pushing Ayla aside to face Ed directly. The intensity in Taylor's gaze catches Ed completely off guard. He's back that indomitable fighting spirit that refuses to break against any foe. His eyes are blazing with pure will. It's clear now. While Ed dealt with the princess, his childhood friend and greatest pillar of support, Isla, had been the one desperately running to his side. With Ayla by his side, Taylor is the type of man who will rise again and again, no matter how many times he falls. After a heavy silence, Ed speaks. "Your swordsmanship was magnificent. I'm glad to see it again." Taylor narrows his eyes. "What are you plotting now?" Ed just sighs. In the original story, he had survived countless trials alongside Taylor, staying by his side until the very final curtain call. Let's be honest, he only cared because Taylor was supposed to save the world, leaving Ed free to focus on his own survival. He treated Taylor differently just because he was the main character destined for greatness. But looking at him now, Ed feels a genuine sense of relief. It's not just because the plot is back on track. It's because Taylor, the comrade he once fought beside, is finally okay. That alone is enough. Ed flashes a satisfied smile and turns to leave, ignoring the looks of pure disdain and confusion radiating from Taylor and Ayla. Why is he acting so cool all of a sudden, they wonder. But at that exact moment, a world-shaking explosion rips through the air. Ed freezes, spinning toward the blast. According to the original plot, everyone should have been witnessing this event while gathered at Halna. Princess Lortel and the Spirit Master Janica Fover were locked in a fierce duel. Even if the circumstances changed, Ed knows Taylor and Ayla are watching. Keep your eyes wide open, Taylor, because one of the greatest trials of your life is heading straight for you. The final boss of Act 1. Janica Fover. As the duel concludes, the students swarm the victor, praising Janica's name to the heavens. "Thank you so much," Janica replies, her signature, gentle smile never wavering for a second. But her expression shatters when she sees Lortel, battered and broken, being rushed away on a medical stretcher. Janica completely freezes in place. The surrounding cheers become a dull roar that no longer reaches her ears. Ed watches her from the shadows. In the original, Lucy was the one who defeated Taylor. That path led to the protagonist joining the joint combat exercise. This time, however, Janica has become the sole protector of the second year's honor. Janica was always popular, but this accident is about to push her mental state into a devastating downward spiral. Perhaps this is a blessing in disguise. At least he won't have to worry about Janica constantly visiting his camp anymore. 2 weeks have passed since that exercise. Without the main character to worry about, Ed finally focuses on his own studies and survival. With his new fishing nets, his food crisis is solved. He can feel his body growing stronger, his physical stats are definitely on the rise. After finishing a bath, Ed heads back to shore to dress, only to find an uninvited guest waiting for him. Janica stands there blushing, shielding her eyes with her hands. "Do you enjoy being naked?" she stammers. Ed snaps. "Why the hell are you even here? I just got back from fishing," Ed shouts, hurriedly pulling on his shirt. "Seriously, why do you keep coming back to this spot?" "This is my secret hideout," she mumbles. "It makes me feel like a true adventurer, and I find that really exciting. I wanted to talk. And I think I need some advice," she adds softly. Ed pauses. "Advice? And why the heck is she asking me?" Janica gazes into the void, her voice heavy with sorrow. "You left early that day, so you probably didn't notice. But during the joint exercise last month, I severely injured someone." Ed frowns. "Didn't your opponent use forbidden mid-tier magic first?" Forbidden magic is a serious crime. But for a soul as kind as Janica's, that logic doesn't stop the crushing weight of her guilt. "I tried to force myself to forget, but I can't," she whispers. Ed sighs, quietly sitting down on the grass beside her. "Should I go apologize? My friends keep stopping me, saying it was her own fault to begin with." As a beloved and vibrant second year, Janica is considered a precious treasure by everyone at the academy. Because of that, whenever she feels guilty, people will always rush to comfort her and take her side unconditionally. Janica knows they mean well, but their blind support can't erase the reality of what happened. That's exactly why she sought him out. "Then just do it," Ed says firmly. "If you think it's right, go apologize." Janica blinks in surprise. A look of pure serenity finally crosses her face. "You really are different," she smiles. "You never just take my side without a reason." "I'm sorry if that sounded rude." Ed just shrugs. "Don't worry about it. I actually don't find it offensive at all. Honestly, I feel relieved now. I truly wish everyone in this world was as straightforward as you," Ed says with genuine gratitude. Janica might seem like a bubbly, energetic girl, but she is incredibly sharp. Even when forced to borrow money, she never lets a hint of desperation show. Through his cold silence, this young man is sending a clear, indirect message: do not try to get any closer. Yet, those icy walls of his make her feel strangely at ease. The next day at the academy, Ed's face is a mask of gloom as he rushes forward, cursing his dire situation. The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania is hailed as a masterpiece, but few players have ever witnessed its true conclusion. Most beginners find themselves trapped in a loop of endless bad endings during the early stages of the game. For instance, saving a girl from a spider during the placement exam reveals the princess's secret. In retaliation, She dispatches agents to kidnap Taylor. This leads to Taylor's inevitable assassination. Similarly, if you abandon your childhood friend Isla for the princess, Isla will meet a tragic end falling from a cliff. This happens because Taylor was the only one destined to save Ayla from that fatal plunge. If you shield the princess from the fire spirit Takan summoned by Janica, Taylor ends up being burned alive. Senior, are you even listening to me? A crystalline voice snaps Ed back to reality. Danger bells scream in his mind he needs to get away from here immediately. He shoots an annoyed look at the girl with the flaming red hair. Why do you keep following me around like a shadow? I didn't expect you to grit your teeth and ignore me for this long, Lortel replies playfully. Ed remains silent. He knows he has to keep his distance. This is the fourth heroine of Sylvania, Princess Lortel Kehen. She is the daughter of the merchant tycoon Elte Kehen, notoriously known as the Newbie Crusher. Lortel flashes a bright, predatory smile and makes an offer. I'd like to purchase 2 hours of your time, Senior Ed. Lortel Kehen was designed as a hidden hero. However, unlike Phonia, she is framed as a pure villain from the very beginning of the story. Her true colors only emerge in the latter half, when the world finally glimpses the profound loneliness and suffering hidden behind her mask. Players are often forced into a gut-wrenching choice between Princess Phonia and Lortel. But Ed knows he can't let her honeyed words sway him. If he gets sucked into her pace, he will lose all leverage in this game. Stealing his heart, Ed continues to treat Lortel like thin air, walking straight ahead without looking back. Lortel isn't one to give up easily, trailing behind him while chirping in his ear. At least listen to me, Senior. I only want to help you. Stop your lies, Ed retorts. Oh my, Senior, how could you say that when I'm being so sincere? Lortel steps in front of him, blocking his path. Seeing you is such an inspiration. Even in these harsh conditions, you never stop pushing yourself to study. She dismisses his arrogance with a laugh. Who cares about your ego anyway? Haha. Just please, listen to my proposal. At that moment, Lortel fans out 3 gold coins before Ed's eyes. I'll pay you these 3 gold coins as a simple deposit. You've become quite close with Senior Janica lately, right? Help me bridge the gap and become her friend. To most, 3 gold coins are a month's salary. Ed leans in close to Lortel, his voice dripping with disdain. So the magnificent princess uses gold to buy her relationships? Lortel smirks and stuffs the coins into Ed's pocket. Just keep them. You know how it is. I just think the more allies I have on my side, the better. Her merchant's intuition tells her she must build a political power base to rival Princess Phonia. Suddenly, Ed flashes a smile and extends his hand toward her. Fine. Let's at least shake on it then. Lortel shakes his hand, feeling triumphant that she's bought him over. For those who have lived in luxury, a single minute of poverty is enough to crush their spirit, and for those already drowning in debt, a small sum of money is usually enough to make them surrender completely. They will sell their pride and themselves, just to chase the coin. Buying desperate souls is tragically simple, or so she thought. Lortel's eyes widen as she realizes the 3 gold coins are back in her own hand after the handshake. She watches Ed walk away, her interest piqued. Despite his calm exterior, Ed is actually gritting his teeth, fighting every instinct to not be seduced by the easy money. If he had just accepted it, his life at the academy would have become so much easier, but that would be a path of shame. He can't imagine the nightmare of being caught in the crossfire between the Newbie Crusher and Janica. At all costs, he must avoid any actions that would derail the original plot of the story. Interestingly, Lortel doesn't feel insulted by Ed's blunt rejection. She is a perfect businesswoman who understands profit and loss. She refuses to let this opportunity slip away. Instead, it fuels her competitive spirit to turn Janica Feelburn into her ally. That very night, Lortel stages a chance encounter with Janica to set her plan in motion. She begins her psychological manipulation, playing on Janica's sympathy. People have been talking about me because I used forbidden magic in the exam. It's been weighing on me. I really wanted to apologize to you if I ever got the chance. Are your injuries still not healed? Janica asks, her heart softening as she spots the bandages on Lortel's arm. I only wanted to see what the top second-year student was truly capable of, yet I ended up paying a staggering price for that curiosity. Janica is the spitting image of a pure fairy tale heroine, but I wonder, would weaponizing her own guilt make her easier for me to manipulate? Lute Teo masked his dark calculations with a bright smile as he turned to Janica. It'll heal in no time, so please don't worry too much, Senior Janica. Just then, Janica's gaze sharpened, her voice carrying a heavy, hidden meaning. So, tell me, did your little chat with S go as smoothly as you hoped? The question caught Lute Teo completely off guard. Wait, how did you? I told them to stay out of personal matters, she interrupted. But spirits are notorious gossips. You see, I can hear almost every whisper that echoes through the northern reaches of this forest. Realizing she might have heard everything he said to S, a wave of cold sweat and confusion washed over Lute Teo. Janica leaned in, whispering directly into his ear. Money can't buy true sincerity, you know? To me, S's choice was far more moving than any gold. Having said her piece, Janica instantly reverted to her usual gentle self, bashfully scratching her head in embarrassment. I'm being a bit full of myself, aren't I? Since it's my first time being a senior, I suppose I got a little carried away. How embarrassing. I have to head off now. Preparing a contract with a high-ranking spirit requires immense focus, and with all the support I've received, I have to work even harder. Janica turned to leave, but after taking only a few steps, she paused and looked back once more. Oh, that reminds me. I'm so sorry about the other day. You were badly hurt because of me, right? I hope you recover quickly. Watching her go, Lute Teo realized he had to completely reevaluate her. Janica Phillip, a simple fairy tale protagonist? I was dead wrong. A paragon of virtue? Not even close. Despite being fully aware of this world's dark underbelly, she somehow maintains that vibrant, cheerful facade. That is truly terrifying. This is going to be difficult, Lute Teo sighed, but then a realization hit him during that last exchange. She seemed strangely tense. The next morning, a foul stench filled the air. Suddenly, a violent gust of wind swept S's freshly washed clothes straight into the dirt. Just as S was about to vent his frustrations, he spotted a familiar face nearby. It was the headmaid of the elite Ophelis Hall dormitory, Belle Maya, the very woman who had unceremoniously kicked him out. She scanned the area coldly and spoke. I know you're hiding there. Miss Janica told me quite a bit about you, though I never imagined you were reduced to living like this. I'm glad to see you've changed for the better. In what way exactly? S replied politely, though he didn't agree with her assessment at all. Her words went in one ear and out the other as S's eyes locked onto the heavy basket in her hand. The maids of Ophelis Hall were the absolute elite, professionals who handled everything from flawless cleaning to gourmet cooking for the students. That basket was undoubtedly filled with the finest, most rare ingredients that an expert maid could gather from the deep forest. This was high-level survival knowledge you couldn't find in any textbook. There's no need for such formality, Belle said coldly. You can speak to me just as you did back at Ophelis. As she spoke, S's mind began whirring with tactical calculations. He began to analyze the potential impact on the main storyline. Does Belle Maya's presence here trigger any major hidden events? There didn't seem to be any instance where she directly altered the main plot. In that case, becoming her ally shouldn't be a problem, right? S flashed a brilliant smile at Belle. Nonsense. How could I speak casually to such a hard-working maid? But more importantly, about that basket. A moment later, S's vision was flooded by a series of glowing system notifications. You have learned the secrets of edible roots and mushrooms from Belle Maya. Crafting mastery has increased. New recipe unlocked. Fishing net. Difficulty, 2 stars. You have expertly woven the mesh and reinforced it with branches to withstand shifting underground currents. Caught fish can now survive for several days. Thanks to this new tool, S finally secured a steady and abundant supply of fresh protein. With his hunger finally dealt with, he turned his focus to magic. So far, he was still limited to the 2 basic elements, fire and wind. However, he had used them so frequently that his mastery had quietly soared to level 10. Using magic to chop wood and cook was a total game-changer for his survival. The proof was in the results. He finished all his daily chores long before the sun even touched the horizon. But that wasn't all. Sipping on fragrant tea made from the herbs Belle Maya had pointed out, S felt a rare sense of genuine happiness wash over him. But as he sat basking in the golden sunset, a sudden streak of light tore through the sky, heading straight for his position. Boom! The impact sent S flying. He was physically unharmed, but his humble tent was instantly reduced to toothpicks. In the smoking crater where his home used to be, Lucy lay there, looking half asleep. That was close. I almost met my maker, she muttered drowsily. I almost died. The most powerful mage on the continent was talking to herself? S stared at Lucy, his entire body trembling with shock. I was just acting like my usual self, but for some reason, she became incredibly sensitive and aggressive. She approached me with her fists clenched, so I panicked and bolted. S looked at the massive crater and sighed. That must have hurt, right? Of course it did, Lucy replied bluntly before asking with total innocence. So, do you have anything left to eat? S couldn't take it anymore and whacked her head with a branch. Are you serious? You just blew up my entire pantry and you're asking for food? No magical protection? While he secretly doubts her, Lucy weakly explains, my mana is completely bone dry. Really? Now? S lets out a devious smirk before delivering a sharp flick to her forehead. Consider this payback for the house you leveled. For the sake of the merciful Belle May, I definitely need a sturdier roof over my head. Time to build a real wooden home. With that goal in mind, S is already buried in library archives by daybreak to gather every piece of data. Design specs, raw materials, timber processing. Is finishing the roof really all that's left? S snaps the book shut, feeling satisfied. But just then, a strange voice rings out announcing that the library is closing. S glances at the adorable girl in front of him and offers a quick apology. She smiles back, noting how incredibly hard her senior is working. Seeing someone so focused gives me so much motivation. I'm Elka Iceland, a first-year student from the mage class. What's this? Her eyes are practically begging for a response. Does she really want to know my name? Granting her wish, S introduces himself as Rot Taylor. Elka's face freezes in shock, a reaction S has seen far too many times. Just as I suspected, my bad reputation won't vanish so easily. Infamy is the hardest thing to erase in this academy. You're nothing like the stories. You just finished entire volumes on elemental science that I find impossible to understand. You've been sitting there focused this whole time, tearing through 6 specialized textbooks in a single afternoon. How can people say you're a talentless fraud? It's clear you can't believe a single word people whisper in the halls. I'm just lucky to have met the real, brilliant Senior Taylor. From now on, I'm your #1 supporter. It's S's turn to be stunned. He offers a genuine smile, thanking her, before the library is suddenly rocked by a violent tremor. Get home safely. She stays behind to tidy up, but a massive earthquake suddenly sends the entire library into a frenzy. Shelves begin to buckle and sway. One massive bookcase loses its footing, crashing directly toward the spot where Elka is standing. The final act of Volume 1 begins. The Battle of Glaskin has erupted. 11:30 p.m., at the temporary base near the Student Union. With Taylor's group leading the charge, students have begun to rally. 2 agonizing hours have passed since the disaster first struck. That's a high-tier dark spirit. The summoning circle for Glaskin itself. This is officially a nightmare. There is only one person with enough spiritual sensitivity to summon a dark entity of this caliber. The enemy we face is the top student of the second-year class, now consumed by shadows, Janica Phalo. Princess Phonia's words leave the room in a suffocating silence until Taylor finally speaks up. This is bad, but we can't just stand here. According to Ayla, we're running out of time. If Glaskin is fully summoned, the casualties will be catastrophic. We must breach the Student Union now, the Royal Guard captain commands. Those outside the barrier will surely realize what's happening any moment now. If the professors and Royal Guards step in, it'll end quickly. Elvira Eniston, the meddling high-class student, cuts in sharply. But if this is a high-tier dark spirit barrier protecting the academy, it will be nearly impenetrable. External interference is impossible. We have to settle this ourselves, especially with Headmaster Obel currently away. But if we all work together, even a high-tier spirit can be taken down, right? Grabius Norden asks while trembling in the corner. You expect us to cut through those mid-tier souls, subdue the spirit beasts, and then take down Janica herself? But that's not even the worst of it. There are 2 high-tier spirits lurking in that tower. The fire spirit Tak and the dark spirit Velisfer have already taken control. Charging in there is suicide. I'm out. Phonia wavers, wondering if Janica is truly doing this alone. Even for the top of the second year, is it possible for her magical reserves to be this overwhelming? Summoning and sustaining a dark soul like this is no small feat. Ayla suggests the power belongs to Velisfer itself. Senior Janica is likely just a puppet for his control. A dark spirit, the natural predator of all spiritualists. It's a level of power that no human should ever be able to control. They are demons seeking to shatter the continent's peace. That's why spiritualists must keep their minds pure to avoid falling into shadow. Yet, Senior Janica was more skilled in dark elemental science than anyone else in the academy. No one knows how Velisfer managed to exploit her or seize control of Janica's very soul. Ziff, who had been silent, finally speaks. None of that matters anymore. What matters is what we do right now. And there is only one person who can make that call. Princess Phonia, the choice is yours. Phonia looks at the desperate faces around her, feeling the crushing weight of leadership. All eyes are fixed on Phonia, waiting for her command. Suddenly, a certain man's words echo in her mind. No matter how heavy my burden is, it could never weigh as much as yours, Princess. She faces impossible choices. If only she could live as carefree as he does. Phonia feels a sting of envy before barking orders. In 1 hour, we move. I will lead the elite students. Only those with proven combat strength will enter the fray. Steel your hearts. I will take full responsibility for leading this battle. Suddenly, a student rushes up with a report. Princess, Audrey Hahn, and the mages are staging a protest. Phonia feels a migraine coming on. Their refusal to fight is a heavy blow. They are alone in this fight. Wait, is there really no one else who can help us? A girl gasps for breath, interrupting them with desperate information. An apprentice librarian and a sophomore are still inside. Phonia asks, who? Elka Iceland. Hearing that name, Zix charges forward. His intense reaction leaves the girl trembling with confusion. Yes, we were studying magic book management together in the apprentice class. Damn it, Elka is defenseless. Zix turns to leave, but Phonia and Lottie block his path. Calm down, Zix. The library is too far. We cannot rush in blindly. Our priority is stopping Janik. Besides, there is another second-year student in that library. Why can we not trust them? Zix growls, fine. Who is this other student? Phonia turns to the girl. Is there truly someone else? The girl hesitates, looking pale. Stop hiding it and speak. Zix loses his patience, grabbing her collar. The name STR.3 drops like a lead weight. Zix's face twists in horror. I was annoyed, so I dumped my work on Elka and left. You know his reputation. Elka is too kind to believe rumors. Now, she is alone with that immoral scumbag? Murmurs ripple through the crowd, making Zix's blood boil with rage. Ignoring Phonia and the summoning circles, Zix rockets toward the library, cleaving through monsters instantly. STR.3. If you touch a single hair on her head, I will tear you apart. They call him a dragon from a stream, a miracle born from the northern steppes, a savage land where the Empire's laws are nothing but a distant whisper. In that place, surviving until sunset with your head still attached is a victory. Zix is a nomad descendant who was lost and abandoned during his youth. He does not know how he ended up in the human world, or if he can ever go back. Zix learned how to skin a deer long before he could read a single word. Instead of buying food, he learned to scavenge supplies from the bodies of the fallen. He lived like a wild beast. Until the day he met Elka. While others feared him, Elka approached with a heavenly smile. You look like a wolf on two legs. From that moment, his life on the endless northern plains changed forever. A cub abandoned by his pack, sleeping under the moon and eating scraps. He was truly alone. But Elka and her father opened their doors, welcoming the wolf as family. As he embraced civilization, his savage past began to feel like a distant dream. The wolf cub became a man, but to protect Elka, he will become a beast again. STR.3 is pure filth, a cheater and a predator. Zix charges at godlike speed. Finding the bastard bloodied in a corner, Zix seizes him. Where is Elka? What did you do? Reading room number 3. Zix hurls him aside like trash and sprints toward the room. Seeing Elka sleeping peacefully, the tension finally leaves Zix's body as he surveys the room. Massive cabinets, heavy enough to crush a man, were positioned like a fortress around her. A heavy curtain had been drawn, hiding her from the gaze of the rampaging spirits. Zix's eyes lock onto the message etched on the board, directly facing where Elka lies resting. When you wake, do not panic. Stay put. This will all be over by dawn, so bar the entrance and whatever you do, do not provoke the spirits. Prioritize your safety above all else, and avoid reckless moves. It was clear someone had gone to great lengths to shield Elka. As Zix ponders, his gaze shifts to the blood-stained coat draped over Elka's body. This blood, it doesn't belong to her. Zix follows the crimson trail leading from Elka's side to the door, stopping right before Ed STR.3. Despite his wounds, the man hadn't even bothered with first aid. This is the blood of her protector, Ed STR.3. But the question remains, why would he go this far? Ed sits there, cloaked in a sense of regret. To understand the depth of his bitterness, we must travel back 3 hours in time. Ed had thrown his own body to block a heavy cabinet from crushing Elka. He took the full impact, while Elka fainted from pure terror. Lucky I've been training my physique lately, Ed grunts to himself. Still, the plot was advancing at a much faster pace than he ever anticipated. Ed approaches the window, staring at the glowing summoning circles in the distance. The conquest of Glaskin has officially begun. The heavy hitters will handle that mess, he mutters. There's no need for him to get involved where the world's elite are gathered. The future might be set in stone, but time is a luxury he can't afford to waste. He couldn't just sit idly by. With that, Ed begins fortifying the guard room for Elka's safety. Soon, a flood of low-level spirits would come swarming out. He has to seal the entrance to keep the spirits at bay. He'll use this window of time to turn this place into a literal fortress. Gnawing on a piece of beef jerky, Ed prepares for a long night of intensive research and study. But wait, the secret behind Yanika's extraordinary power lies in her mastery over spirit sensing and communication. These two crucial stats only grow through constant, direct interaction with the spirits themselves. Simply being able to see and converse with spirits is a talent so rare it's considered a gift from the heavens. For someone like Ed, who couldn't even catch a glimpse of a spirit, reaching her level seemed like an impossible dream. However, as Ed peers at the spirits drifting through the library hallway, his heart races. Are these the manifestations of Yanika's summoning? This sweet event was a golden opportunity, and he intended to savor every single moment of it. After dealing with the spirit swarm, Ed's stats skyrocket. His fire magic reaches level 12, while spirit magic hits level 7. Word is, if the combined level exceeds 15, a spirit contract becomes possible. Music. But his body had finally hit its breaking point. Pushing further would be a death sentence. Suddenly, the scene snaps back to the present. As Ed's mind wanders, Zix lifts Elka onto his back. What are you just sitting there for? Zix's cold question stings Ed's pride. Why ask such a thing? Could he really ignore the fact that Ed was covered in wounds? There was no point in making excuses. Ed delivers a blunt, one-sentence reply. I'm practicing my cultivation. Even a toddler wouldn't buy that excuse. Yet, Zix chooses not to call him out, simply responding with a dry, "Is that so? I think I finally understand what kind of man you are," Zix admits. "You've been this type of person from the very start." Senior Zix bows his head in a rare show of deep respect. "I owe you a great debt. When the time comes, I will surely repay it." The gesture catches Ed off guard. Then it clicks, Elka is Zix's soulmate. Her name was even highlighted in the original game guide. He had completely forgotten just how much Elka truly meant to a man like Zix. "So, judging by the situation, you abandoned the student hall just to find her here?" Ed asks. Now that Elka is safe, it's time for Zix to get back to work. He needs to return to the hall and assist Taylor. If you follow his lead, things will work out somehow. Zix frowns. "Taylor? You mean Taylor Marl?" "Exactly. That guy has a knack for escaping disaster by a hair's breadth." Zix huffs. "I don't get why Taylor is rated so highly. I've never even shared a single word with the guy," Zix adds, clearly unimpressed. The problem is Takon's shell, the high-ranking demon spirit, can only be pierced by Taylor's elemental slash. A skill from Act 1, Scene 9. This entire battle hinges on that one technique. If Taylor can pull it off, their chances of victory will soar. Ed finishes his explanation. Despite his low opinion of Taylor, Zix nods in uncharacteristic compliance. "Thank you for the guidance," Zix says before disappearing with Elka. Ed watches them go, hoping his gamble pays off. But a thought plagues Ed: why haven't Zix and Taylor become allies yet? In the original Act 1, Scene 9, it was the final exam. During their duel, Taylor was defeated, but he managed to awaken the elemental slash, successfully severing Zix's magic. After witnessing Taylor's unshakable resolve, Zix gained a new respect for him, and the two eventually became close friends. However, reality has shifted. The final chapter of Act 1 is occurring a full month early. They aren't friends, and Taylor hasn't learned to cut through elements yet. No one in the current combat force is capable of even scratching the invincible Takon. Ed realizes the original plot has completely derailed. After securing Elka's safety, he returns to the square. "Forgive my tardiness. I will surely atone for my failures." As the group glares at Zhang with judgment, Princess Fonia steps in to soothe the tension. Even with Zhang, defeat was likely. The first raid failed, leaving everyone but Ed wounded. Some suffered only minor scratches, while others were on the brink of death. "If we are to strike again, we must gather more volunteers immediately. I'll join once my leg pain fades," Cade says, but Fonia instantly shuts him down. "Rest, Cade. You can't walk normally." "Princess, please retract your order if you care for me." Fonia grits her teeth. "Cade, I have a human heart too." The team's morale is at rock bottom. The retreat succeeded, but Cade is completely drained. Even Grebus, the first-year combat president, is injured. Fonia feels despair, but must fight on. "We must use our remaining strength to slay Takon." Suddenly, a familiar voice echoes. "There's no time to kill Takon. Look at the ritual, it will be completed very soon." All eyes turn toward him. Though he wanted to avoid this, he can no longer stay hidden. From this moment forward, he will seize control of this battle. Ed steps toward the crowd with authority. "Split into two teams. I will lead one." Grebes tries to protest but is silenced. Ed begins to outline the master plan. "We must bypass the fire spirit Takon and reach Janica. She is being puppeted by the dark spirit Velis IV. Takon's armor is impenetrable to our current strength. Therefore, a direct confrontation with Takon is unnecessary. One team will act as bait, while the other infiltrates the grounds to subdue Janica. Ignore the beast. Our only target is Janica herself." Lortel is skeptical. "This isn't the Takon from training. We only survived by pure luck. If the bait fails, we'll be crushed by both threats. The risk is too high." "Risk only matters when you have an alternative," Ed counters sharply. "Lortel, listen. The ultimate goal is subduing Janica. Once she falls, Takon is neutralized. But who would volunteer for a suicide mission?" Elvira adds her doubts. Taylor volunteers as the bait, but Ed immediately refuses him. "No, stay back. You belong in the strike team. I have the speed. I don't know how long I can run. But if a sacrifice is needed, it's me." "You're mistaken. We aren't choosing a scapegoat. Grebus and Lortel will assist me. The three of us will lure Takon." The two chosen decoys immediately erupt in protest. "I don't want to die." Ed spends precious time convincing the terrified duo. Fonia finally speaks up. His words are true. "This is our only path. In the name of Fonia Elias Cloel, third princess, I command this split mission. Taylor, Ed, and Ayla will suppress Janica. Grebus, Lortel, and Rot Taylor are the bait. Time is running out, so I will be brief. Do not die. Do not fail." With those final words, the mission begins. Staring at the massive beast in the hallway, Lortel trembles. "How do we stall that monster?" Just follow the plan. We will win this, no matter what. Ed charges toward Takan with the others. Don't falter, Grebus, we've got this. Grebus, usually cowardly, is stunned by Ed's unwavering confidence. Where does he get such certainty? Does he really have a secret method? Behind those doors, Janica waits. All they must do is keep Takan busy. The princess's iron resolve demands respect, and it's what led me all the way here. I'm not alone anymore, perhaps I can finally find my courage. A strange, sudden sense of peace washes over Clebius. Abandoning his fear, he charges headlong toward the beast, Takan. But as Takan prepares to unleash his incinerating breath, a wave of primal terror once again paralyzes Clebius's heart. He whips his head around to his allies, shouting, "It's coming. The battle's starting. How do we lure this thing?" Only silence answers him. His teammates have vanished without a trace, leaving him frozen in shock for 5 long seconds. Even Takan seems stunned by the abandonment. Moments later, the monster begins a relentless pursuit that has Clebius running for his life. I'm in pain. I'm falling apart. Sprinting with every ounce of strength, Clebius screams in despair. Why me? Where are those lunatics? Get out here right now. I hate this world. Lade Tuelo stands outside the corridor, reflecting on the chaos that just erupted. Just moments ago, right after feeding Clebius those empty words of encouragement, Ed pulled Lade aside and whispered, "We're slipping out. We'll push Clebius into the corridor to bait the monster first." "You're actually sacrificing him?" she asked. "It might save lives, but Ed won't escape the moral backlash for this." Ed merely shrugged. "Sacrifice? Please. He might not look it, but he's got the soul of a leader. His stamina and agility are monstrous. Besides, the most critical role in this mission belongs to you. Lade Tuelo, you're the one tasked with securing a safe entry for the Janica suppression team. In reality, you are the key to carving out a secure path for the main assault squad." While the others were hesitating, Ed knew Lottie excelled at this. With a surge of magic, she easily blasts the wall away. Lottie flashes a mischievous grin at the stunned assault team standing across the wreckage. She muses silently. I guess you really can't judge a person based on rumors alone. After all, Ed had witnessed her using forbidden mid-tier magic to blast the ceiling during joint training. Did he give me this role because he knew? What an intriguing man. Ed Rott Taylor, the path is secured. Lottie glances at Clebius, who is still being hunted by Takan, swearing like a sailor. "You bastards think I'm just going to die." Clebius roars. "I'm going to haunt every last one of you, even if the mission succeeds and the forces enter safely without Takan interfering." Lottie and Clebius are still trapped, forced to face Takan alone in the dead-end corridor of the student hall. "No, wait, I'm sorry, save me," Clebius wails. "I take back what I said about killing you. Just save me this once." Hearing his screams, Lottie thinks, "Die? You're too fast for that." She shouts, "Just keep running. We're finding a way to stop it." Because of the monster's reinforced hide, no standard physical attacks are having any effect. Direct combat with that beast means certain injury. Without the right elements, no one can shatter Takan's impenetrable shell. What's needed now is overwhelming, absolute firepower. While Lotte uses ice magic to stall Takan, Ed rushes off with a mysterious bag to find Lucy, who is currently napping on the roof. Almost no one has ever cleared the hidden objectives here, though Ed has attempted it countless times. Lucy, her original shelter destroyed, has retreated to her old favorite sleeping spot on the terrace. With Janica's mood souring, Bellmeyer has become volatile. Lucy fled the tension, exhausting her mana to escape before falling into a deep sleep. This might be a shift in the scenario, a way to sideline this overpowered variable, just when her help is needed. Ed reaches the rooftop and slowly opens the mysterious bag. Inside lies something incredibly simple: beef jerky. The moment the scent hits her, Lucy's eyes snap open. Before she can even process the situation, Ed stuffs her mouth with jerky and hurls her directly at Takan. Forced to protect herself against the massive lizard spirit, Takan, Lucy has no choice but to unleash her high-tier lightning spell, Heaven's Punishment. It's exactly as Ed planned. This is the decisive moment. Takan is a high-ranking fire spirit. His shell is usually too thick for any normal attack to pierce. But now, under the weight of Lucy's supreme magic, that legendary armor has finally shattered. Now, the beast is vulnerable. If Ed can land the finishing blow, the experience gain will be legendary. He doesn't care about anything else right now. That final, killing strike must belong to him. "I'm so proud of you, my daughter Janica. I'm just glad we could be friends, Janica. You are the pride of the second-year class. You were the only one to show such divine skill in this joint training. If it's Janica we're talking about, her reliability is beyond any doubt. Without her, the second years would be a lost generation. Everyone's faith in Janica is absolute. Heavy expectations are a curse. That pressure allowed Velisfer to seize Janica's soul. Seeing the suppression team arrive, Janica realizes that everyone has finally gathered here. She tries to smile, but Velisfer regains dark control before she can even speak. A loud blast from the hall alerts Ed. Janika's battle has officially begun. This fight ends at dawn. Ed rushes to the bait team as he finishes his task. As Clebius flees, Ed asks about Lucy. She just rolled away, Lortel replies bluntly. It would be great if she could help, but Lucy is out of mana. Ed sighs. We'll finish it. I've used all my mana, but the beast still resists my spears. How can this monster possess such incredible endurance against my strongest ice magic? We must decapitate it. Your ice is too dull, so leave this strike to me. But senior, you're a mage. Shouldn't a swordsman like Clebius handle the physical work? Ed looks at the trembling Clebius. Think he can? Lortel knows he definitely can't. He's paralyzed with fear. I'll finish this, so just keep the monster pinned down. I'm risking my life. So do your job well. Lortel begins to hesitate. He talks of life and death so casually. It feels like a massive gamble. It's not a gamble. A life is worth more. It's a calculated investment. Lortel smiles. An investment? Now that is a specialty I can get behind. As a royal princess, she isn't easily swayed, but his resolve moves her heart. Since you're betting your life, I'll bet mine. Lortel restrains the beast, Takan. Using a windblade technique practiced thousands of times, Ed successfully decapitates Takan. High fire spirit Takan defeated. Your spirit synchronization and connection have increased significantly. A spirit contract path has opened. The contract ability is now officially available. Mission complete. Ed sees Glaskin's massive arm looming over the entire academy hall. Taily soars upward, using an elemental strike to shatter the giant arm into pieces. His silver hair shimmering, Taily faints and falls. The nightmare is finally over. The bait team carries a sleeping Lucy to a nearby meadow to finally rest. They're all cowards, Clebius grumbles. Ed simply nods, agreeing with the bitter sentiment. We almost died, yet you look so calm, senior. How is that possible? I am Lortel K. Helen. She extends her hand, offering Ed a formal reintroduction. Ed accepts the handshake, only to find 3 gold coins suddenly appearing in his hand. While Ed stands stunned, Lortel smirks. I win. You owe me a favor now. She intends to stay in touch. Ed wants to avoid her, but Taily approaches. Taily has clearly mastered the elemental sword, looking just like the game's legendary hero. It's impressive, Ed thinks, while Taily approaches with a visibly frustrated expression. I'm annoyed, but I owe you this much. Thank you, Taily says, bowing deeply. Taily, don't respect him. He'll surely stab you in the back one day. Clebius claims Ed almost killed him, but the others immediately shut him down. Be quiet, Clebius. You're too loud. Clebius retreats to a corner to sulk alone. For his bravery, Princess Pannonia offers a recommendation letter, but Ed flatly refuses it. He insists that Lucy and Taily deserve the credit for defeating the true threats. Elvira scolds him for dodging. Everyone knows they worked hard, but we're talking about you. Are you just embarrassed? We all saw what you did for this academy. He's still your senior, Elvira. Watch your tone. Zixa's lecture makes her fume. S chuckles at their childish bickering. To keep the original plot intact, he maintains a strict distance from the main cast. Yet, seeing them with his own eyes, a strange warmth fills him as he watches them fulfill their destinies, overcoming every trial in this world. Taylor grows stronger with every exam. Ayla pushes her limits, all for Taylor's sake. Phonia matures, embracing her royal fate. Zix carves his own path through the lost wisdom of ancient civilizations. Grabius learns to trust himself, while Elvira realizes that mere attention isn't the essence of life. Lortel, meanwhile, questions if gold is truly the master of one's soul. Every hero plays their part, racing toward a single destination, the crown of victory. S enters Ophelis Hall, the charred remains of the battle with Velisfer. He searches for the backup podium where Lucy once slept. It is far from ideal, but he is out of options. For the heroes to shine in the spotlight, someone must remain in the shadows behind the scenes. S recalls his talk with Lortel while waiting for the team. He wonders, why did Janika's power spiral into such destructive chaos? He knows the truth now. He once caught a glimpse of Janika's private room. Every corner was a shrine to her sincerity and overwhelming gratitude. Her desk was buried under gifts, leaving no room to study. Notes covered the walls entirely. To S, those notes weren't just paper. They were heavy stones crushing her shoulders. The solution was painfully simple. She just needed to clear the walls and pack the gifts away. But she couldn't. She was the heroine of a perfect fairy tale. The obsession to cherish every ounce of kindness from the world haunted her mind. It was an obvious vulnerability that left her completely exposed. Velisfer pounced on that darkness instantly. It was predictable, but why did it happen a whole month early? In the original script, Taylor was the hero, but after Lucy knocked him out, the students' eyes turned toward Janica instead. Lucy's contract with Mariota was the reason Taylor was blown away in a single strike. Lucy forged that bond because she spent so much time in the northern forest. She found a perfect resting spot there, built by a character who should have disappeared long ago. S sighs deeply, his gaze shifting to Janica. Janica steps down, a faint smile on her face. I see why Lucy loves it here. It's so warm, but I didn't expect you'd find me so easily. I thought everyone had forgotten about me in the chaos. It's a bit lonely, honestly. They share the joy, but must I suffer the tragedy alone? I expected them to come shouting my name. S laughs. You're the one who hid. Don't blame others for not finding you. I didn't want to be found yet, she whispers. I wanted to hide a bit longer, because I'm about to cry, and I look ugly when I do. S falls silent. He remembers Mariota's plea, delivered through Lucy's voice. That wolf's message. It felt like a desperate request to save Janica from this very moment. But that's impossible. Only S knows the true flow of the future. Mariota likely knew that while the world pressured her, only the one who kept his distance could truly support her. In the end, Janica failed. Her attempt to contract a high-ranking spirit turned into a disaster. Blinded by urgency during the ritual, she became prey for a shadow spirit, nearly leveling the academy. Every night she bled for her craft, obsessively researching and training her magic. She wore a mask of smiles for everyone, family, friends, and teachers who placed their hopes on her. Outwardly, she was the perfect student. Inwardly, she was tearing herself apart. Looking at her trembling, forced smile, S speaks softly. Janica, you've done enough. You've worked hard. On the grand stage, heroes flaunt their brilliance to thunderous applause and sweet praise. But behind the curtain, there is only silence and suffocating darkness. The villain of Act 1 must now retreat, leaving the spotlight for the true protagonists. Janica freezes at S's words. Then, the dam finally breaks, and she sobs like a child. In that breathtaking moment, shimmering orbs of every color dance through the air, manifesting into spirits that encircle Janica. I've witnessed the beginning and end of Act 1 countless times, but this is the first time I've seen a finale this perfect. Suddenly, a flood of system notifications flashes before my eyes. Spirit Magic Connection, Level 10. Spirit Magic Comprehension, Level 10. The low-tier Fire Spirit, Elgo, has taken a liking to you. The low-tier Wind Spirit, Briss, has taken a liking to you. The high-tier Wind Spirit, Mariota, has taken an extreme liking to you. 10 days have passed since Janica's disciplinary hearing concluded. Janica took full responsibility for her actions. With a heart full of remorse, she told the council she was ready to accept any punishment. However, fate had other plans. During the first hearing, Janica's professors and peers fought tooth and nail to testify in her favor. By the second, Phonia convinced the council to drop the royal attempted murder charges. Phonia testified that the demon Vosper had complete control over Janica's mind, clearing her of any malicious intent. Lotel had already moved swiftly behind the scenes to settle the damages. The Merchant Guild covered the full cost of the Academy's repairs, claiming they wanted nothing in return. Of course, there was a catch, a new contract halving their import duties on Academy supplies. Ultimately, Janica was stripped of her top-ranking student honors. Her prestigious awards were revoked, and she was officially banned from Opolis Hall starting next semester. She received 10 days of probation and a 20-day suspension. Most importantly, the expulsion order was retracted. The disciplinary hall erupted in cheers, feeling less like a trial and more like the climax of a touching coming-of-age movie. To lift her spirits, Annis and Clara treated Janica to a brunch date, ready to be the supportive ears she needed. They agreed to keep things light and avoid the trauma of the past. But Janica suddenly drops a bombshell that leaves them both speechless. What's the real difference between liking someone and loving them? She asks. Wait, where is this coming from? Blushing deeply, Janica stammers. Oh, it's just a story from a friend of mine. You see, this friend had a dream. Janica describes the dream to her skeptical friends. In it, this friend is riding off into the sunset with her Prince Charming. Is this a recurring dream? Clara asks. Janica's face turns beet red as she frantically waves her hands, laughing nervously. Janica, you've been on house arrest for 10 days, Anis thinks. When did you have time to talk to a friend? Neither girl has the heart to call out her obvious lie. Annis plays along, asking if the friend mentioned anything else. Janica admits that whenever her friend stares into space, a certain someone's face suddenly occupies her entire mind. Oh boy, I'm late. I totally forgot I had to assist the professor, Annis blurted out. Gotta go. Anis makes a run for it, leaving Clara to handle the situation alone. Clara realizes she must tread carefully to protect Janica's fragile, blooming heart. If this spirals out of control, the entire student body will find out about Janica Philippe's secret crush. The thought alone is terrifying. Choosing her words carefully, Clara asks, Janica, don't you think you're overthinking things? Liking or hating someone can feel like a fantasy, right? Wouldn't it be better if you just faced your own feelings head on? I mean my friend's feelings, Janica corrected. You're right, Clara. You're so perceptive, just as I expected. Clara smiles brightly but adds a stern warning. Just be careful how you bring this up from now on. It's a sensitive topic. You have to protect your friend's reputation, after all. Janica nods vigorously, agreeing that spreading rumors would be terrible. Clara sighs in relief, confident she's contained the gossip for now. After their heart-to-heart, a cheerful Janica heads off. The second Janica is out of sight. Clara's smile vanishes as she collapses onto the table. I survived. I actually did it. Meanwhile, luck is smiling on me. Thanks to Phonia's influence, my tuition for the upcoming semester has been completely waived. With my saved gold, I managed to stock up on essential gear. On my way back, I cross paths with Janica. I've been avoiding her for a while, but now that her role as the protagonist of Act 1 is over, the danger should be gone. I figure a casual greeting won't hurt. But as I approach her, Janica nearly jumps out of her skin. She stammers a few awkward words before bolting in the opposite direction. Her strange behavior is baffling, but I don't have the luxury of dwelling on it. I have a mountain of work ahead of me. It's finally time to build my new home. Here are the logs from my first day of construction. I found a spacious, shaded spot that's hidden from prying eyes. It's time to get to work, in peace. By day 3, the lumber is piling up. My windblade technique is reaching mastery, making the labor surprisingly effortless. On day 6, I finally put the wood gathering on hold. The Academy has released the report cards, and the tension is palpable. My results are staggering. My practical scores are through the roof, and even my theory marks have surpassed the first-year average. The situation with Janica remains cold as she continues to ignore me. Her friends, Annis and Clara, glare at me like they're ready to commit a crime the moment they see my face. I make sure to stay far out of their reach. By day 18, the timber processing is finally reaching its end. I wonder if anyone else has ever mastered the windblade just by prepping firewood. On day 20, the long-awaited vacation officially begins. Now, I can dedicate my soul to building this house. I go to check my traps, hoping for a catch, but only find Lucy sleeping soundly inside one. Note to self: stop using beef jerky as bait. It's clearly attracting the wrong kind of predator. Day 27. The senior maid, Belle May, arrives bearing herbs and mushrooms. She immediately grills me on how things are progressing with Janica. When I tell her that Janica probably hates me now, she looks absolutely shell-shocked. On day 30, disaster strikes. The main support stands, but the surrounding walls collapse into a heap of timber. I realize the hard way that simply stacking wood isn't enough. Without proper joint integrity, this house will never stand. Exhausted and craving sugar, I run into Janica's group at the bakery. The moment our eyes lock, she bolts away like a startled fawn. Day 37. Ziggs arrives to lend a hand. According to him, his relationship with Taylor is progressing quite smoothly. Excellent. It seems the gears of the original story are finally turning as they should. By day 45, the structure is solid, though it lacks any furniture. It's just a modest cabin crafted from raw logs. But it finally has 4 walls and a roof to call my own. As long as I keep the door sealed tight, the forest insects won't be able to invade my sanctuary. The construction is finally complete. A sturdy log house, built by carving each beam to size and anchoring them to the pillars. The interior is an empty canvas of floor and ceiling. This 4-star difficulty project is finished, and my crafting proficiency skyrockets. Ed can't suppress a triumphant smile. Finally, he has a place in this world to call home. He doesn't notice Janica hiding behind a nearby tree. She watches him from the shadows, a secret determination burning in her eyes. With the walls, floor, and tent finished, only the fence remains. Ed collapses onto the floor, soaking in the vast, empty piece of his creation. He's already planning the next step, a small storage shed for his tools and firewood. Suddenly, a heavy thud echoes from the roof. I peek out, only to find Lucy napping up there again. This isn't a bedroom, you know. Just then, Janica approaches with a beaming smile. I ask what brings her here, but she just offers a nervous laugh. It all traces back to a calculated conversation between Janica and Bella. Bella mentioned she had visited the campsite recently and discovered something truly fascinating. Janica knew she meant the cabin. Ed had built it entirely alone, yet it was more meticulous and beautiful than Bella ever imagined. The senior maid was genuinely stunned. She never expected Ed to possess such extraordinary craftsmanship. Janica's face turns beet red as Bella leans in to whisper, "I'd love to see the inside, wouldn't you, milady?" Bella suggests they check just how sturdy it really is. "Oh? So you're curious about things like that too?" Bella plays it off perfectly. Of course, anyone who sees a lone cabin in the woods would wonder who built it and what lies inside. Isn't that right? It's a perfectly natural and logical reaction for anyone. Swallowing Bella's logic whole, Janica convinces herself that her curiosity is purely a natural instinct. She tells herself that no one would find it strange if she just happened to drop by. But now that she's standing here, she loses all composure. I was just passing through to meet Maria. Then I saw this cabin, so I'm going in. I mean, anyone would wonder who built this and how it looks on the inside, right? Isn't it normal? It's totally natural. Ed just stares at her, bewildered. Sure, I guess so. Summoning every ounce of her courage, Janica praises the cabin, calling it absolutely magnificent. Ed just scratches his head awkwardly. He mentions he only finished it recently. Didn't the spirits tell you? She stammers, claiming they only mentioned it in passing. In truth, the spirits hadn't been quiet at all. They had been gossiping about Ed nonstop. They raved about how his muscles flexed while he worked shirtless and how his physique had become incredibly defined. They even whispered about the veins on his hands and the lines of his collarbone in vivid, heart-pounding detail. Janica nearly has a nosebleed just thinking about it. She struggles to act indifferent, even though she's internally overwhelmed by her own thoughts. Ed offers to give her a tour. It's just a simple log structure with no furniture yet, but he welcomes her inside. Janica is caught completely off guard, but her heart leaps with joy as she quickly agrees. Sitting by the fire with warm tea, Janica finally opens up. I owe everyone so much. Princess Lortel has done so much for me. My friends even offered to lend me tuition money. How can I ever repay such kindness? Ed looks at her. If you can't, then don't. This obsession with repaying every kindness. It's become a suffocating, repetitive cycle. Janica's eyes widen in shock. She's never once looked at her own heart through such a cynical lens. She remains blissfully unaware that her recent accident was caused by the crushing weight of everyone's expectations. Despite countless offers of full scholarships and elite backing, she chose to abandon the luxury of Ophelis Hall for the decaying Dex Hall, all because she yearned to stand on her own 2 feet, even if just for a moment. Back at Ophelis, students enjoyed private suites, but in Dex Hall, 8 people are shoved into a single room under the sting of envious glares. To Janica, living in such an environment felt less like a dorm and more like being shackled in a prison. In the end, running away solved nothing. The vicious cycle of her life refused to break. Ed speaks up, offering Janica a sanctuary in nature whenever she needs it. He won't mind her presence at all. Janica beams with pure joy at the offer, promising that if Ed ever feels overwhelmed, he can lean on her too. In that moment, this gentle girl vows to give her absolute all to support him. The second semester is looming, and with it comes a tidal wave of chaos. Act 2 is about to begin. The sage's scripture, the legendary records of the great Sylvania regarding nature magic, is the key. It's a high-level discipline capable of rewriting the laws of the world. This ancient, weathered book is about to stir up a storm that threatens to swallow the entire academy. Even if the storm misses Ed, Taylor is in for a brutal, uphill struggle. It has nothing to do with Ed personally, but the coming events will be sickeningly difficult. He can only cheer for his friend, Taylor, the failed swordsman of Sylvania. Chapter 2. The Siege of Ophelis Hall. Elite students here live like pampered royalty, granted the best seats in class and total freedom over their gourmet meals, with private servants and endless perks, and that's where the trouble begins. Suddenly, a massive storm hits the southwest region of Val. It strikes right as students are returning from break. Cruelly, the academy only provides transport for the elites of Ophelis Hall. If those wealthy students are late, they're simply given a few extra days to relax and recover. Meanwhile, the lowly Dex students are forced to trudge through the pouring rain, failing to return on time despite their best efforts. Fearing point deductions and fueled by pure resentment, their pent-up rage finally explodes right in front of Ophelis Hall. Everything is unfolding according to a certain merchant's plan. She's been manipulating the desperate students, craving nothing but total chaos. Fury reaches a fever pitch as the protesters demand a single, fair solution for the entire student body. Winland, a master of manipulation, acts as the spark to ignite the crowd until the confrontation finally peaks. It is a blatant display of discrimination against every student forced to brave the storm. A formal proposal is made to change the return deadlines for everyone, while simultaneously exposing the favoritism shown to Ophelis. Surprisingly, the head maid and several board members side with Lortel. They throw their full, unwavering weight behind Lortel's calculated proposal. At this point, the Academy's approval doesn't even matter. Just the fact that this is being debated makes the commoners boil with rage. They intend to escalate this conflict until it becomes the Academy's most painful, unsolvable headache. Ophelis Hall is a treasury of noble art and master-crafted furniture. The plan? To inflict as much damage to these riches as possible. While the elites are busy negotiating, the mob will focus on tearing Ophelis Hall apart, piece by piece. The more destruction they cause, the more devastating the financial blow will be to the Academy. With funds already low from the Glasgow incident, and the scripture negotiations ongoing, the Elter Merchant Guild now holds all the cards. The scripture is the very heart of Sylvania, yet they are prepared to sacrifice that heart in their moment of desperation. Not a single ray of light pierces through the suffocating gray sky above, looking exactly like the sky Lortel saw back in the slums. She mocks herself for finally feeling a twisted sense of security. This land of intellect is far too bright for her. The memories of her life in the filth and shadows have never felt more vivid. These cold-blooded schemes are her only truth, the scars of a survivor who learned never to trust and always to betray. She did what she had to do to survive, but even she cannot escape the ugliness of her own nature. And so, Lortel desperately continues her search for anyone who shares her darkness. Even in a place as radiant as Sylvania, there must be someone who can recognize the filthy rat hiding beneath her skin. Her eternal search for a kindred spirit continues, with no end in sight. Despite the flicker of hope in my heart, one truth remains. Human nature is immutable. To survive this cutthroat world, Lortel acts as a shadow, the dark veil concealing the Academy's ugly secrets. Fans call her the Black Veil. In the original timeline, the Ophelis Hall incident follows the hero stopping a student uprising against Lortel. Mid-bosses from floors 1 to 5 will harass the protagonist while rallying the disgruntled students to their cause. The first floor boss? He is nothing more than a sacrificial lamb used as bait. Todd harbors a deep grudge against Taylor's circle for their past bullying, making him easy for Lortel to bribe. His mission is to neutralize the new maid guarding the entrance and throw open the gates for the mob. Once the mob breaches the first floor, the mid-boss Todd was supposed to play a pivotal role in the assault. But the script has flipped. That crucial role has shifted to Edrot, making him the unexpected mid-boss of Act 2. To understand how the gears of fate shifted, we must rewind 48 hours. The Ophelis Hall incident looms. Edrot, an apprentice combatant, relies on his level 6 bow mastery and specialized gear. His stats include level 3 firepower, level 2 haste, and level 2 sharpshooting alongside comprehensive observation skills. Sensing prey nearby, he tracks the footprints. Without a drop of innate combat talent, Edrot must be cunning. In the wild, his bow is not a choice, it is his only lifeline for survival. With vacation half over and his archery still pathetic, the sudden crowd at his hunting grounds is a disaster. It seems the secret of the outcast living in the North Woods has finally reached the masses. Among his frequent visitors, 3 stand out. Guest A is the rare magic prodigy, Lucy, who visits on a whim. She appears without warning, constantly critiquing the architecture of his humble forest shack. Lucy is a whirlwind of annoyance, always demanding that everyone bow to her every whim. Then there is Guest B. Janica is the greatest spirit mage in 2 centuries and a breath of fresh air. Even though she visits frequently, her presence is never a burden to Edrot. She visits daily to chat and helps with mundane chores like washing and drying his clothes. His gratitude for her is boundless, even if her mysterious nature makes her hard to read sometimes, especially when other girls visit. Janica transforms into a territorial lioness, protecting her spot by Edrot's side. She is the primary reason why this complex situation requires a deeper explanation. Finally, Guest C. Lortel, the Golden Daughter. She is already gathering pawns to seize control of Ophelis Hall, but this time, Edrot has no intention of getting his hands dirty in her schemes. He ignores her sweet seductions, hoping that by staying neutral, the original plot will stay on track. However, hearing that Todd has collapsed changes everything. Edrot cannot ignore the reason behind Todd's sudden fall. In the original story, Todd fought Taylor. Taylor was supposed to hold back, but then he uttered a devastating insult. "You are even more pathetic than that insect, Edrot." Those words earned Taylor a swift punch to the face. Whether for Taylor or Edrot, Elvira noted that Todd was enraged. Lortel, however, never trusts such emotional people. Lortel's request is simple. Take the key and infiltrate Ophelis Hall. When the students arrive, he just needs to open the doors. Lortel knows others could do it, but money cannot buy silence. There is no guarantee that a mercenary wouldn't report Lortel's shadow play to the Academy authorities. If word gets out that Lortel is the mastermind, her entire reputation will crumble. She trusts no one. She chose Edrot specifically because he is an outcast with zero credibility at the Academy. She provokes him, asking if he wants revenge on the students who kicked him out of the hall. Though reluctant, Edrot decides to play along just enough to keep the situation from spiraling out of control. For 20 gold coins, the deal is sealed. The Ophelis Hall incident Day 1 has officially begun. This takeover begins just before the chaotic struggle for the Sage's scripture. Lortel's plot aims to push the Academy's finances to the brink, bridging the gap between 2 major events. According to the script, Lortel's scheme succeeds, giving birth to the influential Stars faction. This profit-driven group creates a new system, directly challenging Princess Phonia's idealistic student council. It is a battle between high ideals and cold reality. Everything hinges on which side Taylor ultimately chooses. Survival is the only rule. Ed just needs to play the spectator and side with the winners. Janica mentions she must return to the dorms. The rain will likely clear soon, but not before she praises Ed's tireless work ethic. She'll eventually leave and feel like she just finished a camping trip. But for Ed, he's stuck here under the relentless, heavy downpour. Still, things are looking up. It's finally time for her to move out of the prestigious Ophelis Hall. With the break ending, she has mountains of junk to toss, since the hall is surprisingly cramped. Pure and innocent as ever, Janica offers Ed anything he might need. Living out here, he's bound to be short on supplies. She has spare pillows, mats, clocks, and even lanterns. Throwing away such daily essentials would be a total waste. Don't you agree? Though she can't take the furniture, as every piece belongs to Opolis Hall, she seems genuinely excited to move as the new semester nears. Yet, Janica can't help but wonder about Lucy. Does Lucy always hang out on the roof like that? Only sometimes. But Lucy's overwhelming power isn't a gift, it's a curse. She uses laziness as a shield to avoid the complexities of life. For years, she's been running from a predetermined fate. Rains like this bring out her melancholy, making her reflect on life's cruel highs and lows. Hearing that Ed doesn't share a special bond with Lucy, Janica's heart practically soars with joy. Their relationship is strictly ordinary. But remember, Janica is still a resident of Opolis Hall. Once the hall is seized, the defensive runes will trigger, locking all students inside their own rooms. Janica could escape easily, but Ed has a specific task in mind for her. Can you meet me at the Rose Garden in front of Opolis at 9 tomorrow? He promises to explain then, leaving Janica blushing a deep crimson. She's clearly overthinking it, but Ed struggles with how to warn her without revealing too much. He needs to get her away before disaster strikes. Somewhere nearby where they can stay dry, Janica bolts upright and leaves, her heart hammering against her ribs. As the semester begins, the rain will finally cease. On that day, Ed basks in the clear, golden sunlight after what felt like an eternity of storms. Soon, the forest will carry the crisp scent of autumn. The long vacation is drawing to its inevitable close. The Opolis Hall incident is set for 9 p.m. sharp. Lortel is currently suppressing her emotions to remain cold and calculated. Her coldness infuriated Elka beyond belief. Glancing out the window, she spots Ed trudging through the rain, fully covered. Ed questions a maid about the others. Aside from key personnel, most are currently gathered in the meeting room. The head maid ordered them all to assemble to discuss an urgent matter. So, the plan is to seal the hall after gathering the staff. The leadership has been bribed. The gears are turning perfectly. This maid has also prepared the requested supplies, all hidden discreetly inside a bucket. She'll stay in the shadows and watch. With the stage set, the seizure of Opolis Hall officially begins. The marginalized students finally rise in protest. They refuse to be stepped on any longer in this land of knowledge. They demand fair competition at the very least. Willen, representing the underprivileged, joins the fray with burning passion. Suddenly, the doors to Opolis Hall swing wide. The students charge forward as one. Willen recognizes the man who opened the path, the one Lortel mentioned. Ed STR.3. Ed takes his cue and starts his performance. He claps a hand on the boy's shoulder, claiming he fully supports their cause. I once lived in luxury within these walls, he begins. But only after being cast out did I realize how blinded I was by my own privilege. Moved to tears, Willen sobs. He regrets believing the nasty rumors. No one knew Ed was such a noble soul. He suffered so much. But now isn't the time for a heart-to-heart. Ed hurries Willen along. You're the one leading this charge. Quickly, to the upper floors. Willen will take the fall for this. Good luck, kid. The maid who vanished isn't important anymore. Her superiors are already trapped in that meeting room anyway. Headmaid Ellis, who controls the defense runes, is on Lortel's side. The magic meant to protect students now traps them. Everything is following the script. Now, the mastermind is ready to take the stage. Lortel steps out, showering Ed with praise. The opening act was even more impressive than she envisioned. Hiring him was clearly the best move. They need to wrap this up before the Academy's forces arrive. Lortel suddenly turns to Ed with a chilling question. This might be sudden, but have you ever killed anyone? Ed remains silent, his mind a storm of conflict, before finally confirming his stance. Lortel merely smiles, echoing that she feels the same. To survive, she's walked a path of ruthlessness. She has crushed lives to stay afloat and betrayed others before they could ever stab her in the back. Lortel lived a life justifying her own sins. She clung to the belief that she simply had no other choice. But in truth, she was merely running away from the weight of her own cold-blooded actions. That is the legacy of the Golden Daughter. She knows better than anyone that she doesn't deserve a shred of sympathy. Because of that, she obsessively seeks validation from others, as if possessed by a ghost. Whether good or evil, loneliness eventually hunts everyone down. To escape it, people desperately search for someone just as broken as themselves. For those crawling through filth and trash, salvation only comes when they find someone willing to sink into the mire with them. But Ed isn't that person. Lortel reaches out for a spark of shared understanding, only to be met with his cold refusal. You must answer for your own choices, Lortel. Her words are met with a heavy, suffocating silence. Lortel forces a bitter smile. I've said too much. That wasn't very like me, was it? I have work to finish here, and time is running out. She turns and vanishes. Ed collapses onto a seat, letting out a heavy sigh. Now, Lortel must brief Alice on their next move. Once they sabotage the Opolis Hall defensive runes and hand control over to Willen, the narrative will shift toward the escalating chaos of the underdog's faction. Willen, shielded by the Hall's own distorted magic, is destined to become the final boss of the fourth act. The mission is clear: defeat Willen, who will soon spiral into madness as the chaotic runes tear at his sanity. All Ed has to do is sit tight and wait for Taylor to come crashing through. He just needs to buy time and then take the fall. Once he's defeated, Taylor will head to the second floor to handle the rest. He might have to take a few hits during the skirmish, but it's a necessary sacrifice for the plan. Meanwhile, at the Rose Garden, Yanika arrives just as promised. She spots a luxurious carriage approaching through the dark. Someone important has arrived. Doubt flickers in her mind. Should she stay? Will everything truly be all right? A message from Ed arrives. Something came up. I'll be late. Please wait for me. I'll get there as fast as I can. Yanika, her heart fluttering with romantic delusions, wonders if he's preparing a grand surprise just for her. That golden carriage means nothing to her. No matter what happens, this girl won't move an inch from this garden. For the past 3 nights, she's been losing sleep, agonizing over what Ed might want to say to her. Despite her guilt, she has been keeping tabs on Ed's every move through Merrick's reports. She knows Lucy visits his camp, along with Princess Phenia, Baya, and even Lortel herself. The fact that they are all girls eats away at her heart. That's exactly why Yanika will wait for him, no matter how long it takes. Realizing her yellow rose hair clip looks a bit messy today, she decides to quickly run and swap it for a fresh one. Even so, Yanika plans to return immediately. She starts heading back toward Opolis Hall. At that same moment, Taylor, Ayla, and Elvira are standing before the hall. For Elvira, her precious, high-priced herbs are trapped inside. Her friends tell her to wait for the academy staff, but Elvira's temper flares. She's not waiting for anyone. Those herbs will lose their potency if the preservation magic isn't maintained. Even the slightest mistake could ruin the entire final product. Taylor doesn't grasp the gravity of the situation, and even Ayla fails to stop their friend from charging in alone. As the top student of the alchemy department, Elvira can certainly hold her own. It's not Elvira who is in danger, it's the poor students inside. If she loses her cool, she'll bombard them with every chemical she has. Ignoring all warnings, Elvira storms toward her room on the 4th floor like a woman possessed. Her only goal is to save her research. Anyone in her way is getting crushed. With a bang, she kicks the door open. The room is a wreck. There, sitting calmly amidst the debris, is Ed. Taylor immediately steps up to shield his friend. "What are you doing here?" Elvira scans the room, noting the footprints of the students who gathered here. The display cases are shattered. Ed sits with his back to the stairs, looking completely unbothered. This is getting interesting. Elvira never expected Ed to be the one blocking their path. He declares they aren't going any further, but Elvira isn't the type to listen. She heard from Ziggs that Ed's magic proficiency is decent, but she isn't impressed. To her, he is just a rookie who can barely manage basic spells. A mere, insignificant second year. Their squad is formidable: a skilled swordsman, a first-year mid-tier holy mage, and an alchemist who stands at the very top of her class. The power gap is staggeringly wide. Taylor draws his blade, his voice trembling with rage as he demands, "Why are you doing this? S. Tell me this instant. What is happening on the floors above?" S meets his gaze with nothing but a haunting silence. Taylor loses his patience. He lunges forward in a blur of motion, determined to force the truth out with cold steel. S hurls a chair to intercept him, but it's a futile gesture that fails to slow Taylor down for even a second. Elvira recognizes the spell S is casting. It looks like basic magic, but as a mage, he is likely setting a trap to bait Taylor into a melee. A sharp wind blade severs the chandelier's cord, sending the massive light fixture crashing directly onto Taylor's head. He narrowly avoids a lethal impact, but the near-death experience leaves him visibly shaken. Suddenly, a strange sound echoes from the hallway outside. The resulting shockwave knocks Elvira and Ayla to the ground. Through the thick, swirling smoke, something blurs past Elvira and snatches her alchemy bag away. Seeing the deadly serious look in S's eyes, it is clear that something catastrophic is unfolding upstairs. She reaches for a purple potion, but S instantly ignites the area, letting the flames consume everything. The battlefield is now perfectly set, unfolding exactly as he planned. S's tactical foresight is terrifyingly precise. S stalks through the crimson inferno toward Elvira. "You shouldn't have let such vital information leak so easily, right? This isn't just high-level magic mastery. Elvira is the ace of the alchemy department, the core pillar of their team's strength. However, an alchemist's greatest weakness is simple. The fewer potions and artifacts they have, the more their combat power withers away. Usually, alchemists carry backup artifacts like rings or necklaces for emergencies, but did her ego as a genius make her think she was above such precautions? This madman calculated every step just to neutralize Elvira, breaking the lamp to create a distraction, and using the fire to build a psychological wall, all to target that single bag. But if that was the goal, why target the strap instead of destroying the bag itself? To Elvira, however, the person standing before her is still just that useless tailor she looks down upon. She pulls a blue gem from her pocket to summon a spirit, instantly granting it fire resistance and a berserker's rage. She pushes its strength to the absolute limit. Meanwhile, Ayla is in a total panic, desperately searching for a spell to douse the flames. But every attempt fails or backfires dangerously. Fortunately, Taylor intervenes just in time to shield her from the blast. Ayla is confident in her magical theory, but her actual combat experience is mediocre, barely at the level of a typical first-year novice. S is intentionally targeting Ayla, forcing Taylor to stay on the defensive so he can't get close enough to strike. Or perhaps it's more than that. Even navigating through this sea of fire is proving to be an agonizing task for Taylor. Ayla cries out, "If I can pin him down, can you finish him?" We don't have any more time to hesitate. Taylor knows he must bridge the gap. A direct, close-quarters confrontation is their only hope for victory. Anvira commands her newly summoned spirit to charge through the fire at S. Then, she recklessly dives into the wall of flames herself. Successfully reclaiming her alchemy bag, she cradles her potions like long-lost children. "Did you miss Mommy, my precious little loves? We were apart for only a moment, but it felt like an eternity." S launches another windblade straight at Anvira, but now, she is fully armed. She hurls a shimmering green vial directly at his incoming attack. Upon impact with the windblade, the potion shatters into a fine, magical mist. This is a specialized brew, made from walnut and brown mushroom, activated by a unique release incantation. Its effect is devastating. It suppresses mana flow and temporarily nullifies all active magic derivatives. S managed to destroy the spirit, but a mage who can no longer cast spells is a sitting duck, especially with a swordsman like Taylor closing in. S turns to flee, and Taylor immediately gives chase. S strategically tips over a pre-placed oil bucket, causing the fire to roar even higher. This is Awfulest Hall. If the fire spreads to the corridors, there will undoubtedly be casualties. Faced with both magical and oil-fed flames, Taylor prepares to cleave through both with a single elemental strike. The potion's silence effect only lasts a few minutes. Taylor needs to end this battle instantly before anyone gets hurt. He notices the window is cracked just enough for the thick smoke to vent outside. Even the flammable carpets have been cleared away. Anvira realizes S has manipulated the entire environment and tries to pull her friend back. As Taylor charges forward, S is already waiting with a bow drawn, aiming directly at the path ahead. Taylor is shocked. S can use a bow, but he's confident he can block it. But S isn't aiming for him. The arrow is flying straight for Ayla. Ayla is completely defenseless, her mana still locked. Just in time, Anvira leaps forward, blocking the arrow with her claws. It is a mana discharging tool that generates force to manipulate small objects from a distance, provided they stay within the caster's control zone. However, that arrow is nothing more than a mere stick, with a piece of cloth wrapped around its tip. Sensing something is wrong, Ariva warns the others to be cautious, as the opponent is definitely hiding a trump card. Finally, the two engage in a brutal, head-on melee. Suddenly, a chaotic noise erupts from the second floor. A desperate voice screams out, "Run now, or we are all going to die." Act 2 of the Awfulest Hall siege reaches its climax as the gloomy second-floor boss, Gvius, escapes. S breathes a sigh of relief, his mission to stall Taylor finally complete. His part in the fight should be over. In an instant, however, S is sent flying by Taylor's strike, crashing violently into the stone wall. Taylor grabs S by the collar, demanding answers. "Are you insane? You must have a hidden reason for doing all of this." Despite defeating S, Ariva is overwhelmed by a sense of frustration. It feels as if they were being played like mere puppets the entire time. If his goal was truly to defeat her group, he never should have revealed himself or smashed the chandelier just to cause a distraction. Yet, S appeared directly before them to block their path. Even during the heat of the following battle, he remained unnervingly calm. Something is definitely wrong here. Now that Taylor's group has been successfully stalled, they can finally proceed to the second floor. This sudden shift leaves the trio staring in utter shock. After all that effort to block them, what kind of nonsense is he talking now? Ariva realizes he has been intentionally suppressing his true power, and she refuses to let the matter go. She demands to know why he didn't fight with his full strength. The door creaks open. A girl, after a sleepless night of worry, pins a flower into her hair. Who could possibly find it in their heart to blame such an innocent girl? Even if it is just an illusion, anyone would dream of a perfect ending for themselves. But reality is far more cruel than any fantasy. A man who should have been walking through a rose garden is instead slumped on the cold floor, ambushed and helpless. His face is stained, a visceral red with his own blood. Witnessing this scene, Janica cannot hide her distress. She suspects that S has been dragged into a situation far beyond his control. However, remembering his simple life and his past actions against Glass Khan, the complexity of the trouble no longer matters to her. Srot Taylor inspires a strange conviction that, somehow, he will find a way to settle everything. Only when pushed to the absolute brink does human arrogance finally shatter. Yet, even now, he refuses to cry out for help. What was the reason he kept Janica away from Ophelis Hall, left that cryptic letter, and fought until he was covered in blood? It was because of the glass con incident. She faced harsh discipline then, and S did not want her caught in this crossfire again. Janica rips the flower from her hair. She finally realizes that S kept her in the dark solely to protect her from more trouble. While she was busy worrying about her outfit, S was suffering. Janica's gaze shifts. A feral, murderous intent pierces through. "What do you think you're doing to him?" The boy is relieved. His senior was not involved, quickly trying to explain the gravity of the situation to her. "Right now, Ophelis Hall is being occupied by other students. But I do not think this will end as easily as you think." Seeing S go to such extremes just to stop them proves there is a deeper conspiracy at play. Ariva feels a sudden chill of danger. The girl standing before them is now a formidable enemy. Janica looks possessed, a thick, suffocating aura of killing intent erupting around her. "I do not care what your goals are." Chaos explodes as glass shatters and gargantuan spirits are summoned into reality. Her power is overwhelming. With elemental spirits and her massive summons combined, she is essentially a one-woman army. The three of them immediately scramble to escape. They have to accept the truth: this path is completely blocked. Dealing with the fallen noble was hard enough. Now their opponent is the top second-year magic student of the entire academy. Taylor senses something off from S. This siege on Ophelis Hall is not what it seems. Students might actually get hurt. Taylor refuses to back down from the challenge, determined not to waste the precious potions provided by Envira. It is Taylor's destiny to live the extraordinary life of a main protagonist in his own grand tale. Suddenly, S pulls Taylor back and declares he will deal with Janica himself. He orders the group to proceed to the second floor as planned. The trio is spinning in circles from the confusion. First, he blocks them with his life, and now he is telling them to go up? But looking at his battered and broken body, there is no way he can stand against those monstrous spirits. S gives Envira a sharp flick on the forehead, apologizing for cutting her bag, and tells her to take the potions with them. Without another word, the three of them sprint desperately toward the second floor. Seeing S standing before her, Janica pleads, "Don't push yourself, get away from here, I'll handle the rest. You can explain everything to me later. Let me end this quickly so I can heal you." It is a bit blunt, but S knows it is the only way to calm her down. He places a gentle hand on her shoulder and softly says, "I am all right, really. Don't be so tense." Janica turns beet red at his touch, swiftly recalling her spirit legion in a fluster. The fleeing trio watches in shock as that terrifying pressure vanishes. How could S win so effortlessly? Who knew he'd use his charms to settle the score? Once the threat is gone, S collapses, completely spent. Janica moves S to a quiet spot for treatment. Despite his grave wounds, he hasn't uttered a single complaint. She scolds him for staying silent. "Those brats were so rude. Hurting my crush to this point." She doesn't know the full story yet, but she vows to crush them if they ever cross paths again. Janica wants a promise he won't get hurt again. Unknowingly, S has officially become the Floor 1 boss. Once this mission concludes, he can finally find some peace in his humble shack. Janica mentions the massive carriage she spotted in the rose garden to S. A golden crown sat on its roof, the emblem of Elter, Lottie's foster father and her father's killer. In the original story's second act, he vanished after Lottie's betrayal during the war for the Sage's secret. Golden King Elter's early arrival means something has gone horribly wrong beyond all expectations. In the fifth floor corridor of Ophelis Hall, Lottie tells Alice she was rejected by that rude, rough man. Alice knows she means S. Lottie finds S intriguing. His neat appearance holds a strange, hidden weight. Lotte admits she spoke out of turn, and S cut her down without a single hint of mercy. People of her status must learn to live with such harsh truths. This Alice is the head maid of Ophelis Hall, a seasoned veteran with over 20 years of dedicated elite service. Starting as a novice at 15, her sheer talent earned her the head maid title at a remarkably young age. This is where Lottie's grand dream begins. She bribed Alice, leaving a massive hole in her personal budget. For Lottie, no price is too high for an ally of this caliber. She found someone willing to trade a lifetime of core values for mere gold, essentially selling their soul. Only by finding such desperate allies can she escape her crushing loneliness. Perhaps it's because she's always lived a life of harming others before they could harm her. In the slums, it was a brutal battle for every coin. In that world, you kill or be killed. Yet, regardless of her tragic past or the pain she endured, she has undoubtedly evolved into a cold, calculating dark villain. At this rate, Will, representing the weak students, will seize control of the fourth floor office. If Lottie hands him the defense magic controls, he will undoubtedly tear Ophelis Hall to the ground. Everything is going to plan. Lotte hides in the warehouse, acting like a terrified, innocent student. She retreats into the shadows as soon as possible. But this villain is truly a pathetic soul, living a life without love or close friends, destined to die in total, bitter isolation. The very maid she bribed with gold now betrays her, pressing a cold blade against her throat. The second-floor boss, the gloomy Gravius. Taylor's group captures the fleeing Gravius on the second floor, forcing him into their party. Headmaid Kelly tries to stop them, but without her twin Snai, she's no match for Taylor's group. Taylor's group doesn't realize the twins are separated, but they've successfully reached their goal. Clearing the fourth floor was easier than expected. Oddly, the first floor was far more difficult. On the upper floors, students scatter in panic as Will is manipulated by the rogue defense magic. It's all Alice and Lottie's scheme. They used a crystal ball to hijack the central magic control room. These defensive spells were built to protect students, but now they've turned into deadly traps. Now, the academy is in chaos as a child loses control to magic he was never meant to wield. Taylor's group fights through the chaos, helping other students escape the growing danger zone. The building trembles violently. If this continues, the entire structure will collapse into rubble. Panicked students scream for the maids to appear and end this waking nightmare. The students in Ophelis Hall, who had been struggling to stay calm, finally reach their breaking point and unleash their abilities to find an escape. As the tension reaches a fever pitch, they desperately leap from the high windows. But the situation only spirals further out of control. Taylor considers using Ariva's Mothflower compound to shift the tide of battle. However, that mixture only distorts the user's own mana. It has no effect on the complex magic circles trapping them here. Trapped in this confined space, she pulls out a secret weapon, the Devilfish compound, a lethal blend of monster eggs and emperor shells. Scattering it as Ariva would should be enough to neutralize every basic support spell lingering in the hallway. While the sheer number of spells is daunting, she can handle them, leaving Taylor and Gravius to focus on taking down Windlane. A chilling surge of killing intent erupts from Windlane, just before a massive explosion rocks the fourth floor. Below, S watches a mysterious carriage approach. Janica warns him sternly that if he doesn't stay still, his wounds will surely tear open. Everything is spinning out of control. Yet the scene looks deceptively simple and ordinary on the surface. The carriage's exterior is draped in luxury, suggesting a figure of immense power and status is riding within. But unlike its prestigious passengers, the carriage itself is surprisingly modest. The Gold King, Elter, usually travels with a grand entourage of dozens, yet his solitary arrival today proves he intends to move with absolute speed and lethal secrecy. Elter is Lortel's adoptive father, the very man she betrayed, and his presence marks him as a high-level threat. He shouldn't have arrived at the academy so soon. The carriage remains motionless for a long time before he finally steps out. Is he waiting for Ophelis Hall to be completely reduced to ash? Suddenly, the twin maid from the third floor appears. The dishwasher, Sunny, also shows her face. She is one of the many orphans raised by the head maid, Alice. Alice was supposed to be the Floor 3 boss under Lortel's control, yet strangely, she is now siding with Lortel's greatest enemy. Sunny would never dream of betraying Alice, and Alice herself was supposedly bought off by Lortel. But what if Alice has betrayed Lortel to join Elter's side? As this suspicion takes root in S's mind, he sees only one future: the total downfall of Lortel. In the original timeline, Lortel was destined for a fierce political war with Phonia in Act 3. She was also supposed to be the strongest ally against the Rotter family in Act 4. Now, her role as a mid-boss is crumbling. The situation has shifted entirely, leaving Lortel's ultimate fate a complete mystery. S realizes the danger and turns to Janica. He needs her help for an urgent task that he simply cannot complete alone. However, explaining the complex reality of this betrayal to her proves to be a difficult challenge. Surprisingly, Janica agrees instantly without even knowing the details. The letter to the president of the Elter Merchant Alliance, Elter Keshion, begins. I am writing to inform you that despite her obedient act, your adopted daughter, Lortel Keshion, is actually plotting to seize total control of your merchant alliance. Lortel knows you murdered her biological parents, and is using that secret to turn your shareholders against you and overthrow your rule. Furthermore, the negotiation for the Sage's Scripture is merely a trap to lure you to Sylvania while your headquarters is vulnerable. I am revealing this for my own reasons, and I possess a secret letter that proves Lortel's treacherous conspiracy. But as a man of business, you know that nothing in this world is ever truly free. Lortel promised me a fortune. If you don't offer more, I may stay with her. I am losing my sight and hearing after a tragic accident. This will likely be my final year serving as a maid. I am cornered, and I am the only one who knows the full truth. My decision alone will determine if your future is simple or catastrophic. The attached files list the secret organizations I manage under the cover of shadows: the Sen region, and the orphanages in Cook, Coenton, Athens Brol, and the Odal district, along with the Anton orphanage in Temen. The amount of gold you send to these facilities will dictate my next move. I trust you will be merciful and wise in your choice. This was the letter headmaid Alice sent to Elter. Her current actions are living proof of Elter's decision. He will be arriving at Ophelis Hall at any moment. Lortel's reaction leaves Alice stunned. She had always believed the girl was a person with a heart of pure ice. Lortel claimed she wanted revenge on the Gold King, but it seems father and daughter are exactly alike, and so is Alice. Against all odds, Taylor's group manages to reach the 5th floor corridor, with a heavily bound Winlane in tow. They realize a man like Winlane could never have hijacked the defense system alone. The true culprit behind it all is headmaid Alice. In their eyes, she's nothing more than a villain holding a helpless hostage. Executing her role with professional precision, Lortel successfully secures the help of Taylor's party. She whispers, I'm all right. Look, there's the culprit behind all this. She forces the words out, desperate to frame Ellis immediately. But her expression falters, turning strange before she suddenly takes off running. Elte Kellen is approaching, refusing to trust his subordinates. Lortel's grand scheme to seize the Merchant Guild is nearly complete. The fallout of public outrage and damages will be pinned on him, forcing his ultimate resignation. Fortunately, Elt hasn't arrived just yet. Lortel must make contact with the board members at headquarters. She needs to send the secret letter hidden in her room, then vanish. The key is simply not getting caught. That is all she needs. Lortel steels herself. No one in this world truly understands her anyway. If this is betrayal, she was ready for it. She has experienced this cold reality far too many times. The heartbreaking right now isn't Lortel's. She has forged herself into someone much stronger. She must do everything in her power to reach that room before Elte arrives. Every crisis will be resolved the moment that letter is sent out. Meanwhile, at the 1st floor lobby, Ed stands in Elte's path. Elte demands an immediate evacuation, but Ed refuses entry for safety reasons. Until the professors arrive, he won't let a single soul pass through those doors. This isn't an official academy order. Ed is acting on his own will. Sylvania's system always rewards such initiative. 3 main players now control the threads of this unfolding story. Lortel, seeking to overthrow Elte and claim the Merchant Guild to avenge her stolen childhood. The one aiming to stop Lortel, who successfully secured the Sage's scripture, and the elusive, mysterious Ellis. The catalyst for this turning point remains unknown. Why she betrayed them is a mystery, but she is currently with Lortel. Ed wonders if he should intervene on the 5th floor. Even without him, Ellis will clash with Taylor's party as scripted. He places his absolute trust in Taylor's group to handle their part of the mission. They are reliable assets Ed has personally verified. His task now is to stop Elte Kalen from entering the hall. Regardless of Elte's schemes, the events within Ophelia Hall will proceed as intended. Ed initiates his plan, feigning surprise at recognizing the powerful guildmaster of Elt. A noble of his status surely has a good reason for being here, but Ed suggests a formal reception first. The cunning Elte instantly realizes this young man is a pawn on Lortel's chessboard. Just 10 minutes ago, while the situation outside was descending into total chaos, Ziggs was calmly training, refusing to leave. He has vowed never to act on reckless impulse again. Even if the building collapses, he's confident he won't die. His newfound power has made him incredibly bold. With such a terrifying presence, no one would believe he's a mage. Seeing Yanika, Ziggs bows in a formal greeting. Though their relationship is awkward since the Glaskin incident, the curious Ziggs can't help but ask, "Are you two a couple?" Yanika jumps in shock, frantically denying any romantic involvement. Seeing Ed's unimpressed expression, she realizes she may have overreacted just a little bit. They burst through the wall because Ed needs a favor and he's paying. Ed is now in a direct standoff with Elte. Elte sneers, convinced that Lortel's beauty has completely manipulated the young boy. "Forget the gold you'll never see. Take the profit in front of you. That girl was born with fox blood. She'll stab you in the back the moment she can. As the father who raised her, I know her best. I'll immediately pay you double whatever amount that girl promised you. Now, get out of my way." Ed confirms he hasn't received a single coin, so doubling 0 is still 0. Elte loses his patience for talk. He orders his subordinates to settle the matter quickly and cleanly. The henchmen swarm in from all sides. Zig's mission now is to use his magic and unleash chaos. After checking the situation, Ed will return. Stalling for time is now in the hands of Ziggs and Yenica. Ed vows to repay this debt later. Elte glares at the duo and their powerful elemental spirits. He knows these students are formidable opponents. As the goons attack, Ed teleports away to find Lortel and warn her. Fate strikes. The two find themselves face to face in an instant. They're cornered. The only way out is through the back. They need to vanish before they're caught. In this world, kindness and trust always come with a price tag. Sorrow, the Elt Guild receptionist, only favors Lortel because he hopes she'll slip him some juicy secrets. Khan, another guild employee, is only friendly because Lortel provides him with profitable advice. Even Tai, her pet bird, only clings to her for that premium birdseed. Every act of kindness has a motive etched into it, just like the two sides of a coin. That was the law of Lortel's world. There's no time for details now, but Ed already knows Alice has betrayed her mistress. Alice stays silent, her heavy gaze admitting her guilt without a single word. It was a foolish mistake. Janica was raised on love and treats the entire world with that same warmth. Janica is the polar opposite of Lortel. The day Lortel made her proposal to Ed, she saw that look of pure adoration in Janica's eyes, asking for nothing in return. It made Lortel wonder if she could ever have a bond like that. Haunted by that thought, she shared her entire plan with Alice. She never imagined her trust-no-one philosophy would crumble so easily. If she hadn't seen the two of them together, she never would have realized how dark and lonely her own ego truly was. Lortel shouldn't have deluded herself into thinking she could play a part in a romance. The 5 people she bribed to take Ophelia Hall were Alice, the twin maids, Sry and Kelly, the underdog representative Willen, and the noble Saker. Alice and the twins have already defected to Elte. Surely, Willen will follow suit. Then there's him. Lortel's heart sinks, fearing Ed will be the next to abandon her. She stands frozen. I'm sorry, Senior Ed. I might not be able to give you those 20 gold pieces. Everything is falling apart, but Ed doesn't care about the gold. To her shock, he grabs her hand and pulls her into a run. If LT catches her, her life is over. To survive and see her future through, she has to escape this trap right now. Kindness and trust must have a reason. If you can't see the motive, you can't afford to trust. That was Lortel's ultimate truth. Quickly, she spills the guild's secrets to Ed. The Merchant Guild is planning a massive price manipulation scheme, and her own foster father, Elte, is the puppet master behind the curtain. After the monster raids in the eastern mountains, the price of equipment plummeted. By buying up every piece of gear and creating a monopoly, he can manipulate the market at will. Her father needs a mountain of cash to pull this off. He claims he's found a high-paying buyer for the sage's scripture. That's why he sent Lortel to Sylvania to steal that legendary book. It's a classic wash trading trick, using 3 merchants to artificially inflate prices. They hoard the cheap stock and trade amongst themselves. However, this house of cards relies entirely on mutual trust. If one merchant secretly dumps their stock, the market will crash instantly. Merchant A. Elt has risked everything and taken massive loans to monopolize the gear. If the plan fails, LT will shoulder every bit of the loss and be stripped of his position forever. Lortel had already spent years acquiring the companies acting as merchants B and C for this very moment. Her goal was to force LT out so the 6 shareholder merchants could reclaim their selling rights. She escalated the Ophelia Hall incident to pressure the guild and realized the deal for the sage's scripture. Her plan was to use that leverage to kick LT out while simultaneously liquidating the equipment stock. Lortel is stunned that Ed understands the complexities so perfectly. Ed leans in with a single piece of advice. You're looking for a way to send a secret letter to the guild to force an immediate stock sale, aren't you? There's a messenger pigeon waiting in Lortel's room. It's a direct line to the guild's inner circle. If she can send that message and stay hidden until the sale goes through, she wins. But her foster father isn't a fool. He's likely already anticipated her move. He'll try to capture Lortel to force a confession and expose her allies. Ed turns to her, his gaze unwavering. From this moment on, you must hide and avoid being seen at any cost. If I were LT, I'd block both bridges to Aeon Island. You'd be walking straight into a cage. Ed tells her to send her carriage toward the island as a decoy, leaving it in a safe place while the driver vanishes. While the guild chases a ghost, Lortel will hide in the most unlikely place, Ed's humble hut in the northern forest. Just stay there for 3 days. Go to Lortel's room and send the carrier pigeon. Once the cell immediately message is sent, the problem is solved. Suddenly, a chilling presence looms from behind the door. S quickly grabs her, worried she might try to handle it herself, before rushing straight to her room. Keep a sharp eye on everything. If the coast is clear, run for the trading district immediately. S moves with the cold efficiency of a veteran merchant, not a single wasted motion or breath. Lortel begins to believe she can truly rely on this man. She decides to place her trust in S. She agrees to follow her senior's lead, yet she wonders why he's going to such lengths to help her. S coldly replies that he simply wants to help, nothing more. He exits quickly, slamming the door shut. Lortel collapses, gasping for air with a flushed face. This pounding rhythm. Is it the final battle between Taylor and Ellis? No, it's closer than the fight on the 4th floor. It's closer than she ever imagined possible. It's the sound of her own heart. Suddenly, headmaid Ellis appears behind the door, weapon in hand. She can't believe S was the one who walked out. Now, this tragic saga is finally nearing its end. Ellis is linked to the Ophelia Hall defense system. She possesses elite swordsmanship and mastery over mid-tier magic. This is the formidable headmaid, Ellis. However, she's no match for Taylor, the true protagonist of this story. Act 2, Chapter 3. The final battle against Ellis. Currently, S is locked in a confrontation with Shinny. His mana is nearly depleted. He only has enough strength for 2 or 3 basic spells. He predicts Shinny's first strike will aim for his abdomen and thigh. S already knows her patterns. It's not just about his reflexes, it's the fact that he knows everything beforehand. He suppresses her instantly. Is this the star-blessed gift of the twins? The shared ability. Once a day, the twins can use Killy's low-tier telekinesis to control weapons from afar. A barrage of daggers flies toward him, but they pose no real threat to S. S's magic isn't flashy like Killy's, but it's lethal. He takes only a minor wound in the exchange. S slams her to the ground, neutralizing her in under a minute. He is certain Ellis will lose. Shinny screams that this madman knows nothing. How could he possibly understand the hell Ellis endured? Ellis took in countless orphans to give them a future, and Shinny was one of them. Without Ellis, Shinny wouldn't have a job, money, or even her life in this chaotic kingdom. He truly knows nothing. The original tale, Sylvania's failed swordsman, never delved into Ellis's personal past. S hears her words, but he doesn't care. His resolve remains unshaken. Moments later, Shinny is silenced, unable to utter another word. How tragic. She knows nothing of the hidden plotlines. What exactly was she hoping for? From the beginning, this world has contained many stories never mentioned in the game. Does the pain caused by this incident even compare to Ellis's past struggles? Is it just about judging right from wrong? Only those living in luxury and comfort have the privilege of debating philosophy and deciding their own fate. Ever since S entered this body, his goal hasn't wavered for a single second. Simple survival. He defeats the dishwasher Shinny and successfully unlocks a new skill, Resilient Heart. This skill allows him to temporarily ignore pain and halt vitality depletion. He finally learned it. S successfully breaks into Lortel's room. The interior is filled with gaudy wooden furniture and excessive decorations. It feels almost overwhelming. Her desk is piled with papers and books, all organized with perfect, obsessive precision. This is her true nature. S reaches the pigeon and the secret letter. It reveals Elta is in Sylvania and won't return to headquarters for 3 days. Sell all the headquarters equipment immediately. The command is clear. The carrier pigeon flies through the rain toward the night sky, carrying Elty's downfall. Meanwhile, S is heavily injured, blood dripping steadily. Based on his experience, he knows these types of wounds will heal relatively quickly. Without help from Zix and Janica, and without events unfolding exactly as planned, Lortel would have met a disastrous end. But now, the carriage following Lortel's orders has escaped Ion Island. Elte will certainly not take this sitting down. Even if he catches the driver and forces a confession, the letter has already reached the Elt merchantry, triggering his removal. If the plan holds, Lortel should be waiting at the cabin right now. Drenched in blood, he retreats to the forest, finding Lotte Kuchen waiting in the shadows. He miscalculated. His arrogance blinded him to the fact that she is the legendary Golden Thief. Only 5 bribed witnesses know her secret. If Elter falls, Alice will fall straight into Lottie's hands. Sunny and Kelly are Alice's loyal shields, but Lottie knows exactly how to buy Willen's soul again. Yet, in Lottie's eyes, Srot Taylor is the one variable that pure gold simply cannot corrupt. In this desolate forest, no one is watching. If she silences him now, her crime becomes perfect. Lotte Kuchen is a creature of pure darkness, a puppeteer who discards pawns without a second thought. She is a viper. To survive her, he must push his battered body past its breaking point. Lotte lunges with a blade, but only to bind his wounds before guiding him to a warm campfire. With tearful eyes, she looks at S. Right now, they both desperately need the fire's warmth. The plan is in motion. The coachman even promised to risk his life just to buy her time. He was truly willing to forfeit his very existence for her cause. S wonders what dark charms she used to gain such loyalty. Hopefully, no families were held hostage. If this succeeds, Lotte will finally secure a seat of power within the elite Elter Union. She feels a heavy debt to S, yet his cold indifference only makes her heart flutter more. I'll never forget this favor. Then pay me those 20 gold coins on time as promised. She scoffs at the debt but has a deeper question. It isn't about Alice, it's about Senior Janica. Are you close with Janica? I am. She's a good person, that much is certainly true. She's a senior I deeply respect. Always so kind and always looking out for others. Lottie knows she lacks that light. Compared to Janica's kindness, she feels like a creature of shadows. Suddenly, at Ophelis Hall, Elter receives a secret report and abruptly abandons the battlefield. The hall no longer interests him. However, new mercenaries have left Ree in a desperate position. Instead of fighting enemies, Ree must now desperately restrain his own rampaging ally. Janica was hesitant at first, but her spirits grew too powerful. She must be stopped before someone dies. Keep pushing me, and I'll make sure all of you disappear from this world. Returning to school is impossible in a blood-soaked uniform. Janica provides a change of clothes and news. Willand has taken full responsibility for the devastating attack on Ophelis Hall. Alice remains silent under interrogation, while Lottie, the true mastermind, is placed under house arrest. Looking at the facts, Elter's faction hasn't made a single aggressive move yet. It appears the campaign was a success, at least for the time being. Now he must wait for the final verdict. This chaos has left him no time for training. His body is screaming in pain. He's exhausted, yet he must still complete the mission. Status check. Life skills. Rank, intermediate craftsman. Woodworking, level 13. Gathering, level 11. Design, level 8. Advanced techniques, empty. Since his advanced skills are vacant, the priority is mastering a new technique he can actually use. He makes his choice, spirit fusion, the ultimate support skill for any powerful elementalist. He could also learn magic engineering to craft everything from daily tools to legendary combat gear. Spirit fusion is unlocked by forming a contract and forging an item imbued with elemental power. On the other hand, a different path awaits. Magic engineering is mastered by dismantling and reassembling items created through high-level sorcery. He won't waste a spirit slot. He'll start with a low-level spirit to begin his fusion training. Just then, Janica arrives with a smile, though she's struggling with a nagging headache. She was resting in the northern forest, but rushed over to check if Lottie was okay. But the moment she hears Lottie is staying in the cabin, her jealousy flares up instantly. The Theophilus crisis is over, but Lottie's war continues. First, she must crush Alice once again. For 3 agonizing days, Lortel lived on a razor's edge inside that wooden shack, desperately awaiting a response from the Elter headquarters. The isolation was grueling, yet she found solace in the fact that she was sharing this cramped space with Ed Roth-Taylor. Her heart hammered against her ribs. Ed's unconditional warmth and selfless trust felt like sinking into a plush, welcoming bed. To some, such kindness is mundane and expected, but for Lortel Keehan, it was a foreign concept. Having survived a life defined by cold indifference, this feeling was more precious than gold, and she refused to share it with Janica Feller. For someone like Janica, living in a world of pure bonds and effortless trust must have been as natural as breathing. If Janica already has so much, she should learn to let go otherwise. Lortel will have to resort to her specialty: dirty schemes. Manipulating the board was Lortel's forte, and these 3 days under the same roof provided the ultimate tactical advantage. A chilling, inhuman smirk played on her lips as she prepared to set her long con into motion. If she could just flood this cabin with piles of gold coins, her plan would be absolutely perfect. But she was currently penniless, and trying to subsidize Ed's tuition had to look completely natural. "Don't get the wrong idea," she practiced. "I'm not paying your tuition just because you're my senior or anything." The legendary schemer was helpless against her own lack of romantic experience, agonizing over how to confess her feelings to Ed. As if things weren't complicated enough, the little disaster known as Lucy decided to interfere. Lucy demanded the redhead move before dragging her bedding into the sun, only for Ed to promptly toss her outside like a bag of laundry. It seemed Lucy was just looking for a hideout, but Ed assured Lortel she could relax as if it were her own home. Another rival had taken root, though Ed seemed to treat Lucy more like an unpredictable natural disaster than a house guest. Despite the new intruder, Lortel still had time on her side. Let's see who remains standing after the next 3 days. The second morning arrived, but Lortel's subtle hints were swept away by the wind as Ed remained completely oblivious to her charms. Janica remained as clingy as ever, and Lucy was back to lounging around the cabin like she owned the place. Meanwhile, Ed successfully pioneered a new craft: handmade bricks, carefully molded from mud to hold their shape. Once the molds were set, he ignited his fire magic to bake them into hardened construction blocks. Production complete. His crafting mastery surged, marking the successful acquisition of a new survival skill. Thanks to his high agility, his proficiency skyrocketed instantly, allowing him to complete his next project: a brick fireplace. He began stacking the handmade bricks layer by layer, building a permanent source of warmth for the cabin. Since they were only bonded with mud, the structure was a bit shaky, but it functioned perfectly as a makeshift oven. He realized that for proper indoor use, he'd eventually need to install a ventilation pipe to lead the smoke out. Crafting successful. The fireplace he couldn't build during the Theophilus Hall chaos was finally standing tall. The trio gathered around the flickering flames to eat, with Lortel noting that the morning had been suspiciously quiet. Everything was proceeding according to her plan, but in this world, dropping one's guard was a death sentence. There was still a mountain of work to do, cleaning to finish, and Lortel's debt to her senior to settle. As a true merchant, she insisted on repaying every single cent, refusing to let any favor go uncompensated. She then casually asked Ed if there was anything he desired other than cold, hard cash. Ed mused about construction materials or magic leftovers, completely missing Janica's burning, jealous glare from the sidelines. Watching their easy banter, Janica felt a sting of envy and turned to Ed, hoping to reclaim his attention with a favor. Ed had been struggling with spirit magic lately and expressed his desire to form a contract with a lower-tier spirit. Janica beamed, agreeing instantly. "Then I'll be your master, Ed. I'll teach you everything you need to know." She boasted that under her expert tutelage, he'd be contracting mid-tier spirits in no time at all. "First, let's test your spirit sensitivity," she said, leaning in close. "Can you see it yet, Ed?" She summoned the spirit Karis, but it remained skeptical, telling Ed he needed much higher resonance to hear their voices. That became the immediate priority, honing his connection to the spiritual realm. While Janica praised Ed's rapid progress, Karis scoffed, pointing out the man's absolutely insane lifestyle. "Do you have any idea how much time this guy wastes on sheer mana training?" the spirit grumbled. Between the weekly reports and the dwindling food supplies at the camp, Ed was pushed to his absolute limit. With the cabin's construction demanding his full focus, he barely had a spare second to think about anything else. Janica shoves her away immediately, praying she didn't overhear anything. So Stay heard, but barely enough to matter. He asks about that weekly report meeting, making Janica freeze like a statue. Lortel cuts in before she can answer. "Since the chat is over, let's settle the matter regarding the magically crafted items once and for all. I have more surplus goods than expected, so I can provide plenty. Can you sell them to me at the lowest rate? Use those promised 20 gold coins as credit and deduct from there." Even mentioning money is truly frustrating. There isn't much cash anyway, and those are essentially dead assets. Giving them for free would be difficult, but in exchange, you must visit the warehouse every 3 days. Only then can she give Soste the best deal. You two can drink and talk while you're there. Hearing this, Janica flips her sassy switch. She snaps, "Can't you just give it for free?" Lortel argues that as a merchant, handouts defy her ethics. What a lie, that's just a convenient excuse. Now Soste can begin studying magic and spirit arts simultaneously. Amidst the bickering, Bel Maya arrives unexpectedly. Noticing the heavy atmosphere, she considers leaving. She's here to deliver some unfortunate news. A message from the headmaid herself. Bel heard from Clara that Janica is head over heels for Soste. Clara even treated this like a top-secret scoop. "Don't tell a soul and don't be shocked," Clara warned. Little did she know, Bel already knew for ages. Clara is deeply worried about Janica's feelings. She can't fathom why anyone would like that scoundrel so much, even if his reputation has seen a slight improvement recently. As a friend, she wants to support Janica, but there's a problem. Janica keeps mentioning L'Oreal Ketchian. Both of them were absent on opening day. It was the same story yesterday too. Romance is a game of push and pull, isn't it? In that case, Janica doesn't stand a chance. I don't even know much about Soste. It's almost funny watching her stare at him like that. Yet he notices nothing. Is he ridiculously dense? Or just a born bastard? Bel Maya calmly offers her own response. Instead of being a jerk, his lack of interest stems from his own situation. Clara trembles, refusing to believe it. She's sure he'll just say something cringeworthy and act smug about his popularity. After all, girls are always flocking to him. Clara shudders at the thought. What a naive girl doesn't grasp. A hungry wildcat waiting at a fish shop, and a shivering kitten facing a tiger. And finally, a simple cat that only knows how to sleep. Everyone here is giving her a massive headache. Moving on, she has a message for Lady Lortel. It's from Ellis, the former headmaid. The campfire flickers, pushing back the dark. Since it's late, Janica heads back to the dormitory. Belle picks up Lucy and departs. To Lortel, this situation is uncomfortable now that Ophelis Hall knows her location. The uniform Zix provided has been repaired. Yet, it still looks incredibly worn out. The messenger pigeon returns with victory news. The equipment sale is approved. LT's power has been almost completely stripped away. He will surely be purged. The plan is nearly complete. Report your status immediately. Time to prepare for the academy. Lortel burns the letter to ashes. With things at this stage, Lortel's foster father has likely returned to headquarters for a final stand. It's a futile struggle, but he won't bother Sylvania anymore. Still, that old man is cunning and might have a hidden ace. But Lortel has no choice but to place her trust in Siup. He's eyeing the next guild leader position. However, the bigger concern right now is Alice. But it seems that's settled. Alice won't reveal Lortel's involvement because she's already been compensated. Whether Lortel or LT wins, the headmaid Ellis will stick to whoever comes out on top. The scroll from Bel Maya contains a detailed list of orphanages Alice has supported her entire life. It includes the annual maintenance costs and the methods she used to patronize them. Alice never stopped trying. Even as her health failed, the academy never once listened to her. In the end, her career will be ruined, leaving her unable to protect the orphanages she holds dear. She staked her entire life on this gamble, hiding her desperation behind a mask of cold indifference. It seems no one realizes just how cornered she truly is in this moment. At least Alice's followers understand the weight of her choice and the emotions driving her actions. With Lotte nearing victory, Alice seeks to switch sides, but shattered trust isn't easily mended. This is their message, a cold warning. In the world of merchants, empathy is a non-existent luxury. A mistake like this brands you a fool, a truth she understands better than anyone else. To keep her role in the occupation a secret, the two of them must play nice for now. In this world, there are no permanent allies, only interests. Still, she looks strangely relieved. Lottie announces her departure, heading to the local guild branch to finalize the contract. Ed hands her a long burning torch. Lottie hesitates, her eyes betraying a lingering, unspoken emotion. Lottie admits that to truly steal Ed from the other girls, she needs a much bolder strategy. She reaches out, adjusting his tie. Senior, do you know? Relationships are a game of push and pull, just like this crooked tie of yours. A Sylvania student should always look their best, don't you think? She pulls Ed close for a sudden kiss, later teasingly praising the raspberries they ate. The cold-hearted Ed sets a firm boundary. Lottie realizes pushing too hard might backfire on her. Next time, she'll make Ed pull her in. She needs to master this romantic tug-of-war. She vanishes quickly. Ed tries to avoid the main cast to stay out of the story's path. But as always, fate refuses to follow his script. The stars shimmer, and the moon glows bright, while the crackling campfire remains unchanged. He feels the threads of the story twisting and intertwining in ways he can't control. Anxiety gnaws at Ed. He is being pulled into the very heart of the narrative. His plan was to be a mere bystander, only interfering when absolutely necessary. Ed has no grand ambitions. He just wants his degree and to sharpen his skills. But he'll soon realize that staying a side character is the hardest challenge of all. Summer fades into autumn. Janica sits beneath a tree, surrounded by her spirits. Karis frantically reports the events of that night. Miss Janica, I saw everything. It was a passionate kiss. That fox-like girl really knows how to play with hearts. A blushing Janica demands to know Ed's reaction. She's gone straight to the point. He kept his distance. Even during the kiss, his expression didn't change at all. I was shocked by how cold he was. It was almost embarrassing to watch. Either Ed is made of stone, or he doesn't see her as a woman at all. Janica sighs in relief. Men like that are often great at offense, but terrible at defense. In my experience, fox-like girls only hunt harder when they are rejected. If you don't act now, Miss Janica, he will be stolen right from under you. Janica's head spins. She's relieved by his coldness, yet terrified of the looming competition. Takan adds fuel to the fire. Don't waste the spirit magic lessons. Claim him first. When you are alone, you should be the one to initiate the kiss. Takan is dragged away by spirits. Ignore him, Janica. Your charm is being yourself. Though showing a more innocent or daring side wouldn't hurt either. Janica finds herself imagining something intimate with Ed. Had she ever dreamed of this? She blushes, remembering feeding him. But then she remembers Lucy eating his terrible cooking. Ed treats Lucy like a mere taste tester, delaying training until he finds better ingredients. Life skill updated. Intermediate craftsman level. Specialization. Woodworking. Crafting level 14, design level 9, gathering 12, carpentry 10, and hunting 13. With fishing at 7, cooking at 6, and repair at 5, his advanced crafting remains a blank slate. His high dexterity is the only thing carrying his survival skills. If Ed focuses on just one stat, his efficiency will plummet. He must raise them all in perfect, calculated balance. The real problem is time with the new semester starting. His window for survival activities has been slashed. Even by pushing his limits, he can only squeeze out 5 or 6 hours a day. It's time to find a more efficient way to manage his survival, especially since he needs to ensure the main story stays on track. After all, the pillars of this world are the protagonist and the 4 heroines. Taylor is in the combat department, so Ed rarely sees him, but it's clear the boy is growing stronger by the day. Ayla is playing her role as Taylor's support perfectly, while Princess Peña seems to be navigating her days without any major hurdles. Soon, the inevitable clash between her and Lortel will begin. Ed has to keep a close eye on that storm. Clarice won't enroll until next year, so she's not a concern yet. The real wildcard is the golden girl, Lortel. Ed is uncertain how LT's early exit has rippled through the timeline, but Lortel's plans are clearly shifting. She's still hunting for the sage's scripture. Meanwhile, Ed is spending more time monitoring the faculty building, because the final boss of Act 2 is none other than Professor Glast. His assistant, Cleo Elpin, is already on high alert. Her intuition tells her that someone was pulling the strings behind the Ophilis Hall occupation. Professor Glast trusts her sharp instincts, but he warns her not to let a single detail slip past her. He specifically needs her to find a certain theological research paper by tomorrow morning. Within the faculty wing of Ophilis Hall, Cleo collapses into her chair, exhausted. Annis has already gathered the data on the recent incident. As she pores over the list of people involved, Cleo wonders if she's overthinking it. The incident was draining, yet no matter how she looks at it, everything seems perfectly normal, especially when it comes to the Sylvania branch of the Elt-Kehen Commerce Guild. Ed arrives to collect his goods as Lortel promised, but she's been too busy to prepare them and asks him to return next week. To apologize, Lortel prepares tea and sweets. According to her records, there are also a few leftover magic items in stock. She tells him he can pick them up at the counter later, but Ed is more distracted by her unusual outfit today. Lortel claims she has an important meeting, hence the dress-up. She then shifts the conversation to his wooden cabin. It's nearly finished, but Ed still needs furniture to make it livable. Unfortunately, The guild's inventory is far too high-end for Ed's meager coin. If Lortel just gave them away, it would cause a scandal. A merchant giving away merchandise for free goes against every professional ethic. So, Lortel accidentally snaps a chair leg, declaring it worthless junk. It's headed for the trash tomorrow anyway. Knowing Ed is a master carpenter, she sets the stage for him to take it. Ed catches her drift and offers his thanks. Lortel, however, wonders how he can keep such a stone-cold poker face. She slides onto the table, closing the distance between them. Her move that night was meant to be a killing blow. Does Ed not see her as a woman, or is he just that much of a gentleman? Every request she makes is laced with hidden meaning. She doesn't expect an immediate answer. After all, a merchant never enters a battle they aren't sure to win. Lortel places a finger against Ed's chest and whispers, "You might be composed now, but one day, I won't be the only one sitting here with a racing heart, anxiously waiting for your reaction. Right, senior?" She isn't sure if she's winning or being backed into a corner herself. That is the mask of a merchant never letting the world see the emotions swirling beneath the surface. Today marks the first lesson in spirit fusion with Yenica. She starts by summoning Myrrh, a lower-tier fire spirit. Ed must focus his mana to establish a connection. Myrrh, however, demands 30 seconds to introduce himself. "Greetings, Master. It's an honor to finally contract with you. I am Myrrh, the lower fire spirit. During last week's press conference, we held a rigorous selection process to determine which spirit would earn the right to serve Master Ed. I fought through the preliminary rounds, survived 2 intense interviews, and won the final debate against all other spirits. Only then was I deemed worthy of becoming your contracted spirit. When it comes to mana manipulation, no one in the northern region can match me, and my communication skills are top tier among lower spirits. My heart burns with passion. Well, I suppose I'm technically always on fire, aren't I? I'll burn even fiercer to support you," the spirit vows. But the more it speaks, the more its own confusion grows. Following his failed path as a swordsman in Sylvania, he dedicated his time to mastering intricate spirit-type skills. They shared laughter, jokes, and unwavering support on the battlefield, precious, warm memories forged with loyal companions. Yet now, a strange sensation lingers in the air. He wonders if anything truly remains the same as before. It feels as though Morer endured some kind of hellish training to end up this eccentric and cool. Since S requested a top-tier spirit, Janica introduced her former contractor. Morer's magical efficiency is absolutely no joke. The selection process was a long saga, a grand contest orchestrated by none other than the over-enthusiastic Takan. She hands Morer over to S. Immediately, he feels a searing heat radiating from the spirit's resonating form. Even without a formal summons, the spirit's ethereal shape and magical essence are clearly palpable. Over-synchronization causes the temperature to skyrocket. "I must maintain absolute control," S muses, his curiosity piqued. "If I master resonance, does the flame's power evolve?" Calling it fire energy feels oddly mechanical, like a machine. S's eyes sparkle as he realizes he now possesses a literal mobile kitchen. Morer stands ready, awaiting his first command. Low-tier fire spirit Morer. Resonance level 2. Fire's blessing grants temporary explosion immunity, triggering a controlled blast. Fire magic skills empowered, detailing specific skill masteries and overall mage proficiency levels. Elemental specialization unlocked. Mid-tier magic available. Spirit resonance and spirit understanding have both reached level 12. Spirit summoning and empathy are at level 1. This self-sustaining flame is a godsend for survival, no firewood required. Janica beams at S's excitement. Lately, he'd looked utterly drained, as if surviving a long, brutal drought. Before class begins, she offers to teach him the secrets of resonance and empathy. Training together would be ideal. Beyond these basics, he could soon find himself ready to contract a mid-tier spirit. Janica shyly suggests, "We should practice combat maneuvers. I'll book a training hall during my spare time. I have several resonance-boosting accessories. But they're in my room." Her voice trails off, leaving the rest unspoken. She catches herself just in time to save face, suddenly acting incredibly busy to hide her blushing embarrassment. "Actually, I have mountains of work. I'm incredibly busy right now. I'm one of the top students. People literally queue up for my lessons. My time is extremely precious. So, don't you think asking for free spirit magic lessons is a bit much?" While the spirits play matchmaker, urging her not to lose out, Clara's relentless salary demands make life difficult. "I see. You're right," S admits. "My deepest apologies, Janica. I've taken your kindness for granted. I should properly compensate you for your time and your genuine sincerity, shouldn't I? Though it seems I can't afford a fair price." He sighs, searching through his depressingly empty pockets. At the mention of payment, Janica panics. "Payment? But you're already struggling just to survive. Don't even think about wasting money. You must save every penny. Bringing up money, that's so cold. We're much closer than that, aren't we? You're truly hurting my feelings now. But she was the one who brought up the fee." Janica stammers, her logic failing her completely. Standing before a crush makes even the brightest minds go blank. It's all Clara's fault, her advice backfired on Janica's kindness. It's clear that not everyone receives such special, tender treatment from the noble Lady Janica. S is in paradise. Being favored by such a stunning beauty is a dream he never expected. She departs, promising a detailed plan for their next meeting at the combat training hall once it's booked. She promises to bring the resonance accessories. And if you need a resonance grimoire, just let me know. With morning classes calling, Janica heads off, entrusting the spirit morer to its new master's care. Advanced magic crafting achieved. The structure of Lortel's magical blueprints was far simpler than S had imagined. Rapid analysis allowed him to decode them quickly, finally unlocking the secrets of high-tier magical techniques. When the firewood runs dry, S turns to Morer to kindle the essential flames. In the biting cold, they stoke the hearth, creating a peaceful, warm sanctuary. A true home is finally born. A heavy burden lifts from S's heart. As the moon rises, he suddenly remembers his long-neglected traps. But with the world draped in pitch black, perhaps tomorrow would be better. Chloe racked her brain, convinced a shadow mastermind loomed over the Awfulous Hall disaster. Ed Taylor was her prime suspect, an exile stripped of his noble name and family ties. Every soul present at the scene was either a student or staff of Awfulous Hall. Except for Taylor and Ed, the only two outsiders without a single connection to the place. Since Taylor helped resolve the crisis, Ed became the sole anomaly lurking in the northern forest. Unless he lived like a wild beast, no sane student would survive in that dark wilderness. Suddenly, she gasped as Ed emerged, dragging a bloodied beast while a girl hung over his shoulder. It was actually a sleeping Lucy, but to Chloe, it looked like a terrifying kidnapping. This was Lucy, a monster even Archmage Gluck or Sage Sylvania would struggle to contain. Seeing the girl draped over his back, Chloe's instincts screamed that her theory was correct. The mastermind is Ed Taylor. Chloe mused, utterly convinced of her own detective genius. But how? How could a dropout like Ed possibly take down a powerhouse like Lucy so easily? She watched from the shadows as Ed tossed the girl onto the ground without a hint of mercy. Needing rest for tomorrow's plans, Ed retreated, giving Chloe a chance to rescue the captive. She crept forward, silent as a ghost, but the moment she reached out, Lucy's eyes snapped open. Startled, Chloe quickly put on a smile and introduced herself as the professor's assistant. But Lucy didn't care. She simply walked back to the tent to sleep before vanishing instantly. The next morning, Chloe confronted Professor Glast, demanding answers about the expelled student, Ed, an outcast academy student. Glast knew little of him, but he knew Lucy, and the idea of her being defeated was impossible. Yet Chloe insisted she saw Ed carrying the legendary mage like a common sack of grain. She argued that Ed was the true architect of the hall's downfall, and Glast finally began to listen. During the chaos, Chloe had successfully deployed her specialized magic circles within the hall. But the building still fell, suggesting an internal force had aided the invading students. Using such magic was technically forbidden, but Chloe deemed it a necessary evil to stop the riot. Stealing her nerves, she handed a recording crystal ball over to the stern professor. "If you want the truth about Ed Taylor, look no further than this evidence," she declared. The footage played, showing Ed standing in the hall with the cold presence of a criminal kingpin. With that menacing gaze, she was certain Ed was the one pulling all the strings that night. She doubled down, claiming she witnessed the invincible Lucy being neutralized by Ed's hands. Glast sighed. He knew Lucy lived to sleep and likely just dozed off in the woods again. Chloe stood speechless as the professor dismissed her, throwing her out of his office. "Fix this report," Glast barked. Yet his eyes remained fixed on the crystal's flickering images. To his keen eyes, Ed wasn't leading the charge, he was trying to hold the line. Facing Taylor's genius swordsmanship, Ed shouldn't have stood a chance against such a trio. With Elvira's alchemy in the mix, it was impossible for Ed to emerge victorious. Yet, Glast noticed something intriguing. While elsewhere, Ed continued his relentless grind. System, task complete. His crafting skill leveled up as a new weapon took shape. The explosive dagger, a lethal blade, etched with ancient runes that triggered devastating blasts on impact. Every strike increased the volatility, channeling a hidden spirit's destructive essence. Inheriting the power of fire, the blade could now store mana for massive elemental eruptions. This humble knife had been Ed's lifeline since his first day in this brutal world. By carving primal runes into the steel, its lethality had reached a terrifying new tier. "Incredible, Master," Maru chirped, amazed at the explosive power surging through the dagger. It was a monumental feat few could master the delicate art of runic engraving like Ed Taylor. "Master, to celebrate your success, I'll sing a glorious anthem just for you. It's an ancient melody about a shepherd who triumphed in raising his precious flock. It's been passed down for generations. Wait, no one asked for this much enthusiasm." Seeing S's cold gaze, Mog feared a beating and immediately started groveling. "Oh dear Master, if I've displeased you, please just say so. I promise never to do it again. I've truly learned my lesson from this. I realize now that my behavior was completely out of line. Forgive me so I can reflect on my sins. These tiny spirits left the underworld to become apprentices for humans. They seek out powerful mages to learn from their wisdom and gain divine protection. Like Janica, a high-ranking spirit mage, it's only natural for weak spirits to flock to her for contracts. But Mog is different. Why on earth did he choose to contract with me? Something isn't adding up. I'm not even a spirit mage, so he can't learn anything from me. Did I make a promise I forgot? This situation definitely needs some clearing up. The two had been together for a while now. Suddenly, Mog began to tremble and burst into tears. Oh, Master S, how could I ever hide anything from you? Every word I speak comes from the depths of my soul. I follow you out of pure admiration. For a lowly spirit like me, serving you is the ultimate honor. By contracting with you, I can benefit from both your strength and Lady Janica's power. Specifically, your knowledge of original magic runes has been a massive boost for me. With these two advantages, I can evolve much faster than any other minor spirit. And there's more. Your reputation at the Academy has completely shifted now. Everyone used to despise you, but now you're actually starting to become well-liked. Your bad habits have vanished, which benefits me too. Hearing this, S finally understood his talkative spirit. Mog began pouring out his grievances. Ever since I arrived in this realm, my life has been nothing but misery. Higher spirits constantly bullied and oppressed me. Being with you is bliss, even if struggles remain. The spirit hierarchy is a brutal and ancient system of power. Everyone craves more authority. I just want to become strong enough so I'm never mistreated again. Bonded by their shared underdog status, Mog vowed to study hard and not just rely on his master's strength. It was true the combat skills S currently possessed were still severely lacking. However, thanks to grueling training, his physical stats soared. His body was finally showing some real muscle. His pantry was now stocked with meat and vegetables. For once, he had a temporary home and didn't need to worry. He pushed himself harder in his studies too. The lessons grew complex, but he grasped the fundamental theories better than ever. Efficiency was key. With this relentless pace, he would master this knowledge in no time. Genius talent isn't necessary if you possess this level of daily, unwavering discipline. He had to keep pushing. Only through such effort could he achieve better grades and ensure his survival was noticed by others. Day by day, things were looking up. That was his goal, until he heard Janica calling his name. S had been so deep in thought that he'd briefly lost focus on his surroundings. He needed to focus on the 3 letters he'd received today. One from the Academy, another from the Elter Merchant Guild. Those 2 were standard. But the 3rd letter caught S's full attention. The contents revealed that the story had spiraled far beyond the original plot. This was a grave situation. Act 2 was supposed to be a simple rivalry between student factions over the Sage's Tome. But now, the Academy had turned into a chaotic 3-way war zone. The Merchant Guild and the powerful Roz Taylor family had officially entered the fray. Griffin Rotter planned to seize the tome to fuel his research into immortality. Naturally, it wouldn't be easy. Because of that, he was shifting tactics toward negotiation to secure the forbidden book. Griffin Rotter was an Act 4 boss. Yet here he was, appearing way too early. His power was currently off the charts. Who could possibly stand against a monster like him? It is a riddle without an answer, unless the game's script itself begins to warp. If he truly intends to seize the grimoire, then keeping it safe is nothing more than a fool's errand. Claiming the Sage's grimoire would make him unstoppable. A Stage 4 boss appearing in Stage 2, who could survive such a nightmare? Ultimately, whether he obtains the book or not, his mere presence ensures that the die is already cast. The letter only skims the surface of Crepin Rot Taylor's movements and his next calculated strike at the Academy. There is still much that Ed remains unaware of, yet one specific warning demands his absolute and immediate attention. Through her hidden eyes within the Academy, Princess Phenia has realized that Sylvania is drowning in a financial crisis. She cannot directly bail out a private institution, but if this collapse continues, every faction involved will face total ruin. Most alarming is the possibility that the Elter Merchant Guild might seize the legendary Sage's grimoire for themselves. This grimoire is a sacred relic. It cannot simply be sold off like common goods to save the Academy. To stoop to such a level would turn the prestigious Sylvania Academy into a global laughingstock. The principal personally begged for her intervention, but Phenia senses a hidden rot within this entire arrangement. How did Crepin Rot Taylor learn of these secret negotiations? Perhaps Ed, who once lived here, leaked the rumors himself. No one born to that ambitious and power-hungry bloodline would ever ignore a chance to reclaim their family's lost glory. Lortel steps forward, interrupting, "I don't think it's him. I am but a humble commoner. Is it truly all right for me to sit with a princess?" Phenia is stunned to find Lortel here. The 2 women sit, the air thick with tension. "I was under the impression you despised me," Phenia remarks coldly. "Why say that, princess? Business is open to all." My personal feelings never interfere with a profitable transaction. Besides, Crepinrot Taylor's involvement in seizing this grimoire likely involves my own foster father. From the very beginning, he demanded payment for the massive debts the company still owed him. Handing over the grimoire might be the desperate concession he needs to buy a little breathing room from those debts. He lost his rank in the association, but that only fueled his obsession to possess the sage's grimoire. Furthermore, with that grimoire in hand, he might finally have the leverage needed to negotiate with the Merchant Guild once again. Fenia is puzzled. Wouldn't the guild simply sell the relic back to the Rot Taylor family anyway? Both sides are clawing for the same prize. Why is the Elter Guild fighting their own allies, the Rot Taylors, for it? Why not reach an agreement? The answer is simple. Lortel will never let that book fall into Crepin's hands. Her standing within the Merchant Guild is unique. Her vision is worlds apart from her foster father's greed. The enemy of my enemy is a friend. If the princess backs Lortel's guild instead of the Rot Taylors, both win. We aren't strangers, after all. Lortel continues to weave her silver-tongued trap around the princess, and I'm sure my senior would be pleased by this alliance. Don't you agree, princess? If you're confused, why not ask that senior yourself? Ed, exiled from the academy, now survives alone in the forest. But don't pity him, and don't think he's still tied to the Rot Taylors. They threw him away long ago. Fenia studies Lortel. Could this cold-blooded merchant truly be capable of worrying for another person? The thought haunts her. What if Ed is merely playing everyone for his own personal gain? He seems to be collecting favors from everyone. If there's a profit to be made, would he really let it go? I assume he hasn't told you his true intentions? Lortel's silence is her only admission. If he remains silent, I will act for myself, Fenia declares. I'll use him to further my own goals if I must. Lortel's composure cracks. Her face darkens, and a visible chill fills the room. Try it, if you truly have the courage to deceive Ed. A guard snaps at Lortel's blatant disrespect toward the princess. Before vanishing, Lortel leaves behind one final, chilling piece of advice. Don't try to use him half-heartedly. In the end, you might find that you're the one being played. The retainer's voice trembles with rage. We must punish her for such insolence, Princess Fenia. But Fenia is lost in thought. That man, Ed Rot Taylor, he is an enigma wrapped in a mystery. Crepinrot Taylor is a looming threat, but Lortel so brave, so arrogant is the one who truly alarms her. A woman who wouldn't bow to a princess, yet was visibly shaken with worry for a man who had nothing. Back at the Elter trading post, Lortel's welcoming smile falters the moment she realizes Ed didn't come alone, he's brought Yanika with him. Lortel immediately tries to freeze her out. Oh, I didn't expect a senior guest. I only prepared 2 cups of Mount Foulon rosemary tea. Would you prefer a glass of cold water instead? She asks sharply. But Yanika isn't about to lose this battle of wits and fires back instantly. This tea looks like it was dug out of the warehouse archives, Yanika scoffs. Surely a merchant wouldn't serve sales rejects to an honored guest? To smooth things over, Ed gallantly offers his own cup to Yanika, a move that leaves the red-headed merchant trembling with silent fury. When the trio heads out to collect the magical artifacts, Yanika stays on the offensive, determined to keep Lortel from gaining the upper hand. Look at these. They're so pristine there isn't a speck of dust on them. Giving away top-tier merchandise for free goes against every merchant's code. However, the cunning Lortel has already calculated 10 steps ahead of her rival. She intentionally left tiny scratches and flaws on the items just to have a legitimate reason to gift them to Ed. To her, profit is nothing compared to being useful to him. Ed is deeply moved by Lortel's kindness, but his conscience pricks him. He hasn't even settled the bill for his previous purchases yet. And to make matters worse, this is already the 4th time he's walked away with a mountain of free supplies. Lortel smirks with the triumph of a victor. As long as Ed remains bound by their mutual contract, a bit of gold doesn't matter at all. Watching these 2 girls wage a civilized war of nerves is leaving Ed more exhausted than a day of manual labor. Suddenly, that familiar, haunting sensation washes over him again like his consciousness is slowly drifting away in a dark pool of water. There's so much work to be done, yet this feeling keeps returning. He has to stay vigilant against Kiffin Taylor, the man tied to the Sage's seal mystery. There are only 2 weeks left, making the most urgent task at hand the creation of a proper mattress for his bed. He plans to layer several sheets of fabric and stuff them with wool or any soft material he can find to finally get some decent sleep. Tomorrow, he also needs to process the deer he just caught, tidy up the campsite once more, and prepare Lucy's supply of dried meat. Ed's mind slowly fades to black amidst the distant calls of Yanika and Lortel. Elsewhere, Princess Fonia sits in a deep, silent reverie. She can't stop thinking about the way he fished so diligently at the camp, or the cold, meticulous precision he showed while battling Glaskin. The other students dismiss him as a mere bookworm, but Lortel's warning echoes in her mind. Do not underestimate that man. It seems her previous attempts at intimidation weren't nearly effective enough to uncover his true nature. I need to be certain, she muses, issuing a royal decree for Ed to report immediately to the imperial villa. She turns to ask Claire about tomorrow's schedule and when Ed will arrive, but the news she receives is completely unexpected. The princess can't believe a commoner would dare ignore a royal command. But the truth is much simpler. Ed has collapsed from sheer exhaustion. His body finally surrendered to the strain. High fever, chronic fatigue, vertigo, recurring comas, and even labored breathing have all set in at once. With blurred vision and mana backlash racking his muscles, his body is screaming for the rest he's denied it for months. In his semi-conscious state, Ed feels like every breath is a monumental struggle against a crushing weight. His chest feels heavy and his stomach is burning, but wait, that's just Lucy lying on top of him, mumbling in her sleep again. Lucy is far lighter than she looks, making Ed wonder if she's even human, but his muscles are too paralyzed by fatigue to move an inch. While Lucy looks perfectly peaceful, it's clear that Ed's physical vessel has finally reached its absolute breaking point. He recognizes the familiar interior of his tent, but the new, high-quality blanket must be another donation from the Elter Guild. Noticing Ed has finally opened his eyes, Lucy immediately continues her healing magic. This collapse is the result of months of reckless training without a single day off. While he was unconscious, Lucy did all the heavy lifting, even collapsing from sleepiness multiple times herself. Eventually, Yanika and Lortel both stumbled upon the sight of Lucy sleeping soundly on top of their precious Ed. It's an annoying sight to them, but since she's his healer, they have no choice but to endure it. Lucy grips his hand tightly. Don't you dare get sick again. Being sick is terrible. People even die from it. She's likely remembering her grandfather, a loss so painful she still can't face it. Suddenly, Zix from the magic department pokes his head into the tent to check on his senior. He mentions he was cooking outside to be helpful, but the sight of Lucy straddling Ed makes him blush and teleport away in a panic. Seriously, just how many girls are constantly surrounding that senior? Zix mutters to himself in disbelief. Then again, strong men naturally attract a crowd of women to Zix. This is just the logical way of the world. It's a surprisingly open-minded perspective on communal living. Ed eventually pushes through his fog to ask why Zix is even there. It turns out Yanika had to head to class, and Lortel was forced to return to the guild to manage her business empire. Time has flown by. The leaves are turning, and even Zix's hair has grown long. As autumn settles in, Zix tries to hand-feed his senior, two grown men feeding each other. Ed's face twists in pure disgust. Get that away from me. It would have been better if Elka or Clara were the ones feeding him. However, Lottie had strictly forbidden any girl from feeding S, so Zix was forced to take on the task. First, it was time for a routine plot check. He asked about the alchemy students who had secretly grown ginseng and caused a total disaster. That troublemaker, Anvira, was at it again. In the end, Taylor and Grabius moved quickly to resolve the entire mess. It seems Act 2, Scene 5, the exploration of the Academy, has concluded quite successfully. Rumors are also spreading about Taylor defeating a monster that snuck into the Academy's underground waterways. Jay and Taylor handled the situation perfectly. Act 2, Scene 7, the demon in the sewers, was also completed without a single hitch. Now, only one major event remains, the negotiation for the sage's secret scripture. S has been unconscious for 10 straight days. Everyone will be shocked to see him awake. However, they can't be by his side today. Senior Janik is still at the academy, preparing for tomorrow's crucial negotiations. S thought only a day or two had passed. He can't believe it has actually been 10 days. Urgency grips him as he orders Zix to send word to Lottie immediately. There is no more time. Just one day after S wakes up, Act 2 Scene 8 begins a sequence filled with dangerous variables. The negotiation for the sage's secret scripture has commenced. The key players include Princess Phonia Elias Gloel and the vice chair of the Elter Merchant Guild. And if the original script holds true, the head of the Rotterdukal family, the final boss of Act 4, has made his appearance. Inside the castle, Phonia eats her steak with a visibly displeased expression. I am glad to see you in such good health. The man speaking is none other than Grafin Roteor. He offers an apology for the trouble his family caused. Because of those scandals, he claims to have exiled Rotter. Grafin Rotter shares the same bloodline as Taylor, a noble of immense dignity and intellect. He rules as the head of the house with absolute power. The deep respect shown by his servants proves his influence, but his eyes tell a different story. This man is a true villain. Grafin turns his cold gaze toward the red-haired girl sitting beside Phonia. He asks if she is indeed the representative of the Elter Merchant Guild. The redhead stands and introduces herself. I am Lottie Kian. It is an honor to be here, despite my many shortcomings. Grafin realizes she is the daughter of the Merchant King, Lottie Elter. He had already heard of her legendary insight and bold spirit. Lottie maintains the polite banter, but she is refreshingly blunt about her nature. Wherever there is profit or a fortune to be made, she will be there. This dinner is a test to verify the sage's secret scripture's condition. Once the payment method is verified and both sides place their bids, the highest price will claim the treasure. The sage's secret scripture is a crown jewel of Sylvania Academy. Naturally, the department head wanted to keep this sale hidden. Financial struggles have forced the Academy's hand. Principal Porus devised a clever plan to solve the crisis. As a princess, Phonia must act as the official witness and guarantor for this secret negotiation. Vice Principal Joan, representing the principal, will chair this clandestine auction. The method is as simple as it gets. Right now, whichever side writes down the highest amount will win the sage's secret scripture. Hearing this, Phonia recalls her research into similar high-level magical transactions. A book of alchemy spells by the legendary sage CA once sold for 8,100 gold coins. The Book of Sloth, a treatise on biological magic held in the Royal Library, is valued at 6,730 gold. The Wizard's Diary, written by Great Mage Glock during his southern expeditions, reached 7,020 gold. It is a matter of inherited magical value, academic research potential, and its status as a luxury artifact. Phonia glances at the red-haired girl. She suspects Lotte has already memorized every transaction record for such books. Then, she looks at Graffin. Phonia predicts that Graffin Rotayer will be the one to walk away with the prize. Once the exchange is over, the vice principal stands to announce the final numbers. Phonia silently contemplates. This is a limitless auction decided by a single, blind bid. The key to this rule is deducing the absolute maximum your opponent is willing to offer. Lotte politely reaffirms that she is only here for the profit. She made her intentions clear from the very start. If profit is her goal, she won't bid a single coin over the book's true value, 8,100 gold. Trying to resell it for more would be nearly impossible, and she would suffer a loss. If Graffin bids just slightly over Lottie's limit of 8,000 gold, the book is his. The vice principal begins to read the results. I will now reveal the bids. From Graffin Roteller. 8,500 gold coins. Just as Phonia suspected, Count Roteller isn't at the Academy for a simple book trade. She wonders why he's so desperate that he'd pay such an astronomical price. The vice principal continues reading Lotell's bid. Lotel Ketchen officially bids 9,400 gold coins, a staggering amount that leaves Phonia breathless. Phonia is stunned because her prediction was off, but even more so because Lotel is a woman driven purely by profit. Why would she pay such a fortune for a single book? Finally, the sage's secret script is awarded to the Elter Merchant Guild. Graffin grinds his teeth in silent fury before leading his group away. The vice principal invites Lotel to sign the final contract. Princess Phonia remains lost in thought. What could Lotel Ketchen possibly be aiming for with this move? Suddenly, a memory flashes back. Lotel had once leaned in and whispered, Princess Phonia, we're allies, aren't we? Was Lotel's goal from the very beginning simply to keep the script out of Graffin's greedy hands? No, she isn't the type to act out of a sense of justice or hidden heroism. Besides, Phonia's suspicions about Graffin are still just theories. Even with her royal status, she lacks any solid evidence. This must be the result of a request or perhaps a direct order from someone else. A mastermind behind Lotel is pulling the strings, someone who knows the Count's dark nature and moved to stop him. Phonia recalls Lotel mentioning that the rumors of S joining the Rayer family were nothing but baseless lies. These pieces start to click. S was exiled from his family and cast out into the unforgiving forest. Despite his exhaustion, S. Rayer fought on with a fierce determination, standing alone against the darkness within his clan. The weight of this revelation is too much. Phonia trembles, her legs nearly giving way beneath her. Her guard rushes to support her as she weakly murmurs, What have I done? Guilt washes over her for causing an innocent man such suffering. Yet, this misunderstanding might just be a blessing in disguise. The scene shifts to Lotel's home as she reviews the contract between the Elter Guild and Sylvania's Porus. The price is set at 9,400 gold, with ownership transferring within 7 days of signing. Lotel carefully applies her makeup while admiring the document she just finalized. She notes that reselling the script to Count Graffin could net her 85,500 gold coins. So, isn't the profit margin nearly 900 gold? Lotel's eyes sparkle with genuine excitement. But after seeing the contents of that letter, whether she resells the book or not doesn't even matter anymore. The letter stated, As long as you secure the script, I will fulfill any request you have. She sighs in admiration. To grant any wish to a merchant? That's a reckless mistake that no ordinary man would ever make. It turns out the one who orchestrated this entire deal was none other than S. Rayer himself. Trading 900 gold for a blank check from S is the deal of a lifetime. Any request? She wonders. Lotel collapses onto her bed, clutching the letter to her chest with a look of pure, ecstatic happiness. If the princess saw this expression on her face, she'd likely be coughing up blood from pure shock. Elsewhere, two young men discuss yesterday's auction. Jiz recounts Lotel's stunned face when he handed her the letter. S knew Lotel had just enough interest in him to bet on information provided by a member of the Rayer family. He lets out a heavy sigh, feeling a twinge of regret for the chaos that's about to unfold. Suddenly, a voice calls out from the distance. Are you awake? It's Janica, racing toward S with a worried look. S asks if she really ran all the way here from the professor's building. Out of breath, Janica explains that her morning classes are over, and she'll handle her homework later tonight. Touched by her care, S sincerely apologizes for making her worry, as Jay already filled him in on the details. Janica frantically waves her hands, trying to play it cool, but Jay isn't about to let her off the hook. He reveals how she ran around the academy crying, sparking rumors that she was suffering from a broken heart. A bright red Janica pinches Jay's cheek, begging him to stop, but he mentions her barging into the faculty rooms. Before he can finish, an embarrassed Janica summons her spirit to gag him and drags him away. She waves goodbye to S, telling him to stay warm in the cold. S is left speechless by the chaotic duo. Suddenly, the spirit muck pops its head out of Janica's hair and scurries over to S. It weeps, apologizing to its master S for failing to realize he was pushing himself to the point of collapse. Janica strictly warned her spirit not to disturb Ed's recovery before getting flustered. From the shadows, Lortel noted that Ed had been unconscious for 10 full days. Ed agreed casually until the shock of losing 10 days finally hit him hard. While he slept, the meat rotted and his fishing nets were completely ruined. With a heavy sigh, Ed realized he had to restart his food gathering immediately. Knowing Ed's stubborn work ethic, Janica stepped up to offer her full support. Lortel also offered to hunt or craft wood before her busy exams began. Tackling these tasks together reminded Ed of the lonely trials he once endured. He remembered living under a crude wooden shelter made of forest scraps. Back then, he braved the darkness and biting insects with no one to help. Looking at his friends, Ed smiled, knowing things would finally be okay. Marilda watched Ed's exhaustion with a heavy heart before turning to Janica. Their conversation was mid-flow, as Janica sought Marilda's agreement on the matter. Marilda declared this the perfect chance while that sly fox Lortel was busy. Since the fox was clever, Marilda insisted Janica learn her manipulative ways. To truly capture a man's heart, she needed to adopt a fox-like charm. She criticized Janica's rustic appearance, claiming she looked too much like a country girl. Janica looked at her old clothes, but Marilda called the look absolutely perfect. Confused, Janica wondered why she needed to change if her clothes were ideal. Marilda explained that men love the contrast between a girl's inner and outer self. She suggested acting cold while maintaining an elegant, seductive aura to keep him hooked. Marilda commanded her to roll up her sleeves and fix her hair immediately. She needed to embody the loyal wife who stands by her man during hardship. Marilda sent her off, demanding that Janica make a decisive move today. Despite Marilda's love expert status, her high-level spirit advice confused poor Janica. Frustrated by her innocence, Marilda snapped and demanded to hear Janica's actual plan. What was her strategy for when she finally reached the camp? Seeing the spirit's fury, Janica stuttered, clearly having no real plan of her own. Marilda stood speechless, realizing Janica hadn't understood a single word she said. A frustrated roar erupted from Marilda, sending terrified birds flying across the forest. The spirit lamented Janica's inability to seize such a rare and perfect opportunity. Ed was becoming a powerhouse. Such a moment of weakness would never happen again. The intensity of Marilda's shouting nearly reduced the poor girl to tears. Marilda insisted that staying by someone during their lowest point guaranteed a win. Even if it felt cunning, Janica had to be his sole supporter now. Fearing more anger, Janica quickly hushed the spirit and whispered her secret plan. Marilda finally calmed down, leaning in to hear what the naive girl devised. Though the details were whispered, Marilda found the proposed plan surprisingly intriguing. Later that night, Ed finished every last drop of the soup Janica made. It surpassed Zig's cooking, but Ed knew he needed rest to regain energy. Retiring to his room, Ed vowed not to show Janica his lingering exhaustion, but the fever surged back, and Ed collapsed onto his bed for sleep. A sudden creak at the door revealed Janica, her eyes filled with concern. Surprised to see her still there, Ed questioned why she hadn't gone home. Janica sat by his bedside with a warm smile, claiming she had no motives. Janica gazes at his weary face, her voice a gentle whisper. You don't have to pretend to be fine. When your body breaks, your mind follows. Everyone has their limits. But I know you. You have worked harder than anyone else to get here. Even when I was drowning in struggle, others reached out to pull me up. In the end, that kindness is what truly made me strong. You don't need someone to rush in with empty words. Sometimes, just having someone silently by your side is enough. You have given it your all, haven't you? You did well. Ed stares back at Janica, his silence urging her that such kindness isn't necessary. Janica simply smiles, insisting that he must first admit his own pain before his soul can truly find peace and rest. Just admit it. You are exhausted. Hearing those words, Ed finally lets go, sinking his heavy head into the pillow as his eyes drift shut. Yeah. Everything is so difficult. It's all just so hard. With that final confession, he slips into a deep, dreamless sleep. At dawn, Ed awakens to find Janica fast asleep beside his bed. Seeing her peaceful, drooling face, a genuine smile breaks across his lips. His strength has finally returned. The system interface flickers to life. Skill Detail Intermediate Craftsman, Woodworking Skill. Dexterity Level 14, Design Level 10, Gathering Level 13, Woodworking Level 13, Construction Level 6, Hunting Level 10, Cooking Level 6, and Repair Level 5. Advanced Crafting Techniques unlocked. Spirit Fusion and Magic Engineering. Regarding Magic Engineering, Proficiency Level 2, Insight Level 3, and Quick Crafting Level 3. His collection of specialized tools is growing. Light Breeze Fan Level 1, Mountain Echo Generator Level 1, and Automatic Magic Chessboard Level 1. Drying his hair, Ed ponders his next move. He only has 10 days to make significant progress according to his original plan. Magic engineering is the key to boosting his core stats, offering a versatility that standard skills simply cannot match. The bottleneck is clear. Self-study only goes so far, limiting the number of high-tier magic artifacts he can produce. Most legendary magic formulas are locked behind the main story quests as exclusive rewards. But for someone like Ed, who avoids the main plot's chaos like the plague, obtaining those rewards is nearly impossible. He recalls that Taylor has zero interest in magic tech. Even with the formulas, the hero could never create anything useful. The required materials are notoriously rare, usually only appearing in the final chapters of the main storyline. However, Ed holds a secret advantage. He can procure any material imaginable, even those from another world entirely. As Ed remains lost in thought, the sharp voice of Lortel breaks his concentration. What has got you so deep in thought? I am just glad you have recovered. I was worried sick. Ed smiles, relieved to see her looking vibrant. Lortel leaps down from a tree, letting out a weary sigh. Despite her energetic entrance, she admits she is actually exhausted. Managing the fallout and untangling the mess has taken its toll. She takes a seat right beside Ed. With Elter gone, Lortel explains that keeping the old name is pointless. She plans to reorganize everything into a new merchant band. She needs iron-fisted leaders to manage the laborers, the gold, the trade routes, and the complex diplomacy. And there is one specific, crucial position she needs to fill immediately. Ed catches her drift immediately. She isn't just looking for an ally, she is inviting him to take the lead. Blushing fiercely, Lortel asks for his thoughts. She is already daydreaming about them waking up and running the guild together every single day. She continues her pitch, promising that the benefits of this partnership are far beyond anything he can imagine. She offers Ed co-ownership of the Elter assets and a share of her private fortune in her mind. This is practically a marriage proposal. Lortel hides her flaming face in her hands. Goodness, listen to me. Why am I rambling like this? Haha. Ed looks at the girl beside him, his voice steady. Lortel, don't you think you are going a bit too far with this? Lortel pulls her cloak tight, challenging him. You think I am acting on a whim? You clearly do not understand how I feel at all. You cannot just ignore a decision this massive, or treat a girl's genuine feelings as a passing moment. Lortel sighs, guessing that Ed wants to maintain their strictly professional, fair trade relationship. But in a world where gold changes hands like shadows, betrayal is the only constant. If you do not strike first, you are the one betrayed. Lortel looks Ed in the eye. If we have to live a lifetime like that, what do you think we truly need? She leans in, her voice heavy with conviction. I need someone who will never betray me. Someone who will always be there. She reaches out and grasps his hand, her words dripping with a desperate, soul-deep sincerity to capture his heart. Even if the empire I built crumbles to dust, or the entire world turns against me, I need to know you will never leave. Ed gazes at the girl holding his hand. For any other man, this would be a soulmate. But for Lortel, a woman who has witnessed the rise and fall of legends, this was everything. The haunting reality hit home one day. She too could fall into this very same abyss. Ache stared down at her trembling hands. It was a primal fear, one that had been lurking in the shadows of her heart all along. Lotte turned to him, her voice a soft, desperate plea. I don't want anything else, she whispered. Just stay by my side. She wore a mask of gentleness, but Ed remained unmoved. Cut the act, Lottie. Drop the smirk and tell me why you're really here. Realizing her cover was blown, Lottie burst into laughter. She had been so close to weaving her web around him. Ed sighed, shaking his head at her antics. Her raised voice had given her away. This girl was as cunning as a fox. Lot pouted, her eyes shimmering with feigned hurt. I have feelings too, you know. My pride is at stake here. So, did I make your heart skip a beat? Surely this level of charm was enough to steal your heart, wasn't it? Her voice trailed off into a soft murmur. What a shame. But believe me, not everything I said was a lie. Ed gazed at her in silence before looking away. His path was clear. He was determined to graduate from Sylvania Academy. He wouldn't leave, not until the very end. As for life after graduation, that was a future he hadn't yet written. A smirk played on Lottie's lips. She stood up gracefully, her eyes flashing with determination. Fine. I can wait for you, Ed. You don't have a choice, she teased with a hint of steel. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't let it slip. Her joy at seeing him again was radiant. Lottie pulled out a letter, playfully waving it in front of his face like a prize. Ed knew exactly where this was going. He let out a weary sigh as a sense of impending dread began to knot in his stomach. Something felt off, a nagging weight pressing down on his chest. A storm was brewing, and he was right in its path. Lottie clutched the letter, her eyes closed in deep thought. Suddenly, she turned and pressed it into his hands. From now on, you're mine. Her grand confession was ready, but Ed's troubled expression stopped her cold. Her perfect plan was crumbling before it even began. Fearing her composure would break, she turned to leave immediately. She couldn't let him see the sadness flickering in her eyes. She had even brought funds for advanced materials, but the awkwardness was too much. In a flustered panic, she hid the money in the bushes, but as she approached the thicket, the door creaked open. There stood Janica, stepping right out of Ed's cabin. Janica was humming a tune, clutching a pillow to her chest while planning Ed's snacks. Her smile froze the moment she saw Lottie. The air crackled with sudden tension. There is nothing more explosive than a surprise face-off between two romantic rivals. Why is my senior coming out of his house? Lotte demanded. Janica countered instantly. And why are you lurking by the river, Lotte? For Ed, this was the dawn of a catastrophe. Elsewhere, oblivious to the drama, Ed was busy splitting logs while Meru hovered nearby. Master, you've barely eaten today. If you collapse from exhaustion again, my head is on the chopping block. Please, stay healthy for my sake. I want our contract to last for a very, very long time, Master Ed. Ed nodded, trying to drown out the rambling. It felt less like a concern and more like he was getting a lecture from a parent. Fate is a cruel mistress. Seeing Meru on the verge of tears, Ed quickly apologized before turning his attention to the letters he held. Thanks to Zygmunt and Janica, his winter stores were finally full. Food and firewood were no longer a concern. Lotte had even helped finish the interior. But 3 mysterious letters, delivered just before his collapse, still weighed heavily on his mind. The first was from Lottie. It was a chilling warning, stay alert, for no one knew what LT Cahaland was plotting. The second came from Princess Phanerix. She had urgent news regarding the movements of the elusive Glast. The final letter bore the Academy's seal. Ed's heart skipped a beat when he saw the sender, Professor Glast himself. The professor had requested a private meeting after the conference. Unfortunately, Ed's sudden collapse had made that meeting impossible. Why was he being summoned now? Professor Glast was the ultimate antagonist of Act 2, and the final chapter was about to begin. Ed struggled to recall the details. The memories of Act 2's climax were frustratingly blurred in his mind. Glast was a fanatic, convinced that only a select few geniuses could reshape the world and resurrect the legendary sage Sylvania. He had delved deep into forbidden sage magic ancient powers, capable of shattering the very laws of the universe. To complete his ritual, he needed the sage's scripture. But the Academy had already blundered, falling into Lottie's trap and selling it. Driven to desperation, Glast stole the scripture. His plan? To host Sylvania's soul within Ayla's body and usher in a new golden age. It was the scheme of a madman. Yet, in the original story, Taylor had braved the secret labs to save Ayla from this fate. The final confrontation took place in the Soul Library, ending with Glast's tragic fall from the heights of the Magic Tower. Even as his dark ambitions crumbled, the professor's final actions had been nothing short of extraordinary. A man who spent his life hunting for genius, only to die in pursuit of a dream. But his final words? They remained lost in the fog of memory. The climax of Act 2 is finally here. The subjugation of Professor Glast centers on the sage's secret scripture and the resonance ritual. It all began with a sinister act. Professor Glast kidnapped his very own teaching assistant, Ayla. Deep within a cold dungeon, Ayla is trapped with her brother. She still hasn't realized the nightmare she's walked into. The monsters lurking in these shadows are terrifying. Ayla stares at the youth before her, realizing he is the source of this horror. How could you do this? I trusted you. Sayor simply turns away, his actions pushing past the point of no return. They were taken together. The protagonist recalls the original plot in this timeline. He is also a prisoner of fate. The curtain rises on the hunt for Professor Glast. For 3 days, the main character has been buried in deep thought and preparation. He managed to catch up on all the work missed during his 10-day slumber. However, his body is far from recovered. 10 days without training means his magic stats are stagnant. The expedition has started, yet he still lacks the power to truly compete. To master high-level magic tech, blueprints and rare materials are non-negotiable. Staring at his latest work, a flash of inspiration hits him. There is a secret way to force his magic tech stats to skyrocket. The final battle against Glast takes place across 4 distinct locations. The third gate is the deadliest, the secret laboratory. Its boss, Ja, of the Soul Library, possesses overwhelming power. She is a calamity that cannot be defeated without the sacred ritual of the Holy Sword. He will leave that monster to Taylor. S is interested in a much different treasure hidden within the soul library. That library holds countless priceless formulas. He remembers at least 20 scripts, including 2 for legendary tier magic items. S watches Janica as she stays busy in the kitchen. He knows the path ahead is suicide if he goes alone. But with the right allies, everything will fall into place. At Sylvania Academy, Glast makes a shocking announcement. Elle and Ayla are being fast-tracked to Class A next semester. This year is overflowing with talent. Moving up now won't hinder your growth, so there is nothing to fear. Class A is expanding from 3 students to 5. Suddenly, Ziggs stands up, his voice cutting through the silence. When Glass questions him, Ziggs admits his hesitation. I feel awkward saying this, Professor. Is talent the only standard? Can't effort unlock unexpected potential? These words cause Glast's expression to turn cold. Are you suggesting I am looking down on them? That I am ignoring their hard work and blocking their path? Sensing the killing intent, Lortel quickly bows and apologizes. That wasn't my meaning at all, Professor. Glass lecture continues with a sharp edge. The best way to ruin a life is to validate mediocre talent and push it too fast. Before they even stepped foot in Sylvania, Glast had already judged every student's worth. His obsession with raw talent has made him a monster of arrogance. It all traces back to the tragedy of his own daughter. Murray was Glast's only child. She was a perfectly ordinary mage, yet he placed the weight of the world on her shoulders. To any other father, such high hopes might be normal. But for Glast, it was a slow-acting poison. Murray didn't see a father when she looked at him. She only saw the cold, demanding dean of the magic department. Desperate for his approval, she joined a dangerous conquest and died far too young. Since then, Glast has been haunted by the idea of talent. Most of his tenure at Sylvania has been a cover. He is searching for the forbidden mystery known as the Holy Mage. But when you look into his blood-stained past, his true motive is revealed. He isn't after the magic itself. He is hunting for the one who gave birth to that power, the legendary sage, Ludlow. Lortel realizes the terrifying truth. Ayla is just a tool for his twisted research. As Lortel's mind spins, Glast suddenly calls her name, Miss Lortel Ketcheln. He pauses, reconsidering his words. Never mind. This is a private matter. We will speak tomorrow. Lortel's heart hammers against her ribs. Is he really after the sage's secret scripture? That book is the key to unlocking holy magic. No matter the cost, she must claim ownership of the scripture first. At the same time, S's instructor finally calls an end to the day's lesson. S is fixated on the upcoming ownership ceremony. It's a high-stakes gamble, but he has to make his move now. The plan is simple. Follow Taylor through the 5 gates, rescue Ayla, and scavenge the legendary items left in her wake. His primary target is the 3rd gate. He must strip the soul library of every single magic tech artifact it holds. S checks his inventory one last time. The Eye of Glock is ready, a tool to temporarily surge his magic power and sharpen his senses to the limit. Denhim's hourglass artifact likely possesses the power to rewind time itself. It restores one's state to seconds prior, making it incredibly broken. However, its rare materials make crafting nearly impossible. Since these items only appear during the story's endgame, they are currently useless for a hero like Taylor. Ed decides to take them anyway. After observing Taylor's performance, he heads back to his cabin. The preparations are complete. Professor Glast's subjugation begins tomorrow, coinciding with the sage's scripture ceremony. Ed informs Janica that something is missing in the tunnels, urging them to investigate together. He assumed Janica hated dark, cramped spaces, yet she agrees with unexpected burning enthusiasm. Perhaps she's just worried about him. Ed feels slightly embarrassed, but with such a reliable partner, the plan is perfect. Suddenly, Assistant Claire arrives. Professor Glast has summoned Ed to his office immediately. Janica mentioned Claire has been lurking around the cabin lately. What could Glast want just one day before the ceremony? Ed is swamped with work. Why would the professor call for him at a time like this? He previously ignored Glast's letter due to sheer exhaustion. This summons must involve something critically important. Inside Glast's office, Ayla stands in a defensive stance, demanding to know why Ed is there. Ed sighs at her hostility. He hasn't even moved, yet her reaction is completely over the top. For 10 long months, their relationship had been a disaster, especially after she was targeted by Ed's arrow. Regardless, Ayla is destined to be kidnapped tomorrow. Ed wonders why Glast has gathered them both here now. A sudden realization hits him. Ed rushes forward, scanning the stacks of papers on the professor's desk. He searches desperately, hoping to find records regarding the research on the sage's scripture. According to his knowledge, nothing here should change the future. He frantically tosses papers aside, searching for clues. Finally, he finds a detailed dossier on Ed Rotayor. He stares at the data in stunned silence. This report was written by Assistant Claire. Glast clearly knows everything Ed did at Ohias Hall. But how does this connect to the current situation? Suddenly, Professor Glast enters, radiating pure, cold fury. Glast clenches his fists. Seeing the threat, Ed draws his blade and takes a combat stance against the professor. Ayla rushes to Glast for protection, but he casts a time prison to trap her. Ed immediately hurls a dagger. At first, the professor looks down on the simple blade with utter contempt. But when he notices the engravings, his face pales. The dagger strikes, triggering a massive, earth-shaking explosion. Yet, the professor remains unscathed. He praises Ed's quick wits and fluid combat reactions. Glast is impressed. Ed scanned his notes so quickly. However, mere records shouldn't have revealed his true intentions. Ed ducks behind the desk. He asks if this intense pressure is truly necessary. He knows Glast only needs Ayla's sensitivity to holy magic to achieve his goals. Glast has what he needs. Ed offers to remain silent, knowing the professor will stop at nothing for his objective. Ed realizes that even if he escapes, Glast will never stop hunting him. Such a pursuit could spiral out of control and ruin the entire story's progression. If captured here, Ed would be locked in the secret lab with Ayla. It's a direct shortcut to Act 3. Weighing his options, Ed makes a bold choice. He stands up and allows Professor Glast to capture him. Precisely as planned, Glast activates the time prison, sealing Ed within its temporal walls. Glast was skeptical that someone living in the wild could excel academically. It's as if Ed has 48 hours a day. His assistant frequently brought this up, unable to believe the main character's impossible academic results. Observing Ed's battles through the crystal ball, Glast admits Ed's combat intuition is nothing short of extraordinary. Yet, he labels it a low-class style, one that relies on meticulous observation and dirty tactics. This isn't raw talent. It's the result of agonizing effort. Glast watches Ed's calm demeanor inside the cage. Seeing Ed's lack of fear reminds the professor of something precious he lost long ago. He remembers his daughter, who vowed to forge her own path. Haunted by the memory, Glast sighs in sorrow. While the professor is distracted by his grief, a spirit suddenly emerges from Ed's body. A brilliant streak of light shoots across the academy, heading straight for Ed's cabin in the woods. Inside the wooden cabin, Janica stirs her soup while waiting for Ed. She stares into the pot, worrying that he is running quite late today. An old man records the final chapters of his life. My magical crusade across the southern continent finally concluded as I prepared to leave this world. I have come to realize that the infinite depths of magic hold many secrets still hidden from my mortal eyes. I am unworthy of the title Archmage. My master, Savinia, was taken by the cold embrace of death far too soon. In my memories, she remains eternally beautiful. Looking back, even our quietest, dullest days were filled with profound, life-changing events. Sorrow consumed my heart the day I lost her. That grief has only settled and deepened with the passing of many years. Now, only a faded photograph remains. For one who has lived this long, waves of nostalgia often strike, without warning. Sometimes, the crushing weight of regret takes over, shattering all order and distorting the very fabric of truth itself. A desperate longing to see Savenia's face often resurfaces unexpectedly. But once something is lost to time, it is gone forever. Unfortunately, those haunted by such grief have no choice but to forge their souls into something unbreakable. So, be strong. These are my final words to you. Lucy, this is Glock's preface to his legendary Southern Continent expedition. Little Lucy lies on the roof, gazing at the stars. She misses him more than anyone could ever possibly imagine. Glock accepted his end with such serene calm that Lucy had no choice but to let him go in peace. Will the agony of loss ever truly heal? Can the deep scars on a soul ever fully vanish into the past? A bag of jerky is her only distraction from the loneliness. Lucy opens it, only to find a hollow, empty void inside. Suddenly, her attention shifts to the girl cooking nearby. It is Janica, lost in her own thoughts. Lucy sees Janica's hidden rage. Ed has revealed everything to her. Meanwhile, at Chip Hall, a secret sealing ceremony is underway. Scholars act as the sellers, while merchants are the buyers. Only the most influential figures of both worlds have gathered here. Within the hall, every eye is fixed on the two titans leading this high-stakes, secret negotiation. It is Lottie Ketchen, president of the Elter Guild, and Obel Forcius, the powerful principal of Sylvania Academy. Loti silently studies the principal. His weathered face and stoic expression are a far cry from Graffin's predictable nature. After negotiating for the sage's scripture, Graffin approached her for a deal. Handing off the artifact was her plan from the very beginning. Yet, this profit was not the real reason behind the complex web of lies she told Princess Fonia. Lotte set the price at 12,000 gold coins, and Graffin accepted the staggering fee without a single moment of hesitation. After the deal, Graffin rose with a smirk, revealing that Elter had already dispatched a group of mercenaries to Sylvania. He warned Lotte to watch her back, advising her to ensure everything goes perfectly smooth this time around. Lottie sensed his cold hostility immediately, but to her, his unfriendly attitude was a completely irrelevant factor. Information on Elter is priceless, and she has already found a third party to buy the scripture. All preparations are complete. Back at the ceremony, Professor Glast presides as Obel Fortius officially relinquishes his ownership of the sage's scripture. Lottie is called forward to become its new master. She reaches out, her hand finally touching the legendary ancient relic. A satisfied smile plays on her lips. Finally, she has the leverage she needs to make the protagonist hers. Disaster strikes. Professor Glast suddenly attacks the crowd, seizing the scripture before vanishing. Lotte watches her golden opportunity fly away. Even though Taylor is nowhere to be found, the gears of fate continue to turn without a single hitch. The final act of the glass subjugation war begins. In a secret lab, Ayla weeps while staying wary of Ed. "Why are you here? I hate you," she cries, knowing Professor Glast has surely secured the sage's scripture by now. He turns to threaten Ayla. "Keep screaming like that, and the beast in the pipes will wake up for a snack." He is a mad researcher obsessed with the forbidden arts of holy magic. Standing outside, he scoffs. "You're lucky. Professor Glast ordered us not to experiment on you yet. You're too valuable." Ed simply stares back with cold, biting disdain. "Is that so?" he replies, completely unfazed. Seeing Ed's calm, the researcher warns them. He will be watching their every move while he studies his dark documents. Ed quietly takes a seat in the corner of his cage. Powerless for now, he has no choice but to wait. He waits for Taylor to lead the raid and ignite chaos. The library Taylor stormed is likely already in ruins. From those ruins, Ed only needs to secure the copied magic formulas to ensure his master plan is a success. Now, Ed just has to sit back and wait for the fruit to fall. He does not need to lift a finger, yet the eerie smoothness of it all makes Ed uneasy. He calls out to Ayla, but she erupts in a terrified scream. "Take one more step and I'll scream. I'll bite my tongue off." "Stay back. Don't come any closer. I'm dead serious. Do I look like I'm joking?" Ed was reaching his limit with this girl. He had zero ill intentions. "If I actually planned on hurting you, do you really think I'd let a perfect chance like this slip away?" Ayla refused to listen, her screams echoing until Ed snapped, telling her to shut up and sit tight. Taylor would be here soon. Ayla wept, offended that he dared call Taylor so casually by his name. Ed simply watched her, his expression cold and unwavering. "Ayla, I apologize for the entrance exam incident. I had my reasons, and I did save you during the Glasgow disaster. Even if you can't bring yourself to trust me, at least trust Taylor. He's definitely coming to rescue you." Ayla froze in shock. An apology from the infamous Ed Rothstaler? Suddenly, Meru spiraled in from the darkness. "Master, are you all right? Are you injured? There's a scratch on your hand. Did the mana resonance cause any internal damage? Is your vision still clear? What about your hearing or your sense of smell? Any issues? Are your fingers and toes intact? Any signs of exhaustion, dizziness, or an irregular heartbeat? I tracked your mana signature here, but your spirit sensitivity is so average it took me forever to find you. Please forgive me, Master. I'm so sorry I couldn't get to your side sooner." Meru wailed while firing off a barrage of frantic questions. Ed pulled the spirit close, rubbing its head as he asked where it had been. Then, Ed offered a rare word of praise, telling Meru it had done a great job just by finding him. Ayla gaped in disbelief. Ed's basic mana capacity was supposed to be bottom tier, making spirit manipulation a physical impossibility for him. Seeing him with a personal spirit bound to his soul left her utterly speechless. Ignoring her, Ed kept petting Meru. "This is none of your business." Ayla ignored the cold shoulder, begging him to use the spirit to signal for help, but Ed refused instantly. He didn't want to invite any more unpredictable variables into this mess. Meru noted that while safety wasn't guaranteed, its emergency reporting training was second to none. It had only taken half a day of frantic searching to pinpoint this exact location. Between dodging gum researchers and lethal monsters, nearly 2 full days had already slipped by. Meru shuddered, recalling Janika's terrifyingly beautiful face. Her frigid, silent rage was enough to freeze the blood. It wasn't just her that fox-like merchant and the hooded witch were surprisingly ready to join forces. Those three together wielded the destructive power of a private army. "Don't worry, Master. The rescue party will find their way down." Meru smiled, suggesting they simply wait in peace. It expected a reward, but Ed's reaction was a total 180. Ed's gentle petting turned into a sudden, crushing grip on the spirit's head. "You useless blockhead." With a powerful throw, he launched Meru out of the cell before lunging forward to rattle the iron bars violently. "Hey, old man, researcher, I've changed my mind. I can't stay here anymore. Let me out. I'm serious." The guard turned back with a scowl. "Ed Rothstaler, keep it down or you'll wake the monsters in the next ward." As Ed continued to scream, the old man let out a mocking laugh. Beneath that arrogant mask, the boy was just a pathetic coward. The researcher ordered Ed to shut his mouth and walked away. Ayla sat up, bewildered by Ed's sudden explosion of panic. "Weren't you the one telling me to stay calm?" Just then, Meru floated back, clutching a set of keys. Ed's tantrum was a brilliant feint to lower the guard's guard. He snatched the keys and stepped out of the cage instantly. Ayla tried to follow, But before she could cross the threshold, Ed slammed the door shut, locking her back inside. Ed turned back to her, his voice dropping to a chilling whisper. Listen carefully. From now on, only answer with yes or no. This place is crawling with failed experiments and deadly artifacts. It's a death trap. For now, you do exactly as I say. If they find me gone, tell them I abandoned you and fled. They won't waste effort hurting a helpless hostage. Besides, with that leg, you'd only be a liability, right? Ayla tried to protest. But Ed's sharp glare cut her off. A murderous aura flared in his eyes. Terrified by his sudden ferocity, Ayla didn't dare utter another word. Good, stay still and stay quiet. With those final words, Ed vanished into the dark corridor. Every move was calculated. Despite the risks, Ed's stats had finally reached a level he could rely on. He was confident his knowledge of the future could bypass most obstacles, but some variables remained dangerously unpredictable. He could handle Janica or Lortel interfering in the rescue, but the thought of Lucy getting involved sent a chill down his spine. Lucy's presence was a trigger for Bad Ending 27, a catastrophic event that should never be activated. Consequently, Seong didn't pay much attention to his surroundings. A tragic ending is inevitable if the conditions are met specifically. The fateful encounter between Professor Glast and Lucy. Gritting his teeth, Taylor sprints from the dungeon at breakneck speed. He must stop Lucy from reaching this place at all costs. While Jis is focused on physical training, a bloodied and battered Taylor staggers toward him. Taylor begs Jis for help to rescue Ayla, an event that unfolds exactly as dictated by the original game's storyline. According to the plot, with the aid of his allies, Taylor will hunt Professor Glast through the underground sewers to uncover his hidden laboratory. These are the necessary steps to take. Though the script feels familiar, strange anomalies are beginning to surface within the narrative. Lortel holds her position at the main hall, while Janica moves toward the sewers where Professor Glast made his daring escape. The Soul Library stands eerily empty. Meanwhile, our protagonist, Seong, navigates the monster research zone toward the central laboratory. Events must unfold in a precise sequence. There's a mountain of work to finish, especially within the monster research sector. Danger lurks everywhere, as countless monsters have been unleashed within this restricted zone by the culprit. Fortunately, the protagonist's party is heading in the opposite direction, staying safely outside the immediate danger zone. This allows them to bypass the threat with ease, a stroke of incredible luck in such a dire situation. However, the ultimate outcome, a happy ending or total ruin, hinges entirely on whether Lucy crosses paths with Professor Glast. Seong prepares to infiltrate the Soul Library, now guarded by Jenna, an adversary of overwhelming power. Having studied this place extensively, the protagonist is already well acquainted with Jenna's deadly patrol patterns. If he can somehow defeat Jenna, the experience points and rare items he'd gain would be astronomical. Of course, as the narrative progresses, the enemies will only become more formidable and difficult to handle. Soon, foes will appear that can only be toppled through seamless teamwork and Taylor's legendary swordsmanship. If Taylor fails to gain the necessary experience for these trials, completing the mission will become an impossible dream. Act 2 is the era of Taylor's awakening. To survive, he must master a new array of essential combat skills. Taylor is destined to personally slay the demons within the lab and the abominations prowling the dark sewers. Facing the Soul Library's guardian, Jenna, will be his ultimate trial, a grueling path fraught with immense hardship. Lacking raw power for now, it's vital to rely on strategic equipment and high-tier magic tools to clear the main quest. Seong grabs a rank C magic box capable of conjuring lightning, while Jenna hums a haunting tune on her patrol nearby. Crouched beneath a desk, Seong devises a plan to sabotage the library's lighting to move undetected through the shadows. His eyes linger on the rare loot upon the shelves, but the hunt for Professor Glast must take priority over greed. His companion urges him to seize the moment. Jenna has moved on, leaving a brief opening for his escape. Thinking he's safe, Seong makes his move only for a violent tremor to strike, sending books cascading around him in chaos. Shock colors his face. This earthquake was never part of the original game's scripted storyline. The noise alerts Jenna instantly. 30 minutes prior, at Triz Hall, Lortel was busy unleashing her fury on an unfortunate soul. Fury blazes within her. The latest transaction has gone completely south, defying all of her careful expectations. To let the sage's scripture be stolen right under the noses of esteemed professors is an absolute, unforgivable disgrace. The principal promises its return, though it may take time, urging Lortel to maintain her composure for just a bit longer. Whatever Professor Glast is plotting, the consequences will be nothing short of disastrous for him in the end. Lortel demands an explanation, prompting the principal to reveal the 3 ultimate taboos of the magical world. First, the pursuit of immortality. Second, the resurrection of the dead. And third, the forbidden act of reversing time. Lortel screams in realization Glast is trying to revive the dead. She demands the principal intervene before it's too late. The principal calmly explains that a man of Glast's immense caliber could change the world for better or worse. His success could propel humanity toward progress or plunge the entire world into an era of darkness. Yet, Glast's fanatical obsession with the teachings of the sage Sylvania remains a deeply disturbing mystery. Perhaps it stems from his daughter, Muri, who perished from mana backlash while pursuing magic far beyond her innate talent. Resurrection is a fool's errand, yet the sage's scripture offers a glimmer of hope Glast is willing to sacrifice everything for. Softly, the principal asks Lortel if she shares his grim perspective on the professor's hidden motives. Suddenly, a messenger bursts in with dire news. Taylor has officially begun his pursuit of Professor Glast. The professor is hiding in the sewers with the scripture, and he's taken Ayla and Rayer as his helpless hostages. The news of Ed's abduction shatters Lortel's composure completely. Rage flickers in her eyes as she realizes the man she cares for is in danger. She casts a sharp glance toward the principal, who vows to reclaim the sage's scripture for the academy. His promise hangs in the air, a heavy weight of responsibility. He claims that by pursuing Professor Glast, they will surely save Ed. For now, Lortel is told to wait, though every second feels like an eternity. Suddenly, a violent tremor ripples through the ground. The very foundation of the academy seems to groan under immense pressure. Lortel rushes to the window, peering through her binoculars at the sewer entrance. There, Janica is unleashing her spirits, turning the darkness into a sea of raging flames. Seeing Janica taking such direct action, Lortel's patience finally snaps. She refuses to sit idly by while others charge into the fray. The situation has turned far more chaotic than anticipated. It's time for her to step in and secure the sage's scripture herself. Lortel turns to the crowd in the hall, her voice commanding and cold. She orders the weak to stay behind while the elite prepare to follow her lead. The hunt has officially begun, and Lortel is leading the charge. Meanwhile, at the underground entrance stands Dorothy, captain of the 53rd Alchemy Squad. Her combat prowess is legendary, striking fear into the hearts of her own peers. She is a wall that few would dare to challenge. Even top-tier prodigies like Ankemia and Norden sought her out for guidance. Her experience and alchemical mastery were unrivaled among the students. Yet, back in her first year, she was nothing more than an unremarkable student. Her rise to power was a slow burn that many failed to notice. It was Professor Glast who unearthed her hidden potential and forged her into a weapon. To her, he is more than a teacher. He is her ultimate benefactor. Her loyalty to Glast is absolute and unwavering. She believes that even in this madness, the professor must have a righteous reason. Though his true motives remain a mystery, she is determined to shield him. She will hold this line against any intruder, no matter the cost. She even volunteered for this dangerous guard duty to prove her devotion. However, standing before Janica's high-tier spirits, her impressive profile means nothing. A single, earth-shattering roar from the spirit is all it takes. Dorothy is knocked unconscious before the battle can even begin. Janica searches for any sign of Ed, but the tunnels are empty and cold. She hops down, trying to navigate the confusing, winding paths of the underground. She takes a sharp left, then a right, twisting through the dark corridors. The labyrinthine tunnels begin to blur together in a dizzying maze. Suddenly, she finds Dorothy slumped on the ground at her feet. Confused, Janica wonders why the girl is sleeping in such a damp place. She's certain she isn't the one who caused this. "Oh, how wrong you are, Lady Janica. You're the one who knocked her out." Worried the girl might catch a cold, Janica kindly covers her with a blanket. Unfortunately, she drapes it over Dorothy's head instead of her body. Moments later, Lortel's group arrives on the scene. Lortel's eyes narrow as she spots Janica standing amidst the debris. Aside from the legendary Lucy, Janica is the most fearsome talent in the academy. Her spiritual authority is a force that even the professors respect. She has the power to level these sewers just to ensure Ed's safety. Her determination is as terrifying as the spirits she commands. Since Janica hasn't found Ed yet, Lortel's mind begins to wander. She imagines Janica saving him, followed by a romantic proposal and a grand wedding. The thought sends a wave of irritation through Lortel's heart. Usually, she is the pinnacle of logic and icy calculation. But whenever Ed is involved, her legendary composure melts away. She becomes a girl driven by jealousy rather than cold, hard facts. She approaches Janica with a forced smile, claiming Ed has already been rescued. It's a bold-faced lie designed to throw her rival off the scent. She claims Ed was badly hurt and is currently resting at the forest cabin. Most importantly, she lies that Ed is calling out for Janica to nurse him. Lortel's goal is simple: trick Janica into leaving so she can find Ed first. But Janica isn't as naive as she looks. Janica was the first one here. There's no way Ed could have been moved without her knowing. She sees right through the deception, but Lortel doesn't even flinch. Janica's tone turns serious as she tells Lortel that now is not the time for games. The tension between the two girls is thick enough to cut with a blade. Janica has no intention of letting Lortel join her search. She once thought of asking Lucy for help, but the girl is too busy napping. Lucy has always been a wild card, ignoring orders to follow her own whims. She's a force of nature that no one can truly control. With things getting complicated, Janica decides to finish this rescue mission alone. She won't let anyone else reach him first. She effectively declares war on Lortel, racing to be Ed's savior. Lortel scoffs, saying there's no time for petty squabbles. Despite her words, Lortel's competitive fire is fully ignited. She accepts the challenge with a sharp, determined smirk. Lortel leaves her subordinates behind as the two girls dash in opposite directions. The race is on who will reach the protagonist first. Deep within the tunnels, Ed is desperately praying for the tremors to stop. He's trapped in the middle of a literal earthquake. Suddenly, a massive crack splits the ceiling wide open. A burst of overwhelming power descends, crushing the enemy beneath a mountain of debris. The culprit is none other than Lucy, appearing out of nowhere. The intense race between Janica and Lortel ends with Lucy as the accidental winner. While the students wage a desperate war below, the principal watches the sunset. He stands alone, overlooking the chaos with a calm, stoic gaze. He knows the risks are high, but he sees this as a trial by fire. This is the only way for his students to truly awaken their potential. Sylvania has entered its true golden age, housing a generation of monsters. These are talents that appear only once in 100 years. Every student is a masterpiece of infinite potential, capable of birthing true miracles. The professor frets, fearing the crushing weight of responsibility if anything happens to these precious students. The principal senses a dark omen. A violent storm is coming that only the elite will survive. Though fraught with danger, this trial is the only way for his students to truly evolve. From S's cabin, a tunnel pierces the earth toward the library, where Lucy has already neutralized the culprit, Ja. S witnesses the scene, but he doesn't feel relief, only a profound sense of helplessness. Lucy approaches S with sparkling eyes, her only concern being whether he has any beef jerky left. S sighs that they're all out, making Lucy pout and prepare to fly off. He quickly stops her. The area is far too dangerous. Based on the timeline, Janica and Lortel should have already entered the sewers. With S's current power, he can crush any mid-game boss, so bypassing Professor Glass won't break the narrative. But there's a catch. If Lucy encounters Glass now, it triggers a catastrophic bad ending for everyone. S decides to abandon the hunt to stay by Lucy's side. Confused, she asks why he's stopping her. Recalling Janic's advice, S puts on a bold face and tells Lucy it's because she's incredibly strong. Being near Lucy brings him peace. No words are needed. Her mere presence is enough to satisfy his heart. Lucy ignores his sentimental words. She only cares about whether he's hiding more jerky. S tells her to forget the snacks for a moment and just follow him out of these sewers. Seeing his urgency, Lucy agrees to guide him out. But S insists on finishing one last task first. Lucy tiredly agrees on one condition: S must carry her. With her on his back, S heads toward the depths. The plan is simple: raid the Soul Library for essentials, find Lortel and Janica, then escape this hellhole. Monsters suddenly lunge from the library ceiling, but the protagonist incinerates them instantly with a devastating fire blast. As the flames fade, system windows flash. Fire Blast has reached a new level of power. Mana sensing levels up as well. This is the sweet taste of grinding. Experience points are pouring in like a waterfall. Meanwhile, Lortel is casting detection magic, searching for any hidden barriers lurking in the shadows. Her peerless mana sensitivity and razor-sharp intuition have already earned high praise from Professor Glass himself. Unlike Janica, who communes with spirits, Lortel possesses a divine talent for navigating the unknown. Suddenly, Lortel realizes she truly wants to help. An invisible bond, more precious than gold, begins to stir her heart. Lortel places her hand against a cold stone wall. Her heart begins to thrum with a familiar rhythm. Her intuition was right. Something is behind this. The wall shatters in a cloud of dust, revealing S, who immediately claims he was kidnapped. Clutched in his arms is a mountain of loot from the library. He shoves the heavy pile toward Lortel, asking for help. Lortel's eyes widen at the sight of high-level formulas. She asks S if he's all right. S awkwardly says he's fine, but there's a small problem currently sleeping on his back. Lucy is fast asleep on S, breathing softly, completely indifferent to the chaos around them. Seeing S giving Lucy a piggyback ride, Lortel's blood begins to boil. Her jealousy is reaching a breaking point. She remembers the camping trip with Janica and S. Back then, her rage almost burned the entire forest down. And now, here he is, acting intimate with another girl while asking her to carry his heavy scrolls. S promises to pay her back for her help, even offering to trade rare materials from his shop later. The price is negotiable, but Lortel is already radiating an aura of pure, unadulterated fury. Seething, she decides to use this chance to eliminate her rivals and claim the protagonist for herself. S leans in close, pleading with her. Lortel thinks he's being incredibly unfair right now. How can he ask for such favors in a situation like this? Yet, she finds herself unable to say no. The words, "Only you can help me," completely disarm her. Her mind wants to refuse, but her mouth betrays her, agreeing instantly and even asking about the receipt. Suddenly, a subordinate rushes in with dire news. The situation has turned critical. He warns everyone that they must not lower their guard for even a second. Taylor's group includes the top combat freshmen, but even he hesitates as they plunge deeper into the darkness. Sensing the suffocating danger lurking within the shadows, he urges everyone to turn back immediately. Elvira, the top student of the alchemy class, explodes in rage. "Shut your mouth. Do you really intend to abandon Ayla to her fate?" Facing her fury, he states coldly that he never liked Ayla anyway, so why should he risk his life for someone like that? Taylor turns back and pleads for their help, desperate to save Ayla, while Zig pats Clavius's shoulder, telling him not to give up now. At that precise moment, Adel, the self-proclaimed prophet, makes her move. She points toward the darkness, sensing an overwhelming presence ahead, a premonition of a truly formidable opponent. Out of the gloom, Janica and her spirit emerge, with the spirit holding a terrified girl in its jaws. "I didn't know. There was no plan," the girl wails. "It was just a moment of madness. Please, have mercy." Taylor's group grows tense at the sight of Janica, the deep-rooted fear in their subconscious surfacing once more. They immediately take a defensive stance, leaving Janica confused as to why they are so wary of her when she hasn't done a thing. Zig tries to get Taylor to calm down, but the protagonist refuses to listen, determined to charge forward. Suddenly, Ed arrives, and Janica rushes to him, gently touching his face to check if he's been hurt. If Taylor's group was wary of Janica before, their anger toward Ed is now 10 times more explosive. They are on high guard, remembering how Ed once suppressed 3 of their members using only basic magic and archery. Now that Ed is allied with Janica, they are even more dangerous, especially since Ed has grown significantly stronger after the O'Phil's Hall incident. Taylor realizes that while they might have stood a chance against Janica alone, facing both her and Ed makes victory an impossibility, filling his heart with sheer despair as Ed draws closer. He expects an attack, but instead, Ed simply pats his shoulder and tells him to keep moving. Ayla is waiting. "You must stop Professor Glast," Ed says, stepping aside and letting Taylor's group pass. Ed leaves the main stage to Taylor while he handles the hidden variables. The real hunt is about to begin. The report from the Merchant Guild arrives like a ticking time bomb that has finally reached zero. Mercenaries led by the Golden King, Elter, have successfully infiltrated the Academy, a man who was supposed to be ruined according to the original story. In the original Act 2, Elter was defeated far earlier and in a completely different manner. But in this timeline, he escaped, and Lortel knows the Golden King is back for a bloody revenge. The old man seized his chance now that Lortel's forces are preoccupied with the Academy's crisis. With the headquarters left wide open, he has already plundered numerous secret formulas and powerful artifacts. The overarching plot consists of 5 acts, and the curtain is currently closing on the final chapter of Act 2. The Great War with Glast. Maintaining the flow of the original story remains Ed's top priority. If Elter is a variable that threatens to break the balance of Act 2, then he must be erased just like in the original script. Ed decides to hunt the Golden King himself, telling Zig to head straight inside and finish the job. The details can wait until Ayla is safe, but as the protagonist, Taylor is the one who must end this cursed scenario. Only by mastering every hidden skill and reaching his full potential can Taylor hope to face the final boss in the end. However, there is still much work to be done within these dark sewers. Soon, the magic tower summoned by Professor Glast will cast a shadow over the sky, bringing a downpour of devastating magic. Casualties will be high, and a series of trials beyond human limits will test them all. Thinking of the chaos to come, Ed offers Taylor a rare word of encouragement: "Don't give up." These words leave Taylor stunned, never expecting such a gesture from someone like Ed. Taylor watches in a daze as Ed's group departs, while Lortel confirms that Elter is indeed targeting the guild. The professor grew suspicious of Lortel ever since those cheap toolkits were sold in the main hall. Ed orders everyone to report the mercenary invasion first, but Janica suddenly calls out for him to wait. "There's no time," Ed retorts, but Janica snaps, her voice filled with a sudden, sharp intensity. "It's too dangerous," she shouts, knowing full well that he intends to face the Golden King alone. He was just kidnapped, barely escaped, and collapsed from exhaustion only the day before. "Elter's business has nothing to do with you," Janica cries, tears streaming down her face as she begs him not to get hurt again. Ed realizes she is right, this isn't his fight, but he cannot reveal the truth of the world to her. Capturing the Golden King required the cooperation of either Lutio or Janica. S used every excuse to recruit them both. Then, the impossible suddenly happened. Lutio, Janica's rival, actually offered comfort. They agreed that the group shouldn't let S take any more risks. Lutio refused to let her own selfishness cause S any more suffering. She insisted S rest and recover alone. These bitter enemies were suddenly acting in perfect harmony. S felt grateful, but he couldn't just stand by. He declared they weren't outsiders, leaving Janica pale with shock. Janica suspected S was hiding a secret, intimate relationship with Lutio. They hurried off, frustrated by the constant cycle of awkward situations. Janica chased after them, desperately overthinking S's words. She feared the truth wasn't what she imagined. She stammered that it must be because of S's deal with Lutio. Losing the merchant guild would jeopardize their supply lines. She concluded that their business ties made them more than just outsiders. S finalized the thought neither girl standing behind him was an outsider. He admired Janica's quick wit in twisting his words. Suddenly, they stumbled upon a pile of corpses. Janica blamed Taylor for the massacre and quickly covered the bodies. S knew the truth. Janica was the one who killed them. He quietly turned his gaze away. Lutio mocked Janica for losing her image. Janica burst into tears, desperately trying to explain. She claimed they attacked her first and she didn't mean for it to happen. She feared S would see her as cold-blooded. S focused on the exit, leaving the drama for later. Lutio promised her carriage was waiting just outside the passage, but they found only ruins and a shattered carriage. Lutio's subordinates lay dead across the ground. The Golden King stood waiting in the shadows. Lutio smirked. He had arrived faster than expected. The king mocked his daughter. I taught you to manage documents, but you won't find evidence against me. However, your personnel management had a massive flaw. Her own subordinates had betrayed her for a price. They couldn't even look their mistress in the eye. Lutio laughed coldly, prompting a chilling response from her father. That's it, keep smiling. I spent years perfecting that fake mask of yours. He feigned regret about having to personally capture his own beautiful daughter. With a snap of his fingers, mercenaries swarmed from every direction. Lutio used magic to shield the group. She hadn't expected him to bring mercenaries into the academy. The Golden King's forces were far more massive than before. These were the continent's elite killers. Kill everyone except Lutio, he commanded coldly. Hundreds of mercenaries encircled them in a hopeless trap. The order was given to strike immediately. A hail of arrows filled the sky like lethal fireworks. Janica's defensive barrier held firm against the rain of steel. She stood at the front, shielding S. The king found her spirit arts incredibly annoying. He unleashed a legendary artifact, Belarus's Prejudice. The tool was designed to nullify all magic for 10 minutes. This single-use treasure cost hundreds of gold. It was far more potent than Elvira's reagents. Though easily detected, its power gave the mercenaries an absolute advantage. Since the entire group were mages, their powers were now completely locked. Lutio realized he had researched them perfectly. This is the end for us, she thought. S questioned how he'd face the professors for invading the academy. But the Golden King didn't care about the consequences. Survival was his only priority. S realized a single butterfly effect had changed everything. He knew the truth. This man was the primary mid-boss of Volume 2. By the original script, the Golden King was destined to be overthrown by his own daughter, Lortel, as he is a man who would sacrifice anything for his own glory. He is undeniably a cruel monster, yet Ed feels no hatred toward him. He knows the king is simply struggling to survive, just like himself. Even so, Ed will show no mercy. At that moment, Lucy stirs. Rubbing her eyes, she complains about the noise, and as her eyes snap open, the surrounding magic is instantly blown away. She has returned Lucy, the awakened sin of sloth. Few know that Professor Gluck's final masterpiece was written in a humble, thatched hut, far from the world of glamour and prestige. In that tiny shack, the professor penned his last words while talking to his lazy granddaughter. Lucy was born with divine talent and the blessing of the stars, but Gluck warned her that genius was no excuse to stop learning. He wanted her to remain humble, to use her power for others, and to beware of the creeping loneliness hidden in her heart. Overwhelming power is always shadowed by a heartbreaking solitude. With those final thoughts, he laid down his pen forever. Lucy floated in the air, gazing down at her grandfather. With a gentle smile, he asked her to make 3 promises. One was absolute. She must never take a life. Whether by accident or intent, she must never stain her hands with blood. And at the very least, during her time at Sylvania, she was to live as a true student once more. The mercenaries on the field are battle-hardened veterans. One look at their movement is enough to reveal their deadly experience. These men have survived countless wars. Their very existence proves that their survival instincts are etched into their blood and bone. And right now, those instincts are screaming in terror. Lucy begins to walk, her slow, deliberate steps taking her straight toward the Golden King. Her mere presence paralyzes the mercenaries, leaving them unable to move a muscle. Even the Golden King trembles before her staggering mana. The terrified soldiers begin to break ranks and flee in total chaos. However, a few young, reckless fools lack the judgment to realize the danger and charge forward to kill Lucy. Lucy gives them a single, cold glance. With a casual snap of her fingers, the arrogant young mercenary is instantly erased. Seeing their comrade neutralized in a heartbeat, the remaining mercenaries are frozen in a state of pure horror. The Golden King panics and clutches his charms, desperately praying for just a few more moments of time. But Lucy is already before him. Rage flashes in her eyes as she prepares to execute the leader, but Ed reaches out to stop her. The Golden King falls back in terror as Ed tells her that this is enough for now. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts, as thunderous lightning begins to strike the Academy repeatedly. As 7 stars align in the night sky, Professor Glassic's forbidden magic, a power that can distort life itself, is unleashed. The demon realm has opened. This is the climax of Act 2. The final battle begins as a massive tower rises, piercing through the very sky. It is a hauntingly beautiful sight. Ed hopes that by now, Taylor has finished clearing out the monsters. If the team is gathered and the necessary skills are learned, Taylor will surely be able to stop Professor Glassic. The demon realm triggered exactly on schedule. This means the script is still proceeding according to the original plan. This phenomenon leaves everyone in total confusion. Even elite students like Janica and Lortel cannot comprehend what is happening. Ed assumed no one could stop this event, but it seems he may have miscalculated. Seeing the chaos, Lucy takes flight, soaring high to witness the majestic and terrifying scene unfolding. She is stunned that someone successfully performed the forbidden revival spell. Ed remembers this scene. It was the tragic finale of Act 2. In the original story, Lucy would have woken up on the roof of the Triche building after a long slumber. But needing her as a strategic trump card, Ed woke her early and brought her into the fray ahead of schedule. In the original plot, Glassic doesn't revive Sylvania, he revives Lucy's grandfather. That turned Lucy into Ed's most lethal enemy. In that timeline, the entire party was utterly destroyed. This was the dark reality of Ending 27. The final image was Lucy's cold silhouette as she walked away from the sewers. In Act 2, she is an invincible force of nature. Even the most dedicated players who spent hundreds of hours could find no way to defeat Lucy at this point. Snapping back to the present, Ed stares at Lucy, unsure of what their next move should be. Suddenly, the Golden King pulls out the Prejudice of Velarose, a legendary artifact capable of sealing mana for 10 minutes. Believing her power is suppressed, he seizes the opportunity and orders the mercenaries to strike. He thinks he has won, but Ed instantly blasts the soldiers away with a windblade. The Golden King's jaw drops in utter shock. He cannot comprehend what is happening. Even the power of a legendary artifact has its limits, and it cannot hope to restrain a monster like Lucy. Lucy's silhouette merged with the celestial rays, creating a scene of absolute terror. From her high vantage point, she glared down at the old man trembling on his knees. I must reach my destination. Witnessing her overwhelming pressure, the Golden King realized this young mage was the god of death incarnate. Lucy snapped her fingers to unleash a fatal magic circle, but Ed suddenly lunged in front of him, demanding to know what she was doing. Do you realize you're about to take a life? Remembering her promise to her grandfather and seeing Ed's dead serious expression, Lucy's mana suddenly flickered and stalled. She averted her gaze, abandoning her killing intent. Where are you going? Ed called out after her. Lucy stared into the horizon, tired of conversations that always ended this way. Do you regret it? Ed asked softly. Lucy remained silent, her mind drifting back to her grandfather's passing and the lone book he left behind. She clutched the tome to her chest, whispering a vow to herself to remain strong. Professor Glock had dedicated his final chapters to Lucy, marking a magnificent end to a legendary life. I don't regret it, she whispered before vanishing instantly, leaving the main character behind. Elsewhere, Janica was busy commanding her subordinates to retreat safely while Ed sprinted back toward the academy. As for the Golden King, his fate would be decided by the Elter Merchant Guild under Lute Teo's cold supervision. Ending this nightmare was her responsibility. Meanwhile, Ed scrambled up the academy stairs, gasping for every breath. His stamina was completely spent. Sprinting to the highest point of the academy left his entire body screaming in pain. This was where it all began, the very spot where Professor Glass had stolen the sage's secret scripture. It was also the starting point of Taylor's journey. Dragging his battered soul, Ed forced himself up the final steps. The doors creaked open to the place where this war would finally meet its end. Lucy sat there quietly, watching the demonic towers rise in the distance as Ed moved to sit by her side. The landscape was swallowed by shadows, and Lucy couldn't look away from the academy, the last physical legacy of Professor Glock. She stared blankly at the magical spires. This academy was the only piece of her master left in this world. From this height, she could oversee the entire mana-shrouded campus. Finally, he had found her. Sensing Ed's presence behind her, Lucy's voice drifted through the air. Are you still not giving up? Ed let out a long sigh. She had asked that 1,000 times, and his answer never changed. Typical Lucy. While Lucy was lost in memories of her master, Ed looked down from the tower, a flash of vertigo hitting him. It's way too high up here. One slip and I'm definitely a goner, he muttered. Unlike Ed, Lucy remained unnervingly calm as she began to confess the thoughts weighing on her soul. When Master was alive, there was joy and sorrow, but since he passed, I can't feel anything anymore. Ed asked why she felt that way. Lucy's gaze remained icy. Too much time has passed. Nothing is the same. She spoke with an eerie calm, though her eyes were clouded with an unshakable melancholy. The days of acting foolishly just to earn her master's praise were gone forever. She realized that even if she forced Professor Glock back to life, that old warmth would never return. Her master's face flickered in her mind, pulling her deeper into the whirlpool of her past. He had taught her everything he could. Death was simply the natural conclusion, the law of the universe. Even though Lucy spoke as if everything was fine, her words carried a heavy, hidden weight. Her heart was breaking. She wondered, if she resurrected him, would Professor Glock be consumed by rage? Lucy was suffering more than anyone, merely wearing a mask of indifference to survive the pain. Professor Glock had sacrificed everything for peace. Using forbidden arts to revive him would only bring him eternal shame. Ed sat beside her like a true confidant, silently absorbing every word of her painful confession. "I've thought about it since I arrived," she admitted to Ed. "Reviving him was my wish, but it was just pure selfishness." Ed suddenly cut her off, his voice soft but firm. "Lucy, are you really okay?" He knew he had no right to stop her, but for the sake of the perfect ending, Ed had to intervene. Despite his lack of authority, he desperately wanted to offer Lucy the comfort she was searching for. Lucy drifted up into the sky. Her choice to let her master rest would now rewrite the fate of the entire story. S refused to let Lucy's momentary vulnerability become a tool for Professor Glass to exploit. This was exactly why S had to stay glued to her side, ready to intervene at a second's notice. Lucy spoke up, and while S expected another question about beef jerky, she caught him off guard. She quietly asked if she could lean on his shoulder. It turns out she was simply exhausted and needed sleep. S sat in silence by her side, his gaze drifting toward the vast sky. When it came to the forbidden arts of resurrection, no one possessed a more twisted obsession than Professor Glass. Yet, no matter the magic, the dead remain dead. That is a boundary that can never be crossed. "Everyone leaves this world eventually," S said softly to Lucy, "and their departure always leaves a trail of sorrow for those left behind. But death is the one thing we can't outrun. We have no choice but to embrace the pain it leaves behind. The void they leave can't be filled, but time will eventually dull the ache." Lucy broke into sobs, and S comforted her, knowing her grief all too well. That shared pain was why he had dragged his broken body here, to sit before this magic tower with Lucy. At that same moment, the mechanical colossus roared to life to protect the sacrifice. Taylor, Gis, and the others stood paralyzed before the Titan. This was the ultimate war machine, awakened by Professor Glass's forbidden sorcery. With Ayla trapped deep within the giant's core, the battle entered its second phase as the machinery reached maximum output. Glass loomed above, manipulating the Titan like a puppet to crush Taylor. Even the courageous Taylor felt a chill of true fear. The Guardian's power was truly monstrous. A single strike carried enough destructive force to shatter the very earth. The mission was clear. They had to focus everything on extracting Ayla from the giant's central power core. Under the giant's relentless assault, the surroundings crumbled into dust as jagged stone fragments flew in every direction. Suddenly, a figure leaped forward to intercept the next crushing blow, urgently signaling Taylor with a look of desperate resolve. The two moved in perfect sync. Spotting an opening, Taylor lunged through the blinding light while Jay held the line. Despite the searing glare obscuring his vision, Taylor sensed the target and swung his blade directly at Professor Glass. Steel met flesh, and a spray of blood erupted from the professor as the strike hit home. Glass felt the cold breath of death approaching in this final clash. His mind flashed back to his days at the academy, studying the sage's secret scripture. He had unlocked depths of magic few could imagine, but those dark secrets had slowly begun to rot his sanity. Glass looked out the window, watching as the world beyond the glass shifted with the relentless march of time. Seasons bled into one another until winter arrived, draping the world in a shroud of white. Countless students had sought his guidance back then. Among them, a girl named Dorothy stood out. She was a charming, tall student with striking light purple hair. Then winter gave way to the rainy season, yet Glass's eyes remained as cold and distant as ever. A female student stood in his office, her hands trembling as she fumbled through her tasks. She was clumsy, always making mistakes. She would panic and tearfully beg for his forgiveness, but Glass never looked her way, lost in his own dark thoughts. To a young professor, seeing a student stumble should have been a normal part of growth. The true lesson was learning to mend those errors. Time continued its cycle, and eventually, the sun broke through the clouds. Golden light filtered through the office window as cherry blossom petals danced on the gentle spring breeze. Glass remained buried in his research, ignoring everything until a stranger arrived to share a cup of tea. It was the principal. Glass noted that the man's habits were as unchanging as the seasons. Day after day, the principal would visit while students flocked to Glass for knowledge. Yet he only had eyes for that cursed book. Back in the brutal reality of the present, battered and broken by Taylor's assault, Glass unleashed a forbidden time reversal spell to escape the clutches of death. Forces that should have been lost to time surged back into Glast's dying frame. He channeled this dark mana to command the giant once more. Jay barely managed to intercept the devastating strike. Taylor's allies fled in a panic as the shockwaves from the impact leveled everything in their path. Using Jizz as a distraction, Taylor leaped high and buried his sword into the magic barrier, using it as a foothold to climb. Glast was fading fast, his vision blurring into gray. The darkness within his soul was finally swallowing him whole. He closed his eyes, thinking of his daughter one last time. His instincts whispered that the end was finally here. Taylor reached the summit, coming face to face with Glast, just as the professor gathered his remaining mana for one final stand. He forced the mechanical giant into a murderous frenzy. In his madness, he wanted every student dead. Professor Glast was about to trigger his forbidden time reversal when Taylor suddenly charged. With a single strike, Taylor shattered the giant as Glast was sent flying into the distance. Taylor has reached the Holy Sword state. His hair has transformed into a pure, brilliant white. But Professor Glast refuses to yield. He unleashes his final trump cards: time reversal, stellar shifting, and even time stasis. Driven by his dying wish, Glast decides to bet everything on one final clash. He doesn't care if it costs him his life to fulfill his desire. However, the retaliation is instant. Glast is struck hard, coughing up a mouthful of blood. It was Doyce who struck first, freezing Glast's left hip with frost magic before following up with a lethal ice spear. Finally, the group launches a massive, combined assault. They pour every ounce of their mana and unique abilities into one final blow against Glast. They hoped for victory, but Glast is far more resilient than they imagined. Despite his horrific wounds, he continues to force the giant into combat. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the battlefield. Glast's giant is completely obliterated, courtesy of Taylor's devastating strike. Taylor remains in his holy sword form, his silver hair shimmering through the carnage. Amidst a shroud of white smoke, Glast staggers before collapsing to his knees. Blood pours from his nose and mouth as he falls from the heights. Yet, in his final moments, his only thought is of his daughter, Muri. Using the last of his mana, Glast activates a time-space jump to teleport to safety. He stumbles through the shadows and slumps beneath an ancient oak tree. Professor Glast has reached his absolute limit. Looking through his shattered lenses, he sees his student, the S-rank Taylor. 1 hour earlier, Lortel was racing frantically toward the academy. With the crisis averted, she needed to find S. He had told her to meet him after the sewer mission, and she had to ensure he was safe. Upon reaching the academy, she sees S waving at the gate, but Lortel's attention is fixed elsewhere. She spots Lucy gripping S's sleeve. To Lortel's overactive imagination, it looks like they are intimately holding hands. This is exactly why that alarm is blaring over her head right now. Suddenly, a noise erupts behind her. Assistant Zay appears, desperately supporting a wounded Dorothy. Zay is in tears, but before Lortel can ask why, both Zay and Dorothy scream in terror. It was as if they'd seen a demon. Janica had arrived. Janica leaps down from her spirit, Takan. She eyes the magic tower, wondering if it's the catalyst for holy domain magic. She has several questions that require immediate answers. Lately, Janica has been holding secret meetings with her 2 spirit friends under their usual tree. While the topics usually drift toward S, their original mission was to protect the northern forest together. However, days ago, Takan sensed a strange mana signature in the north, one identical to the aura of this magic tower. Knowing there's no tower in the northern forest, Janica is deeply unsettled. Meanwhile, S is lost in his own thoughts. He remains oblivious to the girls, focused entirely on his own calculations. According to the original plot, the northern forest should be peaceful. S contemplates whether he should interfere with destiny once more, but even a mid-tier villain like Elter caused a massive upheaval. If a high-level figure like Glast doesn't disappear as planned, the ripple effect on the future will be catastrophic. Driven by caution, S heads to the northern forest. There, Professor Glast watches him through cracked glasses. Slumped against the tree and drenched in blood, Glast manages a weak question. Isn't it past dormitory curfew? After causing all this chaos, he still has the nerve to ask such trivial questions. Janica and Lortel approach the fallen professor. Janica gasps, covering her mouth at the sight of his gruesome wounds. She asks what he's doing. With a self-deprecating laugh, he claims he's just admiring the moon, mocking his own pathetic state. S asks the dying man, "Did you know from the start that you would fail?" Glast is on the brink of death, yet he still speaks. He knew failure was inevitable, but he never expected to be defeated by mere children. He knew his plan was doomed because the headmaster would never allow it to succeed. Out of old friendship, the headmaster likely chose not to stop him until the very end. Only now does Glast feel the weight of regret, not for his crimes, but for failing to recognize S's true talent sooner. He originally kidnapped S to exploit him, but things spiraled out of control. By the time he decided to capture S, the boy had already slipped through his fingers. Glast stares at his blood-stained palm. He expected death to be a cold, lonely punishment. But remembering 17 years with his daughter, he realizes he was never truly alone. S slowly kneels before the dying professor. He speaks of Assistant J, 4 years as a senior student and 5 as an assistant. For years, she remained by the professor's side. Throughout the journey here, her tears simply refused to stop falling. She masks her grief with a forced smile, playfully cursing Professor Glass as a stubborn, ancient fossil. She calls him an arrogant, dictatorial tyrant who loved nothing more than preaching. One mistake, and he would rain fury upon you. Though her words are sharp with complaints, she deeply cherished Glass as a noble and true scholar. The realization that Professor Glass is leaving this world causes her tears to overflow once more. Dorothy feels the same crushing weight. Her heart breaks as she watches the end of the mentor who raised her from an ordinary girl into an elite. Even the principal shields his face, overwhelmed by the tragic loss of his lifelong friend. Professor Glass felt the sting of solitude, yet the truth was he had locked himself in a cage of his own making. Many cared for him, but he only felt their warmth during his final heartbeats. Slowly, Glass closes his eyes forever. He drifts through memories of Che and Dorothy, from Che's clumsy document spills to Dorothy's explosive magic failures that singed her hair. He recalls his own stern face and the secret, tireless nights spent searching for a way to revive his beloved daughter. Those moments were filled with an incredible warmth. With a trembling hand, Glass removes his spectacles. His vision is a heavy blur. Without those glasses, the world is nothing but a haze. Locking eyes with Ed Taylor, Glass struggles to utter his final words. He reveals he visited the Soul Library before the spell. He claims to have plundered every high-level formula, leaving the place in total chaos. Ed is left utterly baffled by this revelation. Gasping for breath, Professor Glass reaches into his coat, pulling out a key with the last of his fading strength. He hands the key to Ed, entrusting him with the Soul Library and a secret safe hidden beneath the guarded desk. "Take your time and open it," he whispers. His gaze then wanders toward the other students standing nearby. They are the brilliant new generation of Sylvania. Finally, his eyes settle on Lucy. He calls her name to say something more, but then silently closes his eyes. He knows Lucy already understands his unspoken heart. Ed doesn't see Lucy's expression in that moment. Finally, Professor Glass lets go and collapses into the shadows. His body rests peacefully beneath the ancient oak tree, bathed in the silver embrace of the moonlight. Lucy, Janica, and Lortel stand in a somber, heavy silence, watching their professor for a long time. As dawn breaks over the horizon, a new day begins. The principal begins interrogating Ed regarding the Awfulest Tower incident. From that siege to the theft of the sage's scripture, Ed was everywhere. Our protagonist has been questioned all night long. The principal reviews the testimony. Ed claims he was nothing more than a victim, kidnapped by Professor Glass himself. He explains how he escaped, sought help, and coincidentally ran into Lortel's group. A simple, calculated explanation. He insists Janica and Lortel only came to rescue him. The principal then asks why he abandoned Ayla and fled alone. Ed explains that Ayla's leg was injured, and she was absolutely miserable in that state. However, the principal remains skeptical. He suspects that beneath that innocent, naive exterior lies a boy who knows far too much. Suddenly, he takes Ed's grade report and slams it onto the desk with a resounding thud. He concludes that Ed was indeed the victim in all these incidents, and the Academy will provide full compensation for his suffering. Ed exits the office with a dazed expression. Janica is already there, waiting for him in the hallway. Ed approaches and apologizes for always making her worry. When he asks how she is, Janica quickly insists she's perfectly fine, but her spirit bird whispers for her to act weak, suggesting she play the vulnerable girl to win Ed's attention. Blushing, Janica awkwardly changes her story, stammering that she's actually hurt. Ed immediately lunges forward, frantic with concern. She rubs her back nervously, claiming she feels a sharp pain as if she dislocated something during the chaos. Guilt washes over Ed. Janica has always been the one exhausting herself and worrying for his sake. She cared for him during his illness and shielded him from deadly strikes. He had taken her kindness for granted, until now. Witnessing Glass's death changed everything. He won't wait for regret to strike. His expression turns terrifyingly serious, scaring Janica. Flustered by his sudden intensity, she looks as if she's on the verge of bursting into tears. Seeing the mood turn heavy, the spirit bird flees. Ed then bows his head in a solemn, formal apology. Janica bows even lower in return. To anyone passing by, it looks like a traditional wedding ritual between the two. She confesses her lie, but then Ed delivers a shock. He's moving to her dormitory next semester, leaving her overjoyed. Ed returns to the cabin filled with his survival memories. The second act of his journey concludes in peaceful silence. Ed gazes at the humble wooden cabin. He recalls the principal's office. This house was his reward, a sanctuary to end his wandering life. Ed slowly steps inside. He once planned to plant vegetables and build fences, but it's time to say goodbye. Suddenly, a thud echoes from behind. Ed spins around to find Lucy sprawled on the ground. She looks completely panicked after falling from the roof. The reason for Lucy's sudden plunge from Ed's roof was a vision. In her dreams, she wandered through a forest. This wasn't A Isle, but the desolate Ramion Mountains in the Empire's north. Lucy wondered why she was dreaming of this place. This was where she grew up with Professor Glock. She entered her childhood home, expecting to see Glock sitting in his chair with a gentle, fatherly smile. But when Lucy swung the door open, the warmth was gone. The room was chillingly dark. There, on that same chair, sat a terrifying, withered skeleton instead of her mentor. It opened its jaw and hissed, "Why didn't you save me? You had the chance. It was a true nightmare." Lucy bolted awake. As her maid rushed to comfort her, Lucy unleashed high-level spatial magic without a second thought. The blinding arcane light forced the maid to shield her eyes. Layers of magic circles manifested over the northern forest. Driven by a strange impulse, she teleported to Ed's roof. She stood there barefoot, wearing nothing but her pajamas. From the heights, she watched Ed return to his cabin. Seeing him brought a wave of relief as she glanced at the sky. A smile touched her lips, but then she heard Ed mention leaving. In her shock, Lucy tumbled off the roof. Ed stared at the girl, completely speechless at the absurd sight. He ignored her and walked inside. Elsewhere, Professor Flavin was lecturing on the curious art of befriending cats. To make a cat your friend, you must ignore them completely. Avoid showing any interest at all. You'll be surprised when they start clinging to you first, he claimed. The female students were captivated by his teaching. While the girls chatted happily, Ed sat alone, absorbing every word of the lecture with intense focus. In this popular class, everyone aimed for high marks. Ed had started at the bottom, but now, he was unbeatable. As the session ended, Ed packed his books. Suddenly, Professor Flavin requested his presence in the office. Inside, Flavin asked if Ed was familiar with the Bachelor's Scholarship Program. Ed knew it well. Completing academy tasks could grant a significant tuition waiver. Flavin toyed with a snake while listening. He explained that the scholarship mostly involved manual labor for the academy. However, there was a specific need. He was needed as an assistant for Professor C. She was currently overwhelmed by the mess Professor Glass left behind. Even with the capable Annis assisting, the mountain of work was too much for one person to handle. Flavin handed Ed his first assignments, handling the end-of-semester evaluations. After that, he'd manage the holiday conference schedule and the freshman placement exams. Flavin warned Ed not to be too strict with the freshmen. Ed wondered if that specific person would enroll. Meanwhile, Lortel held the sage's secret scripture. She felt a violent resonance of magical power surging from the book. Looking at the tome, she remembered Ed's promise to do anything she asked. She was eager to finish her task. Lortel hesitated, debating whether she should actually sell the scripture to Glavin or keep her leverage. The more she thought, the more her head throbbed. She tried to convince herself she was only doing it for money. Her motto was never to delay until tomorrow. She stared at Ed's letter, specifically the words, "anything you want." Lortel's face turned bright red. Her imagination was clearly running wild with all sorts of scandalous scenarios. Shaking it off, she returned to work. She assumed Janica Filover and Estro Taylor were just as busy as her. As for Lucy, she wasn't worth a thought. Suddenly, Lortel stopped writing, gripped by a sudden, chilling sense of unease. Back at the wooden cabin, Lucy was sprawled on a rock, lazily gnawing on a piece of beef jerky. She complained to Ed that they were out of firewood. With winter coming, she asked why he hadn't hunted lately. She was clearly craving meat. Ed was surprised she was being useful, but he reminded her he was moving soon. He'd be seeing much less of her. As Lucy begged him to hunt, Janica suddenly arrived and waved. Since Professor Mary's class was cancelled, Janica had come to the cabin to enjoy some downtime. Janica sat beside Ed, nudging Lucy away to take her spot. She sighed, sad that their cabin days were ending. Since Ed's living conditions are his top priority, Janica approaches him with a sincere offer. "If you ever decide to move into the Dex dormitory, please call me. I'll be more than happy to help you settle in." Janica begins rambling about the perks of dormitory life, but Ed is barely listening. His focus is entirely on the mysterious key Professor Glass left behind. Ed is determined to uncover the secret treasure hidden within the Soul Library. As he stares intensely at the key, Janica suddenly holds out a document. It is the official application form for the Dex dormitory. Janica urges Ed to submit it immediately, warning him that late applications are often ignored once the new semester begins. She leans in close, pointing out exactly where he needs to sign. Suddenly, Lucy intervenes, cutting Janica off. She steps firmly in front of Ed, blocking Janica's path with a look of pure panic on her face. Lucy desperately begs Ed not to take the application. Ed is completely baffled, wondering what on earth has triggered her sudden outburst. Later, as Ed pushes himself through training to gain experience, Janica watches from behind, praising his incredible progress. His spirit resonance has already surpassed that of most novice mages. Even his fundamental mana perception has seen a massive improvement. Despite the success, Janica feels a chill down her spine. A certain girl has been glaring at her with an incredibly dark and gloomy expression. It's Lucy. Normally, the diligent maids at Opalus Hall ensure she maintains a perfectly neat and tidy appearance. But today, she escaped the dormitory before the crack of dawn, wandering out in nothing but her pajamas. Lucy has become Ed's shadow, refusing to leave his side for even a second. While Ed struggles with intermediate magic, Lucy casually dozes off right on his lap. Even during meals at the cafeteria, she clings to him so tightly that the surrounding students can't help but whisper and point. Janica is at a loss as to why Lucy is acting so hostile. She tries to offer an apology, but Lucy's icy attitude remains unchanged. Lucy bares her teeth and glares, yet something feels off. To Janica, it doesn't look like anger, it looks more like she's terrified of something. Ed, however, puts the drama aside. His only concern right now is mastering intermediate magic. Exhausted, Ed collapses onto his bed, covering his face with a book as he sinks into deep thought. Just then, Lucy calls out to him. Ed sits up, wondering what's on her mind. Still dressed in her pajamas, Lucy asks what Ed plans to do once she eventually departs. Ed gazes at his key, slowly listing the many chores he still needs to finish. First, he has to double-check the fireplace. At night, the temperature here can plummet well below zero. One mistake could mean freezing to death in his sleep. Of course, moving to the dormitory would solve all these life-threatening worries, but Ed knows he can't simply walk away until every last task is completed. Lucy sits beside him, her face a mask of innocence as she whispers, "Come with me." She leads him toward a hidden cave nestled beneath the massive roots of an ancient tree. They follow a path blasted open by one of Lucy's previous attacks, eventually leading them deep into the heart of the library. Ed wonders why they're taking the long way, since Lucy could easily teleport them with magic. Upon entering, they find the library in a state of absolute ruin. Surveying the scattered artifacts, Ed realizes he can't carry everything in one trip. He'll definitely have to return for the rest later. Ed reaches the specific location Professor Glass described. He brushes away the thick layer of dust, revealing a hidden, reinforced safe. The key Glass gave him fits perfectly. With a heavy click, Ed turns the key and swings the vault open. A blinding radiance erupts from the safe. Hidden within is a treasure of unimaginable value. As they prepare to leave, Ed struggles to climb back up the rope, using every ounce of his strength. Lucy, however, ascends without breaking a sweat. She uses flight magic to drift upward effortlessly. Ed can only sigh in exhaustion, making a mental note to ask Lortel for a proper ladder. He is completely spent. If it weren't for his grueling physical conditioning, he would have collapsed halfway up. Lucy peers curiously at the prize. It is a legendary-grade magic tool, Professor Glass's Golden Phoenix Ring. This artifact can literally bend time by borrowing mana from one's future self. Its crafting difficulty is a staggering 4.5 stars. Ed shows the ring to Lucy, realizing its terrifying potential. By borrowing future mana, even a weak mage could theoretically cast high-level spells. However, there is a catch. The user will be rendered completely helpless for a duration of time equal to the mana they borrowed. Ed grips the ring tightly, his mind racing. He knows this isn't a tool to be used lightly. If he uses it recklessly, the price he pays could be his very life. It is a final trump card, meant only for the most desperate battles or when attempting to forge a contract with a high spirit. Janica only commands so many spirits because she possesses both natural talent and a massive pool of mana. Apprentice spirit users like Ed are usually limited to just one or two minor spirits. Even communicating with low-rank spirits requires immense practice, all because Ed's maximum mana capacity is so pitifully small. But with this ring, he can temporarily shatter his limits. Theoretically, he could now contract a high-rank spirit, but it's a high-stakes gamble with no room for error. Lucy gazes at the ring, realizing the bittersweet truth. This was a final gift from Professor Glass, crafted specifically for his daughter, who possessed no magical talent at all. Out of the blue, Lucy brings up the missing button on her coat. It's been gone for quite some time now. She points to the empty thread where it once sat. She never cared before, but now the draft makes the coat feel far too empty. "It's so inconvenient," she mutters, recalling her struggle. "It's a bitter truth, we only realize the value of things once they're gone. The trivial details we once ignored suddenly reveal themselves as the most vital pieces of our lives." Why is she being so philosophical today? Ed focuses on the grueling climb, finally collapsing onto the surface, completely drained of strength. After circling around the point for so long, Lucy finally drops the question she's been hiding. Hovering in the air with a sorrowful gaze, she whispers, "You're moving to the royal dorms, aren't you?" Then, she begs him to stay. Ed stares at her, stunned. He never expected to hear such desperate words from Lucy's lips. He watches her in silence, maintaining his neutral stance. The choice between dormitory comfort or forest survival weighs heavily on his mind. A warm room would surely be a paradise compared to surviving a brutal winter in this frozen wilderness. Clutching her hat tightly, Lucy suddenly looks at the horizon. It's going to rain soon, she predicts. Her instincts are legendary. She can read the shifting clouds and the rising humidity with unnatural, chilling precision. But Ed shakes his head. Not yet. Even her sharp senses aren't always perfect. Together, they turn their eyes toward the heavens. Reflected in their widening eyes, shimmering white flakes begin to dance through the air instead of rain. Ed looks at Lucy, running a hand through his hair. He admits he's been too busy to gather firewood for the coming freeze. If you're free, come help me chop some wood, he says, flashing a warm, rare smile in her direction. Otherwise, the cabin will be freezing at night. Before he can finish, Lucy lunges forward and throws her arms around him. Really? Truly? You mean it? She cries. His invitation means one thing: he isn't leaving his forest home for the dorms. Ed lets out a long sigh. He's grown far too accustomed to this rugged, independent life at the campsite. With a few upgrades, staying here would be far more beneficial and comfortable for the trials that await him. Exhausted, Ed collapses onto the earth. In the end, his resolve crumbled just for her. Closing his eyes, he recalls the original story's path. Act 2 has officially closed. But for Act 3, the real nightmare and much harder trials are about to begin. Visions flash through his mind. The brutal political war between Princess Phonia and Lortel for the Student Council presidency has ignited. Power players and dangerous new enemies are about to descend upon the Academy like a gathering storm. The final boss of this arc is none other than Lucy Mayrill. Yet, Ed remains confident he can weather this storm. He watches Lucy's tearful, joyous expression, a face never once described in any scene of the original game's script. It gives him hope that he can truly change fate. Winter has arrived, draping his wooden cabin in a blanket of pure white. The snowfall is breathtakingly poetic. But for Ed, it's just more labor. The thicker the snow, the harder he must work. He's been clearing paths since dawn. He knows he shouldn't overexert himself, but he has to report for his scholarship duties tomorrow. Every pending chore must be finished today, no matter how much his muscles ache or the wind bites. He diligently splits logs, securing enough fuel to cook his essential meals and keep the hearth burning. Ironically, the freezing temperatures are a blessing, acting as a natural cellar for his stores of meat and sausages. By forfeiting his dorm rights, the principal granted him a tuition break. At last, his financial burdens have been resolved. Yet, looking at the girl who promised to help currently fast asleep in bed, he feels utterly helpless. What a lazy, little oath-breaker. He quietly steps out of Lucy's room. Thanks to her powerful protective barrier, she won't feel a hint of the winter's bite. Ed leaves the campsite behind, venturing deep into the heart of the snow-covered forest alone. He pulls out Professor Glaskin's ring, intent on testing its true potential. He clenches his fist as ancient energy surges. Suddenly, a blinding, radiant light erupts from his body, illuminating the darkened woods with overwhelming power. Meanwhile, at Sylvania Academy, the world is buried in white. Inside Elace Bakery, luxury is the only language spoken. The balcony is a fragrant oasis of flowers and fine tea sets. There, Janica sips her drink in elegant silence. She's catching up with friends when Clara suddenly slams her hands onto the table in sheer frustration. "It took actual bait just to get you here," Clara shouts. Then, she cuts to the chase. "You've fallen for Ed, haven't you?" Janica jumps up, mirroring the aggressive move. "How did you find out?" As they bicker, only Annis remains calm, savoring her tea. "I'm not trying to stop you," Clara sighs. Initially, the news felt like the entire world was collapsing around her. But after watching Ed and judging his character, she's finally accepted the truth. Clara looks Janica straight in the eye. She interrogated Janica about the classic signs: a racing heart, trembling hands, and being too nervous to meet Ed Taylor's eyes. Janica blushed deeply, completely caught off guard by Clara's sudden and pointed interrogation. As Janica hesitated, Clara demanded an immediate answer. The moment Janica confessed to the symptoms, Clara shouted, "That's the one!" Clara's aura grew so terrifyingly intense that Janica froze, too afraid to even make a sound. Clara warned that Janica was heading toward a tragic romantic dead end, the best friend zone, where feelings only flow one way. Her anger flared higher, looking as though she were ready to devour poor Janica right then and there. Clara scolded her for acting like a devoted fan instead of a lover. Pushed by the harsh words, Janica was on the verge of tears. Surprisingly, Janica's two spirit companions nodded in total agreement with Clara's brutal assessment. Even they were exhausted by their master's stagnant love life. Taking Janica's hand, Clara began mapping out a secret strategy. With her departure approaching, Clara couldn't help but feel a deep sense of worry for Janica's future. She advised Janica to ditch the clumsy flirting and instead trigger Ed's protective instincts. Annis watched the duo carefully from afar. Annis admitted Clara was a master of hearts. Ironically, Ed's high reputation was largely built on Clara's constant public praise. Setting her teacup down, Annis rested her chin on her hand, her mind spinning with a new plan. However, Anis didn't truly respect Clara. To her, the professor was just a clumsy woman often scolded for returning books late. She couldn't understand how someone as scatterbrained as Clara earned the unanimous respect of the other elite professors. Anis suspected Clara's true talent was winning people over. She had been groomed by legendary figures like Professor Glass and Broben. Now, Anis was forced to serve as her assistant, while secretly trying to leave her own mark on the faculty. After meticulously cleaning the office, Anis continued her shadow work, gathering detailed intel on everyone through careful observation. She was so skilled that no one noticed a thing. Aside from Janica and Clara, few had seen her true face. To Anis, every social relationship was merely another mask she wore to navigate the world. Sorting through the documents, she picked up a specific file. It contained everything on Ed Taylor and his noble lineage. The Taylor family was the Empire's most powerful house. Ed was the second son, with Griffin Taylor ruling since his birth. Named heir at 2 and baptized at 5, he began rigorous etiquette training by the age of 8. By 12, he was learning advanced subjects, yet his first-year grades were absolute trash bottom of the barrel. That was because our protagonist hadn't transmigrated into his body yet. Anis continued dissecting the Taylor family history. From the data, Anis concluded Ed was a natural leader who shirked responsibility, preferring easy agreement over any conflict. He wanted a partner who wouldn't outshine him, but rather someone who could help him sparkle in the spotlight. He loathed being hindered and preferred shallow relationships that were easy to cut off at a moment's notice. Visually, he was a slave to beauty and luxury, constantly drawn to the most expensive and extravagant things. Yet, his lack of real success made him vulnerable to simple flattery and the charm of modest girls. He obsessed over status symbols and loved gifting to show off, though he currently lacked the funds to maintain that lifestyle. In his eyes, a woman's dependence and humility were far more valuable than her actual talent or control. Driven by pure self-interest, Anis noted that the best way to handle him was by emphasizing practical, personal gains. She analyzed how his exile from the family changed his mindset, looking for any opening to adjust her master plan. She needed to find out if he truly cared for Janica, or if his heart could be swayed by other women. If he wavered, she wanted to see if he'd feel guilt, or simply justify his own selfish weaknesses. As his senior assistant, she held a massive advantage in getting close to him for her subtle investigation. However, since Ed disliked overly aggressive women, she knew her approach had to be perfectly refined and delicate. His ideal type wasn't complex. He was a reflection of the shallow desires found within the typical nobility. Though his recent hardships had changed him, Anis believed a person's core nature doesn't vanish in just 1 year. Even as he matured, she could still sense that lingering spark of arrogant noble pride beneath the surface. Anis was clearly preparing to make her move. Just then, Professor Clara burst in, ecstatic over some Mont Blanc cakes. Clara invited Anis to share the treat. Untying her hair, Anis calmly replied that the tea was already prepared. As Clara reached for the cup, her signature clumsiness struck, and the hot tea crashed onto the floor. Expecting a sharp lecture from her assistant, Clara flinched. But today, Anis offered a gentle warmth that left her stunned. The scene shifts to Sihun, who is currently donning a freshly laundered uniform. It turns out Belle, Lucy's dedicated head maid, had personally assisted him with the cleaning. Belle's sharp intuition had been tingling lately. She had noticed several strands of blonde hair clinging to Lucy's clothes during laundry duty. But now, as she handled Sehun's garments, she detected that same familiar scent and more of her mistress's white hair. Sehun stood there, completely frozen in place. He knew Lucy had been sticking to him like glue lately, but he never expected a maid to figure it out just from doing laundry. This woman was terrifyingly perceptive. Belle then questioned why he insisted on calling her Miss. She leaned in, confessing that she would much rather be addressed as Big Sister. Sehun nonchalantly replied that the formal title just felt more professional. In reality, as the head maid, Belle was already one of the Academy's most elite staff members. Given that Sehun was no longer a noble and wasn't even a resident of Opalus Tower, calling her sister felt like crossing a boundary he wasn't ready for. However, Belle remained remarkably stubborn about the title. Seeing no way out, Sehun finally decided to give in and follow her lead. Fine. I'll call you sister if it makes you comfortable, he conceded. As the head maid, your schedule must be overflowing with responsibilities and management, right? A satisfied smile graced Belle's face the moment he used the title. But immediately after, she couldn't resist taking a sharp, playful jab at the protagonist. She remarked that Sehun was the one who truly had his hands full. Between Lucy, Lortel, and Janica, managing those 3 girls must be an utterly exhausting ordeal. Belle then stepped toward the window, gazing out at the horizon. She began to share her inner thoughts with Sehun in a quiet, reflective tone. She noted that whatever those young ladies chose was ultimately their own path. If you ever need more laundry done, just tell me. I've finally stabilized my workload. With the reconstruction of Opalus Tower finally complete, Sehun walked to the window. He stood beside Belle, taking in the grand view of the restored academy. He couldn't help but marvel at the sight. impressed by how incredibly fast the repairs had been carried out. Bell then revealed that new students were arriving soon. Among the 7 elites they would serve this break, one applicant had already moved in, Tanya Rotayor, Sehun's younger sister. Sehun closed his eyes slowly as the realization hit him. He could already feel a massive, soul-crushing headache beginning to brew. Over at the cabin, Zig was busy training his muscles while mentioning his plans to return home. Sehun, however, would be staying behind for the 3-month summer break. With third year looming, he had to focus on intermediate magic to keep his dignity. Just last year, he was still struggling to grasp even the most basic spells. Yet against all odds, he was already diving into the complex theories of intermediate-level mana. Zig warned Sehun to take it easy, noticing that he couldn't sense a single drop of mana from him. He suspected Sehun had pushed himself to the point of total exhaustion. Zig placed a hand on his forehead and realized Sehun was burning up with a fever. Sehun admitted that due to certain issues, he wouldn't be using magic for a while. Zig threw on a shirt and sat down to talk. His greatest strength was undoubtedly his easygoing nature, making him the perfect companion for a quiet moment. He never pried too deep, which always made Sehun feel at ease. Zig mentioned that Ayla was asking about him, hoping to clear up a misunderstanding and apologize. Apparently, Taylor was also looking for him with a similar intent. They were both desperate to know the location of his cabin. Sehun simply closed his book, stating he didn't need an apology because he wasn't even angry with them. He held no ill will toward her at all. Sehun then produced a pouch of coins, asking Zig for one final favor before his departure, offering the money as payment. Professor Glass' library was a chaotic disaster zone, and Sehun wanted Zig to help him scrub the entire place clean before he left. Sehun planned to transform that space into his personal workshop. Zig stared in disbelief, wondering if he was really planning to master magic engineering as well. Between wilderness survival, intense magic training, spirit arts, and archery, he was now adding magic engineering to his already impossible list. Not to mention his ongoing academy duties. It was clear to everyone that this man was perpetually and dangerously overworking himself. Sehun pulled out a parchment listing his daunting goals for the winter break. 1. Plan the workshop layout. 2. Build a storage shed for rare materials. 3. Expand his material collection. 4. Finalize his completed scripts. 5. Verify that all his scholarship-related tasks were fully settled. 6. Upgrade his engineering skill by at least 3 levels. 7. Master specialized bow techniques. 8. Achieve total mastery over intermediate magic theory. 9. Finalize the contract with a high-ranking spirit. With the list finished, he prepared for his academy work starting first thing tomorrow. Back at the academy, Professor Claire looked like a walking ghost, her face pale and haggard. She had been buried under academic seminars and next semester's schedules. She had been pushing her limits, staying awake for 44 hours straight without a single moment of rest. Because of this, Anis stepped in as head assistant to relay orders to Sehun, Clevius, and Onyx. Their mission was to prepare for and supervise the upcoming freshman placement exams. Sehun fell into a deep silence, his mind racing as he contemplated the significance of the upcoming freshman test. While Professor Glass usually handled this exam, Claire was taking the lead this year. Of course, Sehun already knew exactly what the outcome would be. What truly caught him off guard was seeing Clevius join the group. Anis stepped forward and handed the official assignment documents over to Clevius. Unlike last year's exam in the Northern Forest, this year's trial would take place on Mount Aun. Anis told Clevius to head to the hall and begin the process. As for Onyx, he was immediately assigned to provide direct support to the overwhelmed and exhausted Professor Claire. Turning her gaze to Sehun, Anis couldn't help but notice the many women always drifting around him. To her, he had the unmistakable face of a playboy. Working alongside him would be the perfect opportunity for her to put her intuition to the test and finally read his true character. Anis stayed up all night, meticulously researching documents to craft the perfect persona, an irresistible trap tailored specifically to S's personal tastes. Stepping before S, Anis flicked her hair with calculated grace before assigning him a task. He was to accompany her on a field survey. Her true goal was to isolate S from his friend Janica as they trekked toward Mount Aun in the Academy's northwest. Though not a towering peak, a mountain is still a mountain. Countless hazards lay hidden within the rugged terrain. With the weather turning treacherous, a single slip on the snow could lead to a devastating injury. Anis eventually stopped, clutching her knee and wondering aloud how S wasn't exhausted. She claimed to be too weak to take another step, prompting S to suggest they take a short break. Brushing back her hair, Anis offered a gentle, radiant smile, praising his thoughtfulness and admitting she had completely misunderstood him. S, puzzled, asked what she meant. Adopting a manipulative, green tea tone, she explained that as Janica's best friend, she had been terrified Janica was falling in with a bad crowd. She confessed that her previous coldness was out of overprotectiveness, though S didn't seem particularly bothered by her past behavior. S simply pulled out his documents to verify his remaining tasks. silently weary of the constant burdens he had to endure. Suddenly, Anis clung to the protagonist's arm with an unsettling level of intimacy. She began weaving a tragic tale, claiming she had been cast aside by her family just like him, following a sudden crisis that struck the moment she enrolled. She lamented the heavy weight she carried alone, stretching her body as she leaned into the biting winter wind. As she whispered that her life felt as cold as the gale, she successfully managed to ensnare the protagonist's sympathy. S comforted her, telling her not to be sad because she had already done enough. Anis thanked him, turning back with her hands behind her, maintaining her fragile, innocent facade. Softly, she remarked to S that it seemed they shared a surprising amount of common ground. This calculated image successfully fooled S's youthful heart. He had expected a cold ice queen, but the girl before him seemed entirely different. Suddenly, Anis tripped and tumbled into S's arms, blaming a hidden rock even though there wasn't a single stone in sight. While held in his embrace, she breathed out that her body suddenly felt strangely flushed and hot. She fanned herself awkwardly before scurrying off, claiming she'd be right back, and leaving the protagonist standing there alone. Retreating to the shadow of a tree, Anis began to coldly evaluate S's reactions to her performance. On the surface, he seemed genuinely kind and diligent, yet she couldn't help but feel his persona was just as fake as hers. Her master plan was simple: build deep empathy by sharing academy struggles, then weaponize her weakness to trigger his protective instincts. Anis was still uncertain about S's specific type. Was he into mature women or the cute, innocent style? She decided to blend both tropes while incorporating accidental physical contact, and so far, everything was moving exactly as she'd calculated. However, recalling the embrace made her blush. She hadn't expected the protagonist to have such a well-built physique. Beneath his scholarly appearance lay a surprisingly firm and solid frame. S wasn't some pampered noble, but a man of unexpected capability. From her perspective, S was undeniably handsome, possessing an aura that seemed to shine with its own light. She realized she was dangerously close to being charmed herself, concluding that this must be the way S subtly seduces others. Shaking off the feeling, she braced herself to stay sharp. Meanwhile, S looked out at the majestic mountain scenery, finding the view truly breathtaking. The vast landscape seemed to wash away his worries. Yet one looming problem continued to give him a massive headache. That problem was Tanya Rotaylor, a woman notorious as a true villainess. As the daughter of a duke, she was a born political prodigy. Strategic brilliance and ruthless political maneuvering were etched into her very blood and marrow. She aimed for the unprecedented position of first-year student council president at Sylvania, and was already moving to recruit the academy's most influential figures. According to Bella, Tanya had moved into the dormitory earlier than expected. It was a clear move to solidify her power base before the semester even began. Tanya Rotaylor wasn't just some minor extra, she was a pivotal villainess. S remembered every detail of her character from the story, leaving him anxious about how she would eventually treat him. S fell into a deep silence, feeling isolated in this world. In the original plot, Taylor was merely a fleeting antagonist who vanished quickly. Even in the main narrative, the character named Rayler barely received a mention. He was an extra among extras, with no special role even in the side stories. Because of this, S couldn't fathom what Tanya would think of S. Rayler, though he guessed she'd likely view him as mere trash. Sylvania was a gathering place for the world's brightest stars, from the Empire's princess, Lularel, to the powerhouse head of the Elt Merchant Guild. It housed teenage prodigies capable of summoning high-ranking spirits with ease. There was the legendary alchemist who crafted seal reagents as a student, the Beast King of the Northern Plains, and the Sword Demon of the No-Tail clan. Among them stood the Sword Saint with transcendent skills, and the absolute strongest, a magic genius blessed by the great Archmage Gluck himself. The Rotaylor family has officially reached Sylvania Academy. Tanya receives a formal greeting from Belle. Stepping off the carriage, Tanya insists on making one stop first. There is a pressing matter she must attend to before anything else. Her top priority upon entering Sylvania is cleaning up her brother. To her, Ed Rotaylor is nothing but trash, staining their noble family's honor. Tanya glances at the letter from her father. He expressed immense joy and pride in her recent words. Her father offers full support, urging her to build her own influence among the elite. Tanya clutches the letter tightly to her chest. She vows not to disappoint her father's high expectations. Before leaving for Sylvania, she had declared 2 firm resolutions to him. Griffin warned her that while Sylvania respects her status, it remains a sanctuary of pure academia. Even princesses must show deference to professors. He cautioned her never to let her noble blood lead to disrespect toward her seniors. Interestingly, Tanya had a secret meeting with a mysterious girl before her arrival. They bonded over their shared disdain for Ed. They mocked his lack of persistence and his habit of quitting everything halfway. He was arrogant, refusing to admit his own glaring incompetence. He acted like a grand archmage just because he felt a flicker of mana. Tanya admits she was furious when Ed luckily stumbled his way into Sylvania. Now that Ed is disgraced, she feels a sense of dark satisfaction. Suddenly, she realizes she is practically monologuing her inner thoughts. It turns out someone has been manipulating her to reveal her secrets. Like a venomous serpent, a presence slowly coils around Tanya. The puppeteer behind this trap is none other than Lortel. She fixes a dangerous, calculating gaze on the young Tanya. Meanwhile, Ed is holding two mid-tier magic books, Point Blast and Source of Wind. He borrowed these from Professor Glast's private collection. Ed steps out of his cabin with the books in hand. It's incredibly convenient to read, without worrying about pesky library deadlines. Ed sits before the embers and attempts an ignition spell. The result? Absolutely nothing happens. Our protagonist suddenly remembers his mana is currently sealed. With a sigh, he heads back inside the house. Lucy used to just visit, but now she treats Ed's cabin like her own home. He quietly enters her room. A young girl is sleeping soundly on the bed. Ed pulls back the blanket and asks her to help him start a fire. Since she won't wake up, he just carries her outside. Luckily, Lucy is as light as a feather. Ed points toward the fire pit, and with a lazy wave of her hand, Lucy ignites a roaring blaze. Still cradled in Ed's arms, Lucy mutters that she wants to stay out. He gently places her down beside the warmth of the fire. Ed returns to his books, but Lucy notices something odd. She picks up a strange, unfamiliar perfume lingering on him. It's Anis's scent, lingering because they worked together all day. He even had to catch her when she staged a clumsy fall. Lucy kneels before Ed, her eyes filled with genuine worry. She begs him not to get sick, fearing that illness might take him away from her forever. Sensing Ed's mana is in disarray, Lucy tries to help him recover. But as she reaches out, she realizes his mana pool is completely bone dry. The two of them share a long, silent look. Ed reassures her that everything is under his control. Seeking comfort, Lucy makes a strange request. She wants her head patted. Before long, Lucy is fast asleep on Ed's lap. Ed continues his studies, holding a book in one hand while his other hand strokes her hair. A look of pure bliss and satisfaction settles on Lucy's adorable face. Suddenly, a familiar voice rings out from the distance. "Long time no see, Senior Ed," Lortel says as she approaches with her arms crossed. Ed turns around, assuming she's there for the business deal they discussed. He offers to meet her at the Merchant Guild later. Lortel shakes her head, clarifying that business isn't what brought her here today. Her eyes narrow as she spots Lucy on Ed's lap. Meanwhile, at Sylvania, Tanya is bribing Elika to help her punish Ed. She promises a lavish reward, including rare artifacts from the Rotaylor family treasury. Elika's eyes sparkle at the thought of treasure. However, Ziggs, who was lurking nearby, finally steps forward to confront Tanya. Tanya senses a massive surge of mana from this senior and immediately tries to recruit him. Ziggs coldly asks if she is indeed Tanya Rotaylor. Once she confirms it, his cold demeanor flips 180 degrees. He beams at Elika and introduces Tanya as Ed's little sister. The atmosphere shifts instantly. Ziggs grabs Tanya's hand and forces a round magic tool into her palm. He tells her to ditch her new gear and use this instead. He insists these are the essential tools for their classes. He even asks Elika if she still has Professor Delob's old equipment. The two of them pile mountains of documents, tools, and even Professor Halen's wreath onto the bewildered girl. Having taken care of the freshman, they wipe their brows, looking quite satisfied with their hard work. Tanya stands there, buried under a heap of items with a look of utter confusion. Despite the chaos, she still tries to convince them to help her deal with Ed. Jis saw right through her intentions, but he played along with a heavy sigh, claiming that siblings usually can't stand each other. After all, Ed's prickly personality was a magnet for misunderstandings. Just then, Anis cut in, announcing that the carriage was about to depart. Jis watched the girl struggle under a mountain of luggage, her body trembling from the weight, and a smirk of pure satisfaction crossed his face. Jis offered Tanya a hurried farewell, but not before introducing himself as a very close friend of her brother. He gave Tanya a condescending pat on the shoulder, mocking her for being born into such a pampered, wealthy family. With those parting words, the duo vanished. Left behind, Tanya collapsed under the crushing weight of her belongings. She lay on the cold ground, staring at the sky, utterly baffled by what had just happened. Meanwhile, in the faculty wing, Professor Claire was drowning in work. She had been pushing herself to the limit, day and night. Catching her reflection in the mirror, she winced at her own exhausted face. She looked more like a walking corpse than a professor. Thankfully, Anis arrived with good news. Survive next week's freshman placement exam, and she could finally rest for the remainder of the break. Claire collapsed onto her desk, her energy completely spent. She marveled at Anis, wondering how a 17-year-old could possess such tireless spirit. Even after working for 2 days straight, Anis was a dynamo. While tidying up, Anis silently cursed the incompetence of the other scholarship students. Both Onyx and the first-year class were incredibly sloppy, leaving her to clean up their messes every single time. However, Ed's files were in a league of their own. His paperwork was immaculate, and his field notes were detailed with surgical precision. Ed's ability to solve practical problems was far beyond anything she ever expected from a fallen nobleman. As Annis was lost in thought, Professor Claire tapped her shoulder. She curiously asked Annis what her honest impression of Ed was. Did he live up to the rumors? Claire then leaned in closer, ready to share a shocking secret about our main character. During the Awfulous Hall siege, Claire had investigated Ed, only to discover he had built a campsite more impressive than her own research lab. He had handmade his own tools, a sturdy workbench, and even a functional hearth, storage racks, drying lines, and a smoker. He built it all from scratch. Claire had even shared these findings with Professor Glass. She was moved by how hard Rothtailor struggled to survive, yet his grades didn't just hold, they actually improved significantly. Professor Glass couldn't help but nod in genuine admiration. Claire then dropped another bombshell. Ed had even formed contracts with spirits. Listening to Claire's stories, it finally clicked for Annis. She now understood why a high-born noble could be so incredibly diligent. Claire sipped her coffee and teased Anise, asking if she realized how much she and Rothtailor had in common. Anise went silent, deep in thought. Though Claire praised him, Annis wasn't one to trust rumors easily, and she certainly didn't want to support Janika's romantic pursuits. But after meeting Ed herself, she found him absolutely beyond reproach. He was kind, sincere, and humble despite his striking looks. To her, he seemed like a perfect gentleman. She had even caught a glimpse of his impressive physique, and the scent he carried was strangely captivating. Noticing Annis's glazed-over expression, Claire laughed and asked if she was daydreaming, as she had never seen Annis so distracted. Annis bolted upright, her face flushing with heat. She rushed to throw open the window, sending Claire's documents flying across the room. Startled by the sudden outburst, Claire worriedly asked if Annis was suffering from the effects of extreme overwork. Annis stared out the window, her heart racing. She realized she was in serious trouble. She was falling for the male lead. Hearing Claire's endless praise and learning about Ed's secret spirit contracts had changed everything. She suspected a powerful spirit was acting as a spy, reporting every single detail back to Janika. Annis gritted her teeth, her hands trembling as she began to formulate a desperate plan. Assuming Annis was just hungry, Claire decided to step out to buy her assistant something to eat. But when she turned back around, the room was empty. Annis had vanished, leaving only a whirlwind of scattered papers behind. Deep in the northern forest, under the tree where she met her spirits, Janika reflected on the Failver family's teachings of kindness and harmony. It was because of those values that Janika was so beloved and never felt truly alone. But that peace was shattered. Janika sat there weeping, whispering Annis and Ed's names, just as Tanya approached from the distance. Tanya arrived, determined to introduce herself and win over the famous Janika. According to her intel, Janika Failver was the legendary third-year student, renowned for her extraordinary talent. She was a key player. To achieve her goals, Tanya knew she absolutely had to bring Janika over to her side. This was the strategy Lortel had drilled into her. Janika was supposed to be a kind, gentle soul who trusted everyone, but the sight currently greeting Tanya was nothing short of a nightmare. Janika was mounted atop a high-ranking fire spirit that let out a terrifying roar. With hollow eyes and tears streaming down her face, Janika looked like the goddess of death. Inside the wooden cabin, Lortel and Ed are deep in conversation. She confirms that almost all the crafting materials he requested have finally arrived. However, legendary-grade ingredients remain elusive, as they are nearly impossible to find during the harsh winter months. Ed pours Lortel a drink, expressing his sincere gratitude for her tireless efforts. Lortel simply leans back and stretches her tired limbs. She dismisses his thanks, claiming it was no trouble, but Ed notices her exhaustion. He hands her the water, wondering why she didn't just stay home to rest. After all, the journey from Lortel's estate to this remote cabin is certainly not a short one. Accepting the tea, Lortel closes her eyes to savor the rich aroma. She playfully retorts that coming here is her way of resting. Outside, the moon begins its descent as the world sinks into a deep winter slumber. Yet for our main character, winter is a season of relentless toil. Lortel watches him before finally asking why Lucy is sleeping so comfortably on his lap. Ed offers a perfectly blunt response. Because it's winter. Annoyed by his non-answer, Lortel slams her cup down. Realizing she overreacted, she quickly composes herself and shifts the conversation to business. She reveals that beyond the materials, she traveled here for a much more important reason. When Ed asks for clarification, Lortel magically summons an ancient book and a mysterious letter. Holding the letter with a gentle smile, she asks if he finds this situation interesting. After all, Ed was the one who asked her to secure the sage's scripture. She leans in close, reminding him that a true merchant never accepts a losing deal. Ed instinctively averts his gaze. He remembers his desperate promise. He would do anything she asked if she managed to obtain that forbidden text. Ed realizes that in a moment of impulse, he's walked right into a wolf's den. Lortel whispers into his ear, promising not to burden him with an impossible demand. She has only one condition: Ed must stand firmly by her side. The curtain on Act 3 has finally risen. In this chapter of the story, Princess Pena and Lortel have officially begun their confrontation. Sensing the shift, Lortel is making her political move. Her rival is none other than Princess Pena alias Glorel. According to the original script, the princess is destined to lead the student council and control the academy. This is exactly why Lortel needs Ed to choose her side in the coming storm. Ed watches her depart, remembering that the main character usually decides the victor. As a mere supporting character, he feels his choice shouldn't matter. Lortel surprisingly agrees with his humble assessment. You're right, she admits. Even though Ed's reputation in the academy is soaring, the support of a single student shouldn't logically change the political landscape. He's just a student. But hearing her say it so bluntly leaves Ed feeling a bit stung. Suddenly, Lortel turns back toward Ed with a serious expression. She explains that while his support might be politically insignificant, it holds immense personal meaning to her. Ed finds the request simple enough and agrees. Lortel then tosses the letter into the hearth, her eyes reflecting the warmth of a genuine, happy smile. Ed knows Lortel wears many masks, but this is the very first time he has seen her smile so brightly. The following morning, the sun finally breaks through the bitter winter cold. Ed steps outside to stretch, with a drowsy Lucy trailing behind him. His mind drifts back to his long talk with Lortel last night. They had discussed Tanya Rothstaler. Lortel mentioned meeting his younger sister, noting that Tanya seemed to harbor deep hatred for her brother. She was curious if Ed and Tanya were true enemies or if this was just a typical sibling rivalry. Lortel claimed the young Tanya was actually quite cute and had already introduced her to a few other acquaintances. That was Lortel's claim, but whether her intentions for Tanya were truly benevolent is a secret only she knows. Finally, Lortel warned him that Tanya was coming specifically to give him a piece of her mind. Right on cue, Tanya appears this morning. She marches toward Ed's location, leading a determined-looking crowd. Their eyes meet in a tense standoff. Silence hangs in the air for several seconds before Tanya finally speaks. "Long time no see, brother. I've brought you a gift." Ed quietly observes his sister's arrival. He finds it strange that the infamous villainous Tanya looks so incredibly tense. It's as if she's actually terrified of him. After a moment of careful observation, Ed realizes he may have completely misjudged Tanya Rothstaler's true character. Seeing Ed cover his face in silence, Tanya flinches and recoils in fear. She is shocked to see that the brother standing before her is nothing like the man she once knew. Before Ed transmigrated into this world, the original Ed Rothstaler was an arrogant tyrant who destroyed anything he disliked. The real Ed used to relentlessly torment Tanya. Knowing she suppressed her emotions, he would abuse the servants and humiliate her during meals. His sole goal was to provoke Tanya until she finally snapped in anger. If she ever lost her cool, he would immediately mock her, sneering that her lack of composure proved she was unworthy of their noble blood. Comparing her formerly arrogant brother to this gentle soul, Tanya is left in utter disbelief. Ed accepts her gift with genuine gratitude, promising to treasure it. He plans to wear it for the upcoming semester. With a warm smile, he invites Tanya to the fireplace for a drink. Though he only has humble herbal tea left, he offers it to her with a welcoming heart. Tanya spots a girl slumped lifelessly by the fire and asks who she is. Ed tells her not to mind the lazy kid. He nudges Lucy to make room for their guest. Ed hands the steaming tea to Tanya and asks if she enjoyed her academy tour. Tanya lowers her head, stammering that she heard many rumors about him. Ed is curious, wondering who she could have met. He begins listing his few acquaintances, mentioning names like Lortel and Janica. At the mention of Janica, Tanya and her servants turn pale with pure terror. Ed realizes his guess was right on the mark. He continues, praising Janica as an incredibly kind and warm-hearted person. To him, she is the most wonderful soul he has ever known. Tanya nods frantically, agreeing that Senior Janica is kindness itself. She forces a smile, calling Janica powerful and truly good. But as she mentions Janica's high-ranking spirit, she freezes. Remembering that terrifying fire lizard, Tanya's heart nearly stops from the lingering trauma. That spirit had tossed her servants around like mere rag dolls. Janica's past threats still echo in Tanya's terrified mind. Tears well up as the memory haunts her. Behind her, the servants dare not even lift their gaze. Panicked, Tanya desperately tries to change the subject. "No, that's not what I meant at all." She insists Janica was nothing but encouraging. Ed's curiosity piques, asking if she actually saw the high-ranking spirit. Tanya denies it with frantic desperation. "I didn't see it. It was just my imagination, I swear." She claims she only pictured it based on rumors, begging him not to misunderstand. Ed sinks into deep thought, sensing something is deeply wrong. In the original story, Tanya was never this cowardly. Usually, those who knew the real Ed Rotaylor would only look at him with pure loathing. Watching his sister tremble in fear, Ed begins to explain his current reality. He declares he is living by his own strength now. He tells her there is no need for pity. Though he was exiled for his past sins, he is no longer the useless man he once was. Then, with a heavy heart, he sincerely apologizes for everything the old Ed did to her. Handing her more tea, his voice softens with brotherly care. I heard you want to become the student council president. He offers his full support, acknowledging the silent effort she has put into her goal. He tells her to do her best, even though he knows she is destined to be a foil for Fenya. Regardless of fate, Tanya is his first real family here. A strange sense of kinship blooms within him. Tanya stares at this transformed, gentle brother, her mind spinning in a confused haze. By the time she returns to Ophelia Hall, she is so exhausted she has to lean against the wall. She is convinced this kindness is just an elaborate trap. She still remembers nearly dying just for insulting him. Recalling Janika's terrifying wrath, she wonders how such a person could trust her brother so blindly. Sylvania Academy is a den of elites and monsters of talent. It is even home to the ultimate magic genius, Lucy Mayrill. Tanya believes Ed's act will eventually crumble. But then, she spots the girl from Ed's camp right next to her room. She doesn't know the white-haired girl's identity, but anyone living in Ophelia Hall is someone of immense status. Tanya sighs, thinking her brother Ed has found some incredibly lucky connections. Lucy notices her and walks over. She pats Tanya's shoulder, offering help if the girl ever faces trouble. Without another word, Lucy slips into her room and shuts the door. Tanya's eyes drift to the nameplate. In this dormitory, only the top-ranked students possess a golden nameplate. It reads, Room 302, Lucy Mayrill. Tanya's jaw drops as her entire body freezes in shock. The reality of the situation finally hits her. It seems she will need much more time to adjust to the madness of Sylvania. Meanwhile, at the Rose Garden, Annis slams the table in desperation. She begs Belle to find her a handsome, talented man. Since Belle has worked at Ophelia Hall for so long, Annis assumes she knows all the best bachelors. Belle sighs, stating she isn't an easy matchmaker, and asks if Annis even has any romantic experience. After her questioning, Bella notices Annis looking completely devastated. She quickly offers a clumsy apology for touching the sensitive subject of Annis's non-existent dating life. Bella admits she always assumed Annis was too busy managing everything to care about romance, much like S himself. But at the mere mention of S, Annis's reaction becomes strangely intense. Bella freezes, her eyes widening in surprise. Did you catch feelings for S? Bella asks cautiously. Annis can only manage a weak smile, praising Bella for being so incredibly perceptive. She explains that because of the dark rumors surrounding S, she initially approached him just to see the truth for herself. Yet, after spending time with him, she realized he wasn't the monster people described, but someone genuinely fascinating. Annis frankly admits she's fallen for his charm. She sighs, thinking that if S could even captivate her, then Janika's heart certainly chose the right person. Annis pulls out a stack of male student profiles and spreads them across the table. She's desperate to bury her feelings before they consume her completely. Her plan is simple. Find someone else and announce to the world that they are a couple. But Bella sees right through her. She sits down slowly, asking if Janika has already sensed Annis's hidden emotions. Bella feels that finding a substitute just to run away from the truth is incredibly unfair to everyone involved. Closing her eyes, Annis recalls a painful encounter near the faculty housing yesterday. The air between her and Janika was so thick with tension she couldn't even say hello. Janika looked utterly heartbroken. Tears stream down Annis's face as she trembles. Next week, she's assigned as a proctor for the placement exam alongside S. She's drowning in guilt and has no idea how to face Janika. However, Bella tries to calm her down, insisting that the situation isn't as dire as she thinks. In fact, she suggests this might lead to a positive outcome, leaving Annis completely bewildered. Bella explains that Janika is always shielded from pain by her friends. While kind, this overprotection is preventing her from truly growing up. To mature, Janika needs to face reality. Bella pats Annis on the shoulder, admitting she's impressed by Annis's raw honesty today. The fact that Janika shares everything with Annis is proof of her absolute, unwavering trust. This only makes Annis feel more protective. Sometimes, it's those imperfect, vulnerable sides of a person that create the strongest attraction. Annis remembers Clara's lesson to Janika. Instead of playing complicated mind games, focus on triggering a person's protective instincts. Now, Bella is speaking of the same instinct. Thanks to Bella's guidance, the fog in Annis's mind finally begins to clear. The crushing guilt fades, and her path forward becomes visible. Still, as she thinks of Janika, her tears won't stop falling. Meanwhile, in her moment of confusion and sorrow, Janika finds herself wandering toward S's cabin. From a distance, S spots Janika sitting despondently by a flickering fire. He quietly brews her a cup of herbal tea as the snow begins to fall once again. S takes a seat beside her, his voice calm. He tells her that if something is bothering her, she should just say it. Clinging to the warm cup, Janika bows her head, apologizing because she can't find the words. S gently wraps a blanket around her shoulders, telling her she doesn't have to speak if she's not ready. Janica watches him silently. S gazes back at this pure-hearted girl. He often forgets that she, too, has survived grueling trials to get here. Looking at her innocent face, it's impossible for anyone to turn away. Overwhelmed by her worries, Janica leans her head against him. Wrapped together in a thin blanket, they sit before the fire, watching the snowflakes dance in the night. The scene shifts to the crest of the Rayer family. A mysterious woman is about to step into the light. Tanya is hunched over, drafting a secret plan. Her mind flashes back to the S she once knew, the arrogant, power-drunk monster who looked down on everyone. In her memories, Estrella was a total lunatic. He had once forced a knife into Tanya's hand, his voice a terrifying roar. "Kill me if you want to be the heir," he screamed. "Stab me, drive it in, deeper, do it now." Tanya collapses, exhausted. That terrifying madness was her everyday reality. For half her life, she's been crushed by the weight of that haunting, twisted gaze. Schroeteller never raised a hand against her, yet living in that mansion made her feel like a hollow corpse. Now that he's been exiled, she must seize this chance to prove herself. The student council election is her only hope, and the placement exam is the first stage of her plan. The day of the exam arrives, the mountain paths covered in a thick blanket of white. Anis walks ahead, frantically telling S to keep his distance. S watches her, completely baffled by her strange behavior. Professor Che stands nearby, observing his assistants as the group prepares to embark on their mission. This time, the exam will take place on Mount Oron instead of the northern woods. With Professor Glass away, Professor Che is the one calling the shots. In the previous term, students hunted for hidden magic pearls. This semester, their target is the elusive magic stones. Strangely, these stones aren't hidden at all. They've been placed out in the open for anyone to see. Anyone who finds a stone and places it on the altar earns a spot in Class A. It sounds easy, but remember, Che was trained by Glass himself, and in this world, the apple never falls far from the tree. Beyond hunting for mana stones, they must slay monsters. Only survivors reach Class A. Per the story, this battle's difficulty is sheer madness. This mission is the Oron Mountain Survival, a place nicknamed the Abyss of Hell. Ultimately, not one Sylvania freshman entered Class A this year. Ed's group busily prepares for the test. Since a vacant Class A triggers vital future events, Ed ensures the original plot remains intact. Ed proposed a specialized difficulty spike to Professor Che. Seeing his brutal ideas, the professor laughed sinisterly. However, even in this hellish survival, they must ensure no students are actually harmed. Thus, the monsters stalking the students are merely illusions summoned by high-tier magic discs. Their only job is to finish the installation and guarantee total safety. Specifically, the disc Anis holds is the most crucial. It's the very reason Class A remains empty. This disc summons high-ranking monster illusions. Ani struggles to haul the heavy device uphill. Seeing her exhaustion, Ed approaches to help. Anis mistakenly thinks he is coming to thank her. Before she can finish, she sees Ed and panics, slipping backward. He catches her, but the disc falls. Everyone watches in horror as the disc rolls down the mountain. Luckily, Glem catches it. Ed, still holding Anis, sighs in relief seeing the disc is safe. A skill worthy of a top student. Anis freezes, blushing deeply. Glem tries to return the disc, but it shatters. Worse yet, it was the purple disc, the most vital component. In last year's combat exam, Taylor shocked everyone by defeating Lucy for the first time. Though the script changed and Janica's power erupted early, this year's exam remains a critical event. Talented freshmen will now challenge the legends who have already made names for themselves. As the duel begins, the freshmen ignore all rules, using every dirty trick to win. However, Taylor single-handedly crushes their desperate attempts. After intense training, Taylor displays overwhelming power. Among the crowd, the mysterious Saintess Clarice watches him. She witnesses the battle and notices Taylor. From here, the curtain begins to rise. Watching Taylor's growth is moving, but his bond with the Saintess, a main heroine, is paramount. Both the Lucy encounter and future events depend on her. The script must be followed exactly. This means the freshmen must revolt exactly as the original story intended. The riot starts because Professor Che, Glass's disciple, ensured no one reached Class A this year. In the lore, she used the purple discs for this test. But now, one is broken. Everyone panics. Professor Che demands an immediate repair. Anis hangs her head in shame. As a perfectionist, seeing such a vital prop ruined completely shatters her mental state. Ed ponders the plot, likely calculating a way to keep everything on its destined path. Anis apologizes profusely, but Ed warns that moping won't solve the crisis. If this continues, Class A will be overcrowded. Ed grabs Glem and heads to Oron's gate. Tanya and the others bow respectfully to greet the Saintess. At Sylvania, uniforms mean equality except for Clarice, the spiritual pillar for millions of Teos believers. She walks through the crowd with divine arrogance. Clarice senses the students' fatigue and wishes to bypass the formal rituals. Tanya steps forward, introducing herself as Tanya Rothaler, heiress of the Rothaler family. The saintess recalls baptizing Lord Crepin, though her childhood memories are quite faint. Tanya bows, hoping for her own baptism soon. Everything is moving according to her design. Meeting the saintess publicly is the perfect stunt to garner support for her election. Suddenly, fireworks explode in the sky, signaling the start of the fierce competition. Combatants gather at the square, mages at the gate, and alchemists in Obel's basement. Locations and tests vary, but the goal is the same: Class A's full scholarship privilege. Only residents of Opulus Tower enjoy such luxury. Every student facility is available to them for free. They also bear the prestigious Class A crest of glory. Meanwhile, the redhead has already secured a stone. He scoffs, finding the exam laughably easy. But while he's gloating, a purple-haired student blurs past him in a flash. "Keep talking while I take the lead," he taunts, leaving the redhead fuming with pure rage. Tanya finds her stone as well, but her instincts scream that this isn't a simple delivery mission. Hidden trials likely await to weed out the weak. Instead of wasting energy, she chooses to move with caution. Suddenly, a sharp cry echoes from the distance. Tanya turns to find a young girl kneeling on the snow. Her shoes are scattered everywhere. Tanya rushes over to offer help, but the short-haired girl simply shakes her head. "I just wanted to feel the snow on my bare feet," she chirps. Tanya stares, wondering if she's insane. Radiating pure energy, the girl explains it's a lifelong dream she's finally making a reality today. She never imagined snow could feel this soft. Tanya watches her, convinced the exam stress caused actual brain damage. A truly pitiful soul. Tanya crosses her arms with aristocratic poise. "I am Tanya Rotire, second daughter of Duke Rayer. We're classmates, aren't we?" The girl's eyes sparkle at the Rotire name. She praises them as a legendary family of geniuses and elites. Tanya scoffs. Even the mightiest bloodlines eventually produce absolute trash and scoundrels after a long time. Naturally, the trash she's referring to is her very own brother. He seemed different back at the campsite, almost like a completely changed person. Yet, past fears keep her guarded. She doesn't know his true face. Meanwhile, the girl begins following Tanya. With twinkling eyes, she admits being a simple commoner from the sticks who must respect noble etiquette. "Drop the formalities," Tanya sighs. "This is Sylvania." The girl beams with a radiant, joyful grin. She introduces herself as Kylie, hailing from a tiny eastern nation known as Terran. Tanya remains cold. "Hurry up," she snaps. "This is still a test, after all." Kylie shrugs, claiming she hates the attention of Class A. This nonchalance drives Tanya absolutely insane with frustration. Suddenly, Kylie grabs Tanya's hand, declaring her lack of interest in the test. She'll just help Tanya instead. She just wants to be close friends. Throwing an arm around Tanya, Kylie admits this is her first companion. Tanya groans in defeat. She begs Kylie to stop these overly familiar and casual physical displays. She's lucky it's Tanya. Doing this to the princess or saintess would mean a world of trouble. 30 minutes in, the redhead nears the summit, panting heavily. He's confident that his raw stamina will crush Joseph, even if that purple-haired Joseph is undeniably more talented. As he gasps for air, a demonic figure lunges from the shadows. A fist connects with his face. It's Clemius. Clemius hates this, feeling it's beneath a senior's dignity. Yet, he is forced to follow through with the plan. He looks at his clenched fist, realizing that this might actually be a little bit fun. This was Ed's masterstroke, a united front to block the freshmen. Suddenly, a massive explosion of lightning rocks the mountain. That's Annis's magic. She and Clemius are the gatekeepers, tasked with halting the freshmen's ascent. Only those who bypass these seniors deserve Class A status. Seeking redemption for her past blunders, Annis is trying hard. Elpin soars above, a master of flight magic serving as the designated rescue unit for the exam. Meanwhile, Professor Claire is buried under paperwork for changing the exam. She's practically shriveling up from pure exhaustion. She barely escaped the Academy's bureaucracy only to drown in more reports here. Annis asks for Ed's position, and he confirms he'll be guarding the temple. Claire worries, knowing his mana is low. "Don't worry," Ed assures her, "I have a plan." The grueling exam rages on. Ed walks calmly, holding a rare purple illusion disc. This tool projects terrifying enemies using the creator's own mana. Ranked at 3.5 stars, the tool is unfortunately damaged and underpowered. It's beyond full repair, and with Ed's mana drained, he must find a different way to win. He picks up a crimson magic stone, a high-density mana source. These are the very gems the students are hunting. Ed approaches the altar and places the stone at its core. He'll use the temple itself to recharge his power. M descends with a cryptic message, but S only offers a gentle gaze, his ears failing to catch the words. His mission remains absolute. No one shall pass this exam. Perched high upon the shrine, S sits in eerie silence. Everything is prepared. Below him, the new recruits lie broken, gasping for their final breaths. Like a demon crawling from the abyss, Clemius lunges at Tanya and kill. Exhaustion is setting in, and he aims for a swift, brutal finish. Terror freezes Tanya and kills hearts. But just as the end nears, a massive explosion erupts, forcing Clemius to turn his head in shock. It is Anis. Her magic tears through the air. Seeing their opening while Clemius is distracted by the blast, Tanya and Kill vanish into the shadows. The stage is set for a clash of titans, as Anis stands her ground against Joseph. Anis is a legendary prodigy in theory and practice, but when it comes to the raw violence of combat magic, she is merely average. To any normal first year, she is an unbeatable wall. Yet, this purple-haired student stands in a league of his own. Meet Joseph Weifeld, the youngest researcher ever at the Mana Association. He wields mid-tier spells with terrifying ease and precision. In short, the guy is a monster. He is already the top candidate to become the next teaching assistant. Noticing her fury, Joseph offers a backhanded comfort. He claims combat simply isn't where her true talent lies. Her magic is built for creation, not destruction. But defeat isn't what is fueling the fire in Anis's heart. If you have won, then get lost already, she snaps, her voice dripping with irritation. She prides herself on perfection. Yet today, her gear is trashed, and she has been danced around like a puppet by S. Tasked with holding the North Gate, she fell to a mere freshman. The failure stings, but she is mostly disgusted with her own weakness. Why is it that, in the moment of her defeat, S's face is the only thing she sees? Meanwhile, at the temple, S finally spots his first challenger. S locks eyes with Joseph, calmly asking if he even understands the true nature of this trial. The goal is simple. Place the Mana Stone on the altar, but there is a catch: he will have to step over S first. Joseph casually jams a hand in his pocket. To a genius like him, this whole setup feels amateur and bizarre. If he wins now, who is left for the other students to fight? He scoffs, assuming this is just a poorly planned backup measure. His eyes narrow at the purple disc beside S. Its hue is strange, unlike anything he has seen before. It is clearly a modified artifact. Joseph keeps his guard up as he shifts his cold focus back to the main character. He analyzes S, sensing a mage who radiates 0 mana. Worse, he spots the telltale signs of Mana Stone reliance. Relying on stones this early? Joseph concludes that S's internal reserves must be pathetic. The prestigious Sinvinia Academy is a letdown. Joseph decides that the school's cafeteria is probably more interesting than this fight. Done with his assessment, Joseph strikes. He unleashes a mid-tier spell. 1. Point Burst. It lacks raw power, but its precision makes it a lethal trap for the uninitiated. Unless you read his hand movements perfectly, there is no escape. Yet, S slips through the attack with impossible ease. Don't underestimate our lead, S seems to say as he gathers his power. He has 2 options: ignition or heat radiation. While heat radiation creates a fiery ring, S chooses the concentrated fury of the ignition spell. A wall of flames surges forward. Joseph watches closely, recognizing the caliber of a mid-tier mage. But Joseph is prepared. He deploys a specialized barrier that the flames simply cannot penetrate. In a duel between sorcerers, mana capacity is everything. When spells collide, the one with the deeper well always triumphs. Seeing S's seemingly depleted reserves, Joseph's lips curl into a confident, arrogant smirk. Joseph charges his ultimate spell to end it, but suddenly, S vanishes, reappearing to deliver a brutal kick. Foolish mistake. Mana shields are designed to stop spells, but they are useless against raw, physical force. S delivers a harsh lesson. A true mage never forgets their fists. The impact sends Joseph reeling, clutching his shattered ego. Joseph cannot fathom how S bypassed the flames, but the games are over. He won't let his guard down again. Now the real war begins. Joseph chants a mid-tier ice spell, Frostbind, to freeze his opponent solid. S counters immediately, but he isn't using anything fancy, just a basic fire spell. Joseph anticipates a smokescreen of steam, bracing himself for the same trick S used before. But the boy is a genius for a reason. Fire isn't the only element at Joseph's command. S unleashes a heat aura that engulfs the battlefield in flames, then activates his secret weapon, the Fire Mantle. S sprints through the inferno, lunging with a lethal dagger. Panicked, Joseph activates a physical shield just in time. The blade strikes the barrier with a metallic ring. That is when the explosive property triggers. A deafening boom echoes as a massive explosion erupts, sending Joseph flying. Joseph is an elite mage, but even he cannot outpace the protagonist's god-tier casting speed. Furthermore, the protagonist is wielding the ancient power of spirit arts. Mung strikes from within the shadows of the flames in a lethal surprise attack. Exhausted, Joseph slumps against a tree, finally dropping his Mana Stone to signal his surrender. The stone slowly rolls across the ground, stopping right at the protagonist's feet. Seal watches the stone, but Joseph suddenly lunges forward with an ice spear. Seal reacts instantly, narrowly dodging the desperate strike. Without hesitation, Joseph throws a heavy physical punch, but it deals 0 damage. Seal counters with Wind's Blessing, a gale force spell that blasts enemies away in an instant. A violent cyclone erupts, hurling his opponent hundreds of meters across the battlefield. Joseph can no longer stand. The battle is officially over. Sheathing his dagger, Seal offers a rare word of praise for Joseph's impressive effort. That final feint was brilliant enough to trick even Seal. Before losing consciousness, Joseph asks for his name. Seal Taylor, he replies calmly. Shortly after, Onyx arrives to carry the defeated Joseph away from the field. Meanwhile, a carriage charges forward elsewhere, carrying Jis and Anka. She questions why Jis chose the magic department over other prestigious branches. With his talent, he could have easily secured an assistant professor position in combat or alchemy. Anka feels guilty that Jis sacrificed so many benefits for her sake. Jis simply eats his cake, unbothered, claiming he never cared for the title anyway. He could have stayed in alchemy, but the combat department was never an option for an assistant role. This is because the current head of the second-year combat department is Clemius, who, at this very moment, has been knocked unconscious. Before blacking out, Clemius sees a new student looming over him, mockingly asking if he's okay or if his bones are broken from the holy magic. Clemius collapses, realizing he stood no chance against such overwhelming power. Only 20 minutes remain until the exam concludes. Tanya and Keely finally reach the temple grounds, where Seol is already waiting. Before them lies a mountain of students who were systematically defeated. The stage is set. Tanya must now face her own brother, Seol Roteller, in a direct confrontation. Saintess Clarice is haunted by 2 distinct visions. Her daytime dream demands she remain as pure and noble as a blank sheet of paper. This is the rigid ideal Archbishop Vio has forced into her mind, but her nighttime dream tells a different story. A mysterious voice tells Clarice that it's better to die in a puddle than to live as a hollow white void. As she opens her eyes, the voice lingers. It whispers that even the highest towers of purity are merely sandcastles compared to the gray peaks of the Lamelon Mountains. She envisions the bone-chilling black swamps and the golden fields of the Clone Empire, shimmering under the sun. She sees the emerald grasslands of Punran, the opal smoke of the Alchemist lands, and the red roofs of Ondex. Her mind wanders through the deep blue wisdom of the Savinia territories. She travels past the Red Sea of the Drya Desert to the barley shadows of Coenton, realizing purity is just a tiny fragment of the world's beauty. The girl playing the instrument is El, the manager of the Holy Flame. After leaving the Order, she began calling herself a romanticist. No one knows how she slips through the high-security buildings, but every night, she sings beneath Clarice's window. Under the silver glow of the moon, the two of them often shared quiet, stolen moments together. After leaving the priesthood, Elle joined Sylvania and spent her vacations wandering the farthest corners of the world. Every night since Elle's departure, Clarice dreams of walking those distant paths. In her final vision, she clings to someone tightly, continuing her lonely journey. This vibrant, colorful journey is the boldest escape she can imagine from her dull, monochromatic life. Elsewhere, Killy sits before a mirror, preparing for what's to come. Priest Vadio stands behind her, sternly warning her to keep her true identity hidden at all costs. He insists she carry magic tools constantly, leaning in to remind her that, while the Saintess is protected by holy power, she must remain vigilant. Killy scoffs, asking who would ever suspect someone who looks so completely different from the Saintess. She tells Vio to relax. It's revealed. Killy is actually Saintess Clarice in a perfect disguise. Currently, she's enjoying her freedom on the streets of Gyodong. Living as a commoner, she befriended Tanya and experienced the simple joy of playing in the snow. These are ordinary pleasures that the Saintess was strictly forbidden from ever experiencing. No one suspects Killy's true identity, but there is one person who knows the truth, and you likely already know who it is. Back at the battle, Tanya is paralyzed with shock. Her final trial is a life-or-death duel against her own brother, Seol. Seol gives her a chilling ultimatum. Turn back now, or prepare to fight for your life. Suddenly, he unleashes a terrifying storm of wind arts. The sheer pressure of the gale batters Tanya and Keely relentlessly. Tanya stares at her brother in awe. Even a master summoner couldn't reach Seol's current level of overwhelming power. While controlling 5 mid-tier spirits makes one a master, Ed commands high-tier entities with ease. Killy urges Tanya to surrender before she gets hurt, but Tanya refuses to back down. Facing a high-tier spirit triggers Tanya's trauma from her first terrifying encounter with Janica. She refuses to yield to Ed now. Fearing a loss would mean she hasn't changed. Tanya tells Killy she won't quit, accepting that high status demands equal responsibility. She struggles against the violent gales until both girls are eventually blasted away. Lying on the ground, Killy stares at the boy Tanya's brother from the Rothstaler family. Killy always imagined Rothstaler men as refined and graceful, much like Lord Crepin. Yet rumors painted Ed as a degenerate playboy, the exact opposite of his father. This reputation was the sole reason Tanya despised her older brother so much. To protect her friend, Killy decides to finally unleash her hidden, specialized power. Her unique magic automatically triggers high-level holy spells against anyone intending her harm. This ability makes her virtually immortal, yet Tanya fears Killy might still get injured. Though she claimed the exam didn't matter, Killy steps forward to face the threat. She acts because Tanya had branded Ed Rothstaler as a truly evil man. As her first friend at Sylvania, Killy will use the power that defeated Clemius. Tanya watches her friend's majestic silhouette march forward with unwavering courage. But reality is different. Killy is actually sobbing while she charges into battle. A spirit wolf lunges, but holy magic reflects the strike, making the beast howl. Killy's holy light clashes against Ed's wind magic before she is pushed back. Is that all? Ed asks coldly, but Tanya seizes the chance to strike him. A basic wind blast hits Ed directly, causing his entire body to vanish instantly. The Ed they fought was merely an illusion cast by a shattered magical disc. Arrows rain down as Tanya sits stunned. Her useless brother is now a master. Ed draws his bow, warning that the previous shot was his only mercy. As Ed slowly approaches, Tanya is paralyzed by the shadow of her traumatic past. She closes her eyes, weeping as she prepares to accept her brother's final strike. But the blow never comes. Ed simply kneels to pick up a small stone. If I held back, your pride would have made you explode, right? He asks. Ed praises her courage, admitting he would have fled while she managed to hit. Ed sees his sister differently now, and Tanya notices he is wearing her gift. Overwhelmed by his unexpected kindness, Tanya breaks down into uncontrollable, sobbing tears. Ed stands there confused, assuming she is crying over her failed class ranking. Killy hugs her friend while threatening Ed, just as Professor Claire calls for help. The exam ends with Clemius unconscious, and Killy's transformation magic beginning to flicker. During the frantic battle with Ed, her essential magic catalyst was knocked away. Priest Vio's warning echoes without that tool. Her true identity will be exposed. Killy's form begins to shift, revealing the radiant features of Saintess Clarice. Ed retrieves the catalyst, returns it to Killy, and heads toward Professor Claire. The placement exam concludes as Ed successfully guides the script back to safety. Killy gazes at Ed's retreating back as Claire gathers her weary team. Noting Ed's exhaustion, the professor orders the assistants to let him finally rest. Onyx notices something strange at the temple as Ed finally collapses onto the grass. Staring up at the vast, starlit void, a mysterious voice breaks the silence. There is a beauty that transcends time, and that sky is the ultimate proof. A masterpiece may have its critics, but no soul can gaze upon that sunset and deny its breathtaking beauty. That voice belongs to Marilda, the high wind spirit bound to Ed. Perched atop his head, she begins to muse on the philosophy of life. She claims a flat, monotonous existence is the most terrifying curse a human can ever endure. Thus, one must learn to be moved by small wonders and find profound meaning in the most ordinary moments. If a human life is a cycle of 4 seasons, then a spirit's life is surely one eternal, unending winter. A life without peaks or valleys is a barren one, much like Ed, who lives with cold, meticulous precision. Yet, when it comes to his own well-being, he is fragile, constantly exhausted and battered by wounds. Aside from grueling labor and constant injury, his life holds no joy, the ultimate proof of that stagnant curse. Ed tells her to cut the chatter and get to the point. Marilda bluntly suggests, "Ed, you should try dating." She recommends Janica kind, cheerful, yet possessing a dependable strength. Marilda then asks Ed if he agrees with her assessment. After all, Marilda is Janica's most trusted companion and closest friend. The spirit is always plotting ways for Janica to win Ed over. Mong, the little spirit, nods in fervent agreement. Mong fawns over Marilda, calling her advice sacred scripture. Suddenly, he notices Marilda's expression turning icy cold. Realizing he overstepped, Mong quickly plays dead. At that moment, Ed recalls something important. He turns to Marilda, asking why Janica has seemed so clouded with sadness lately. Since Janica remains silent, Marilda keeps her secret. She believes Janica must endure this winter to truly grow. Feeling guilty for draining Ed's mana, Marilda watches as he sits up, his body feeling utterly drained and hollow. With Ed's current mana levels, manifesting even a miniature form of a high spirit like Marilda is an exhausting feat. Marilda teases that she has countless beautiful forms to show him, if only he had the strength to call them. Unfortunately, Ed's current condition is far too frail to handle her true, majestic appearance. Summoning her fully is an impossible dream right now. With a graceful leap, Marilda bounds toward the temple roof. Looking down from the heights, she reveals a secret. Ed isn't her only contractor. Ed crawls toward the temple, desperate to see this mysterious second contractor. There, he finds Lucy sitting in the shadows. Without a formal greeting, Ed simply asks if she chose this spot for another afternoon nap. Lucy, feeling the breeze, replies that she's not here to sleep. If she were, she'd be back at the cabin. She emphasizes her dislike for empty houses, claiming she only came here for a quiet stroll. Ed gazes down from the summit. This is the stage for the Act 3 finale, where the saintess faces the church's suspicion. The apostles of Telos have descended upon the island, ready to pass judgment on Saintess Clarice. Unaware of the hidden truth, the academy students gather, following the archbishop's direct orders. Even Princess Fiend's elite royal guards have joined the fray. Lortel's mercenaries, holy knights, and academy masters all converge into a chaotic, overlapping battlefield. Ultimately, every blade points toward a single girl protecting the island, fulfilling her master's final decree. Branded a traitor and a heretic, she says nothing, watching from the temple heights with eyes full of cold arrogance. That girl is Lucy Mayrill. She alone crushed the island's elite, decimating over half of the hunting party. Exhausted, she finally falls to Taylor's strike. Only then is the truth revealed why she truly sought to kill the apostles. She was never the villain. No one knew the tragic story hidden behind her cold exterior. Ed looks at Lucy, but he has no intention of intervening or stopping her path. It's not cold-heartedness or a desire to sacrifice her for the plot, he simply wants to let the current flow naturally. This might not be a tragic end. Lucy recalls the final words the Archmage whispered before his passing. Old Gluck warned that Sylvania Academy would face trials it could never overcome without Lucy's overwhelming power. Before his death, the Archmage made one final request. He asked to borrow Lucy's strength for the future. Ed gazes at the fading sunset, his heart heavy with the weight of things to come. Lucy dozes off, her head falling onto Ed's lap. Before drifting away, she whispers how lonely she's been lately. Ed starts to speak but holds back, choosing instead to gently pat her head. Elsewhere, the scene shifts to a rose garden. Clarice, a noble lady from a prestigious family, excitedly presents a gift to Belle. Bella stared coldly at the gift before offering a curt thanks to Clara. Clara beamed, finally reunited with her dear friends after the long break. To celebrate, Clara prepared a lavish tea party, featuring her prized kumquat duck cakes brought all the way from her hometown. Clara left Annis and Janica to handle the final touches. As she hurried away, Bella's hand tightened, crushing the gift in a silent, violent outburst. Her face was a mask of deep unease, clearly troubled by the looming confrontation between Annis and Janica. At the meeting of the three friends, the atmosphere was suffocating. Clara sat precariously between two girls who looked ready to explode. Clara was clueless as to why they were at each other's throats. Just as she tried to crack a joke to break the ice, Janica cut her off. Janica called out Annis's name, making her flinch in guilt. Janica's eyes were a devastating mix of sorrow and burning rage. "Annis, you hugged Ed, didn't you? Meanwhile, let's check the status of our protagonist, the 18-year-old third-year student, Ed Taylor. His achievements: careful survival and high-rank magic with 4 core branches: combat, magic, lifestyle, and alchemy. Stats: strength 13, intelligence 13, skill 15, will 12, and luck 11. He has just completed his latest creation, the wooden windbreak. It is a makeshift barrier crafted from timber and rope, sealed with mud to block out the biting winter winds. With a production difficulty of 1.5 stars, Ed is working frantically. A massive blizzard is approaching, and he must reinforce his cabin. The labor is grueling, but it is his only hope of surviving the relentless onslaught of the northern gales. Just then, Bella arrived. She was there to escort the lethargic Lucy back to the Opolis Hall dormitories. The academy had decreed that no student could leave their dorms during the blizzard. Lucy, however, put up a fierce resistance. She desperately tried to stay by Ed's side, but Ed merely gave a blunt, indifferent nod to Bella's instructions. Bella signaled Ed to help her convince the girl, but he played the fool. His denseness sent Bella into a silent fit of rage. Watching Ed struggle with his defenses, Bella spoke flatly. "That windbreak isn't nearly strong enough to hold. It won't survive a week in this blizzard. You're only reinforcing this shack to protect your meager belongings, aren't you?" Ed had already lashed down the roof. To survive the frost, all his vital hunting gear was safely tucked away inside the cabin. As for Ed himself, he planned to take shelter within Professor Gluck's sole laboratory during the storm. He intended to focus his time on researching new magical technologies. He turned to Bella, telling her there was no need to worry. Bella remained unsettled, standing in a daze as if lost in deep, troubling thoughts. She didn't even notice Lucy's constant fidgeting. Bella opened her mouth to speak, but then hesitated, choosing silence instead. Her cryptic behavior only piqued Ed's curiosity further. With a heavy sigh, Bella simply wished him luck. After all, Ed was the unwitting spark of this entire war. The price of beauty is steep. Back at the tea party, the tension reached its peak. Janica asked again if Annis had hugged Ed. Clara's jaw dropped in shock. Annis froze as sweat poured down her face like rain. Clara nervously chuckled, trying to claim it was all just a big misunderstanding. But as Clara tried to mediate, Annis hung her head and confessed. She had intentionally tried to seduce Ed, leaving Clara speechless. Clenching her fists, Annis apologized through tears. She claimed she was only testing Ed to see if he was truly worthy of Janica's heart. Hearing this explanation, the fire in Janica's eyes finally began to dim. She started to calm down. Honest then unleashed a tirade of insults against Ed. She called him a delinquent who was arrogant, whiny, and lived only for himself. "A man like that is definitely not my type," she declared. Janica, hearing her beloved Ed being trashed, was now moved to tears of fury. How dare Anis insult him? Janica hissed through gritted teeth. "You don't know the first thing about the real Ed." Anis locked eyes with her for a moment before bowing her head. She apologized for meddling with the man Janica loved. Tears stained the table. Janica had spent so many sleepless nights drowning in her own sorrow over this. She had been tortured by a single, agonizing question. Why would her best friend betray her like this? The pain was twofold, the sting of betrayal, and the crushing realization that she had no official claim over Ed anyway. Since they weren't in a relationship, she felt she had no right to be angry. Just as she began to spiral, Anis reached out. Anis comforted her, whispering softly, "Don't worry, Janica. At the very least, you are someone truly special to Ed." Their bond was that unique, more than friends, less than lovers connection. Janica's eyes instantly sparkled with newfound hope. Is their relationship truly special? Although the air was cleared, Anis's harsh insults about Ed still left Janica feeling indignant. Janica pulled Anis into a tight embrace, relieved that her friend didn't love Ed and had finally chosen to be honest. Clara watched them reconcile and sighed in relief. She couldn't believe one man had almost torn their entire group apart. However, a moment later, Clara noticed a very strange expression flickering across Anis's face. It was the face of a girl whose own heart was in total chaos. To prevent further drama, Clara quickly steered the conversation away. Ed points Janica toward the northern forest, guiding her away. Clarice successfully distracts her, ensuring she doesn't notice the strange look on Anis's face. The mention of the northern forest triggers Janica's memory, and she rushes off to find Ed. She remains completely oblivious to the tense atmosphere Anis left behind. Anis knows her current mask can only fool someone as innocent as Janica. Once they are alone, she confesses to Clarice that she's devised a desperate plan. Anis suddenly grabs Clarice by the shoulders, her expression clouded with absolute gravity. She begs Clarice to shatter all social taboos and enter a forbidden romance with her. Clarice recoils in pure judgment, wondering which of her friend's nerves just snapped. Anis is a total mess, her hair disheveled and tears streaming down her face. The weight of lying to Janica is crushing her soul. She's trapped in a corner, unable to find an escape from this emotional labyrinth. Her feelings for Ed have become an unstoppable force. She believes distance is the only cure if she avoids him. Perhaps her love will finally wither away, but reality is heartless. Remembering she is still his teaching assistant next semester, Anis literally turns to stone in despair. Inside Professor J's office, the atmosphere is festive. They raise their glasses to celebrate the successful conclusion of the exams. While Gremius and Onik move to different laboratories, Ed sits calmly, savoring a slice of celebratory cake. Ed will remain here to assist the professor, meaning Anis is stuck with him. The realization of their looming proximity sends her into a state of pure panic. The scene shifts to the quiet beauty of a fading twilight. Ed is busy maintaining his hunting gear when Janica arrives, suggesting he should soon contract with mid-tier spirits. Ed is simply relieved to see her cheerful smile return. Their last meeting left Janica in a state of total collapse. When Ed mentions that night, she avoids his gaze, claiming she has no memory of it at all. Whatever happened during those dark hours, she has wiped it completely from her mind. Seeing his first friend back to her bright self brings Ed peace. Since she isn't a major player in the original story, he feels uniquely relaxed in her presence. News has spread that Ed successfully formed a contract with the legendary High Spirit, Marilda. This sparks Janica's curiosity, as Ed shouldn't possess the power to command such a being yet. Ed just smirks, admitting he used a few clever tricks. He reaches into his inner pocket and pulls out the golden phoenix ring gifted by Professor Glass for her to see. He then recounts the entire saga of the ring, sharing the secret of his new power with her. Janica tucks her hands behind her back and leans in close. Since Ed currently cannot use magic, contracting mid-tier spirits is an impossible task for now. Ed grips the ring tight, waiting for the next semester. Our protagonist is destined to return stronger and more formidable than ever. Though a bit late, Janica offers her sincere congratulations. In the world of spirits, the day of a high-tier contract is celebrated as one's second birthday. Janica flashes a brilliant smile, one that shines even brighter than the golden sunset behind her. The two begin to discuss the weight of life and destiny. Eventually, Ed remembers the upcoming student council president elections. As the top student in their year, Janica is bound to be the center of everyone's attention. She blushes, clearly shy about the spotlight. Her classmates have already been pestering her, but since she's clueless about politics, she intends to remain strictly neutral. Suddenly, a thought strikes her. Janica pivots toward Ed, asking if his younger sister is also competing for the position. She remembers how she accidentally terrified the girl that night. Trembling, she asks Ed if he is actually close with his sister. Ed recalls their first awkward encounter at the camp. He struggles to define their bond, but acknowledges that blood is thicker than water. Our protagonist is far too kind-hearted to ever truly harbor hatred for his own flesh and blood. Seeing that Ed doesn't hate Tanya makes Janika's spirit crumble. She is devastated that she treated her crush's sister so poorly in a moment of rage. She desperately clings to Ed's sleeve, tears welling in her eyes as she asks what Tanya likes. Is there a perfect gift or a favorite food she can use to apologize? Ed watches her panic, finally connecting it to Tanya's strange behavior. What exactly did you do to Tanya? He asks. Janika jolts, screaming at the top of her lungs that she did nothing. 3 seconds under Ed's suspicious gaze is all she can take. Janika collapses to the ground, weeping like a waterfall as she confesses her sins. To Ed, the whole situation seems rather trivial, but for Janika, it's a moral catastrophe. Elsewhere at the Phyllis dormitory, heavy snow falls in silence. A hand grips a transformation tool. It is the Saintess Clarice. She is haunted by the memory of Ed standing heroically before Marilda, and the terrifying moment her own magic failed. Then there was the way Ed discreetly returned her tool. It all happened with such chilling, effortless naturalness. It felt like a silent warning. Sitting by the window, her face is pale with dread. Does Ed truly know her ultimate secret? Clarice has sacrificed everything to experience the life of an ordinary person. She promised the high priest that if her identity was ever discovered, she would abandon her life as a student forever. While her peers gossip about Ed in the dining hall, she hears a crucial detail. Ed is living in a secluded cabin within the northern forest. Saintess Clarice grips her transformation relic, her knuckles white. Despite being confined to the dorms, she refuses to stay caged. With a steady breath, she flings the door open. A savage blizzard strikes her instantly, biting at her skin. The world outside is a desolate, frozen nightmare that would make anyone tremble. She yearns to escape this dreary gray existence. Clarice thinks of her vibrant friend, a girl who always radiates a blinding, infectious energy. Defying the howling winds, Clarice leaps from the window. Mid-air, a brilliant flash of light erupts from her artifact, illuminating the snow. The Saintess's form shifts, and Killy emerges in her place. She won't let the precious freedom she fought so hard for be snatched away. To secure her path, she decides she must find Esther Taylor. And so, Killy charges straight into the heart of the raging storm. Meanwhile, a shadow haunts the freezing night, eyes glowing crimson and face stained with fresh blood. This is the tragic brother of Gramius. Gramius was a pariah cast out by his own bloodline, with only his brother standing by him. But that protector fell, slain by the blade of Cremius. In his final moments, the brother whispered a dark secret into Cremius's ear. To him, those words were nothing less than a soul-shattering curse. Back in the present at Sylvania Academy, Professor Zeke is puzzled. He demands to know why Cremius is suddenly resigning from his assistant post. Cremius scratches his head, struggling to find the right words to justify his departure. He feels the role just doesn't suit him anymore, no matter how much he thinks it over. Truthfully, the shame of being knocked out by a freshman still stings. As Cremius stammers about the pay being good, Professor Zeke cuts him off with a sharp look. She lets out a mocking laugh, asking if the benefits were actually the problem, or perhaps he found a better offer elsewhere. If he can do the work, why quit? Gramius hesitates, trapped by her logic, before finally folding and agreeing to stay. Zeke beams, satisfied that her persuasion worked. Yet, Gramius bites his lip, his expression clouded by a secret he simply cannot voice. Outside, the storm rages on. Ed has made his way from the soul-climbing tree all the way to the spirit library. He has pushed his body to the absolute breaking point through relentless training. Now, Ed has unlocked a high-rank skill, Spirit Art Skill Injection. His technical mastery has reached level 20, while his overall power scaling sits at a solid 4. His injection success rate is a staggering 92%, with Fire Spirit Mastery at 6 and Wind Spirit at 3. His mana engineering is at level 4 with a comprehension of 5. He even acquired the recipe for the level 1 Frost Blessing of Telos. At this stage, Ed's command over spirit magic has reached the level of a true master. He is spending the final week of winter break grinding these 2 fields within the spirit library. To get there, he slid down a rope tied to the ancient tree. Stepping into the library, Ed scans the room. The entire place has been scrubbed spotless. Seeing the books organized perfectly by theme and title, it's clear that Elka and the others worked themselves to the bone. Ed pulls a tome from the shelf. His goal, craft the legendary Eye of Glock. This artifact grants a massive burst to all sensory-type skills. It briefly weakens curse magic but carries a heavy price. It disables all defensive spells during use. Furthermore, this legendary tool grants the user complete immunity to all elemental magic. Another relic on his list is Delhem's Hourglass, which can rewind the body's state by several seconds, erasing all wounds. However, it's a one-time use trump card. Ed hums a tune while gathering his research, ready to begin the legendary crafting process. He reaches into his bag, searching for his specialized crafting tools. His heart sinks as he realizes he left them back at the cabin. Groaning, he prepares for the long, arduous trek back through the snow. At that same moment, Killy, the disguised saintess, is battling the blizzard to reach that very same cabin. The endless white is beginning to blind her. Her only wish is to witness the vibrant colors of the world once more. But for now, she must endure the bone-chilling cold, her vision filled with nothing but a freezing, endless void. Eventually, Killy spots a river. She remembers hearing that the northern forest lies right along its banks. If she follows the stream upward, she'll find Ed's home. Suddenly, her fatigue vanishes, replaced by the thrilling spark of a real adventure. As a saintess, Killy is deceptively powerful. She possesses an innate divine spell, known as the Blessing of the Holy Law. This skill automatically triggers mid-tier holy magic to shield her from anyone harboring ill intent. It reflects double the damage back at her attacker. This is the very magic that effortlessly neutralized Cremius before. After a long struggle, Killy finally reaches Ed's secluded cabin. But as she stands before it, hesitation strikes. She remembers Ed's cold gaze when he aimed his bow at Tanya. Plus, as the Rainer heir, Ed has received the baptism of Telos. This means her holy blessing is completely useless against him. Killy peers through the window, but the cabin looks deserted. She summons her courage and pushes the door open wide, only to find a bucket of blood rigged right above the entrance. The bucket tips, splashing crimson liquid everywhere in a gruesome display. Killy stares at the pool of blood, her eyes slowly drifting upward in horror. A severed boar's head hangs grimly from the wall, sending a jolt of terror through her as she screams in horror. Crimson stains paint the room like a scene from the depths of hell. Suddenly, the heavy echo of footsteps draws near. A cloaked figure swings the door open to reveal the absolute carnage inside, while Killy trembles, hidden in the shadows. She stifles a sob, hands clamped over her mouth as the mysterious intruder retrieves a jagged saw from a dark chest. Tears blur Killy's vision. The sheer terror of the scene before her is enough to break her spirit. She watches the silhouette approach, a blood-slicked saw glinting in his hand. This man is the protagonist, Rayer. Rayer freezes in surprise at Killy's presence, but her survival instinct takes over. She instinctively unleashes her forbidden holy magic. This divine power shatters illusions and nullifies enemy spells, while delivering a devastating physical blow to the target. The holy blast strikes Rayer head-on, sending him crashing into the wooden wall as books scatter like autumn leaves. Chaos consumes the room as Rayer lies motionless, drenched in red. Killy gasps, terrified that she has just committed murder. She falls to her knees in a desperate prayer for forgiveness, her tears flowing in an endless stream of guilt. Suddenly, Rayer lunges forward and grips her shoulder, his face twisted in a mask of pure fury. "Are you mocking me?" The sight of his menacing glare strikes Killy like a lightning bolt. She collapses to the floor with a painful, bone-jarring thud. Rayer stares at the mess, his teeth gritted and his entire body trembling with a suppressed, boiling rage. Back at the Phyllis dormitory, Bella realizes the saintess has vanished. As the headmaid, she alone knows Killy's true identity. A saintess missing in the heart of a deadly blizzard? This is an event that could trigger a national catastrophe. Curiously, Bella doesn't seem panicked at all. Instead, a strange, fun spark of excitement glints in her eyes. Donning her cloak, Bella heads into the storm, ordering the other maids to guard the students, especially the mysterious Lucy. A maid shouts through the wind, reporting that a witness saw Killy heading straight toward the treacherous North Forest. Bella freezes at the mention of the North Forest. That is the domain of Rayer, a man legendary for his luck with beauties. Amidst the freezing gale, Bella's cheeks flush as she imagines the two of them trapped together in a lonely cabin. She envisions them huddling for warmth, locked in a desperate embrace. The more she imagines, the more her anxiety flares. Bella plunges into the biting blizzard, racing toward the forest to save the saintess from a dangerous fate. Her imagination is truly on another level. Why is she doubting our protagonist's character so intensely? Rumors whisper of a monster living in those woods, a cold-blooded man who surrounds himself with the remains of beasts. Bella knows the reality behind the rumors, yet she cannot stop her heart from racing with worry. Driven by her suspicions, she runs through the drifts until she finally reaches the heart of the North Forest. She discovers fresh tracks marking the snow. Contrary to his icy reputation, Rayer is actually a remarkably considerate man. Despite the beautiful women who always seem to surround him, he remains a dependable man of duty and honor. But that reliability is exactly what Bella fears. If his relationships get any more complicated, it will be a massive headache. She prays Rayer hasn't realized Killy's secret as she slowly pushes the door open, her heart leaping into her throat. The moment the door creaks, Rayer looks up. He was already expecting Bella to arrive at any moment. Bella stares at the chaotic scene, a cold sweat breaking out on her brow as she stammers, "Young master, I can explain." She claims Killy told her everything, insisting they must leave immediately before the blizzard seals their fate. Rayer nods slowly, a look of helpless resignation crossing his face. "You're right," he sighs. A head maid shouldn't be away from the tower this long, but he still can't fathom why the Saintess sought him out. Killy's true identity is a legendary plot twist, meant to be revealed much later in the story's third act. He cannot let the secret out now. Hesitantly, he bows. I apologize for my lack of respect. Please, put the chair down. Killy quickly complies, her arms aching from the tension as she finally lowers her makeshift weapon. Silence falls as Killy and Bella stare at Rayer in absolute shock. He just called her Saintess, how could he possibly know? Sensing their deep suspicion, Rayer explains calmly, I, too, am a faithful follower of the Church of Telos. Seeing her dispel her concealment magic at such close range, any true believer would have recognized her divine aura. He gestures again for Killy to relax. She nods frantically, finally dropping her guard in the presence of a fellow believer. Rayer's ultimate rule remains unchanged. Never get entangled with the main characters of this scripted world. But with a Saintess, this unpredictable, revealing his hand was the only way to eliminate the hidden risks to his peace. Ed speaks indifferently, watching Kylie desperately hide her identity to blend in at the academy. It seems her restricted life has become utterly suffocating. I understand that feeling all too well. Hearing Ed's blunt words, Kylie fumbles for a response, left momentarily speechless. But Ed leans in closer, his gaze turning razor sharp. He asks her solemnly how she truly feels about the unchained life in the forest. Can you even fathom the weight of my life? This question strikes Kylie like a sudden bolt of lightning. She realizes this man isn't just living, he is fighting to survive. Everything has a light and a dark side, and freedom is no exception. If a poet sings of freedom's beauty, then Ed is the cold, harsh embodiment of its shadow. As these thoughts race through her mind, Ed speaks up again with a hint of regret. Forgive my bluntness, but since no one else will tell you the truth, I had to step in. With those final words, he coldly signals for them to leave. Soon, Belle and Kylie exit Ed's cabin. Kylie follows behind, whispering guiltily, I'm so sorry for causing you trouble. Belle remains stoic, refusing to show emotion. Don't give it another thought, she replies casually. Returning to Ophelis Hall means warmth, hot soup, and comfort. That cabin in the blizzard will soon feel like a distant memory. Yet, the metallic scent of blood and the crushing weight of reality linger. Kylie never could have imagined this truth. Behind the mask of the powerful mage who blocked the freshman stood a man living such a brutal existence. Her shallow illusions of freedom are shattered. Still, Kylie believes leaving the holy city for Sylvania was the right choice, because here, she finally found a senior truly worthy of her respect. Lost in thought, Kylie subconsciously glares toward the northern forest. Belle notices the look, and a seed of suspicion begins to grow. Without a word, the two of them continue their trek back toward the towering Ophelis Hall. But Belle's heart burns with unease, unable to decode Ed's cryptic words. Spring is coming, and its unexpected arrival makes it feel even more haunting. Later at the Lace Bakery, Ed runs into Lortel. She smiles brightly, asking to share his table while she waits for an inventory check. However, the shop owner isn't sharing her joy. The moment he sees Lortel, he begins to tremble in pure terror. He bows deeply and begs, please, make yourself at home. Lortel offers a curt thanks, and the man practically flees in fear. Lortel arches an eyebrow playfully. Absolute power is quite fascinating. It can even create authority where none exists. Ed scoffs at her theatrics. Looking at his terrified face, you're the only one finding this fascinating. Lortel chuckles, her eyes gleaming. How sharp of you. You're right, of course, though I wasn't actually bullying him. She explains that the recent blizzard has crippled the supply chain on Aiken Island. It turns out this bakery ordered excessive supplies only to cancel at the very last minute. While ingredients are scarce, monopolizing goods from other shops is an ethical sin. The owner hears this and comes running back in a panic. Without hesitation, he drops to his knees before Lady Lortel. Please, I beg you, have mercy on us. Limiting our orders so strictly is too much, he cries. I beg you to reconsider your decision. Lortel ignores his pleas entirely, laughing as she tells Ed she has a class and wants him to walk her to the faculty area. Ed lets out a faint laugh, calling her cold-hearted before they head toward the academy. Lortel explains the blizzard's impact as they walk. Shipments from the main headquarters have been cut off, leaving the Merchant Guild's budget stretched incredibly thin. Despite their vast wealth, they're forced to tighten their belts. Ed nods, realizing even her powerful guild has its own struggles. Lortel just shrugs it off with a smirk. What are you saying? Do you know who I am? Financial management is my specialty. As long as we avoid waste, I can easily maintain the status befitting my name. But then, something catches her eye. She asks in surprise, wait, why aren't you carrying any textbooks for class? Ed answers nonchalantly, I'm just going to the library to borrow them. Think of the walk as a bit of exercise. Lortel looks distressed. It's just a few silver coins, why not buy them? Then she remembers how expensive they are for a student. Sylvania textbooks are premium luxury items. The more she thinks about his situation, the more her heart aches. She immediately reaches for her coin purse, asking how much he needs. Ed just smiles and thanks her for the gesture. Lortel sighs, changing the subject. The student council president election is coming up soon. Ed asks if she plans to run. She speaks indifferently, noting that the guild is her priority. But it would be best if the winner was someone friendly. If you were to run, senior, I would give you my full support. Ed immediately shakes his head, declining the offer. He has no such ambitions and isn't sure he could win anyway. Lortel looks disappointed. A shame. I expected as much. And what about your sister? She asks. She declares that even if it killed her, she would never support Princess Phonia. Ed knit his brows slightly as he spoke. I won't give you a long explanation, but about Tanya. Before he could finish, Lortel coldly cut him off. Even if every top student supports Tanya, she stands no chance at winning. After all, she is merely the second daughter of the Rothstaler family. The gap between them is simply too vast. Lortel's intuition was razor sharp. According to the original script, the winner would be Princess Phonia, leaving the tragic villainous Tanya to fail, regardless of her desperate schemes or pleas for votes. That distance would never close. Tanya would eventually have to accept her crushing defeat and vanish from the spotlight. As Ed drifted into deep thought, Lortel cast a suspicious gaze his way. Don't tell me. Do you actually support the princess, senior? Ed snapped back to reality and shook his head. Not really. If I had to choose, I'd root for my own sister, Tanya. Lortel nodded, finally satisfied with his answer. That's a relief. Most of the academy is siding with Princess Phonia, so I was worried you'd do the same. After all, you know I have feelings for you. With those words, she leaned her head against his chest. A moment later, she looked up and whispered, I almost let myself get jealous there. Ed remained as still as a statue, staring at her blankly without uttering a single word. Seeing his lack of response, Lortel pressed even closer and lowered her voice. Is this bothering you? Then, let me check your heartbeat. However, Ed reached out and gently pushed her head away, much to her annoyance. You keep avoiding me. Did I do something to upset you? Ed shook his head calmly. You've done nothing wrong. I simply have no intention of getting involved in romance until I graduate. Lortel's eyes widened in genuine surprise. Until graduation? Then, what happens after we graduate? Ed didn't offer an answer, choosing to remain silent. But Lortel just broke into a playful, happy smile. I just squeezed some vital information out of you. Whatever your reasons, that's a problem for 2 years from now. But her joy was short-lived as Ed spoke again. I'm not even sure I'll survive until then. In his heart, Ed knew the grim reality of their situation. Graduation was no simple feat. It meant facing the ultimate boss lurking at the very end of this world's story. Only when the protagonist defeats that final threat will peace return, and only then can Ed truly graduate. Specifically, Taylor needs the support of both Clarice, representing the Holy Church, and Princess Phonia, representing the Imperial family, to slay the Saint Dragon. In other words, Taylor must follow the script perfectly and gather his legendary comrades for the final battle. The freshman placement exams concluded successfully, and fortunately, Clarice's secret remained safe, allowing her to stay at the academy. Though he felt for Tanya, Phonia's victory in the student council election was set in stone. With the script back on track, Ed felt he could finally breathe easy, but reality was about to shatter Ed's predictions. Inside a girl's dormitory, Princess Phonia woke up with her body trembling uncontrollably and her face pale with terror. Gritting her teeth, she declared she wouldn't run for election. The script was falling apart. On the other side of the academy, in a dimly lit room, Clevius sat huddled in a corner. He was muttering fearfully to himself, "Curse it all. Out of all the people they could choose, why did it have to be me?" He continued to lament his wretched luck. Resting before him was a formal challenge for a duel, the one thing he wanted to avoid at all costs. Elsewhere, Ed was in the middle of class when an uninvited guest interrupted him, arrogantly demanding a duel to learn from his skills. Ed didn't even look up as he closed his book. "Cut the empty, meaningless talk," he said coldly. The youth didn't back down, his eyes filled with determination. "I need to do this to prove my own worth." Ed frowned at the boy. "Aren't you already the top-ranked student?" The youth shook his head. "Only for the first years." He declared his intent to duel Janica, the top third year, Dyke, the combat department's ace, and even Ed himself. Of course, he had a planned order for his conquest. He had already sent a formal challenge to Clevius. Clevius, the top second year of the combat department, was currently hiding from him. The boy bragged, "Once I crush Clevius, I'll move on to Elvira, and then you, Ed." Hearing his own name, Ed asked with suspicion, "Why me? I'm not even a top-ranked student." The youth explained his reasoning. "The official rankings don't count. In reality, you are the true top student of the second year, Senior Ed." Ed let out a dry laugh and smirked. "So, you plan to beat me, then Janica, and then Senior Sylvania? You should learn to accept that you're dead wrong, kid." The youth's brow furrowed in frustration. I never said defeating you would be an easy task, senior. Ed just laughed softly and shook his head. He stepped forward and patted the boy's shoulder with a mysterious glint in his eyes. That's not what I meant. I'm saying you won't even get the chance to face me, let alone Janica or Sylvania. The boy stood there, utterly confused. Your journey is going to end with Clevius. If you truly want to challenge me, you need to learn how to face reality first. At those words, the youth's expression darkened significantly. Ed didn't waste any more breath and walked straight out of the room. As he reached the courtyard, a familiar voice called out his name. Ed turned to find her approaching, her eyes searching his face as she spoke. You did a wonderful job cleaning the library. Thank you. As the two walked together, Ed brought up the story of the arrogant challenger he had just encountered. Ed listened intently before asking, Are you talking about that top-ranked freshman? Rhys nodded slowly, his voice low. Exactly. And he's got his sights set directly on you. Ed fell into a deep silence. According to the original story, Wade Keymore's legendary challenge streak shouldn't peak until Act 3. Wade, the son of a high-ranking general from the northern border. He was a natural-born monster with a blade, seizing the top freshman spot through sheer, overwhelming power. But Wade wasn't satisfied with just one title. He began a reign of chaos across the academy. He hunted down every famous student, even defeating Ziggs. At that time, Ziggs was completely exhausted and at a severe disadvantage. Despite a desperate struggle, Ziggs eventually fell. Wade's invincible streak only shattered when he finally faced Roth Taylor. You've grown so much this past year. Janica's warm voice brought him back to the present. The freshman welcome ceremony is tonight. Want to go see him for yourself? Ed shook his head. No, I have to go. I have an appointment. Before leaving, he thanked Rhys for the warning and reminded him to stay cautious. He tried to act indifferent, but the academy's buzzing energy was contagious. He felt his own spirits start to rise. The crisp, fresh air of a new semester made his steps feel lighter than ever. Rhys watched Ed's retreating figure, suddenly remembering something. He muttered that he should have mentioned Princess Fenia. Though they were just classmates, they crossed paths frequently. He knew she had been in a terrible mood lately, yet her ears perked up instantly whenever someone mentioned Ed's name. Rhys had observed this countless times. She clearly cared deeply for Ed. Well, I'll just investigate more and tell him later, he decided. Meanwhile, in the northern forest, the biting winter frost had finally vanished. Flowers bloomed in a riot of color as the insects emerged. Spring in the northern forest was truly a sight to behold. Lucy lay lazily on the cabin roof, drifting in and out of sleep while playing with butterflies. Ed's mana was surging, and his senses had sharpened significantly. Having contracted with Meru, he was finally ready for a mid-tier spirit. Currently, Ed was training under Janica. He jokingly referred to it as Master Janica's boot camp. She looked adorable trying to act dignified, so Ed simply played along. Janica looked at him with newfound seriousness. Normally, to contract a mid-tier spirit, you must wander the mountains to find a perfect match. It's not just about mana capacity. You need a spirit whose flow resonates perfectly with your own. Ed tilted his head in confusion. But when I contracted with Mukuro, I didn't have to do any of that. Janica explained softly, You have an affinity for fire and wind. For your next contract, you should avoid those elements. She was right. Matching your innate element makes control easier, but it leaves you vulnerable in diverse combat situations. To be truly versatile like Janica, he needed to master a wider range of elements. He recalled an illustration of a spirit master from the game Sylvania's Failed Swordsman. It depicted a master wandering through nature, becoming one with the world and communicating with the spirits. Following Janica's guidance, Ed closed his eyes and felt the mana swirling within. Slowly, he opened them. A swarm of spirits appeared before him, all high-quality mid-tier spirits Janica had personally handpicked. Ed was momentarily speechless. He asked skeptically, Managing this many spirits, isn't it exhausting for you? Janica just laughed brightly. I can't turn away those who want to follow me. I've already talked to them for you. Now, all you have to do is choose. Ed frowned slightly at the sheer variety. I can just pick one? He peered into the crowd. There it was, the mid-tier water spirit, Peslo. Mukuro sat on Ed's shoulder, watching Peslo intently. Ed raised an eyebrow. Was his lower-tier spirit really eyeing a mid-tier like that? Looking at the array of spirits, Ed muttered, This feels more like a recruitment drive than a contract. Janica suggested, Should we try again next time? Ed shook his head quickly. No, it's fine. Mukuro let out a determined chirp, as if telling Ed to look at the next spirit. Elsewhere, the Academy Hall was glowing with light for the freshman welcome party. It was a massive event, but Janica, the top third year, was nowhere to be found. Even Lucy, the top second year, was absent. The staff worried the atmosphere would turn cold, but their worries vanished the moment a certain noble presence entered the room. Princess Fenia had arrived. Despite the Academy's policy of equality, no one dared to breathe in the presence of royalty. Even the highest-ranking nobles stood back, swallowed by her overwhelming aura. Amidst the crowded freshman ceremony, only one man dares to approach the cold princess. This is Wayne, the royal family's right hand and heir to a legendary swordsmanship bloodline. With a sharp clack, Wayne's piece captures Phonia's king, ending the game. Impressive, she admits, unable to hide her praise. Wayne smirks, noting her fatal hesitation after sacrificing a pawn. If you had pushed your advantage without doubt, I would have lost, Phonia retorts with a subtle pout. Enough with the royal military tactics. Chess isn't reality, Wayne laughs. It seems Sylvania has truly left its mark on you. Phonia lets out a weary sigh. I've simply learned to view myself with a more objective lens. I once prided myself on my judgment, but now, I'm not so sure of anything anymore. Wayne replies nonchalantly. Someone once said that at Sylvania, the first lesson is learning how to be wrong. Phonia flinches. The memory of Ed's expulsion remains a bitter thorn in her side. Yet, that harsh decision had somehow saved Janica. Ed had built a life from nothing in the woods, his presence growing more formidable with every passing day. Even the new students look up to his resilience. His very existence is a living testament to her grave mistake. Errors occur everywhere, not just within the academy walls. But hiding from them like a child solves nothing, she realizes. Noble or commoner, every student here has the duty to learn. After a long, pensive silence, a faint smile finally touches Phonia's lips. My mind is clear now. Let's have another round, shall we? She can no longer run from her past. To do so would be sheer cowardice. She estimates it will take 4 days to settle her affairs before heading to the forest. She imagines sitting by the fire, talking with him at last. For the first time in ages, a sense of relief washes over her. Spring has finally arrived for Princess Phonia. But on the dawn of the 3rd day, devastating news arrives. Ed is dead. Before tragedy struck, Tanya had sent a letter to her father. It was a simple report on her progress and the current situation. Living away from home for the first time, she admits that not everything has been easy. The Academy's culture of equality and its relentless schedule proved to be quite the challenge for her to adapt to. Her dream of becoming the youngest student council president is slowly taking shape. She also mentions meeting Lortel Kell, a true merchant through and through. Negotiations for the legendary Sage's Seal are set to begin soon. Tanya confesses her anxiety about representing the family. She mentions Ed as well, the brother who was once their family's greatest disgrace. But she writes that he has changed, growing more diligent and mature, as if he were a completely different person. Perhaps she was too young to remember him clearly, or perhaps her mind is playing tricks on her. Recently, she's been haunted by a dream of their childhood. A small hill behind the Rothalor mansion, where lilacs and daffodils bloom in spring. In the dream, she is walking up that hill, her small hands held by 2 others. One hand belongs to her sister, Arwen. The other, she assumes, belongs to her brother. Back then, Ed wasn't the failure he became. She concludes that he has finally returned to his true self before saying her final farewells. Meanwhile, Crepin Rothalor holds the letter in one hand and an enchanted dagger in the other. Tanya's report, he mutters coldly. Beyond the election, she mentioned the high-stakes deal for the Sage's Seal. Knowing it's too much for her alone, he decides to dispatch his most trusted agents to accompany her. Though family servants are usually forbidden, the Academy has made an exception for this vital business negotiation. Crepin barks an order to the 2 figures kneeling before him. Go, now. They vanish instantly. Once alone, Crepin slowly removes his glove. He reveals a withered hand, and in the center of the palm, a crimson eye snaps open. He still struggles with the weight of this power. This is the ultimate causality magic, allowing the user to see the absolute outcome of any action. It demands a staggering amount of mana, making it impossible to use frequently. Yet, this is an absolute power, a divine insight that reveals a future that will certainly come to pass. As he touches the crystal ball, a horrific vision unfolds. A mysterious man drives a blade through a young boy. It's Ed, his body covered in blood. Janica appears in the vision, running toward him in a panic as Ed is cast into a bottomless abyss. She reaches out, her fingers brushing against air, unable to catch him in time. She can only watch in horror as he falls. Then, the vision shifts to Janica's back, her aura now radiating pure, murderous intent. Crepin stares at the results with cold indifference. To him, this is nothing more than a necessary sacrifice. 3 days before the end, everything seemed normal. Unlike the others, Tanya is drowning in work. She's currently calculating the projected support for the upcoming student council election. Princess Phonia isn't just a royal icon. Her fame echoes throughout every corner of the Cloel Empire. If Phonia enters the race, Tanya's chances of victory will instantly vanish into thin air. Tanya knows the brutal gap between her dreams and reality. Reluctantly, she prepares to abandon all hope. A sudden voice shatters her thoughts. Ungen. It's Jis, who asks with a cheerful grin, "Off to practice your elemental arts?" Tanya gives a stiff nod. Jis continues, "You doing okay? We should grab tea with Elka when you're free." Nearby, a group of students watches the exchange in absolute shock. their whispers filling the hallway. Isn't Senior G's one of the Academy's strongest elites? But the surprises don't stop there. Lottie approaches her next. The seal purchase negotiations are coming up. Just let me know your schedule, and I'll arrange everything. Even the icy Lucy joins the conversation. The onlookers are left paralyzed with envy at Tanya's soaring influence. They can't stop praising her, mesmerized by her elegance and her legendary list of connections. Tanya takes a deep breath before flashing a polite smile. You two worked hard today. You should go rest. After a few more pleasantries, the crowd finally disperses, and everyone returns to their own rooms. The moment the door clicks shut, Tanya's composure breaks. She collapses, her mind racing with agonizing doubt. She can't wrap her head around it. Her status has skyrocketed overnight, yet she's done absolutely nothing to earn it. The only reason for this special treatment is her brother, Ed. The realization hits, and she breaks down in tears. She always looked down on him as a failure, but now, she feels like the one who is truly pathetic. This sudden, overwhelming shift in her world has left Tanya completely lost and confused. Suddenly, a sharp creak cuts through the silence as her door slowly swings open. Two men step inside, greeting Tanya with familiar smiles. It's been a long time. Relief washes over her. Father's preparation was perfect. It's so good to see you both again. One of them speaks up. We heard Academy life is tough. We're here to help. The blue-eyed man introduces himself as Kadek. He'll be gathering financial intel on the Merchant Guild to give her the upper hand in the seal negotiations. The other man, Nox, will manage her election campaign so she can focus entirely on her magical studies. However, Tanya immediately declines. That won't be necessary, Nox. The news broke this morning Phonia is withdrawing from the election. Meanwhile, Janica delivers the same bombshell to Ed. The royal secretary made the official announcement earlier today. As the world buzzes with the news, Ed lets out a heavy sigh. It's official, but can things still change? Kreffenrotter, the ultimate mastermind, hides his true nature behind the mask of a benevolent father. Only Princess Phonia sees the dark ambition lurking beneath his polished exterior. As a leader of royal and academic power, she was meant to fight Kreffen. Yet, she just surrendered. At that moment, Janica suddenly appears behind Ed, her presence heavy with concern. She leans in close, her voice trembling. I have a bad feeling. Like you're about to do something reckless. Ed frowns, opening his mouth to explain, but she cuts him off before he can say a single word. I won't let you carry this burden alone anymore. I won't stand by while you get hurt. You've struggled enough. If you're planning something, let me help. Ed is stunned into silence by her resolve. After a long pause, Ed finally confesses. Honestly, I need Phonia to become the student council president. Janica is baffled. Phonia treated Ed poorly, and Tanya is his own sister. Why support the princess? But with the princess officially out of the race, what moves do they even have left to make? Just then, Jis walks over. Seeing their intimate positions, he teases. Getting cozy in broad daylight, are we? He apologizes for the intrusion, but he claims to know the real reason behind Phonia's sudden withdrawal. Janica flushes crimson, stammering, Cozy? What are you even talking about? That's so embarrassing. G's turned serious, comparing Phonia to a fallen alpha wolf who led its pack to disaster. She's paralyzed by her past. She won't even flinch, even if a hunter's sights are locked onto her. The look in Phonia's eyes says it all. She has lost all faith in herself and the world. Janica smirked, raising an eyebrow. I won't disturb you two any longer. It's going to rain tomorrow, so stay sharp when you leave the dorms. Her intuition was far beyond that of a normal person. Her predictions were never mere guesses. In the worst-case scenario, Princess Phonia had lost her hatred for the Lortel family. Ed wondered what his next move should be. While he stood there dazed, a cheerful voice rang out again. Perfect! Janica smiled, her eyes gleaming with excitement. If it rained, he could practice controlling water spirits, and the seaside would be the ultimate training ground. Tomorrow, let's head to the northern cliffs for intermediate spirit training. We'll focus on elemental arts after class. Ed watched her chatter away, lost in thought before a satisfied smile crossed his face. For now, he would just do what he could. At the same time, in the northern forest, Lucy was lounging on the rooftop as usual, soaking in the peace. Staring at the sky, Lucy muttered, "Looks like rain's coming." But as the words left her lips, her eyes widened in shock. In a flash, she leaped to the ground. Without a single word, she gave a sharp flick of her fingers. A brilliant flame roared to life instantly. Moments later, Ed returned from the academy, his heart heavy with nostalgia. Spring was breathtaking, but the rain made venturing out a chore. The rhythmic pitter-patter only made Lucy's mood turn sour. Before long, the sky opened up. If it had to rain, he just hoped it would pour and be done with it. Ignoring the drizzle, Ed pushed toward the cliffs. Gazing at the massive precipice before him, he marveled at the desolate view. Myrrh popped out from his shoulder, chirping happily. This is my first time at the northern coast. Though the cliffs were vast, They were lonely and abandoned, hardly a place of interest for most. Yet, it was the perfect sanctuary for water spirit magic. Mur suggested that contracting with the intermediate spirit Rhea was a brilliant move. Mur continued to ramble about combining that power with magic arrows, his voice never stopping for a breath. Ed finally lost his patience. "Shut it," he snapped. Suddenly, two figures emerged from the shadows behind him, their voices cold. "A pleasure to see you again, young master." Ed didn't hesitate, he drew his bow, recognizing the mid-bosses from the game's final chapters. Caddock and Nock Griffin's loyal shadows, and the keepers of the family's darkest, most twisted secrets. These were veterans who had bled for the Lortel family. Though they were familiar faces, Ed felt only a cold dread. Caddock spoke with a chilling leisure. "It truly is an honor to cross paths with you once more." Ed narrowed his eyes at them, his voice low. "I was exiled. To think you'd still call me young master. How flattering." Caddock sneered. "We've heard the rumors. We are here under Lord Griffin's direct orders." Their true mission was clear: assassination. Ed's eyes widened in shock. He opened his mouth to speak, but Caddock's voice cut through the rain once more. "However, we're taking that back. We once loathed you and intended to use this poisoned dagger to end your life. But after investigating his new life and the reputation he had built within the academy, they realized he had reclaimed his brilliance, becoming the true heir the Lortel family desperately needed." With that, both Caddock and Nock bowed deeply. "We will report everything to Lord Griffin. Please, return and restore our family's honor." But Ed wasn't a fool. He kept his bow leveled at them, his gaze unwavering and cold. "Don't play games with me," he warned. Seeing their deception fail, the two men erupted into a malicious laugh. Caddock smirked, his eyes glinting. "You really have grown, young master." In an instant, the air exploded as they lunged. Caddock, the Eagle Knight, struck with razor-sharp wind swordsmanship. Ed remained calm, parrying the lethal gusts of light. But the assault wasn't over. A sudden, violent burst of flames roared toward him from the side. It was Nock, charging with a fire attribute mace of pure destruction. An infernal explosion shook the ground in a heartbeat. Luckily, Ed's reflexes were sharp. He rolled back, using the momentum to fire a retaliatory arrow. But these were Griffin's elites, masters of the family's shadows. They dodged effortlessly, their expressions dripping with malice. "Young master, remember Mariana? The poor girl blinded in one eye because of your cruel prank? That child was Nock's own daughter, and his hatred for Ed was bottomless." He threw a heavy, vengeful punch without a second thought. A phantom firefox lunged at Ed's throat, but to Nock's absolute horror, the boy evaded the strike completely. A shimmering magic shield flickered before Ed. "I remember," he said, frowning. "But revenge is nothing more than vanity." Nock let out a cold, sharp snort, his gaze turning as frigid as ice. "I know revenge is empty, but you're the last person who should say that to me." He swung his fire mace again, but Ed danced away once more. Seeing this, Nock's expression grew grim. He gritted his teeth, his frustration boiling over. "You've grown stronger, but you'll never block a mace fueled by her overwhelming mana. Your dodging is top tier, but one hit means instant death. That bow is just a burden now, slowing you down and blinding your senses." Without warning, he lunges forward with savage pressure. In the blink of an eye, you're backed against the cliff. Giving you zero room to breathe, he charges again, swinging that flaming mace with murderous intent. Yet, Ed isn't trembling. Instead, a calm smirk plays on his lips. "I know," he whispers. Suddenly, a hidden blade strikes from the shadows, piercing his back. Blood sprays everywhere as he lets out a gut-wrenching scream. Caddock freezes in shock. Is that a secret technique? No, it's an elemental spirit manifestation. He used basic defensive magic to lure Nox in, creating a perfect opening for a counterattack. A brilliant, calculated trap. But the real surprise was just beginning. Ed shouts a command, and an earth-shattering explosion erupts instantly. Flames and smoke engulf the battlefield. Caddock shields his eyes, desperately screaming Nox's name, but only silence answers him. Before he can even process the chaos, lethal ice shards rain down upon him. Caddock forces his panic aside, focusing everything on survival. The ice is too fast. A shard tears through his thigh. Gritting his teeth, he can't believe Ed could strike amidst that explosion. Ed is drenched in cold sweat, his bow still humming from the shot. Caddock's shock twists into pure, unadulterated rage. "That bastard," he snarls. "Just what kind of hell has he crawled out of? Next time, aim for a vital spot, not my legs." Though, there won't be a next time. He unleashes a torrent of light beams directly at Ed. A massive boom echoes as the entire area is swallowed by thick dust. But through the settling haze, Ed's silhouette remains standing tall. He's covered in wounds, but he survived. He used Nox's body as a human shield to tank the lethal blow. Before he can catch his breath, Caddock lunges again. But a monstrous presence suddenly looms right behind him. Horror grips Caddock's soul. As memories flash back, A terrifying realization strikes him. Has he truly reached this level? It's Rhea, a mid-tier water spirit. Suddenly, Kadek feels like he's drowning on dry land. Lungs burning and gasping for air, he drops his blade. The crushing weight of the water makes breathing impossible. But then, a blood-stained hand reaches out, desperately gripping a dagger from the ground. It's Nox. Despite the burns and deep gashes, his battlefield instincts keep him conscious. He refuses to go down. This was a variable that even Ed hadn't foreseen. Reaction speed. God. Tier. Ed instantly deploys a barrier to deflect Nox's desperate strike. Before Nox can recover, a violent cyclone erupts around him, shredding the earth and sending debris flying everywhere. As the storm fades, Nox remains standing before Ed, frozen in his final attacking stance. Ed stares in disbelief. The dagger's tip is mere inches from his forehead, but the motion stops dead. Nox has nothing left. Drenched in blood with his back torn open, Nox is finished. Nearby, Rhea has already neutralized Kadek. Nox collapses, his eyes wide with lingering terror. Ed is exhausted and battered, yet a mocking smirk crosses his face. Just kill me already, Nox growls through the pain. But suddenly, his eyes tremble with a hint of moisture. Ed steps closer, his voice low and heavy with meaning. Listen well. Their presence here proves one thing. Your own father wants you dead. Death was inevitable for you. Even if you survived this, you'd still perish if you didn't break this vicious cycle. It might seem meaningless, but it's not in vain. At least now, Nox won't be haunted by vengeance. A final gift for a loyal hound of Rothtailor. Without hesitation, Ed seizes Nox's hand and drives the dagger home. Nox gasps, a crimson spray erupting from his lips. Just then, Janica arrives. Sorry, Ed. My class ran a bit late, she calls out apologetically. But her smile fades as she sees the horror. Nox kicks Ed with his final strength, sending him tumbling into the abyss. Janica lunges forward to catch him, but she's too late. Ed vanishes into the dark depths below. Exactly like Glavin's prophecy, Janica's hand misses his. A terrifying, cold fury begins to radiate from her. Pure bloodlust erupts from her being. Nox stares up at her, paralyzed by a fear he's never felt. A witness, but he's too broken to fight. Before he can even think of an escape, a massive magic circle ignites beneath him. Witnessing this sight, his terror reached a fever pitch. What kind of monster was this? He once boasted of surviving every horror on the battlefield, yet he had never seen anything like this, a being far surpassing a high-rank spirit. It was the awakening of an ultimate spirit, a unique entity representing the pinnacle of its natural element. A lone girl commanded the beast, her eyes fixed on him with murderous intent, while Janica's gaze burned like the scorching sun. With a tail larger than the imperial capital itself, according to historical records, this ultimate fire spirit was said to have reduced the entire Apos mountain range to ash during the Age of Myths. A single summoned limb could incinerate the entire northern forest. The massive magic circle in the sky left no room for doubt. Merely facing that ominous pressure was enough to realize the inevitable truth. Certain death was coming. Furthermore, Nox now faced Janica's pure, unadulterated rage. Do you even realize the gravity of what you've done? Nox couldn't utter a single word, paralyzed by the searing heat as the flames threatened to consume his very soul. Just as death's shadow loomed over him, a sudden whirlwind erupted, shielding him from the hungry inferno. A great beast appeared through the smoke, roaring a desperate command. Run now. You must survive. Stunned and confused, Nox soon realized its intent. The beast needed him alive to report every horror he had witnessed. Without hesitation, he fled into the distance. Janica narrowed her eyes at the beast, questioning, "What are you doing?" Janica gritted her teeth, demanding Marilia move aside. But the spirit stood its ground, unyielding and firm. Marilia spoke softly. "I cannot return like this. Doesn't it feel strange to you? Think carefully, it wasn't you who summoned me." Janica froze in shock at those words while a massive river surged below the cliffs. Moments later, a blood-stained hand emerged from the freezing water. Earlier, Ed had asked about the progress of his magic engineering. Ed had spent his entire break refining those skills, and now, that grueling practice had become his ultimate lifeline. He had successfully crafted the legendary item, the Chrono Hourglass, which rewinds his physical state by several seconds. The fatal impact from the fall and the lethal curse marking his skin had vanished completely. However, since it only rewinds a few seconds, his battle wounds still bled as his body temperature plummeted. Ed had summoned Marilia to stabilize the cliffside, but his injuries were so severe he could barely register his surroundings. The legendary grade artifact, the Chrono Hourglass. It was a tool that shouldn't exist this early in the story. He hadn't expected to use his trump card so soon, but he was alive. Glaypin Rothtailor's causality affirmation magic was a terrifyingly unpredictable force to reckon with. If Ed defeated Kadek and Nox to survive, Glaypin would simply reset the outcome using massive amounts of mana. He would keep manipulating reality until he found a future where Ed died. Therefore, Ed had to fake his own death. He didn't know the motive, but if Glaypin believed Ed was dead, he would finally stop hunting him. It wasn't easy to deploy subordinates to Aiken Island without a valid justification. Their only excuse was to assist Tanya, who was currently occupied with the election and negotiations. If Ed could remain dead until the student council election and the SEAL negotiations concluded, he would finally be safe. But his body was paralyzed. Suddenly, a fire spirit descended rapidly from the cliff above. Seeing it, Ed let out a sigh of relief. He struggled to sit up, whispering, "I'm in so much pain, but I'm glad you found me. Thank you." Before he could finish his sentence, his voice was cut short. Janica lunged into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Caught off guard, Ed was knocked straight back onto the ground. Shocked and unsure how to react, Ed simply let her cry before speaking up with a trace of guilt. "I've made you worry again, haven't I? I'm sorry, Janica." Yet her tears continued to flow, leaving him helpless. He gently patted her back in silence as they sat together in the depths of the dark abyss. After calming down and lighting a small fire, Ed shared his plan with Janica. She nodded, agreeing that he must stay hidden until the election ends. She promised to bring him food and supplies. Ed nodded in gratitude, though the throbbing pain from his wounds was becoming unbearable. Realizing this, Janica quickly pulled away, blushing. "I'm sorry. Hugging you just made me feel so much safer." Blushing harder, she tried to backtrack. Never mind. Please just forget I said that." Ed watched her, hesitating for a moment before speaking. "It's still raining, and you still have so much to do." Meanwhile, in the northern woods, the ever-lethargic Lucy is exactly where you would expect. She isn't doing much on the surface, but in truth, she is waiting. To her, this isn't boredom. It is a moment of absolute comfort. She can easily envision the daily rhythm of this hut's owner. S would emerge from the thicket, check the dying fire, and kick the wooden supports to ensure their strength. Next, he would head to the laundry line, gathering the damp clothes and moving any rusting tools inside. He would shake the rain from his cloak, step into the hut, and offer her a warm greeting. Though S's life is a whirlwind of chaos, he always returns here. He would light the lamp, lose himself in magic books, and eventually collapse by the hearth. Lucy would usually fall asleep to that perfect harmony, the rhythmic rain, the crackle of the fire, and the steady sound of S turning pages. But as she closes her eyes to savor that peace, a strange manna pierces the air. Along with it comes the unmistakable, metallic stench of blood. Normally, she wouldn't care as everything is just a bother, but then she remembers S asked her to watch the house. Dragging her sluggish body into motion, she finally descends from the rooftop. She blocks the path of the intruders, her voice laced with suspicion. "Who are you?" Standing before her are two men, Kadek and Nock. Nock, carrying a wounded Kadek on his back, shouts desperately, "I am Nock of the Rotter family. Help us. I am gravely injured." He claims he slipped in the forest and beasts attacked his comrade. He thinks he can hide the truth, but Lucy is no fool. She unleashes a crushing pressure that makes his eyes bulge in terror. Her cold voice rings out, "I will save you." In a flash, a brilliant violet light erupts, swallowing the dark forest in magic. She glares at him with chilling intensity. Lucy lets out a cold snort. "I will only save you if you tell the truth. Now, what did you do?" Elsewhere, at the edge of the towering cliff where S fell, the remnants of battle remain a poisoned dagger and S's discarded bow. A figure who shouldn't be here suddenly appears. Professor Probin picks up the blade, his brow furrowed. A high-grade toxin, rare and deadly. Why does something always go wrong whenever I am the one on duty? The mana on this seal is gone, meaning it was triggered. Someone has certainly died. Given the time and height of the fall, finding a body even at dawn would be a miracle. He listens as Janica recounts the tragedy. She had come to meet S for spirit training, only to find him stabbed. Beside Probin, Janica nods weakly, her eyes filled with grief. Her expression is heavy with sorrow. Probin presses on. "I know you are in shock, but think carefully. Did you see the killer?" Without a second of hesitation, Janica answers. It was Kadek and Nock, the Rotter subordinates. Probin is visibly stunned. "Agents of the Rotter family? This is serious. I will report this to the principal at first light." Before he can finish, the air shifts violently. A silhouette emerges from the tree line, and Probin narrows his eyes. "Who is that girl?" But before anyone can answer, the figure vanishes into thin air. In the blink of an eye, she reappears right in front of Probin. Only then does Janica realize who it is. Panic seizes Janica as she cries out, "Lucy, calm down. Let's go back to the hut and talk this through." But Lucy's voice is devoid of emotion. "I caught the ones who killed him. Kadek and Nock." She reaches down and retrieves S's fallen bow. Magic surges through the weapon, and Lucy's aura explodes with such ferocity that everyone present recoils in pure terror. Before they can blink, she vanishes from their sight. Probin bites his lip, his face grim. Janica screams that they must chase her immediately. Probin looks on in confusion. "Janica, What is going on? She shakes her head, her face pale. There is no time. They must stop her before it is too late. Back in the northern forest, Lucy has already bound Kadek and Nock in magical restraints. She interrogates them with eyes full of murderous intent. Have the Rotter dogs been using their support duties as a cover for murder? Trembling with fear, Nock stammers out an excuse. We aren't suspicious. We are here on official business and registered with the Academy. Hearing those words, she realizes exactly who pulled the strings. It was Tanya. Biting her lip in fury, Lucy charges toward Ophelis Hall. Without warning, she unleashes a devastating magical strike. A massive explosion rocks the tower. Like a goddess of destruction, Lucy slowly marches through the settling dust and rubble. Tanya Rotter, she screams. Where is she? Tanya doesn't appear, but the maidservants do. Lucy turns her cold gaze toward them. Belle, leading the group, asks in shock, "What is the meaning of this, Lady Lucy?" Lucy offers no explanation. Seeing no other choice, Belle pulls out a magic box and begins her incantation. In an instant, magic circles surround Lucy. Belle's face is tight with hesitation. "Lady Lucy, why are you doing this?" Still, Lucy remains silent, her heart set on one thing: vengeance. Murderous intent surges relentlessly, yet the magic box in Bayo's hands begins to fracture. A look of pure horror instantly washes over Belle's face. Lucy's chilling voice echoes once more, demanding her presence. As the words fall, Bayo's body suddenly petrifies in place. Simultaneously, a violent explosion rocks the Academy grounds. Through the billowing smoke, two figures, one standing, one haunting, clash in a mesmerizing duel. Elvira bites her lip in frustration, refusing to yield. What's so interesting about this? Defeating one second-year senior isn't that big of a deal. The youth, Wayne, remains unfazed by her words, a smile lingering on his lips. You've worked hard, Senior Elvira. Besides, it's far too early to claim I've conquered all the year 2000 seniors, isn't it? After all, he still hasn't bested Zix. Watching from the sidelines, R. Jr. sighs deeply, remaining silent. However, the surrounding students can't stop whispering, their voices filled with shock. No one expected Elvira to lose to a mere freshman. Wayne is the heir of the prestigious Kanamo sword clan, but can he truly defeat Zix? Suddenly, a thunderous explosion rips through the air, shattering the atmosphere. Everyone flinches in confusion, unaware of the chaos. The blast they heard was Lucy's devastating handiwork. Panic ensues as heavy footsteps race toward the source. Jue leads the charge, suggesting they find the headmaid to handle the crisis. But he simply shakes his head and sighs. No, it's already too late. He's right. Every single maid has already been frozen solid by Lucy. This is her abyssal time magic in action. Some spend their lives researching celestial arts, but geniuses like Lucy can replicate such complex magic after seeing it just once. Hovering in the sky, Lucy looks down with cold indifference, her voice booming with a sharp command. Tania Rotter, bring her to me. Jis, racing toward the tower, hears her and narrows his eyes in suspicion. He can't understand why she is the target. Mid-thought, a maid rushes from the other side, screaming frantically. Following them, he asks, "What happened?" The maid cries out, "The head maid has been murdered. Everything is in total chaos. If Lady Lucy is right, the third-year magic student Edair has been assassinated." Hearing this, Jay's footsteps come to a sudden halt. The maid continues, explaining that the suspected assassin is a servant from the Rotter household. Wayne frowns, questioning if this involves Tanya. Realizing something is off, he quickly glances behind him. Rick stares at them, his voice low and firm. "Go on ahead." The maid flinches, her eyes filled with doubt. In this dire situation, Wayne grows even more anxious. Why is this happening? Is this an act of revenge? He urges them to flee, but Rix calmly declines. "I'll handle this myself. Everyone evacuate. I am truly sorry." With those words, he turns and sprints toward another entrance. He kicks a door open with force, stepping through the wreckage. Looking at the scene, Rix mutters, "Just as I suspected." 5 minutes after the explosion, Tanya was nowhere to be found, and the door was locked tight. Her only hiding spot could be the closet. Sure enough, he finds Tanya inside, trembling as she clutches her knees. How did it come to this? Jay holds his head in despair, unable to find an answer. All evidence points toward Tanya. Ironically, it was thanks to S that she gained her reputation at the Academy. Though they had their differences, Jay cannot believe she is a killer. He sinks deep into his thoughts. After a moment, he speaks solemnly. "Listen carefully, Tanya. You must be honest with me." He asks if she ordered S's death. Without a second's hesitation, Tanya denies it instantly. "I didn't do it." Yet, her desperate words aren't enough to fully convince Jay. If this continues, Tanya will be in grave danger. The thought of S being gone weighs heavily on his heart. With so many unanswered questions, perhaps staying out of it for now is the right choice. Shaking off the doubt, he hands her his cloak with a small smile. "I'll hear your full story later. Stay here for now." Going to the square is too dangerous. He's certain of one thing. Neither Tanya's death nor Lucy staining her hands with blood is something he wants to see. He must stop Lucy. But suddenly, a mocking voice sneers from behind. "Don't you realize the situation, Senior Rix?" He turns to see Wayne walking into the room. Wayne claims that simply handing Tanya over to Lucy will resolve everything. Glaring at him, Rick speaks coldly. "I'll make my own decisions." Meanwhile, Tanya remains hidden, too afraid to move. Wei refuses to back down, his hand gripping his hilt as his voice turns ice cold. "Your decision is absurd. Senior or not, I'll take her by force if I must." He declares he's taking Tanya, while across the square, Lucy's bow remains lethally drawn. Magic-infused arrows tear through the air, triggering violent explosions the moment they hit the earth. Petrified bodies are sent flying by the blasts, and Grabius is suddenly struck by flying debris. He recoils in horror at what's before him, a petrified human, the top alchemy student, Dora. Grabius turns pale, trembling as he cries out, "He's a top-tier student too. How could he be defeated so easily?" He looks up to see Lucy hovering like a god. Her expression is pure malice. Terrified, Grabius turns and bolts, screaming in pure desperation. "Why is this happening? Why is my life always such a disaster? This is the worst." In his panic, he trips over a rock and faceplants, sliding pathetically across the dirt. Feeling utterly helpless, he groans. Anyone would be terrified of that monster. "It's not fair. What are you doing, you pathetic fool?" A sharp, mocking voice cuts through his fear. "It's Elvira." Grabius looks up, stunned. "Weren't you supposed to be in a duel?" Elvira shrugs nonchalantly. "I ran out of reagents while training, so I came to the lab. In this nightmare, who else but the top students could possibly hope to stop that monster?" She warns they must hold the line for 30 minutes until the academy staff arrives. Seeing Grabius still shaking on the ground, Elvira's tone turns biting and cruel. "Look at you, legs like jelly. Get to the staff building once you can actually stand." Grabius watches her walk away, biting his lip in a fit of self-loathing and silent rage. He feels like a complete failure, a pathetic loser left behind in the dirt. Beneath the cliffs, the rain falls harder as Janik arrives to deliver the urgent report. The staff and Mariluta are already gone, but Lucy seemingly already knows the truth. Ed narrows his eyes, a sense of dread pooling in his gut. "Where is Lucy?" "She's at Opalus Hall looking for Tanya," Janik shouts. Ed forces his broken body to stand. He sighs. "Guess I'll have to handle this myself." Flashback. A rainy night at a small house. A young Lucy lay sick in bed, her grandfather staying constant watch by her side. "The rain and wind will cause you pain," he whispered. "But never forget this feeling." Lucy looked at him, confused. He explained that physical wounds would eventually mean nothing to her. To her, the impossible tasks that commoners spend lifetimes mastering would be second nature. Present day. A barrage of spells is launched at her, but Lucy remains untouched. Her overwhelming power radiates outward, striking paralyzing fear into the hearts of every student. She stares down at them with cold, indifferent eyes, as if they were merely buzzing insects. Suddenly, a massive magic circle ignites, engulfing the entire square in a blinding, magical light. As Lucy descends to the ground, towering stone golems rise up to form her vanguard. Recalling her grandfather's cryptic words, she snarls in bitter anger, "That lying old man?" Amidst her fury, a figure charges from the distance, and a massive explosion of fire erupts. Thick smoke blankets the square, but Lucy stands perfectly still, completely unfazed by the heat. She shifts her gaze through the haze to see Elvira standing defiantly before her. Drenched and shivering, Elvira gasps, "Incredible. I've never seen magic cast with such insane speed." "Get out of my way," Lucy commands, unleashing a violent surge of electrical mana. Elvira is blasted back, coughing up blood, yet she stubbornly forces herself to stay upright. That wasn't even a spell. It was just a raw release of pure mana, she realizes. Staring at the aura swirling around Lucy, she smirks. So, the secret is her mana capacity. Mages weave mana into spells, but do you know how we alchemists play the game? Hearing this, Lucy's heart skips a beat. She senses the trap Elvira is about to lay. With a chilling smirk, Elvira continues, "Imagine using mana not for spells, but as a raw fuel for catalysts and reagents." She reveals a crimson vial, the ruby reagent. It is a volatile substance that devours massive amounts of mana to condense it into liquid form. Now, she intends to burn through Lucy's own mana as the ultimate battery to overload every magic tool in the room. In an instant, a sea of machinery hums to life. If they all detonate at once with multiplied output, the surrounding mana will be completely erased. Her precious creations would be reduced to ash, but many students still haven't escaped the blast zone. The maids need more time. Gritting her teeth, Elvira screams, "Let's see you try to destroy this." Following her roar, the artifacts erupt with blinding magical energy. However, it doesn't take long for the absorbed mana to reach a catastrophic breaking point. Panic instantly washes over Elvira's face. In a deafening explosion, her entire arsenal of magic tools is blown to pieces. Calculating the exact mana required to overload these artifacts is theoretically possible, but no one dares to try it. It lacks any sane academic value. A mana pool of that magnitude shouldn't exist, and if it did, stopping it would be a fool's errand. Yet, Lucy makes the impossible look easy. Lucy Mayrill, the valedictorian of the magic departments, Dorothy, the top alchemist, 14 high-ranking maids, and the brilliant Elvira, all of them were crushed in a mere 3 minutes. Lucy walks past their defeated forms, her gaze fixed only on the path ahead. Suddenly, Elvira grabs her ankle, her voice raspy and desperate. "If you keep going, you'll regret it." Lucy could have leveled the entire Ophelis Tower from the start, yet she held back. She knows deep down that Zik would never want things to end this way. Lucy freezes, her entire being trembling with a wave of endless sorrow. But a moment later, a new spell begins to manifest around her. "I'll decide that for myself after I see Tanya," she says coldly. Before she can strike, a sudden blade flash cuts through the air, startling her. Elvira looks toward the source of the strike and sees a trembling Clebius standing his ground. "You people are truly insane," he hisses through clenched teeth. "You're not going any further." Lucy narrows her eyes, sensing zero threat from him. With a dismissive snort, she flicks her finger, sending a high-speed magic orb screaming toward Clebius. Clebius, the second-year combat valedictorian, is neutralized in a single second. Driven by grief, Lucy has abandoned all restraint. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Wayne points his blade directly at Jay. "Bring Tanya here right now," he demands coldly. As Wayne charges like a wild gale, Jay remains eerily calm, standing his ground. Only when Wayne's sword is inches away does Jay sidestep with fluid grace, immediately launching a sharp counter-riposte. The sheer speed of the counter makes Wayne's blood run cold. He recognizes the Iceland family style, but Jay's version is bizarre and unpredictable. It is the refined elegance of the Iceland nobility, fused with the raw, predatory ferocity of a northern wasteland beast. A free-flowing style that dances on the edge of chaos while remaining tethered to lethal combat theory. It isn't fully perfected yet, allowing Wayne to barely hang on as he grinds his teeth in frustration. Sensing a fatal flaw in Jay's balance, Wayne smirks. He lunges forward, aiming a decisive thrust at Jay's exposed waist. At the edge of death, a sudden vortex erupts from Jay's palm. A razor-sharp wind blade slams into the tip of Wayne's sword instantly. Seizing the opening, Jay lunges through the gap and delivers a crushing blow straight to Wayne's face. Wayne is sent flying into the rubble, his body battered. He coughs violently before forcing himself back up. Impressive as always, Senior Jay. A twisted grin spreads across his face. "I've always loved clashing with the truly powerful. This is my chance to test my limits against someone like you. I won't quit now, give me more of this thrill." With a manic shout, he charges again. Jay snorts in disgust. "You're pathetic, Wayne. You don't love fighting, you only love winning." As he speaks, Jay's sword rises in a blur, effortlessly parrying Wayne's desperate strike. His voice remains low and chilling. "You only seek out battles where you know victory is within your grasp, don't you?" Those words hit Wayne like a physical blow, causing his pupils to contract in shock. "What did you say?" he stammers. Jay chuckles darkly, his gaze piercing. "If you truly wanted to challenge the strong, you would have never come for me. I'm just an ordinary second-year student. The real monster you should be facing is Lucy Mayrill." Wayne tries to argue, but Jay cuts him off with a thunderous roar. "If you're still looking for excuses to justify your weakness, then you're nothing but a coward." Jay slams his blade down, pinning Wayne's sword to the earth as Wayne's resolve finally shatters. Using the opening, Jay thrusts his mana-infused blade forward, straight at Wayne's throat. The cold steel stops mere millimeters from his skin. Wayne's face turns pale as the shadow of death looms over him. He gritted his teeth, his voice trembling as he asked, "What do you expect me to do against an invincible monster?" The sheer hopelessness of it was agonizing. Ji didn't hesitate, his gaze icy as he nodded. "Yes, that is your absolute limit." Suddenly, a massive tremor shook the square, drawing their attention. The chaos was Lucy's handiwork. She was single-handedly tearing Clebius apart, leaving him a broken wreck. Pride is a dangerous thing. It has been the downfall of countless legendary warriors throughout history. Beware of those who mistake reckless bravado for true strength. Never admire a man who throws his life away just to prove a point. Clebius should be terrified right now, for fear is his only real weapon. If he continues down this path, he will eventually hit a wall he can't climb. He can run for now, but there will come a day when his legs freeze in place, paralyzed by a fear he cannot escape. And yet, his sword hand remains unnervingly steady. He must burn that sensation into his soul. It's the primal urge to charge forward, even when he knows that total defeat is the only thing waiting for him. Though Clebius was covered in deep wounds, his aura suddenly shifted into something primal and terrifying. It was as if he had become a different person, his eyes glowing a predatory red. Outside the fray, Elvira gasped in disbelief. Is that truly Clebius? But to Lucy, his transformation meant nothing. He was still just a nuisance in her way. A bow made of shimmering phoenix fire materialized in her hands. Without a moment's pause, she unleashed a devastating arrow of light. A thunderous explosion rocked the square, burying the battlefield in thick smoke. Even now, Clebius struggled to keep his vow not to kill. But against a monster of this caliber, he had no choice but to unleash the forbidden power hidden within his blood. That's when the impossible happened, leaving Lucy stunned. A dark silhouette burst through the center of the raging inferno. Lucy caught a glimpse of him behind her. Clebius had closed the gap, his blade already swinging. But before he could land a hit, a violent magical vortex erupted. Clebius's expression twisted into one of pure shock. Caught completely off guard, he was sent flying by Lucy's overwhelming mana. Yet, somehow, he forced himself back onto his feet. He was a mess of scars. Fresh blood poured over his old, dried wounds, staining his entire body crimson. Anyone else would have died from the blood loss, but Clebius was like a moth drawn to a flame, refusing to burn out. He gripped his sword with a deathlock, charging at Lucy once more with zero regard for his own life. Lucy's eyes widened in surprise. Despite his shattered body, the mana radiating from his blade was growing exponentially more powerful. This was the cursed blood arts, the ultimate taboo of the Norton family. And at this very moment, Clebius was using that dark legacy to launch a desperate assault on Lucy. To the rest of the world, this blade was a nightmare. To Lucy, it was merely an interesting toy. As the tip of the blade reached her, she casually raised a hand, intercepting his strike with a simple pulse of magic. She then clenched her fist, and in a flash, a massive magic circle detonated directly against Clebius's chest. But once again, the unexpected occurred. Lucy's eyes nearly popped out of her head as Clebius, looking like a wild beast, tore through the spell. Quickly regaining her composure, she unleashed a second wave of magic to hammer him back. The two forces collided with a deafening roar. They were locked in a brutal stalemate until a massive explosion finally forced them apart. Clebius was thrown back into the ruins, lying in a pool of his own blood, his body barely holding together. Using one's own lifeblood to generate such destructive power was the ultimate forbidden act for a reason. Long ago, back at the Norton estate, Clebius had been the subject of dark rumors because of this murderous power. Even the great clan leader couldn't master this taboo. Yet there were still those who didn't look at him like a monster, but in the end, his hands were still stained red. He had awakened his power through the taboo, becoming the very thing his family hated. He had become the demon sword Clebius, the cursed scion of the Norton family. Despite his power, he had to admit that Lucy was the real monster here. She stood over him, lightning crackling as she prepared her final move. Meanwhile, Ji and Tanya were sprinting through the back corridors. Ji urged her on. Keep going, we're almost out of here. If they could just reach the door at the end of the long hallway, safety would finally be within their reach. But their path was suddenly blocked. A figure stood there that made Ji's blood run cold, forcing him to a sudden stop. Loti leaned against the doorframe with a mocking smirk. If you pass through this door, you can actually escape, she teased. Her voice was dripping with provocation. Ji leveled his sword at her, but she only sighed. Most of the exits are already sealed. You're lucky. Tanya, you really should be more grateful that Ji decided to tag along with you, shouldn't you? As she turned to leave, Ji called out, his voice heavy with hesitation. Wait, have you heard any news about my senior yet? Lottie's lips curl into a cold, sharp pout. I know nothing about that, she says, her voice echoing with chilling indifference. Zix isn't buying her lies for a second. If Tanya had gone alone without me, what would you have done? At his words, Lottie suddenly falls into a heavy, ominous silence. A moment later, her eyes turn frigid as she whispers, I would have slaughtered her. Beside them, R pales in horror, desperately trying to talk her down. That's way too reckless, R gasps. Lottie merely lets out a sharp, mocking huff. You're actually right about that, Zix, she admits with terrifying calm. Instead of a quick death, I'll just break her slowly. I wonder, will she finally confess then? It wasn't me, Tanya screams, her voice trembling with raw, paralyzing fear. Tanya begs for her life, knowing no one will believe her, but Lottie couldn't care less. She simply shakes her head. It's fine, Tanya. Just go. After all, in a fair duel, there's no way I could defeat him here, right, Zix? Lottie's meaning is crystal clear. She's only letting him walk because she lacks the power to crush him, for now. Zix feels a cold shiver of primal instinct crawl up his spine. Everyone at Sylvania Academy knows one golden rule. Making an enemy of Lottie is pure suicide. Once this girl unleashes her malice, there's no telling what horrors are waiting behind that hidden door. Zix is paralyzed, lost in the suffocating tension. His dread only grows deeper as the situation spirals out of control. Yet, they don't even realize the true reason they've remained safe until this very moment. While they waste time arguing, A lone warrior is sacrificing everything to hold back the nightmare raging outside. Elvira watches the carnage, her tears disappearing into the heavy rain. By now, Crebius has been battered by countless high-tier spells, his body a map of agony. In this moment of absolute despair, his mind drifts back to a memory from his past. His brother, Sebas, once looked at him and said, "Don't be so cruel to yourself, Crebius. The fault lies with those who dared to challenge your strength. Hold your head high, for this power is not a curse." He remembers the legend of a hero who stood firm on the front lines, never wavering even as an endless army of enemies closed in. That was their ancestor, Belgus, the man who rose up to protect the glory of the Norton clan. Crebius once believed he could become a hero like him if he mastered that power. But now, he realizes his brother was dead wrong. For a demon blade like him to exist within the Norton lineage, it is nothing but a stain of pure humiliation. No matter how much he tries to stay rational, once he loses control, the world around him inevitably turns into a sea of blood. To a monster slaughtering everything in sight with eyes burning with crimson hate, morality is nothing more than a forgotten dream. Crebius continues his desperate struggle against Lucy, but her mana is a wall of absolute power that he simply cannot breach. Every time he lunges, he's blasted back like a ragdoll, yet he keeps throwing himself into the jaws of death like a moth to a flame. Ignoring the lethal bolts of lightning, Lucy rains down. He pushes through. To her shock, he tears through the storm and brings his blade right to her throat. A thin line appears on her neck, and fresh blood begins to stain her skin. Someone once mocked him, saying, "Do you really think you can become a hero with nothing but that cursed power?" Crebius didn't believe it then, not until he lost control, his eyes turning blood red as he slaughtered his own beloved brother. Even as his life ebbed away, Sebas didn't blame him. Instead, he felt a strange sense of relief. He was glad that he was the one Crebius killed, because he could offer his brother forgiveness. He told Crebius never to blame himself. A true hero died that day, murdered by the hands of a heartless, inhuman monster. Because of that memory, Crebius's sword stops just inches from taking a life. He bites his lip until it bleeds, cursing his own weakness. "Damn it. I can't do it. I wanted to be a hero." His body finally hits its limit, and he collapses. He refuses to become a beast. Reinforcements from the academy are almost here anyway. There is no more reason for him to continue this suicide mission against Lucy. He's done enough. But with the bloodsword art, as his wounds widen and the blood flows, a violent, primal power begins to surge through his veins. It's the terrifying nature of a monster. The closer it gets to death, the more frenzied and powerful it becomes. Yet, even that devastating surge of strength isn't enough to truly threaten a monster like Lucy. But wait, in a split second that will never happen again. Lucy feels a genuine chill of mortality. Was it her arrogance, or his sheer will? For someone who has always been the apex predator, this sudden sensation of being prey is something she will never forget. The primal fear of death, experienced for the first time, ignites a desperate resolve in Lucy to kill this monster where he stands. He is no longer a man, but a creature that has traded its humanity for pure, mindless slaughter. But just as she's about to deliver the final blow, a sudden strike from behind forces her to spin around in shock. Even the fallen Crebius can't comprehend what's happening. Through the haze, a mysterious figure wrapped in a black cloak emerges from the darkness. At the sight of that face, Glabius finally let out a breath of pure relief. "You're still alive, you bastard." Inside the tower, Ziggs and Lortel remained locked in a tense standoff. Ziggs hesitated, weighing his next move with heavy uncertainty. But time was a luxury he no longer possessed. He had to make a final decision now. Lortel Zix was about to speak, but before the words could leave her lips, the atmosphere suddenly shifted violently. The side window shattered as Janica came crashing through, glass shards grazing Ziggs in the chaos. Even Lortel was stunned by this sudden intrusion. Janica had burst through the glass from nowhere to breach the tower. Only after landing did she realize she was pinned atop Lortel. Scrambling up, Janica focused on her mission. She pointed toward Tanya and shouted, "I found her! I found Tanya!" Her sudden declaration sent both Ziggs and Tanya stumbling back in sheer shock. Lortel watched Janica with narrowing eyes, suspicion mounting. How could she be so calm after hearing about S? Had she finally lost her mind? Sensing the heavy silence, Janica asked awkwardly, "Did I ruin the atmosphere?" Mariuta peered through the broken window, her voice cold and flat. "Not at all. On the contrary, your timing was perfect." Outside, the rain continued to pour. Ed, cloaked in black, stood amidst the storm. He looked at the figure before Lucy and whispered, "Is it you?" Glabius nodded weakly, his pride crushed. "Yes. I know I've been defeated miserably," he admitted through gritted teeth. "I realized that no matter how hard I struggled, I could never hope to reach that person." He thought his only choice was to run away. But he wasn't the only one playing the fool today. Even the weak, knowing they cannot prevail, are sometimes willing to destroy everything they've built just to stand their ground. Like many others, giving up would have been easy, yet he chose to believe he could still be a hero. Glabius bit his lip until it bled, his voice trembling with frustration. Why? Why won't you just leave me alone? In the end, victory was impossible. Seeing his broken spirit, Ed sighed and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Thank you, Elvira, Glabius, Ed said with genuine gratitude. Your efforts weren't in vain. They were truly precious. Elvira didn't recognize him, her eyes filled with doubt. Meanwhile, Glabius could only sob, cursing his own perceived stupidity. Overwhelmed by the weight of it all, he finally collapsed, falling unconscious in Elvira's arms. The unfolding events were truly beyond anything anyone had anticipated. Ed knew the capabilities of every key player in the academy, yet even he hadn't expected them to hold out this long. Glabius had stood alone, holding the line against the legendary final boss of Sylvania's third act. Ed turned his gaze toward Lucy, his eyes filled with deep regret. I'm sorry, he whispered softly. I couldn't tell you the truth. For certain reasons, I had to fake my death, but the situation was far too critical for preparations. There simply hadn't been a single moment to warn her of the plan. Lucy didn't care about the reasons. She sprinted toward him, her hat falling away as she dove into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Seeing her distress, Ed gently patted her back. I'm still alive, Lucy. I'm right here. You're safe now. They stood locked in an embrace under the torrential rain. Meanwhile, inside the tower, Ziggs was gripped by a rare, paralyzing fear. Ever since leaving his comfort zone, he had rarely felt such genuine terror. Before him stood the architects of the recent carnage, commanding mid-level spirits. Their target was Tanya, who cowered behind him. The situation was dire. Hearing the news of S's death, he feared these two had completely lost their sanity. Suddenly, Janica spoke up. Wait, I have something to tell you about S. Before she could finish, Ziggs triggered an explosion to mask their escape. Snap out of it, Tanya. Run through the back path now. At the junction, turn west and run like your life depends on it toward the dorms. Once you've escaped their pursuit, find anyone who can help. As the rare heir, her best hope lay with the royals or allied nobles. Tanya looked at him, terrified. But what about you, Senior? I'll hold them off as long as possible, Ziggs replied firmly. Tanya's eyes filled with doubt. But why? Why are you doing this? Ziggs gritted his teeth. If you weren't Senior's sister, I wouldn't. Consider yourself lucky for that one connection. Now run. Tanya hesitated for a moment before turning and sprinting down the path he indicated. Seeing her clear the area, Ziggs let out a sigh of relief. He then turned his full attention back to Janica and Lortel. I doubt any words I say will reach you now, he said, his voice low and heavy. Janica, I understand how you feel. Because I also love someone with all my heart. Janica froze in her tracks while speaking to Lortel. Ziggs' sudden words had struck a nerve, leaving her in a state of confused silence. But Ziggs continued, his voice heavy with emotion. Losing that person, even the mere thought brings unbearable agony. A fire of rage would incinerate my very soul, because that is the nature of love. Janica loved Ed more than anyone, and Ziggs knew exactly how deep those feelings ran. That passionate devotion would never fade. It was etched into her heart, becoming an inseparable part of who she was. Suddenly, a blast of fire erupted. The impact was instantaneous, sending Ziggs hurtling through the air like a broken doll. The tower groaned as a massive hole was blown into its side, leaving Ziggs buried deep beneath the smoldering debris. Janica lunged forward, her spear pressed against his chest. He isn't dead, she hissed, repeatedly warning Ziggs to stop his grim talk. Outside, the storm had finally broken. Amidst the damp air, Ed and Lucy remained locked in a tight, silent embrace. As spring faded and the last petals washed away, a new season was dawning, and with it, new emotions began to bloom. With the air cleared, their minds grew sharp, and their relationship began to shift into a brand new stage. Lucy once thought her feelings for Clevius mirrored those for Ed. But now, she realized those emotions were worlds apart. What was this strange difference? Lucy couldn't quite define it as Ed held her close, offering silent comfort. Suddenly, Lucy pushed him away. Her face flushed a deep crimson as she panted for breath, leaving Ed calling her name in confusion. But Lucy's body was on fire. Just hearing him say her name made her heart drum wildly against her ribs. In that moment, the truth finally hit her. The faint, fresh scent of grass in the air suddenly felt intoxicatingly sweet. It was that familiar, crisp aroma, the kind that wafted from the dry haystacks in their small forest hut. Lucy cherished that scent, though the palace maids always turned up their noses at such earthy smells. They said a heavy smoker reeks of tobacco, while a girl raised in peach orchards carries the scent of sweet blossoms. Simply put, once you recognize someone's unique signature, like that lingering hint of wild grass, it becomes a scent you can never ignore, and a memory you can never truly forget. Ed broke the silence, hesitating. We have much to do. The academy will be here soon, so our time is running out. He gently retrieved her hat, explaining they needed to brief the others without revealing too much of the truth. "I'll update Clevius and Elvira while Janica looks for Tanya," he said, handing Lucy her hat. She flinched as he turned to leave. Ed's brow furrowed in suspicion as he looked back at the startled girl. "Weren't you listening? You're in serious trouble, Lucy. Clevius and Elvira are hurt because of you. You must apologize to them." Lucy blinked, her voice trembling. "Apologize?" Ed nodded firmly. "They were only trying to stop your rampage. Elvira lost countless precious magic tools she'd spent years crafting, all because you chose to strike first. Clevius is severely injured too." Lucy bit her lip. She'd held back to avoid killing them, so why should she apologize? But seeing the disappointment in Ed's eyes made her heart sink. He looked so weary and burdened by her actions. He sighed heavily. "If you won't do it, I'll apologize on your behalf, since I'm partly responsible for this mess." Panic flared in Lucy's chest. She didn't want him to hate her. The thought of Ed being disappointed was unbearable. "Fine," she blurted out, nodding frantically. I'll apologize to them." Ed gave a satisfied nod. A wise decision. "You don't seem hurt, so let's get moving immediately." But that scent of grass was everywhere. If she wasn't careful, it felt like her heart might actually stop beating. Why was this happening? He was just her camp manager, the man she ate and slept beside every night. Over a year had passed like this, simple and unchanging, yet everything felt different now. She was used to his presence, yet as Ed kept talking, Lucy reached out and desperately grabbed his sleeve. Ed stopped, completely baffled. He turned to find her looking up at him, face red with shyness. What now? Her expression left him speechless. Meanwhile, back at the tower, Janica was still fuming over Zig's earlier comments. Seeing her fury, Ziggs bowed his head in a frantic apology while Clevius and Elvira rested against the wall. Ed scanned the room, his eyes landing on each of his companions one by one. Everyone was accounted for, but something felt off. He turned to Lortel, his voice sharp with concern. "What are you doing?" Lortel hesitated, her back turned to him. Finally, she turned with a relieved smile. "I knew you'd make it back safely." "Senior Ed," she added softly, her voice tinged with guilt. "I'm so sorry for making everyone worry." Lortel shook her head, smiling warmly. "It's fine. We all knew you weren't someone who would be defeated so easily. You even had me source materials for magic tools, including the hourglass. A merchant must remain rational, haven't we already confirmed the truth?" Riz spoke these words, settling the tension with cold, hard logic. Lottie didn't miss the chance to smirk at the bowing Janik. Startled by the sudden mention, Janik quickly nodded in agreement. Lottie stood her ground firmly. Miss Tanya was suspicious, so things got heated, but no real conflict broke out. "Did you actually think Senior E would perish so easily?" Suddenly, she lunged forward and grabbed E's collar. She whispered shyly, "Seeing you alive. I can finally breathe again. I was terrified. I truly put you through so much." E shook his head gently. "It's fine." Lottie smirked, pushing her luck even further. "Nothing is free, Senior. You owe me a worry fee for my heart, right?" She leaned in on her tiptoes, aiming for a kiss. But before she could strike, Lucy lunged between them, her eyes narrowing in a cold glare. E, startled, accidentally brushed against Lucy's leg. Instantly, Lucy's entire body spasmed as if struck by a high-voltage current. She scrambled back to put distance between them. Lottie frowned, cold sweat beading on her forehead as she watched. Calmly, E patted Lucy's head. "What's wrong?" Lottie was just worried. "There's no need to overreact." He knew Lucy was in shock. Usually emotionless, her sharp instincts told her this was a dire emergency. However, there was one person present who absolutely refused to accept this scene. Janik rushed over, clinging to Lucy's neck. "Get away from him!" she shrieked. But Lucy ruthlessly shoved her off. In a heartbeat, the air turned toxic with hostility. The sudden shift left everyone paralyzed with shock. The battlefield between the three women intensified. Janik finally realized the stakes while the others stood dazed. Suddenly, Elvira's voice cut through the chaos, snapping everyone back to reality. Time is running out. They jolted the academy reinforcements would be there at any moment. E had instructed them to keep his survival a secret, explaining the gravity of the situation. Lucy apologized to Gabius and Elvira as they agreed to hunt for Tanya. Riss looked reluctant but eventually conceded. Moments later, the courtyard was empty, save for the bound Kadak and the wounded survivors. Nock finally stirred and opened his eyes. E had already vanished, disappearing before the academy could find him. The high moon cast a silver glow over the silent courtyard. Slowly, Gabius began to regain consciousness. Seeing his wounds vanished, he gasped in pure disbelief. "What? How is this possible? The wounds. They're gone?" Only then did he realize he was resting on someone's lap. Elvira's face filled his vision as she mocked him. "Must you be so loud? You foolish Gabius?" Gabius bolted upright, clutching his head. "What happened? Am I dead? I really did make a mess of things, didn't I?" The academy staff are arriving, Elvira said coldly. Tell them you were the one who stopped Lucy. Gabius froze in terror. Me? How could I possibly stop that monster? As an alchemist, the thrill of discovering the unknown was Elvira's only true passion. Lucy had apologized and healed Gabius, while Loti bribed Elvira for silence. With ease guarantee, the chaotic day finally settled. Elvira pulled Gabius back down onto her lap with a firm grip. Just rest, she commanded. Gabius tried to argue, but ultimately, he surrendered to her touch. You stopped Lucy, not E. Elvira's lips curled into a mysterious smile, leaving Gabius utterly confused. Life is a complete disaster. Go ahead, lecture me again. To his shock, she didn't. No, you're right. Elvira agreed, her rare empathy catching him off guard. She too felt life's cruelty. With heavy hearts and unspoken words, they both stared up at the silent, shimmering stars. Elsewhere, Tanya sprinted through the dense forest, collapsing as her strength finally failed. Her legs were shredded and exhausted, yet she forced herself to crawl back up. Can't stop. Must keep moving, she hissed. If they catch me, it's all over. She had to clear her brother's name and uncover the truth she couldn't get caught. Yet, no one was following her. The world no longer blamed her for E's death. If only someone would stop her tragic monologue. Left with no choice but to be strong, the curtain was finally closing on the investigation of E's death. The investigators unleashed high-level magic to reconstruct the tragedy. Though the recreation wasn't perfect, Janika's testimony aligned flawlessly with the mystical evidence. The grim reality was confirmed. Ed had been struck down by the Rotter family's assassins before plummeting into the dark abyss below the cliffs. As for the cold-blooded culprits behind the attack, the Rotter family's henchmen were now chained in the Academy's deepest dungeon. While the Imperial Court would ultimately decide their fate, the faculty first needed to verify every bloody detail. Obel listened to Robin's report, his face darkening as he spoke in a low, somber tone. It seems the boy's death is now a certainty. Prepare a formal report for the royal family immediately, Obel commanded. Robin gave a sharp nod, taking full responsibility for the grim task. Obel let out a heavy sigh, knowing the Academy's troubles were far from over. A student's death had sent shockwaves through Sylvania, far deeper than anyone could have predicted. Lucy, shattered by the news of Ed's demise, had completely lost control of her monstrous mana. The resulting chaos was so terrifying that the entire student body had to be evacuated under the cover of night. Tapping the file on his desk, Obel's voice grew heavy with realization. It appears this boy's influence reached much further than we ever imagined. Robin continued his briefing, noting that the situation was finally stabilized by Sebius, the top-ranked combat student of the second year. He had managed to subdue Lucy, finding her sitting in eerie silence within the rose garden. Obel's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Is Sebius truly capable of such a feat? Very well, he added. Make sure Sebius is properly decorated for his bravery. Meanwhile, Lucy faced the iron fist of the disciplinary committee. The man presiding over her judgment was none other than the Academy's vice principal, Raycon. Despite their own injuries, Ziggs and Elvira pleaded for leniency, even though Lucy's rampage had nearly leveled the third-floor dormitory where Tanya resided. The destruction was staggering. Shattered hallway walls and the marble floors of the Ophaly Tower entrance lay in ruins. Yet, compared to the total devastation of the previous Ophaly Tower siege, this was considered a minor incident. The faculty only needed one thing to close the case with a slap on the wrist. A single sign of genuine remorse from the girl. Sylvania was hailed by the Empire as the ultimate sanctuary of learning, primarily because it had birthed a once-in-a-century magical genius. The Academy had used Lucy's name for endless promotion. They couldn't afford to expel her, nor did they want a permanent stain on her record. But their hopes for a smooth resolution were crushed. Lucy sat there, a top-tier prodigy, showing absolutely zero regret for her actions. Left with no choice, Raycon could only impose superficial penalties, starting with the immediate revocation of her scholarship for the term. She was slapped with a 10-day suspension, a 70-day ban from all campus facilities, a grade demotion, and an eviction notice from Ophaly Tower. To a normal student, this would be a death sentence, but Lucy didn't blink. The Glock Foundation had already covered her tuition in its entirety. Even with her grades lowered, the gap between her and the other students was so astronomical that the punishment was essentially meaningless. But just as the documents were to be signed, a sharp voice pierced the silence. Wait, just a moment. Lucy's face instantly twisted in horror. It was Belle, the head maid of Ophaly Tower, arriving with a cold authority. I am Belle, manager of Ophaly Tower. I am here as a witness to these proceedings. Taking a steadying breath, Belle looked the committee in the eye. I urge you to reconsider Miss Lucy's punishment. I do not believe these trivial measures will lead the young miss to any form of true reflection. Terrified of what was coming, Lucy scrambled forward. Stop. No, I'll sign the papers. I'll take the original punishment. But Belle was faster. She argued that throwing Lucy out of the tower wasn't a penalty, it was a reward the girl would enjoy. Instead, Belle proposed a much harsher sentence. total confinement. She demanded Lucy be placed under 24-hour surveillance by the Ophaly Tower staff. Despite Lucy's desperate wailing, Raken agreed. Following the headmaid's counsel, 30 days of absolute house arrest were decreed. The vice principal was pleased, and Belle was satisfied. Only Lucy was left in despair, her cries for mercy echoing through the halls. Belle remained unmoved, personally guaranteeing that the girl wouldn't be able to escape her watch for even a second. When news of the sentence reached Ed, he couldn't help but marvel at the situation. It was a light punishment, all things considered. Janica, who was busy cooking nearby, nodded in agreement. She suspected Ziggs and Elvira had stayed quiet to help Lucy, just as Ed had asked. Soon, the delicious aroma of a home-cooked meal filled the room. "It's finished," Janica smiled, handing him a bowl. "This is a beef stew recipe from my home. It's my specialty." Ed's eyes sparkled at the sight of the hearty meal. Janica truly was a Marvel spirit master, top student, and now a master chef. She had insisted on handling everything herself. Truly, her kindness was a rare light in this chaotic world. As the student council election approached, 3 massive variables began to shift the balance of power. First, Princess Phenia had lost her will to lead. Second, Tanya Rotter, the princess's main rival, had vanished without a trace. And finally, the 2 Rotter henchmen, Cade and Nock, were now locked away in the Academy's iron grip. Graf and Rotter had orchestrated this entire play to fake Ed's death and remove him from the family's chessboard. Ed had played along with the script, but now the situation was becoming dangerously tangled. Cade and Nock were facing murder charges for his death. If Ed didn't find a way to liberate them soon, Graffin would realize his prey was still very much alive. Only by doing this could he finally escape this stifling life of isolation. He couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh, realizing the sheer mountain of work still ahead of him. Janica broke the silence, her voice soft and knowing. "Since you're the son of a noble house, Ed, you're bound to be dragged into endless complications. I'm just a daughter of a simple rancher from the countryside." She trailed off, unable to truly grasp the weight of his world. She felt a pang of regret, realizing she couldn't offer the comfort he truly needed. She refused to offer empty platitudes like "stay strong" or "everything will be fine" without understanding the depth of his struggle. To her, those words were hollow, meaningless shells, devoid of any real sincerity. Ed felt a surge of warmth at her honesty and spoke softly. "You don't have to overthink things for my sake. Janica, you've already helped me more than you know." Janica sighed again, her eyes reflecting a quiet, desperate resolve. "But I want to carry your burdens, even if it's just my own selfish wish." She simply couldn't stand seeing him suffer anymore. Ed looked at her, a hint of bashfulness in his eyes, unsure of how to respond to such raw kindness. Silence descended between them in an instant. Lately, whenever he was with Janica, a strange sense of suffocation would wash over him. It wasn't a bad feeling, far from it. But the air between them had grown thick with an unexplainable, flickering tension. After a long silence, Ed finally spoke. "Thank you, Janica. You're the only one who cares for me like this." At those words, her spirit instantly brightened. "Regardless, our priority is finding Tanya. I have no idea where that girl has vanished to." Ed was clearly worried, yet a part of him already suspected her whereabouts. From the start, he had been stunned by how much Tanya had changed from the sister he once remembered. Tanya was a girl, forged in pride, strong and utterly fearless. He had witnessed her true courage with his own 2 eyes. He held on to the belief that she was still standing tall, quietly weaving a plan for what was to come. Usually, she carried herself with an aura of absolute confidence. But now, inside Princess Phonia's castle, Tanya was a broken mess, clutching a pillow and sobbing. "I swear, I never ordered the assassination of my own brother." Before Tanya's desperate arrival, Phonia had already been struck by the devastating news of Ed's passing. At the time, she had been desperately trying to mend her fractured relationship with him. She had cleared her entire schedule, pushing everything aside for Ed's sake. She only needed one more day to speak her heart to him. But instead, she received news of his death, a blow that left her drowning in a sea of regret. If only she had been one day faster, this tragedy might have been averted. Her own foolish pride had rendered her utterly powerless. Since her first day at the academy, she had meticulously prepared for one singular goal, becoming the student council president of Sylvania. While she lacked the absolute reach of the imperial throne, within the walls of Sylvania, that position held undeniable power. She refused to be a mere puppet princess. She sought the presidency to forge an independent path, one strong enough to stand against the dark shadows of the Rotaylor family and the imperial court. But now, the weight of her failures crushed her. She finally felt she wasn't worthy of such power. Just as she was sinking deeper into her own grief, a soldier entered to announce an urgent visitor. Swallowing her sorrow, Phonia quickly regained her royal composure and granted them entry. The doors swung open, revealing a soldier accompanying a disheveled figure. It was Tanya. Though the full picture was still a blur, the Academy's preliminary investigation pointed to a grim conclusion. Ed had been assassinated by the Rotaylor family's henchmen. With Ed gone, Tanya was the sole remaining Rotaler on Aeon Island. She looked absolutely wretched, yet her first words were a desperate plea of innocence. "Princess, you may not believe me, but I truly didn't kill my brother." Her eyes welled up with tears, reflecting a soul-crushing sense of injustice. Fonia remained silent for a long moment before pulling Tanya into a warm, tight embrace. "You've been through so much, Tanya," she whispered softly. She had finally learned to accept her own failings. "Come inside first," she said gently. "Tell me everything that happened." Once the full, harrowing tale had spilled from Tanya's lips, Fonia took a moment to process it all before speaking with calm resolve. "Tanya, I believe you. Until we uncover the truth, I'll keep you safe within the royal dormitories." Relief washed over Tanya, and she looked up with immense gratitude. "Thank you, Princess Fonia. I am forever in your debt." Fonia simply shook her head with a faint smile. "It's only right. You'll be safe here, no one will touch you." As she watched the trembling girl, Fonia couldn't help but feel a pang of irony. To think she had once considered this fragile girl a rival for power. Suddenly, a servant arrived to announce a guest in the reception room. Fonia had no choice but to take her leave. Fonia's true adversary was waiting. She pushed open the doors to the reception room, only to be met by a mockingly playful voice. "Still doing well, I see." It was Lortel. A sly smirk played on Lortel's lips. "It's a tragedy about Senior Ed's passing, of course, but the Academy's business must go on. Wouldn't you agree, Princess?" Fonia narrowed her eyes, her suspicion mounting. "Get to the point, Lortel. Why exactly are you here?" "The Academy is in absolute chaos right now," Lortel remarked, "and the only person who truly understands the full picture is the one currently hiding Tanya." Lortel had come for one reason: to demand why Fonia was protecting her. But in the wake of today's events, the one suffering the most was undoubtedly Lucy. She had been under house arrest for an entire day, left with nothing but her bed and her own wandering thoughts about life. Rewind to 3 hours before Lortel's confrontation. Below the jagged cliffs where Ed was secretly hiding, a fierce training session was underway. Ed lunged forward with a sharp blade, but his strike was expertly parried. Ed quickly retracts his hand before lunging forward for another strike. However, the aquatic environment gives Rhea the ultimate advantage. Instantly, Rhea's clones surround him from every angle. Ed remains calm, systematically cutting them down until every phantom vanishes. Mur watches from the sidelines, cheering in delight. His reflexes and adaptive combat skills are truly top tier. Mur feels a surge of pride in his progress. She suggests calling it a day for their training session. Rhea chimes in, praising his incredible growth. His physical prowess and mana reserves have both reached impressive new heights. It seems his long hours of grueling practice are finally paying off. Ed turns to her with a look of genuine gratitude. He credits her entirely, knowing his strength comes from the effective combat drills she designed. Currently, Mare is still too small to provide much help. Training with Maruruta, however, would be far too intense. Rhea calmly suggests that sparring with Maruruta would be more beneficial. Ed violently shakes his head in refusal. "Duel that massive wolf? I might as well book a one-way ticket to the afterlife." Rhea explains that high-ranking spirits can freely change their forms to wander the world unnoticed. Ed sighs, as a strange sense of satisfaction washes over him. His stats have hit a plateau after passing 15. To push past these limits, he needs to trigger hidden quests or meet very specific conditions. Considering the potential of Ed Rothtailor's body, he has almost reached his natural peak. Once he masters mid-tier magic, he must develop a unique ability. He refuses to stagnate or become complacent now. While he is lost in thought, a familiar figure suddenly emerges from the shadows. Seeing his disheveled state, Lortel covers her mouth and giggles, teasing that it is a rare sight. She advises him to rest, but Ed notes that all his basic needs are already being managed. Lortel narrows her eyes suspiciously, asking if his senior, Janica, is the one assisting him. Ed doesn't hide it and admits she usually helps. Lortel then asks if he trained with the local spirits. A mischievous glint flashes in Lortel's eyes as she playfully links her arm with his. "Then the spirits saw everything, right?" She smiles with pure satisfaction as Ed feels a sudden sense of impending trouble. Ed shoots her a wary glance, asking what kind of scheme she is cooking up this time. Lortel mentions meeting Princess Fenia to profit from the election, but wants to finish her business with Ed first. Releasing Caddock and Nock as he requested is simple enough, but nothing in this world is free. She demands a deposit up front. Ed looks at her with total confusion, unsure of what she wants. Lortel winks playfully and asks for a simple hug. Ed is completely blindsided by the unexpected request. After a long, awkward hesitation, Ed finally pulls her into a firm embrace, making Lortel's cheeks turn bright crimson. Her heart hammers against her chest as she hurriedly pushes him away, flustered by the sudden contact. Ed frowns in confusion, wondering why she is reacting so strangely after asking for it. Lortel looks down bashfully, mumbling that attacking and defending in love are two very different things. She is completely overwhelmed, especially since he is shirtless, making this far more intense than she imagined. She turns the tables and blames him for being improper in such a situation. Ed sighs in defeat, pointing out he was only doing exactly what she had requested. Lortel's voice grows serious as she leans back in, asking if he remembers his promise from the cabin. He promised to stand by her side at least once. Ed grows suspicious and pushes her back slightly. He asks if she is planning something dangerous. Lortel calmly predicts that many people will soon oppose her. Even if the entire academy becomes her enemy, she hopes Ed will remain her sole ally. Back at the royal mansion, Princess Phinia questions Lortel's sudden visit. Lortel asks why the princess is hiding Tanya. She deduced this because Ziggs told Tanya to seek protection before she vanished. The royal mansion is the most logical sanctuary Tanya would seek out for safety. It is a fortress that even the academy's influence cannot easily penetrate. Phinia's face pales in visible shock. The princess warily asks why Lortel is so determined to find Tanya right now. Although the princess is skilled at masking her emotions, she is still dancing in the palm of Lortel's hand. Lortel responds coolly, stating she simply has some very important personal business to settle with her. It's beyond infuriating. Being unable to influence someone, especially when they're the very target I'm aiming for, is a bitter pill to swallow. She knows exactly how to dodge those stronger than her, but for the weak, she makes sure they learn their place. Phinia sighed, trying to stay composed. Claiming the heir of the Tanya family is beneath you is a dangerous mistake. Don't you think that's worth reflecting on? Lottie replied with chilling calm. If I seize control of the local economy, I'll drive Tanya into a corner she can't escape. Since the princess has decided to side with Tanya, making a move against her right now will be incredibly difficult. Of course, she had already anticipated this outcome. Every move was calculated, and she had prepared for every possible scenario. Then, Lottie dropped the bombshell. She was officially running for the position of student council president. If she met Tanya as both the student council president and the head of the merchant guild, would Tanya still dare to refuse her? She planned to wield every ounce of her authority, exerting massive pressure until everyone was forced to submit to her will. With that, Lottie turned to leave, tossing back a mocking taunt. You can't stay hidden here forever, Tanya. Phinia watched her retreating figure, her expression growing heavy. A servant of the Rotaylor family had already been captured. Every exit from Aiken Island was now under Lotie's iron grip. Based on the evidence and the unfolding events, Tanya was being framed as the perfect culprit. After agonizing over the situation, Phinia finally returned to her room to deliver the grim news to Tanya. The walls were closing in on everyone. Tanya let out a long, weary sigh. Thank you for telling me the truth, princess. Phinia spoke with extreme caution. At this point, I have no choice but to ask you directly. Tanya, if you aren't the one behind Ed's assassination, then can you tell me who the real mastermind is? Tanya's shoulders slumped. The fault likely lies with me. Kadek and Nock only came to Sylvania officially to assist with my affairs, but the one who actually gave that extreme order was the head of the Rotaylor family, Griffin Rotaylor. Her father never truly cared for Ed. He was a man capable of making the most cold-blooded, radical decisions. It likely started with the letters reporting the situation at the academy. Tanya's voice trembled with a growing, soul-crushing heartache. I'm the reason he was pushed to the brink and met such a tragic end. Phinia quickly moved to comfort her. No, that isn't your fault. Tanya bit her lip hard, her eyes flashing with resolve. But I can't just sit here idle anymore. Phinia looked at her, eyes filled with doubt. Then, what exactly are you planning to do? Tanya's voice dropped to a low, steady tone. The magical lands of Sylvania have taught me many things. She had seen how a soul who refuses to give up can change, even when fate drags their life through the harshest circumstances. The only way to survive and uncover the truth behind her brother's murder was to hunt for information herself. Determination burned in Tanya's eyes. To do that, I must enter the race for student council president. Phinia frowned, hesitating. It won't be that simple. You're already facing expulsion because of your alleged connection to the murder. Tanya gritted her teeth. I know this isn't easy for anyone, but I'm not going to stop. Even in this desperate hour, there were still those who believed in her and stood by her side. For her brother's sake, she couldn't afford to be weak or back down. Then we will all stand behind you, Tanya, Phinia declared. Tanya blinked in surprise, glancing at Phinia with doubt. Why? Why would you go this far for me, princess? How else should I say it? Phinia took Tanya's hands firmly in hers. I feel the exact same way. I also have a debt to Ed that I never got to repay while he was still alive. The next morning at Lottie's estate, her secretary arrived with a mountain of documents, muttering under her breath. I've gathered all the necessary files, but are you serious about this? Running for student council president, Master Lottie? Word had spread that Tanya was entering the race, and rumors said Princess Phinia had publicly declared her support. However, the academy was likely to reject Tanya's candidacy. Meanwhile, Lottie's workload was becoming dangerously heavy. She hadn't slept in days. Juggling a high-stakes election and her guild duties was a feat that seemed impossible even for her. Lottie, buried in paperwork, grew visibly impatient with the constant chatter buzzing in her ear. "Can you focus on what's actually important?" Lottie snapped. The secretary bowed and hurried to submit the files to the academy. Finally alone, Lottie went back to work. Ed was gone, and the battle for the student council had officially begun. The strings of this chaotic puppet show were now held firmly in Lotte's hands. As the minutes ticked by, the tension across campus reached a breaking point. Only one person remained unbothered: Lucy, confined to Opolis Hall. Locked away in her room, she had nowhere to go. Life had become so dull, she was reduced to playing with her pillows. She let out a heavy, helpless sigh, glancing at the maid standing behind her. "How many more days until I'm finally released from this cage?" 27 days remain, my lady." The maid offered a faint smile, but then a sudden realization crossed her face. "Wait, I believe the Academy's new disciplinary schedule was just finalized yesterday," she added. "It seems there might be a slight administrative delay regarding your period of confinement. Official procedures are always so sluggish. We should probably recount everything starting from today, so let's call it 29 days. Hearing this, Lucy collapsed onto her bed in utter despair, weeping tears of pure frustration. It appeared that time refused to move quickly for everyone. Music. Deep within the Academy's dungeon, the members of the Rotter family were being held captive. Caddick listened as someone confirmed that Duke Greffin's instincts had been correct all along. Biting his lip until it bled, Caddick spoke in a low, gravelly voice. "Even if his powers are still incomplete, his reflexes and combat instincts are terrifying. If that boy is still breathing, he will become an unstoppable threat to the entire Rotter family." "You're right," Nook, who was lying nearby, nodded in grim agreement. He suspected the boy possessed more than just raw talent. A spirit master who dared to sever his own mana, sensing just to summon a spirit, was the mark of a mage who would stop at nothing to claim his revenge. The fact that he forges such deep bonds with individuals of that caliber proves his potential is truly immeasurable. He knew the Rotter heir was supposed to be a degenerate, a man of pathetic character. Yet, he couldn't stop wondering, why would the head of the family order the assassination of his own flesh and blood? Now, a chilling theory was finally taking shape. If he truly possessed such extraordinary power and held views that directly opposed the Patriarch, could he have feigned his madness just to escape to Sylvania the moment he was named the heir? Or is he secretly building his own private army right under our noses? The thought sent a surge of terror through Nook. "Discussing theories now won't change our reality," he muttered. From the adjacent cell, a man nodded. "Exactly. The only thing that matters is breaking out of here and reporting the truth to the Patriarch, right?" But at that exact moment, a mysterious figure silently approached their prison cell. He gestured for them to be silent. "There are those who stand to gain from your escape. It's as simple as that." Cadek demanded to know who he was. With a thin, mocking smirk, the man introduced himself. "The name is Dune. I'm a broker from the Elt Merchant Guild." Several days passed, and Lucy's life became a cycle of mind-numbing boredom. She spent every waking moment in bed, pestering her maid about the remaining time. She asked so often that Belle knew the question before she even spoke. 24 days left. Lucy stared blankly at the ceiling, begging Belle to just kill her and end the misery. Belle replied without a hint of hesitation, "I'm afraid I cannot fulfill that request. Please, forgive me." Meanwhile, a striking figure appeared on the city streets, forcing every passerby to turn their head. The girl walked with an air of casual elegance, her captivating silver hair shimmering with an otherworldly aura. Killy spotted her from the crowd, but in the blink of an eye, the girl vanished into thin air. She looked like a student, yet her attire wasn't an official uniform. Who was she? Realizing how much she still didn't know, Killy vowed to live every single day to its absolute fullest. After all, no one knew when such peaceful days would ever come again. Lost in thought, she opened the documents in her hand and immediately fell into a grim silence. She had no idea where she was currently hiding. She was also stunned to see Tanya running for Student Council President in the latest Academy bulletin. While relieved Tanya was safe, the news of Student S's death, likely at the hands of Roderer's henchmen, left her reeling. The very family that cast him out were the ones lurking behind his ultimate demise. Memories of that winter cabin amidst the snowstorm flashed back, making her question the true meaning of freedom that her senior had spoken of. That lingering sensation remained etched in Killy's mind, as vivid as if it had happened only moments ago. But Tanya, the first friend she ever made at the Academy, was now the prime suspect in her senior's murder. She wanted to trust Tanya, but chaos erupted when news broke that those Roderer henchmen had escaped from prison. Across the Academy, public sentiment toward the family continued to plummet. Ever since Ed's disappearance, a heavy, somber atmosphere had smothered the campus. Inside the principal's office, Obel spoke gravely to Robin. "The current crisis stems entirely from the death of Student S. I need a faculty member to take full responsibility for this investigation." He asked if any magic department professor was close to Gluss or had connections to the student Lucy. Robin pondered the question for a moment before providing an answer. "There is an assistant professor, Cleo, I believe. But Cleo was currently drowning in sorrow. With work piling up and no Ed to help her, her world felt utterly bleak. Beside her, another person had undergone a radical change, and it was impossible not to notice. Anis had become a shadow of her former self, retreating into silence. Even though she knew their fleeting bond was never meant to last, a sharp, suffocating pain still clawed at her chest. She tried to act normal, but the ghostly image of S haunted her every waking thought as she desperately fought to suppress her swirling emotions. However, the one who finally pulled back the veil on the identity of S's killer was none other than Janica. Anis believed she had reached her limit of suffering, yet she knew Janica's internal agony must be 10 times more devastating than her own. To her shock, she was dead wrong. Janica appeared perfectly fine, even cheerfully asking what kind of dish they should try cooking today. "You're quite the master in the kitchen, aren't you? What do you think of the menu?" "I'm a bit worried about managing the heat, so I was thinking of a dish that needs to simmer for a long time," Janica prattled on, her voice light and airy, but in Anis's eyes, it was all a fragile facade of forced strength. Meanwhile, deep within the abyss where S remained hidden, he monitored the news while buried in work. S furrowed his brow in deep thought. Back in the kitchen, Janica continued her chatter, mentioning that Tanya had finally resurfaced at the academy. She had been laying low at the royal villa all this time, but it seems she's finally decided to cooperate with the investigation to prove her innocence. Princess Phonia's public endorsement of Tanya has already begun to turn the tide, causing her approval ratings to see a much-needed improvement. Despite that, the faction of students supporting Loteo still holds a dominant and suffocating grip over the academy. Even before the candidate registration has closed, Loteo has already secured the majority of the support. Janica then asked S if anything happened when Loteo visited the cave. Startled, S looked up from his documents. Fearing she had overstepped, Janica quickly retracted her question, apologizing for prying into his business. But at this rate, Loteo is practically guaranteed to become the student council president, don't you think? Before S could even respond, a figure approached them. It was Ree, who noted his surprise at finding Janica there during his scheduled meeting with S. Ree began weighing in on the upcoming council election with a heavy and serious expression. He noted that while Loteo winning might be acceptable, the suspicion that Tanya murdered her brother grew darker after Kadek and Nuke escaped. He had even visited the royal villa personally, following Princess Phonia's urgent and official request. However, since S was wagering his very life on this gamble, he couldn't step forward to testify in Tanya's defense just yet. The bottom line was simple. Tanya was in a truly precarious position, and the clock was ticking. As someone closely tied to the top honors students, Tanya would have been under intense scrutiny, even if she wasn't a candidate for the first-year presidency. But now, branded as a fratricidal killer, she would have to face the judgment of the entire academy once the candidate list was finalized. "I'm afraid Tanya won't be able to endure the pressure," Ree said. Glancing at SS gave a sharp nod, signaling that he understood the gravity of the situation. We now move into Chapter 3, the Student Council Election War. If memory serves, this entire arc is almost entirely devoid of physical combat. Instead, it's a narrative stage designed to showcase the intricate web of relationships the protagonist painstakingly built during his time at the academy. According to the original plot, the main character Taylor would normally support Princess Phonia, as she was the benefactor who helped him and expelled S earlier. Naturally, this is a political struggle that heavily relies on the art of high-stakes persuasion. Among the players, the heads of each department are considered the most pivotal figures in the race. For instance, Lucy remains indifferent and won't vote. Janica refuses to take a side, while Wayne is firmly in Phonia's camp. Doroth stands with Tanya, and they aren't easily swayed. Ultimately, the real targets for persuasion are the 8 top students from the magic and combat departments. To secure a total victory in the council election, one must win the loyalty of at least 5 of these 8 elite students. Should Phonia emerge victorious and become president, Taylor would finally gain the full backing of the imperial family's power. That would serve as his greatest base of support until the very end of the election cycle. Especially when facing Gfin in Chapter 4, Phonia will desperately need that royal authority to stand a ghost of a chance against him. The final showdown with the ultimate boss will follow that same path of necessity. Keeping the original storyline on track is the only way to ensure survival, but only if I focus on what can actually be changed. Of course, this mission isn't entirely selfless. There's a small spark of personal benefit driving these calculated actions. But it's the only way to stop the impending catastrophe and the most effective way to guarantee I stay alive. Although minor details have shifted in previous chapters, the core narrative remains remarkably intact. Princess Phonia must become the student council president at all costs for S's master plan to succeed as intended. If things continue this way, the public outcry against Tanya will only worsen. To block Loteo's path, Phonia will be forced to choose to run for office once more. Everything would be so much easier if I could just let Phonia know that I'm actually still alive. You need to convince her to run for office again, Use your influence to sway the top students and flip the scales in your favor. No matter what, we have until the registration deadline to ensure Phonia returns to the race for Student Council President. But if we push forward with this plan, what becomes of Tanya? Tanya was branded a villain after becoming a suspect in S's murder. She's endured hellish trials all because of your actions. None of this was supposed to happen. These events aren't in the original script at all. The script dictated Tanya would be S's salvation, but now you must choose a side. Jay's cold voice suddenly cuts through the silence. You seem to have a lot on your mind. Should we cancel today's session? S shakes his head. No, I'm fine. Zix grins, his eyes burning with a fierce battle spirit. Then let's begin. He stands up without a moment's hesitation. When the mind is cluttered, a little exercise is the best way to relieve the stress, S says calmly. Zix draws his blade, arching an eyebrow in challenge. I appreciate that. I've been looking for a real fight. Lately, I haven't faced a truly strong opponent, so I'm itching for a proper warm-up. They prepare for a light spar. Suddenly, ancient memories flood Tanya's mind, pulling her back to a time long forgotten. Memories usually fade with the passing years, but she remembers every fragment of this past with haunting clarity. 3 siblings walking hand in hand through hills covered in blooming flowers, Arwen and Tanya. This was her last moment of peace. From that day forward, Tanya's life was consumed by crushing pressure and the weight of relentless responsibility. She once knew what it felt like to be happy, but now, her reality has spiraled into a total nightmare. She has become a pariah, hunted and cast out by everyone at the academy. By saving Tanya from the brink, S has forcibly altered the story's flow, leaving him hesitant about the future. Even S cannot explain some of the anomalies occurring now, especially the person standing right in front of him. Zix, the man who stayed by Taylor's side until the end. Excluding Lucy, he is the undisputed strongest of the second years. According to the original script, he should have lost to Wade due to exhaustion and elemental disadvantage. But everything changed. Zix defeated Wade and now follows S. It's a minor detail, but one S cannot ignore. He needs to verify the truth. He must see exactly how much Zix's power has evolved beyond the script. As the ultimate anomaly who drifted furthest from the plot, S has also grown exponentially stronger. S deploys basic defensive magic to block the strike, but what happens next is terrifying. Zix's speed is supernatural. In a heartbeat, he is already at S's throat, moving faster than humanly possible. He's deep in the strike zone, but can he dodge at this range? S counters instantly, making Zix's eyes widen in shock. A flaming dagger strikes the ground before Zix as S roars a command, unleashing the heat. The flames erupt into a massive explosion, threatening to swallow everything. But a startling change occurs. Zix moves with impossible, erratic grace, snatching his blade from the scorched earth in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, S manages to brace himself just as the counterattack arrives with bone-crushing force. He can't afford a single mistake. Zix is using telekinetic magic to manipulate his own movements like a lethal puppet. Zix already knew the extent of S's mana and physical limits, but these movements transcend human logic. This isn't just theory anymore. It requires raw, instinctive sensing that defies all standard magical laws. Zix suddenly switches to ice magic, launching a barrage of frozen spears that force S into a desperate evasion. Zix isn't holding back even a fraction of his power. Does he really think S can survive this? S barely evades the spears, but they were just beta distraction to buy time for a much deadlier spell. S leaps back, eyeing the frozen spikes embedded in the ground, while clicking his tongue in realization. I thought this was just a light spar? Zix smirks. It was. At first. I only planned on using one sword, but plans have changed. Zix discards all restraint, manifesting a high-tier magic circle within his palm. Zix arches an eyebrow, grinning wildly. Shouldn't training be just as intense as a real life-or-death battle? A deafening explosion rocks the area, and thick smoke billows into the sky instantly. Outside the chaos, Janica watches with a worried expression while focusing on her cooking. I hope he likes the carrots in the curry. Inside the storm of fire and ice, the clash between S and Zix reaches a fever pitch. Zix unleashes a wave of high-tier destruction, and S must grit his teeth against a power that threatens to consume him. Escaping Zip's iron grip, he instantly fires his magic bow. Volleys of ice arrows slice through the air with deadly precision. Zip doesn't dare slack off, retreating swiftly while manifesting a mana weapon to block the onslaught. A mana weapon essentially converts the user's raw magical power into a physical tool of destruction. Most mages never get the chance to wield such complex armaments. High-level magic like this is usually beyond their reach. However, there exists a unique mage who can wield almost any weapon with absolute mastery and no restrictions. This is Zip's signature unique magic. Using telekinetic maneuvers, he closes the gap on S. His strikes are both unpredictable and terrifyingly powerful. Overwhelmed by Zip's sheer aggression, S is forced into a desperate defensive stance. He quickly invokes the storm's blessing to shield against the assault. In an instant, two colossal magic forces collide, but Zip is the one caught in the blast, his body sent flying backward by the impact. Fresh wounds open on his skin as blood spills. The surprises continue. The moment his feet touch the ground, he steps into a puddle. Zip can't hide his shock. When did this happen? He's suddenly surrounded by countless small pools of water. While he stands there dazed, the separate streams of water suddenly begin to link together. In a flash, they form the spectral image of a fierce beast that lunges at him. Zip narrowly dodges, refusing to let his guard down. Before he can recover, S charges forward with a roar. Magic erupts from his hands, triggering a massive explosion right in Zip's face. It's undeniable. Zip is a truly formidable opponent. If he's mastered weapon enhancement via mana, then he's finally strong enough to follow the script S envisioned. At this rate of growth, Taylor and the others should have no trouble facing powerful enemies in the future. Rising from the debris, Zip speaks in a low, gravelly voice. That was truly impressive. Senior, you really are strong. Standing tall, a swirling aura of magic begins to envelop his entire body. With a faint smirk, he adds, I knew I couldn't lower my guard here. Senior S, I'm getting serious now. Zip warns S to stay alert. In the blink of an eye, a high-tier mana weapon manifests in his grip. Panicked by the sight, S orders Rhea to strike immediately. Rhea opens her massive maw to intercept the lethal weapon. We're only at the start of Chapter 3, yet the power Zip is displaying is already overwhelming. This caught S off guard. He didn't expect Zip to reach this level of power until the story's climax. He never imagined he'd witness such incredible growth after only a short period of training. This is Jiss's ultimate combat form, the Magic Spear of the Abyss, the same power used during the Gregan Church siege. Jay's voice drops to a cold, serious tone. Instead of holding back or retreating, I'll crush everything with the strongest reinforced weapon I have. Let's make this battle interesting. Spears fly toward S, who desperately counters with explosive fire magic. Explosions rock the abyss in rapid succession, but S's defenses are starting to crumble. His mana is running dry. Sustaining such a high-intensity magic bombardment is far from his specialty. Zip keeps up the pressure. S manages to spot a few critical openings, but countering the second wave is proving difficult. Thinking fast, S drops low and punches the ground with all his might. The incoming spears shatter instantly. As the dust settles, a shockwave generator appears in his hand. Zip presses the advantage, shouting, You're out of mana, aren't you? Then take this final strike. Zip charges forward with a massive spear, but his eyes widen in disbelief before he can even reach S. Against all odds, S is manifesting powerful wind magic to halt the spear's momentum. It makes no sense. S should be completely drained. How can he still wield such overwhelming wind magic? Zip narrows his eyes, gritting his teeth. If you're going all out, then I can't afford to hold back either. S activates Glass's Phoenix Ring, pouring his final remnants of mana into one last, lethal killing blow. Biting his lip until it bleeds, S readies himself for the final confrontation. But before he can strike, a melodious voice rings out, startling him. A mysterious girl suddenly appears. She speaks calmly. To think you summoned me without Lucy's shrine or Janika's support. How intriguing. That is quite the achievement. This girl is none other than the incarnation of Marina herself. Fast forward a few days, the Student Council President election has begun. Luteo takes the stage to deliver his speech. Her speech concludes, and the crowd below erupts into a thunderous roar of approval. Within the throng, a disguised Ed watches with a heavy sigh. 4 candidates stepped up, but does it even matter? The outcome of this council election is already set in stone. The next president will undoubtedly be Lortel. Perched upon the high podium, Lortel basks in the adoration, a graceful smile never leaving her lips. Janica watches with a clouded gaze, her voice trembling. What if she actually wins? What do we do then? Ed remains calm as he answers. Then truly, nothing in Sylvania Academy will be able to stand in Lortel's way. As Lortel descends from the stage, her expression instantly turns ice cold. Tanya is stepping up, and Lortel can't resist a biting taunt. You certainly kept your nails tidy for this, Lortel sneers as she brushes past Tanya. Tanya offers a stiff nod, but Lortel stops, her eyebrows arched in mockery. What's the matter? You seem awfully tense. Tanya freezes, hesitating for a long beat before finally whispering, I didn't kill him, and marching toward the podium. Watching her walk away, Lortel's lips curl into a cold smirk. But as Tanya takes the stage, the vibrant atmosphere suddenly dies into a chilling silence. Taking a deep breath, she straightens her attire, steeling herself to begin the most important speech of her life. Greetings, I am Tanya Rotter, and I am officially entering the race for Student Council President. Yet, the response is a wall of silence. Tanya's voice trembles as she forces herself to continue against the void. She stands tall, but the silence is soon shattered by a wave of venomous insults and cruel shouting. Lortel scoffs from the sidelines, her eyes narrowed in disdain. Is she trying to prove her innocence, or does she actually think she has political talent? 10 agonizing minutes pass without a single cheer. Finally, Tanya reaches the end of her speech. The moment she stops, the crowd screams, "Murderer!" Objects start flying through the air, striking her body with heavy thuds. In an instant, the entire academy grounds explode into pure, unbridled chaos. They demand an explanation for the death. Yet Tanya doesn't back down. She keeps bowing and thanking them even as the projectiles rain down. Trash, plastic bottles, and jagged rocks litter the stage, causing her to lose her footing and collapse onto the hard ground. Tanya looks utterly broken, drowning in a sea of hatred. This entire move was nothing short of a reckless gamble. In this toxic atmosphere, stepping onto that podium was a move of pure, unadulterated madness. She should have run, but under the crushing weight of their fury, her legs simply refused to move. Suddenly, a surge of immense magical energy ripples through the air. To the crowd's shock, a majestic spirit beast materializes, and a mysterious figure is perched upon its back. Tanya gazes up, her vision blurring. Fading memories swirl in her mind, making her wonder if this is reality or a dream. Just as she's about to give up, those scattered memories snap into focus like a divine miracle. A hand reaches out, pulling her from the suffocating mud, a moment so powerful, she will never forget it. The savior is none other than Ed. "We have a lot to explain," he says, "but first, let's deal with this mess." Flashback to days before. Marilda has manifested in her human form, appearing before Ed. She chats with Ed, her voice filled with delight. "The mana efficiency is much better in this form, isn't it? There are still limits to what I can do, but for now, this is manageable." The moment she appeared, Janica was sent flying back. Ed watches Marilda's current form, feeling a sense of overwhelming strangeness. At this stage, Zix has reached the absolute peak of his power, exactly as the original script intended. While his mana expenditure wasn't massive, the cost was total. He is now completely drained and utterly exhausted. He has deployed every single magical trick and tactical method in his arsenal. He even used the cheat code known as Marilda, calculating that this would surely secure his victory. But as he talks to Marilda, the air shifts. Zix lunges forward with terrifying speed, catching even Marilda off guard. Trapped in this restrictive human body, she can't move fast enough, and Zix's blade bites deep into her. Zix's follow-through brings his blade right to Ed's throat. The tables have turned instantly. Ed slowly raises his hands. "I lose." Zix breathes out. "I've learned a valuable lesson." He's genuinely stunned that Ed has reached this level in just 1 year. Ed feels the same shock. Zix is league stronger than he was ever supposed to be in the original script. His calculations were wrong. "You've grown incredibly strong as well," Ed admits with a faint, tired smile. Zix sighs softly. "I would have kept training even without you, Senior, but seeing you grow stronger every day, that gives me the drive I need." He offers a smile before sitting down. For so long, he has fought to keep reality bound to the script. Staying ahead using future knowledge was his ultimate trump card. But to reach the future where Taylor wins the final war, one condition remains absolute. He once believed the script was the perfect answer. Now, it has become a distorted, lethal threat to his survival. He worked tirelessly to repair the cracks. Slowly, the fear of uncontrollable variables began to consume him. That is why he hesitated. Even after hearing Cade and Nock escaped, he questioned if he should save Tanya. One wrong move meant the script he had protected would shatter into total chaos. But look at the reality unfolding before his eyes right now. Zip, Taylor's final ally, has grown incredibly powerful. Even Ed himself has reached new heights of strength. Most importantly, he is no longer alone. Reliable comrades now stand firmly by his side. It might be naive, but this path feels right. Straying from the script has brought him unexpected advantages. Deviating does not always lead to ruin. The unknown can hold a better hand. That is why he is here, standing at the podium. Meanwhile, the crowd descends into panic as a massive spirit manifests. Amidst the screams, a calm voice cuts through the terror, demanding order. "I have seen that high-level spirit before," Joseph states coldly. The fleeing students freeze in their tracks. They recognize it too. Controlling such a beast is a feat very few can claim. Finally, they realize it is him. Ed steps to the microphone. "Hello. I am Ed Taylor. I wasn't killed by Tanya," he declares. "I am her supporter." The top student of Class 53, Janica, Lucy, and Phonia all stand with her. With Gabius and Elvira joining them, Tanya's influence grows exactly as Ed planned. Convincing the others for votes would be easy for Joseph and the rest. But before calculating gains, Ed has a message to deliver. Let Tanya's voice be heard in full. As her family, I will always stand behind her. With his presence, the chaos vanishes. The election continues, smoother than ever before. After the commotion at the podium, Ed is summoned to the principal's office for a formal statement. The interrogation is endless. Ed simply nods like a machine, repeating the same truths over and over. He stopped counting the sessions after they hit double digits. It is a tedious, exhausting cycle of disbelief. Just as his mind begins to wander, a sudden voice snaps him back to reality. He looks up to see a towering figure. It is none other than the formidable Principal Obel. "Enter," he commands. Inside, the sound of rustling papers fills the air. "You've been through a lot, haven't you?" Obel pours a cup of tea. To be caught in such a bizarre situation, it is truly unheard of. "On behalf of the Academy, I apologize for this massive security failure." Ed shakes his head. The enemy was too prepared. Normal defenses were never going to stop them. Obel takes a sip, looking slightly relieved. Then, his tone turns razor sharp. "But what is the real story? Everything feels too perfect. It is as if you waited for Cade and Nock to escape. You waited until the mastermind thought you were dead before making your grand entrance. I care little for the internal power struggles of the Taylor family," Obel continues. "But as principal, I must report everything to the Imperial Court. If I report you are alive, the Taylor house will know instantly. That might not be the outcome you want. Could we delay the report?" Ed asks. Obel's eyes narrow with curiosity. Why take such a massive risk? Ed knows the principal has already guessed the truth. The one who ordered my death is my own father, the head of the Taylor house. "I have no interest in politics outside these walls," Obel replies coldly. "The Taylor family won't want a scandal either," Ed counters. "We can report the details when the dust settles." "Is it worth the risk?" Obel looks at Ed's file. "Your grades are skyrocketing, Ed Taylor, and your reputation among the students is changing in a very interesting way. Your little sister, Tania Rosdair, shows incredible promise. Even the Academy's top scholars are singing her praises. It's as if you've transformed into a completely different person." Those words struck S like a sudden frost. Principal Obel slammed the thick folder onto his desk with a heavy thud. "As I mentioned before, Sylvania always protects its own, especially exceptionally gifted students like yourself. That goes without saying. I'll remember this name. We shall meet again." Principal Obel clearly saw through the entire deception, yet he chose to turn a blind eye for now. Thanks to his silence, the fact that I'm still breathing won't leak beyond these Academy walls. Over at the gates, Killy was busy turning away a persistent gift-bearer. "Lady Tanya's schedule is finished for today. Stop bothering her and leave at once. She doesn't accept suspicious gifts either." Watching the scene from a distance, S couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. Was this truly the right move? "It's the Saintess," Tanya's voice rang out as she rushed toward him. "I've been waiting for you, brother. I was terrified when I heard the principal summoned you." He offered her a warm smile of congratulations. "I heard the election results are practically set in stone. You've done well. Finally, your moment to shine has arrived." Tanya looked down shyly, her voice soft. "I can't afford to let my guard down just yet." Tanya's reputation was spotless. 8 out of 12 top third-year students had declared their support. The Academy's elite were now firmly in her corner. But the real reason for her overwhelming victory? It was the sudden, spectacular downfall of Lortel Keelun. Lortel had ruthlessly narrowed this election down to a head-to-head collision between Kot and Tanya. The strategy worked. The other candidates were completely erased from the public's mind. A fierce two-horse race between Lortel and Tanya had been perfectly orchestrated. Just as the polls leveled out, a devastating exposé was published. Everyone saw the headlines. Lortel had embezzled merchant guild funds and bullied her partners. She was forced to resign in absolute disgrace. Because of this, only Tanya's supporters remained. As the two sat together on a roadside bench, Tanya sighed softly. "While I was busy, campaigning, and you were investigating, we barely had time to talk, did we?" Her eyes brightened at the thought of the future. "Well, we'll have plenty of time for that later. But first, I really wanted to say thank you." He cut her off with a dry, tired look. "I've heard that 1,000 times already." Tanya huffed in annoyance. "Fine, forget it then." She let out a long sigh. "But brother, there's something I've been dying to ask. I was worried it might be rude, but I just can't keep it inside anymore. Tell me, when you declared your support for me in the election, why were you so determined to take my side? If you wanted to stay hidden, you didn't have to go that far. It was as if you couldn't stand seeing me treated so unfairly. That feeling." Tanya turned to look at him, her gaze searching. "Am I right, brother?" He replied with a gentle tone. "That's right, because you're my family. I'll always back you up unconditionally, so of course I'd stand by you." Those words wrapped around Tanya's heart like a warm blanket. "Now that I'm the student council president, I'll try to be fair, but maybe I'll show a little favoritism? After all, I'm only human. If you ever find yourself in danger, just tell me. I'll do everything in my power to help you." With that, Tanya turned and walked away, leaving S behind. A faint, knowing smile played on his lips just as another figure emerged to speak. Lortel echoed his words back to him. "Because you're my family, I'll always stand by you." How sweet. Family sounds absolutely wonderful, doesn't it? "When did you get here?" he asked, startled. She smirked. Oh, right around the time you were being all serious with Tanya. S checked on her situation. There are some nasty rumors flying around lately. Are you holding up okay? Lortel pulled back her hood, flashing a brilliant smile. Of course, everything is going exactly according to plan. The decisive factor in Tanya's win was indeed that embezzlement and abuse scandal. It was Lortel's own faction that had intentionally leaked the scandal to the public. From the very beginning, they had engineered this two-way rivalry between Tanya and Lortel to make all other candidates invisible. Even Lortel's calculated hostility toward Tanya in front of Princess Fenia was a deliberate move. It was the trap that forced Tanya to enter the race. Both girls carried the heavy burden of S's supposed death. Once he returned, they would surely stand by him to repay that debt. But he offered a warning. You're going to make a lot of enemies this way, even if the entire academy turns against you. Back then, Lortel had made a plea. I only hope that you, Senior, will stay on my side. Knowing her plan, he had decided to save Tanya. That brutal clash with Ziggs had served one purpose. It wiped away the last of S's hesitation. Claiming he helped because they were family wasn't a lie. But saying he hadn't considered Tanya's strategic value, that would be a complete fabrication. The upcoming battle with the Rotalt clan was inevitable. Both S and Tanya were already marked as enemies of that house. With Tanya as an insider, she would become an invaluable asset for gathering intelligence and creating distractions from within the family. But these shadows? They only needed to be understood by those who truly knew the nature of the game. For example, a girl who had been raised in a den of schemes and profit since childhood. Lortel leaned in. Your reputation in the academy is hitting rock bottom lately, you know? Lady Tanya doesn't seem to care for me, so I'll leave this for Senior S to handle. He sighs. You have a nasty habit of manipulating people once you find their weakness. Occupational hazard, she shrugs. I'm not immune to it myself. He stops. Are you really okay? She clings to his arm, unfazed. Rumors can't steal my gold. Besides, the villain role suits me. Loelle smiles with narrowed eyes. Just as long as I don't turn you into an enemy, Senior. He knows the truth. Every relationship has shadows. No one truly sees the intentions hidden behind them. The stage shifts. Princess Fonia is no longer the council president. Where does her path lead now? And the brewing war between the royal family and the Roth-Taylor clan. How will it end? As the final 3 acts unfold, we can only watch. S arrives at the hut. Has it been a month? Returning here feels special. There is so much work waiting to be done. The campfire needs rebuilding to restore the camp. He opens the door. The interior is still a mess. Soft snoring drifts through the room. S spots a hat on the bed and a girl fast asleep. Her sleeping face is a picture of pure peace. S exhales, finally feeling his tension melt away. He settles into a chair and reads. Eventually, he rests the book over his face. Just a short break. Silence swallows the hut. At last, life at the camp has truly returned to normal. 3 days later, news of Tanya's presidency reaches S. In the office, Janica asks, Am I being graded? Melina, the senior professor of spiritology, nods. Of course, I'll even give you extra credit. Academic theory aside, your ability to command high-ranking spirits at this age is unparalleled. Your intuition is top tier, even among professionals. Janica tilts her head. But why me? Melina reveals the joint combat session is coming. You need to show the authority of a senior. She cuts her off. I don't want to show off. Melina sighs. I expected as much. But you're the Academy's best spirit master. Yet you're always grinning like you're on cloud 9. I know you're dating him, but you seem a bit overly obsessed. Looking at you, I'd swear your brain has flown away. Janica turns beet red. Wait, what? S? What? Why would you say that? Janica stammers. Melina isn't buying the act. Don't play dumb. From spiritology to elemental theory, you two are practically glued together. At the cafeteria or the student center, you're inseparable. And lately, you're constantly spacey and smiling. What are you even thinking about? Laughing at the blackboard in the middle of a lecture. It's like watching kids in their first love. Truly hopeless. Janica hides. Professor, please don't tell anyone. Melina laughs. I have no interest in the romantic drama of teenagers. But keep in mind, everyone already thinks so. Janica's face burns as she looks at those around her. Hearing the rumors about her and S, she's stunned. Flashback. 3 days by horse to East Sparta. South of East Sparta lies a vast mountain range called Poulon, where livestock thrives. Deep in those valleys, perched on a sward, is Torin, a tiny village of barely 300 souls. There, young Janica Paylover could see spirits before she could even walk. A genius destined for greatness, they said. Occasionally, the village welcomed travelers. Among them, a young male boy left the deepest mark. He was the only one who spoke formally. In this remote countryside, most youth leave for the glimmering lights of the city. Janica was the village's darling little sister, so formal speech felt alien. Yet, That strangeness drew them together. She grew up surrounded by love, gentle as flowing water and pure as the driven snow, the village's pride, and the boy who visited often. Everyone adored them both. Naturally, the boy's heart was swept up in that whirlwind of affection. Janica never knew how to say no, but she didn't understand romance. She rejected his bouquet. The boy fled as if running from a fire. When he returned, he brought a shock. An acceptance letter to Sylvania Academy, and a final, distant goodbye in that strange, formal tone. 3 years have passed since she entered Sylvania Academy. Memories of that boy have begun to fade with time. Yet for Janica Pailover, refusing others is terrifying and formal speech remains a hurdle. A teacher's voice interrupts her thoughts. Janik, you've been standing there for days. If you need counseling or want to submit an application, tell me. If it's within our power to help, we will resolve the matter immediately. Janica hesitates, her voice trembling with nerves. Actually, I have an application to leave the Demary dormitory. I'm unsure why you hesitate. But if you're lost, try talking to those around you. Don't you have many friends willing to help? Someone who will truly listen to you? Janica is always surrounded by admirers. But that overwhelming attention makes it harder to speak when she wants to escape. This emotional weight remains heavy even when she is with her closest friends. Her best friend remarked that Janica's blissful expression was the only proof that that guy was still alive. She sheepishly replies, "Sorry, there's a reason." Her friend relents. "Fine. But what are you worried about now?" Janik sighs. "You know me. I'm terrible at saying no. Refusing someone makes me feel so guilty." Anna slams the table and stands up. "Exactly. That's why you've become his unpaid maid. You've locked yourself away just to cook and clean for him. What did he ask for this time?" Janica blushes. "No, it's not like that. I do it because I like it. Actually, I have a favor to ask. But they are so close that finding the words is impossible." Anis calms down. "I see. Then try creating some distance. It'll make it easier to ask for favors and to refuse them. Honestly, you two need space. If you take each other for granted, where is the heart-fluttering excitement?" Anis suddenly freezes. "Keep Janica away from Ed? What kind of nonsense am I saying?" Janica worries Ed will be lonely, but Anis insists she must make him anxious by creating distance. Janik surprisingly doesn't argue. "Thank you so much." She looks genuinely happy. "I've got a plan. See you tomorrow." Anis tries to stop her, then gives up, cursing herself. What on earth was I imagining? What have I just done? Meanwhile, Ed checks his technical stats. Advanced Magic Engineering, Level 6. Crafting Proficiency, 7. Crafting Speed, 4. New formulas acquired. He's unlocked the blueprint for Telos's Frozen Bone Amulet. From the Millennium Struck Staff to the Glock Hourglass. The list is long. Crafting them all is impossible. But his heart is set on the Frozen Bone Amulet and the legendary Millennium Struck Staff. Among them all, the Millennium Struck Staff is the crown jewel. Its formula is simple, but its destructive power is extraordinary. A true legendary rarity. Item info. It boosts resonance with all elements and maximizes spirit magic efficiency. Ed is impressed. However, the necessary crafting materials are nightmarishly difficult to obtain. It requires a branch, not a common one, but from a 1,000-year-old tree twisted by lightning. In the game script, this was a final reward. In reality, there is no place to buy it. A 1,000-year-old tree is rare, but one still stands in the northern forest. Now for the lightning. Looking at the sleeping Lucy, a dangerous idea strikes him. Lightning? He wakes her. Lucy scowls, but seeing Ed's face so close, she screams in terror. Frightened, she lunges upward to hide among the high branches. Ed sighs. "How many times must I wake you before you stop jumping?" "Sorry for the scare." Lucy stammers. "It's fine, just talk." Seeing her so rattled, Ed postpones his request. He has an appointment. Morning sun pierces the forest as a smiling face appears. "Hello," Ed greets her. "Janik, you're 10 minutes late." Ed asks, "Why skip the shortcut? Is something wrong?" "Nothing." She lies. Inside, she chants her mantra, distance. "I must maintain the distance." Ed closes his book. "I'm just grateful you're helping me with spirit training. Want some tea?" Janica turns red. Her heart is a mess. Distance. How can I create distance now? Once training concludes, Ed offers high praise. "Your control over the spirits is truly masterful. You're improving so fast," she notes. "Mariota might need more time, but you've already mastered Merst. Your mana consumption has dropped significantly. It seems Merst is the perfect fit for you." Ed blushes at the praise, vowing to train even harder. Suddenly, another person appears to offer a morning greeting. Seeing Belle arrive, Ed knows she's looking for Lucy. She confirms, "The vice principal needs to see Lady Lucy." As the top student's attendant, Belle bows. "I was truly shocked when I heard news of your passing, but seeing you healthy brings me peace." Ed bows back, apologizing for causing her so much worry. "I had my own struggles, Belle." Janica stands between them, sensing the electric sparks flying between their gazes. Belle mentions, You know, a proper servant must always remain humble. That is their true virtue. Ed replies calmly, but he won't change his way of speaking. Belle's expression quickly turns into a scowl. I'll take my leave to check on the other maids' etiquette and titles. Ed simply ignores her lecture. Whatever, I'll keep using formal speech. Janica watches the two of them from the sidelines, sensing the friction. This expression is rare. A silent war is brewing between Ed and Belle, and the distance feels immense. Those words leave Janica stunned. Ed then turns his attention back to her as the tension shifts. Lady Janica, I was worried when you moved to the Dex dorm, but I'm glad you're doing well. She smiles. Dorm life isn't so bad. Janica prepares to leave for exams after helping Lucy get ready. I'll head out first. Janica waves. Both of you, please stay healthy. Goodbye for now. Belle sends her wishes for their studies. As she fades into the distance, Janica calls out from behind. Blushing, Janica makes a strange request. Let's try speaking formally. Ed is baffled. Why so suddenly? Sweating, Janica explains. Not just formal. Let's act like we're meeting for the first time. It won't be awkward. Her hand tugs at Ed's sleeve. Beneath the odd request, Janica looks strangely melancholic and lonely. I just want to try it once. Ed agrees, noting that the Dex dorm curfew is fast approaching anyway. We'll just exchange a few polite words. Right? Then Janica suddenly drops the bomb. Hello there, Brother Ed. Ed is shaken to his core. It feels like entering a prison cell. Yet, a strange sensation washes over him. Yes, Ed stammered. Seeing Janica's bashful face, he feels her embarrassment start to become contagious. He can't fathom why she's this shy, but the suffocating tension is quickly overwhelming him too. 3 minutes later, they sit by the crackling fire in agonizing silence. Finally, Janica whispers, It's nothing. Ed notices their recent awkward moments, but this is 10 times more intense. The air is thick. A once comfortable bond is now strained. Janica is bright red. Her own plan had backfired spectacularly. I have to break this silence now, Ed thinks. Maybe if I just say something first. Just as he's about to speak, Janica shrieked. Look, it's almost time for the dorm curfew. She bows and bolts away. Thank you for today, brother. See you tomorrow. She disappears into the night. Ed is left behind, utterly exhausted. Is this really how our future is going to look now? The next day, as Ed reads under a tree, a voice mocks him. Still playing the formal game? Ed sighs. You saw everything, didn't you? Mariota is perched on a branch, casually reading a book. I'm not bored enough to stalk you. Anything else happen? Ed recounts the bizarre events since yesterday. The atmosphere is just weird. Whenever I say hello, Janica turns into a blushing, trembling mess. It feels like all her repressed stress is exploding in the most confusing way possible. I didn't think much of it at first. But this is getting serious, Mariota says, gliding down. Are you worried about her? She asks. Of course, Ed replies before asking to take 2 tree branches. He plans to craft a staff from lightning-struck millennial wood. Mariota sees right through his busy nature. Another tool? I thought you were worried about Janica, but you're just as busy as ever. It's just a branch. You don't need my permission, she says. Ed counters. But isn't this your tree? The name Mariota's guardian tree is complicated. Technically, I protect the entire forest, she reveals. An old friend just decided to give this tree that name. Ed is intrigued. An old friend? You've lived so long, you must have many stories. Mariota pivots. First, why do spirits look like animals? As it turns out, I can take a human form whenever I please. But like I said, maintaining this appearance is no easy feat. The reason spirits usually manifest as animals is simple. Those forms are the most familiar to them and the easiest to mimic. So, to take a human shape, they'd need a blueprint to follow, wouldn't they? Mariota asks with a smirk. So, who do you think I'm imitating right now? Ed is left speechless. She sits beside him and drops a bombshell. Since we formed a contract, I can read your innermost thoughts. He gasps in shock. What? Mariota continues with a playful glint. I simply crafted this girl's appearance to match your ultimate ideal type. Ed is genuinely stunned. Is this really my taste? That's unexpected. As his face flushes red, he realizes just how surprising this revelation is. But it turns out, she was just messing with him. It was all a clever lie. Ed gasps. Wait, were you just joking with me? Mariota shakes her head. Reading minds isn't that simple. Besides, transformation is high-level magic. I can't just change my form on a whim. I've lived for a very long time. Long enough that the rise and fall of Sylvania Academy feels like nothing more than a passing moment to me. Back when this island was just a desolate wasteland without a single building, I met a certain girl. She wasn't draped in fancy robes or jewels. She was always humble and free-spirited. That raw, untamed nature is what left the deepest impression on my soul. This form I wear. It's her. She was the most unique and special person I have ever encountered in my long existence. Ed suddenly recalls a legendary figure, the one who poured their mana into the guardian tree, turning it into the source of all life. The person who founded this academy and entrusted Mariota with protecting this forest. This deep connection was never mentioned in the game. Everything is linked. Standing right before him is the image of a legendary mage, a brilliant scholar, the great sage Sylvania herself. As twilight fades and the stars begin to dance, Ed is busy peeling apples when Janica suddenly appears. "Hi," she murmurs, hesitating. How have you been?" She stumbles over her words, trying to find the right greeting. Ed, equally flustered, offers her a snack. "Would you like some apple?" "Oh, I mean, please have some." Janica nods softly. "Okay. Thank you." She sits down quietly, watching him finish peeling the fruit. As he finishes, she quickly holds out a plate. "Right here." They eat in a heavy silence, both drowning in a wave of awkwardness. "What am I supposed to do?" Ed glances at her as she buries her face in her knees. He tells her she can use formal speech or just speak comfortably. Ed grows concerned. "What's wrong, Janica? Are you feeling unwell?" She quickly shakes her head. "No, it's nothing. It's just hard to look you in the eye." She looks away, her voice trembling slightly. "I have something to ask you, but it might sound a little strange. So, please, just listen to everything I have to say before you answer." Ed grabs another apple and begins to slice. "I'm technically an adult in this body. If she's struggling this much just to speak, the least I can do is stay calm and listen." Suddenly, Janica drops the question. "What would you think if I left the dorms and moved into this camp with you?" Ed freezes mid-motion, his knife stopping dead. Janica panics at the silence. "Ed, are you okay? Did I shock you that much?" He is stunned. Despite living in the wild and fighting for over a year, he thought he was prepared for anything. But this? He accidentally slips and cuts his finger. The sharp sting gives him just a second to pull his scattered thoughts back together. As he tends to the small wound, he desperately tries to process her unbelievable request. After bandaging his finger, Ed speaks up. "First off, you probably expected this, but some things need to be said clearly, even if they seem obvious. I truly believe you're an incredible person, sincere, trustworthy, and kind. Everyone who knows you thinks the same, but more importantly, I like you. However, there's one thing I must make clear. I am still a man." Listen carefully to what that means. Janica might not realize it, but to Ed, she is breathtakingly beautiful. You are a true beauty. Right now, I can treat you with respect and patience. But if we're living under the same roof, no one can predict the outcome. Janica tries to steady her racing heart. "Wait, hold on. Calm down." But Ed doesn't hold back his honesty. At the end of the day, all men have the same instincts. "While I'm grateful you trust me this much." Janica interrupts him, her voice a soft whisper of permission. "If it's you, Ed, it's okay." Her words leave both of them blushing furiously. They lock eyes. And in that charged silence, an intense, overwhelming emotion begins to flare between them. Ed realizes that for a long time, there's been a thin, fragile line between them, sometimes distant, sometimes painfully close. Using formal speech now makes the air feel both foreign and strangely intimate. After the grueling exhaustion of the student council election, just when he returned to camp, seeking relief and peace, Janica threw this curveball. A sudden proposal to live together. It's so far beyond his imagination that it feels like she's whispering a challenge. Can you really handle this? It's a temptation designed to make him lose all reason. Ed takes a breath and proactively sits closer to her. He asks softly, "Are you really that tired, Janica?" Ed knows her well. Every sudden action she takes usually has a deeper reason behind it. If Janica is bringing this up now, he needs to figure out what's truly going on in her heart. Janica gave a soft smile. "You really do have an answer for everything, don't you?" She confessed her longing to escape, reminiscing about the quiet solitude of her room at the Ophelis dorm. "Does that sound foolish?" she asked. For someone who once crumbled under the weight of public scrutiny, surviving in a communal dormitory was an uphill battle. Day after day, she endured countless stares, masking her exhaustion with a gentle, practiced smile. After enduring this for nearly a year, this camp had become her sanctuary, a place she wished she could stay forever. She knew it was a heavy burden to ask of Ed. Running away solved nothing, yet she couldn't help but voice her heart's deepest wish. She wasn't sure if Ed could truly understand her pain, but she needed to ask just once. It felt like asking too much. Ed looked at her calmly. "Janica, my hesitation doesn't change the weight of your struggles. In life, we all lean on one another. Everyone eventually becomes a burden to someone else, and in turn, carries the weight of others. It's only natural. If you feel like you're owing me, I'll just ask you for a troublesome favor later to even the score. It's not like we're strangers passing by. We'll be in each other's lives for a long time, so let's just keep looking out for one another. Living under one roof might be tight, so perhaps it's time to pitch a new tent." Ed was taken aback by Janica's reaction. He expected her to burst with excitement. But instead, she just offered a quiet, serene smile. Surprising him, Janica pulled him into a warm embrace. "Thank you," she whispered. Ed finally exhaled, feeling their bond grow stronger. The formalities finally vanished between them. Ed reached out, gently patting her head in a tender gesture. Janica tried to maintain a bashful distance, but her resolve crumbled. Even if she succeeded, her feelings were already clear. She was the type to help anyone in need, even if her kindness wasn't always reciprocated. But when a girl like that finally breaks down, even the coldest heart couldn't resist reaching out to comfort her. Dawn broke on a new day. Ed woke up, his mind still drifting back to the events of the previous night. Building a tent was no small feat. Between classes and crafting a new staff, his schedule was becoming a nightmare. Just thinking about his workload was enough to cause insomnia. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "You're finally up? Murd, perfect timing. I need your expertise, since I've never pitched a tent before." Ed glanced at the spirit's face. Murd looked drained. "You look exhausted, Ed." "Me too." There was an all-night festival in the spirit realm. Regardless, work had to start. "I've picked the spot," Murd said. "Facing each other seems right. Stepping out to see each other every morning. Isn't that romantic?" Watching the spirits work, Ed was impressed. Two spirits debated the placement, worried that being too close might sacrifice privacy. They wanted to maintain some personal space. "But since we're building it anyway, maybe a little closer is fine?" Murd tapped Ed's shoulder and shouted. "The grand plan is set for a 10-day construction phase. As the site commander, I will establish the most efficient work schedule possible," the spirit declared. The dragon spirit was shocked. 10 days? Murd confirmed it was the most reasonable timeline considering the spirit's rest. If things went well, they might finish early. But the dragon spirit roared, "Back in my day, spirit summoners ran for 3 days and nights over snowy mountains and still fought battles the next morning. Now, summoners are everywhere and contracts are easy, so you low-level spirits have grown lazy, only seeking rest." Trembling in fear, Murd tried to negotiate a 1-week deadline instead. "How will you ever evolve like that?" 5 days. It'll be finished in 5 days, so endure the noise until then." Ed was stunned. 5 days? It took me months. Murd could only hang its head in defeat. There was no choice but to push through. "I'm so sorry, Murd," Ed thought. "I really didn't mean to cause this." Ed sighed, grabbing his tools. He approached the silver-white log, the rare wood from a 1,000-year-old tree struck by lightning. At least the timing was solved. Now he could focus on crafting the legendary staff for Janica. Simply giving her a place to stay wasn't enough to repay her kindness. Ed began carefully carving the wood. Though she had many staves from family, she always used her old oak one. He wondered if she would truly like this gift. He poured his heart into it, hoping Janica would cherish it. Meanwhile, Lucy lay awake in the dark, tossing and turning. The construction noise was annoying, but seeing Janica humming happily nearby made Lucy's blood boil with jealousy. Janica noticed her and offered a cheerful greeting. She knew the girl smiling at her was Janica, but the memory of their past bitter argument still lingered in the air. Janica wasn't one for conflict or sharp words, but she refused to be stepped on. She firmly declares this as her new home, leaving Lucy fuming with a darkened gaze. Meanwhile, at the East Plaza, Ed sighs deeply. A massive stack of heavy books weighs down his weary arms. He craves elemental magic texts to master a new discipline. Not long ago, he even tested his raw physical power with a punch. Mid-tier point burst magic is a decent choice for real-world combat, yet its impact barely matches basic spells. To crush a senior, he needs absolute, overwhelming destructive firepower. Firepower? Ed ponders. Suddenly, he encounters a mysterious girl, a sacred flame guardian, a wanderer, and a prophet. This is Ellie, one of Tay's companions. She's appeared since Chapter 1 but lacked importance in the game. She feels no special connection to this hard-working young man. As he turns to leave, she calls out, noticing his busy schedule. Ed stops, stunned she'd even initiate a conversation. "Me?" he asks. Ellie replies, "I've heard Tay and Ain mention you quite often. It seems those two harbor very complicated feelings toward you." "Not my concern," Ed replies, though internally curious. Janica mentioned Tay's growth is progressing smoothly. At this rate, the joint combat drill should be easy. Suddenly, Ellie offers him a song. "I was once a wandering minstrel before finally settling here in Sylvania," she says softly. He declines, citing his heavy load. Her face falls with a heavy sigh of regret. As he walks away, she strikes again. "One day, when you seize your family's throne, you'll kill the one you admire most. Hesitate, and you'll be the one to die. Remember that." Ed freezes. Was that a prophecy? She calmly strums her strings. No matter the chaos, her prophetic eyes peer into what is yet to come. Still, visions aren't always absolute. It's usually wiser to just ignore them. Yet dread sinks in because Ed knows the script. In this third chapter, Ellie is destined to die. Ed watches her disappear into the distance. Suddenly, a voice startles him. I hate that. He previously crafted 2 staves from lightning-struck ancient wood. One for Janica, and one for himself. He asked Lucy to call down lightning, but the stubborn girl only agreed to do it once. Ed reasoned that the magic only needed a single activation anyway. I'll just make one for Janica then, he sighs. She'll use such a powerful weapon better. Hearing this, Lucy bursts into tears. Fine, I'll do both, she cries, grabbing his arm. But there's a small condition you must meet. A condition? Ed asks, as she drags him away toward an unknown destination. Lucy begins her tale of Archmage Glock, a legend revered in every field from elementalism to monster ecology. His mastery spanned herbalism, mana manipulation, and spirit arts, leaving no branch of magic untouched. Most famously, he subdued the high fire and high water spirits simultaneously, a feat of legendary power. In retirement, he poured his entire fortune into teaching and funding the next generation of scholars. Living frugally, he transformed Sylvania Academy into the world's premier center of learning through sheer dedication. After donating his entire life's work to the Academy, he vanished into the Radel Roner Peaks. Suddenly, a whisper trails behind them. Isn't he dating Janica? As Lucy continues her story, Ed ponders. In a remote monastery, Glock found an abandoned girl, Lucy. Her latent mana far surpassed even his wildest dreams. A once-in-a-generation human prodigy. Glock spent his final years refining this rough diamond. Their journey together was a saga worthy of legend. But every epic ends in tragedy. His beloved wife perished long ago during the war against the darkness. One by one, his closest allies fell before he did. Beset by sycophants and opportunists seeking his fame, he chose the solitude of a mountain hut. Yet, in Lucy, his legacy found a true successor. On a rainy day in that shack, Glock knew his time was up. His story ended there, Lucy says, and mine began. But now, mine has ended too. Ed stops, stunned. Ended? Lucy leads Ed deep into the emerald forest. Do you know where that old man's true home is? She questions. History books claim Glock hailed from the lawless lands of Kohanenton, Ed notes. Lucy scoffs. Those records are lies. That was merely a childhood memory. Ed stares in shock as they reach the shoreline. His true home is right here, on Aeon Island. He spoke endlessly of his time on Aeon. Even in his final breath, his only concern was the Academy's future. Such a stubborn, foolish man. In his heart, this island was always his only sanctuary. There was no other choice. Lucy begins the tale of her lonely, arduous pilgrimage. Back then, young Lucy possessed nothing but a tattered broom and the cold, lifeless body of her master. Wrapped in a blanket and bound with rope, she kept him frozen with ice magic. Most mages would collapse after just 1 hour of such focus. Yet for Lucy, even as a child, sustaining that spell was as natural as breathing. The memory sends a chill down one's spine. Glock's secluded cabin sat high in the Radel RN Mountains, far to the northwest. She traveled south, trekking through Uko Forest, crossing Lake Aik, and the alchemical lands of Chris. She passed the Cloud Plains and the holy city of Kabia. Navigating the treacherous Denkin swamps, she finally reached the sprawling borders of the Gluel Empire. She journeyed through Count Ten's lands, following the river downstream past the bustling trade city of Odex. Across the counties of On and Tiz, through the lands of Iceland and Rosteller, she finally scaled the daunting Genet mountain range. Crossing the Dress River and the Gun borderlands, she pushed southwest into the depths of the Grandfen Great Forest. Even on a world map, drawing a straight line to the Messer Bridge, the gateway to Aeon Island, takes a lifetime. Throughout that odyssey, Lucy maintained the preservation spell on her master, while forcing her weary legs forward. It took 3 months, she says, pointing. I got lost several times, and spent a whole week just searching for this spot. She leads him into a hidden cave. Records say this was where the Archmage and the Great Sage once honed their divine arts. Before them lies a humble grave surrounded by ancient tomes. This, she whispers, is where my long journey finally reached its end. Among them is a legendary volume, the Compendium of Saint Rank Magic by Glock. Ed freezes in absolute disbelief. What on earth? Glock's minor research on Southern magic once sold for 7,000 gold coins. That was one of the most expensive books in history, yet here lies his final masterpiece containing the secrets of Saint Rank magic. Its value is immeasurable. But Lucy simply waves her hand. Just take it. I have no use for it anymore. I've memorized every word, she adds. Every lesson that old man taught remains etched in my soul. I haven't even lived half my life yet. Perhaps I'll embark on a new journey one day. Or maybe I'll just live in peace until my time finally comes. But no matter what, I must uphold the sacred vow I made to that old fool. If Sylvania ever faces destruction, I will intervene, just once. It's not a grand or happy tale, I know. Bringing you here was a massive hassle, but for some reason, I truly wanted you to see this. Bringing her master to Aeon was her closure. Ed realizes that while her first journey ended, She is still drifting in her master's shadow, trapped between anticipation and lingering fear. She waits for the day Sylvania falls into peril, drowning her sorrows in endless, stagnant lethargy. But once the destined trial passes, she will truly walk her own path. And that day is fast approaching. Ed sits beside Lucy, gazing at the endless horizon. For today, at least, he decides to be lazy right alongside her. The rhythmic waves and the gentle late spring breeze make the world feel perfect. Not too warm, not too cold, just pure, serene luck. Janica arrives later, her jaw dropping at the sight of the new wooden cabin. "How did you build this so fast?" she exclaims. Merst kneels behind her, completely drained. This humble servant has exhausted every ounce of spiritual energy. "I told you all to take it easy," Janica frets. Merst weakly shakes his head. "No. From the start, Master Ed was the one. It's all right. We can finally find peace now. We hope you enjoy your time at this campsite." Their forms begin to shimmer and fade. "This is enough for us," they whisper. Janica waves tearfully. "Thank you. Thank you so much." Even if they were just summoned spirits, the parting feels heavy. Now alone, Janica begins tracing patterns in the dirt with her staff. She stares at the words she's written, "living together." Thinking about their future, her face turns bright crimson. Suddenly, the cabin door creaks open. Hearing footsteps, Janica turns to greet Ed, but it's Lucy who steps out. Lucy's gaze is sharp and frigid as she stares at the girl by the door. Janica stands there, completely frozen. Lucy's eyes drop to the message in the dirt. A smug, playful smirk plays on her lips. Living together is cute, she thinks, but sleeping together is a whole different level. Sion's gaze is fixed on his status window. Holy magic. Holy domain mana level 1. And attribute conversion level 0. Death immunity, time prison, and space teleportation are all currently sitting at level 0. Forced condensation, illusion, and delusion remain at level 0 as well. Mariota observes the flickering mana and asks, "Another failure? It looks impossible to control. Can you even master this flow of mana?" Sion replies, "I won't know until I try." Lucy leans back against him, whispering that the core principle is the soul of holy magic. Magic is a blend of scientific theory and raw instinct. With enough repetition, the understanding will eventually come to you. As she speaks, objects begin to glow and float under her influence. Seeing his progress, she notes that he's clearly been training hard. Sion pats Lucy's head and tells her he's only practiced about twice. For a genius like him, that's apparently enough. He flips through the book in his hands, shocked that Glock's introduction to holy magic actually exists in this world. In the game, this was known as unlearnable magic. Holy magic is the ultimate art of manipulating time, space, and the mind. In terms of raw power, it is the absolute peak. But because it warps the laws of nature, it remains the most misunderstood and dangerous branch of magic, almost entirely unresearched. Simply grasping the concept is nearly impossible. Lucy learns purely through intuition, making it impossible for her to teach anyone else. If only Professor Glast were here. Sion knows that if Glast were still alive, things would be much easier. Suddenly, Sion's expression shifts to surprise. A voice calls out, "Seriously? Is it another girl?" No matter how grand Zix's ambitions for manhood are, this situation is turning into a living nightmare for him. Mariota begins to fade away in a panic. "Wait. Why? It was just getting to the good part." Zix scratches his head awkwardly, apologizing for mistaking her for the previous spirit. He arrives carrying a massive stack of books. These are old magic books a senior asked him to dispose of. Sion tells him to pass his thanks along to Elka. He needs to review the basics without the hassle of constantly borrowing books. "This must have been heavy. Thanks. I should repay you." Zix shrugs it off. "Don't worry. But if it bothers you, why not join me in the student council? It's a bit awkward, but after the last incident, the student council president really trusts you. She wants reliable allies by her side. In other words, she is officially inviting you to join the council." Sion is stunned. Can she really just form an organization so arbitrarily? Zix clarifies that there's nothing arbitrary about her plan. As the first freshman president in Sylvania's history, she's determined to build the most powerful cabinet the Academy has ever seen. The daughter of a count and the top student of Class 54 have already joined. Soon, Joseph, the top magic student, will join too, along with elite assistant Annis, alchemy genius Dorothy, and now, Sion himself. She is gathering the strongest and most trustworthy elites. Zix sits on a nearby log and asks, "So, will you really turn her down?" Between researching magic techniques and practicing spirit arts, Sion's schedule is completely packed. Training his body, surviving in the woods, and being an honors student. Plus this new magic. He can't handle any more responsibilities. "The camp is finished, just as I thought," Zix notes, "but the president is going to be devastated." Sion thinks to himself that this was expected. Ever since he saved Tanya, The plot has veered into unknown territory. Zix joining the council was a shock, and the entire member list is completely different from the original game. Based on the timeline, the joint combat practice is fast approaching. Act 3. The Failed Sword Saint of Sylvania. The second joint combat exercise. This is the massive event leading up to the final boss fight of Act 3. The subjugation of Lucy. This event is the ultimate trial that the main characters, now second years, must face once again. In the original story, Cloud, the top freshman alchemist, would lose the final battle and consume the forbidden blood of the demon god. Because that ending was so tragic, the memory is burned into Sion's mind. But now, the story has spiraled out of control. It could follow the script, or veer into a completely different fate. From this moment on, they are entering uncharted lands. The sound of heavy wheels echoes down the road. A carriage so massive approaches that mages had to work through the night to reinforce it with weight reduction spells. Its escort is so formidable it looks like an invading army, leaving the locals in the holy city absolutely breathless. It is a mobile palace, an expense so vast that even the Pope rarely allows this carriage to leave the holy capital. Ed narrowed his eyes at the two figures atop the carriage, watching their every move from a distance. Archbishop BDO chuckles softly. The journey was longer than I anticipated, but I'm glad I could witness the Saintess's condition personally. Pope Eldon nods in agreement. Indeed. Thanks to your clever arrangement of visiting the local noble lands, this schedule has become absolutely perfect. He notes they're nearing Sylvania, where the palace is already buzzing with whispers. With the Pope's arrival imminent, are all the preparations truly ready? Meanwhile, Tanya is drowning in a mountain of paperwork, her frustration reaching a breaking point as the work piles up. Pope Eldon, the supreme ruler of the Holy City, and his trusted aide, Archbishop BDO, are arriving at the exact same time. Their official mission? To spread the grace of the god Talos and perform a new baptism. But those words are just empty formalities. The real prize is right here, a formal request for a meeting. She eyes the document, knowing they are deeply concerned for Saintess Clarice. After all, she is the very heart of the church. But wait, there's another request for a meeting on her desk? She wonders who a figure as legendary as the Pope would want to see. A second-year student? Just who could it be? Tanya issues her orders. Regardless, they must clear the schedule for the Saintess. Today, the Pope himself arrives from the Holy Capital. This means she won't be Killy. For the first time in ages, she will stand before the students as the true Saintess. As Belle brushes Clarice's hair, the Saintess asks nervously, "Belle, today is the day of the joint combat practice, isn't it?" It's a strange coincidence that it aligns with the Pope's visit. She had truly been looking forward to meeting the other students. It's such a shame, she sighs. She has no desire to return to the Holy Capital yet. This academy life feels like a beautiful dream, and she hasn't even met the person she's searching for. The girl who once stood watch over the holy fire now longingly gazes out at the vast, wide world. The mysterious poet of the mountain pass. She has wandered the paths of the second years, hoping for a fated encounter, but that person is like a ghost, appearing and vanishing without a trace. She's desperate to finally cross paths with them. Stories of friends and overcoming exams together. Even she, who only ever listened, now has her own tales to tell. Of course, these are stories she has absolutely no intention of sharing with the Pope. Like the top student raiding the dorms and leaving them in ruins, or an S-rank noble being entangled in a murder investigation. If BDO, a man obsessed with a life of absolute purity, heard this, he would drag her away from the academy in a heartbeat. Refusing BDO is nearly impossible, not just because of his mind-reading mastery, but because he's a mentor she can't bear to disappoint. Belle tries to soothe her. "Saintess Clarice, you should really try to relax a little." Startled, she asks, "Do I really look that stressed?" For now, she's managing to hold it together. Clarice knows the stakes. If anyone discovers her secret identity, her life at the academy is over. A sudden realization strikes her like lightning. Wait, Ed Taylor. He seems trustworthy, but what if he and BDO meet? Even a glimpse might be enough for BDO to use his mind reading and realize Ed knows exactly who she is. Seeing her distress, Belle asks, "Would you like me to prepare a cup of tea for you?" "No, it's fine," she declines. "I just need a favor. Prepare for me to go out." Belle is confused by the sudden rush. "Forgive me, but where are you heading?" Clarice speaks his name, Ed Taylor. She's certain that seeing him will calm her racing heart. She needs to find him right now, the sooner, the better. Belle hides her thoughts, coldly responding, "I see." Internally, she is determined to keep Ed and the Saintess apart. Meanwhile, the students are crowded around the bulletin board, scanning the brackets for the joint combat practice. Janica sits nearby, chatting with Ed. "I don't think I have any real rivals in this practice session." Ed looks at her curiously. "Is there no one you want to personally challenge?" he asks. She worries that saying so might sound a bit too arrogant. He explains that the joint practice has begun just like last year. It's an exam where students duel, with their grades hanging in the balance. Underclassmen facing upperclassmen is just business as usual in this academy. However, the big twist this year is a new rule that allows students to issue their own formal challenges. With the elite first-year Class A students absent from the script, everyone is fired up to see who can take down a second year. The current generation of protagonists is overflowing with monsters, so these cross-grade battles will be legendary. On the other hand, the matches between third and fourth years are so boring that nobody even cares. Janica quickly changes the subject. What's for dinner? He shrugs. There's some leftover meat at the camp. We'll just salt and grill it. Ed muses to himself that their third-year class is honestly devoid of any significant talent. Last year, aside from Janica crushing Lortel, almost none of the third years could even stand against their juniors. For the fourth years, they are the ultimate predators, capable of challenging anyone and securing an effortless victory. Conversely, the true monsters receive no challenges at all. Janica smiles, asking if Ed is still focused on Lucy's book. He reveals it is a crucial text, stating he will focus entirely on its secrets for the time being. Like Janica, Ed hasn't received a single challenge. It seems he is finally recognized as a high-level powerhouse. But knowing Janica's gentle nature, initiating a fight won't be easy. She leans in, whispering, "Is it that important?" Ed just wants to stay low-key, but a roar shatters the peace. Clear the way immediately. Clarice's carriage has arrived. The Saintess is here. Ed watches in shock, realizing the original plot is completely derailed. A chill runs down his spine. Clarice appearing here at this exact moment is a massive anomaly. According to the script, the Holy Emperor's visit should have prevented her from joining this joint combat practice. Was the Emperor's visit delayed? If so, what caused it? Another butterfly effect is spiraling out of control. Janica is frozen in confusion as the Saintess, Clarice, walks straight toward Ed with a purpose. "I intended to write first," she says softly. "But I wanted to see you sooner, so I came directly." She beams, pulling up a chair. "I cannot stay long, but even a brief conversation would be wonderful." Ed bows with perfect etiquette. "It is a great honor to meet you, Holy Saintess." Beside him, Janica trembles with reverence. "I am Janica. Meeting your grace at this distance is a true blessing." Janica shoots Ed a desperate look, silently begging him for help on how to act. Ed understands. A third of the Empire follows the Telos faith. Encountering their living idol would rattle anyone. Staring at her now, it is hard to believe this Saintess and Kylie are the same person. Ed closes his book. "I heard the Holy Emperor is arriving soon. Is it really all right for you to be here?" Clarice explains the Emperor is visiting the Academy, and luckily, the schedules aligned perfectly for this meeting. She knew the combat practice lists were being released today, so she expected to find Ed right here. He is stunned she came just for him. Clarice continues, noting the Holy Emperor is incredibly sharp and wise, but she warns that Archbishop Bideau, who accompanies him, is equally formidable and dangerous. "Sometimes I wonder if he can read minds," she whispers. "Bideau's ability to peer into souls is truly unnerving. Is it a form of divine magic?" Regardless, they say the Archbishop can see the truth in any heart. Ed's eyes widen as the pieces click into place. "Bideau, the man who can see through any deception." "I see. But did you really come all this way just to tell me that?" Ed asks. Clarice is terrified. If the Archbishop reads her mind, he will discover Ed knows her true identity. Ed admits the Archbishop sounds like a terrifying opponent. He truly is a man to be feared. However, a fallen noble like me will likely never meet such a high-ranking figure. Clarice stammers in surprise. Ed reassures her, "I will be too busy with combat practice to ever cross paths with Archbishop Bideau." She quickly objects, "Absolutely not." While Janica watches the two of them, completely bewildered. "Holy Saintess, did you really come all this way just to see Ed?" Janica asks, confused. Clarice realizes how it looks sending a royal carriage through a high-tension situation just for a quick meeting. "It is not like that," she blushes. "I am only human. I get anxious and nervous too." She explains that in moments of intense pressure, there are certain people you instinctively want to see. "I mean, when the stress is too much, you just crave the presence of that one person." Overwhelmed by embarrassment, Clarice flees, realizing the Holy Emperor's arrival is finally imminent. Her attendants scramble after her. Ed and Janica watch as the carriage disappears into a cloud of dust. Janica turns to Ed, completely dazed, while Ed feels a massive headache beginning to throb. Whether it is Kylie or Clarice, she is a handful. Later at the arena, an opponent sneers at him. "You're Ed, right? I've heard the rumors about you among the underclassmen. You might be considered strong for a third year, but to us, you're still just a novice." Ed is still distracted by the Saintess. His opponent snarls, "Wake up, prepare your soul for this fight. The rules for the lower year combat trials are strict. No mid-tier magic and no lethal weapons allowed. But upperclassmen are a different breed. Facing off is the fourth-year combat vice-captain, a warrior who never underestimates his prey. Before our duel, let's set the record straight. You likely know the rules, but I'll remind you once more. My name is Kodak Vod. The crowd trembles, knowing that even with blunt gear, high-damage weapons are strictly forbidden. But Senior Kodak, that weapon is clearly a massive mace. I was filled with dread at the thought of facing him. Suddenly, Instructor Melina's signal echoes through the arena. Shrot Taylor versus Kodak Vod. Begin. Instantly, Kodak lunges forward, hoisting his heavy axe for a crushing blow. My blood is boiling. I won't show an ounce of mercy just because this is a practice match. If fear is paralyzing you, withdraw now. S remains unfazed, flames dancing in his palm as he stares down the threat. A violent explosion erupts directly in front of the senior. The system alert flashes, intermediate magic, point burst. As searing heat surges outward, Kodak recoils in agony. Through the billowing smoke, the sound of his coughing rings out. He collapses to the ground in shock. How could a mere mage possess such godlike reflexes? Kodak grits his teeth. Last year's students were nothing. Suddenly, two phantom beasts materialize, leaving S completely baffled. S immediately incinerates them with a blast of fire. The audience gasps in total awe as Kodak lies defeated. S thinks to himself, 5 seconds, huh? I held back just enough to avoid leaving a permanent scar, but if he wants to continue, I'll have to apologize. Walking over, he says politely, thank you for the match. Cheers erupt, but S is lost in thought, his mind drifting toward a much darker mystery. Leaving the Saintess's unpredictable antics behind, I lead Janik, who has a legendary lack of direction, toward her arena. While heading to my own duel against the next opponent, I run into someone I never expected to see. It's L. We meet again, Senior. I'm stunned. What are you doing here at Glocate Hall? Second years should be at the other hall. She smiles. Fate is a strange thing, moving like a wandering breeze. It seems our paths are fated to cross quite often. Seeing her play the harp, S feels a chilling unease. Once the combat training session concludes, she prepares to leave. Well then, I shall take my leave first. S knows the truth. L is destined to die. Previously, he would have hesitated to keep the script intact. But ever since he pushed Tanya into the student presidency, the original plot has been completely shattered. He once told himself it was just arrogance, or a destiny he had no right to interfere with. Yet, the souls he let perish still haunt the depths of his mind. Turning a blind eye is no longer easy. He calls out, and she turns back with a gentle look. Then, he speaks the truth. You're going to die soon. Even he finds the words hard to believe, but L remains eerily calm. I already know. Seeing her tragic smile, S is struck with horror. What? She knows? How could she possibly know? Is she a transmigrator like me? He rushes away, needing to find Tai to see how deep the corruption goes. Suddenly, the earth groans and trembles. Screams of terror erupt as the world begins to shake apart. An earthquake. S is paralyzed. What is happening? He throws open the window to see the nightmare unfolding. Despite the script being ruined, he remains vigilant, constantly preparing for the worst possible outcome. He has predicted every possibility, but the scene before him defies all logic and imagination. A colossal tsunami is swallowing the city. It's beyond the script and beyond his wildest dreams. Why is that here? Massive wings unfold a legendary creature thought to be extinct even in the age of myths. A walking disaster that no human power could ever hope to restrain. Its very presence shatters the atmosphere. It is the final boss of Sylvania's failed swordmaster. The Holy Spear Dragon has finally awakened. According to the original lore, the protagonist Taylor had defeated every powerful foe in the first year. However, after defeating the cultist who drank the blood of an evil god, the tragedy began. News arrived that Elle had died, though at the time, the cause of her death remained a mystery. Clarice, once a pure and innocent child, lost all faith and transformed into a cold, vengeful shadow. The apostate saintess, a character players claimed, was ruined by such a sudden and violent descent into darkness. Seeking to crush her rebellion, the church dispatched an entire army to Aiken to hunt her down. Ultimately, Clarice slaughtered the entire army in a fit of divine rage. Now, the Act 3 boss, Lucy, awakens. This is the original script for Act 3. However, the Holy Azure Dragon, Bellbroke, has emerged far earlier than anyone anticipated. The final boss of Act 5 has arrived. The keeper of every secret behind the Swordmaster of Sylvania's downfall has finally awakened. Ed realizes the gravity of the situation. The very atmosphere shifts as the dragon's single stride triggers absolute, bone-chilling chaos. It wasn't even magic, just a simple, singular movement of the beast was enough to conjure a devastating, howling hurricane. With just one footfall, the world descends into disaster. The entire building tremors violently, throwing Ed forcefully to the ground. He grits his teeth, desperately bracing himself. Outside, the landscape has already been reduced to a desolate wasteland of smoldering ruins. Half of the faculty wing is about to vanish. Ed flees for his life, realizing his survival in the professor's quarters was pure luck. He leaps through a window to escape the collapsing structure, but if he taps into his mana now, He might lose his magic for years, or perhaps he will never be able to cast a single spell ever again. Even his life is at stake. Ed ignites his ultimate mana, mounting Merrick to charge headlong into the heart of the fray. He prays he won't be stopped. Run, Merrick. If we stay still, countless lives will be lost on this island. Screams of pure terror erupt from Triz Hall. Saintess, you must evacuate this instance. Clarice urges her attendants to save the others first. My lady, take my hand. We must move before it's too late. They rush toward a prepared carriage, but suddenly, jagged spikes pierce through both attendants, killing them instantly. Clarice ducks for cover, narrowly escaping a gruesome death. Thick smoke veils her vision as sheer horror grips her heart. Staring at the massive shards embedded in the earth, Clarice realizes the truth. Are these actually dragon scales? Just fallen scales caused a literal earthquake? Can this nightmare ever end? An attendant rushes over to support her. Saintess, we must leave immediately. Forgive my rudeness. He bellows for the coachman to bring the carriage. The coachman leads a single horse forward. The carriage is destroyed. Take this horse instead, Saintess. It is highly trained. He thrusts the reins into Clarice's hands. It will take you across the Moor Bridge to escape Enon Island. Panic consumes her, but seeing the attendant's condition makes Clarice's blood run cold with even greater fear. His arm is severed, blood pouring out. Hold tight, he commands, slapping the horse to send it bolting into the distance. Go, protect the Saintess at all costs. The horse neighs and charges away as fast as its legs can carry. Clarice clings to the horse, remembering the myths the Archbishop once read. This wasn't an exaggeration, it was a terrifying reality. The horrific images from her books flash through her mind as the holy azure dragon, Bellbroke, begins its rampage. She can feel the sheer weight of that ancient, overwhelming horror crushing her very spirit. The dragon's breath burns with the intensity of the sun. The horse gallops through the surging power of impending doom. A piercing scream erupts. A notification flashes. High-tier magic barrier deployed to nullify wide-range mana. Clarice looks up as a green radiance descends. A massive shield has been erected to intercept the azure dragon's breath. She already knows exactly who has stepped onto the battlefield to save them. Principal Obel curses in rage. Even high-tier magic only nudges that breath? You have awakened far too early, Bellbroke. Bellbroke's power continues to surge. Obel is reaching his limit, losing even the precious seconds needed to chant his spells. A system notification displays. Activating high-tier flame magic chains of fate. Glowing chains bind Bellbroke. For the first time, facing an unstoppable threat, the legendary Lucy enters the battle. Master, please, lend me your strength just this once. She takes Obel's place, an unexpected turn of events. Bellbroke roars in fury, shattering the magic chains with a single burst. Lucy hovers in the sky, staring down the wrath of the colossal, enraged beast before her. Lucy's eyes widen in shock. A beam of pure destruction erupts from Bellbroke's claws, leveling everything below into dust. The shockwave nearly throws Clarice from her horse, while Lucy quickly encases herself in a protective manosphere. A figure clad in armor suddenly appears. Obel's creation. Thanks for buying me some time, Lucy. The ultimate defense is finally deployed. High-tier protection magic. Shield of the Creator God. Both mages go all out against the dragon. Below, Clarice gasps for air, desperate to reach the Moor Bridge. Should she really run away? Clarice stares at her trembling hands, questioning her own purpose in this catastrophe. Suddenly, Ed arrives. Clarice sees him reaching out, her heart finally finding relief. Senior, thank goodness you're here. He asks if she is injured as she places her hand into his steady, reliable grip. Senior? Why are you here? She gasped. I have guests waiting at Chiz Hall, Clarice explained, frantic as she reported her situation. I urged my horse toward the Maxer Bridge. S warned her, but with the crushing crowds, every effort felt meaningless. Leaving the island won't save you from that dragon's reach. You'll just be hunted endlessly. S pulled Clarice up behind him. Hold on tight. S knew human strength was useless against it. Even with Lucy or Obel, they could only hope to stall for time. In the original script, only Taylor could stand a chance, and only after reaching max level and mastering the final Holy Sword rite. S's mind raced through the possibilities. What can I actually do? Let's move, he commanded, shouting over the chaos. Maryuta tried to stay calm. No, focus. The original plot has derailed completely. I must find the cause of this massive shift immediately. Perhaps there is a way over there to suppress its terrifying growth rate. At first, I thought this was my fault. If the story isn't following the script, then I must be the main catalyst. But even if a butterfly's wings can trigger a storm, it shouldn't be enough to cause the entire world to collapse. Why is an ending meant for Volume 5 happening in Volume 3? I have to find out who triggered this accelerated growth. First, I need to gather info on the key characters of Volume 3 in order of priority. Lucy is busy fighting the adult dragon, completely oblivious. Taylor, the protagonist, is likely struggling just to save the masses. So, Besides me, who else is sabotaging the script and derailing the plot? S noticed something. The Great Hall was crumbling under a fierce assault. Screams echoed. Run for your lives. It's collapsing. Amidst the chaos, one figure walked calmly, unaffected by the panic. She held an invitation. Training Hall 1, 1 p.m. Audel Series Clary, please wait until the next scheduled match is announced. The 1 p.m. match in Room 3 was cancelled due to the Saintess's schedule. Odell sighed. What a shame, we almost met. She remained unnervingly composed. No matter what, the winds will rise again. That is just how things always are. The final boss, Bell Brock, has awakened midway through Volume 3. A direct confrontation is impossible right now. If I find the trigger for its awakening, I might find a way to reseal it. Let's review the Volume 3 leads. It's not Lucy or Taylor. If it's not Clarice. S remembered her smiling, saying, I already knew it would happen. To be that calm while facing certain death. Something is clearly wrong. I have to find her to get answers. Get GR to safety first. Then find her. S hesitated, staring at his burning arm. Time was running out. Finally, the clock stopped. We're here. The Saintess exhaled in relief. Thankfully, Ophelis Hall's defensive magic is active. Clarice called out to her senior. S warned, it's better if you wait inside for a moment. He glared at the hall, on high alert. The barrier was up, but could it withstand Bellbrock's incoming scales? Clarice broke down in tears, her heart shattering at the devastation. Not everyone is lost. S grabbed her arm, pulling her into Ophelis Hall. The activated barrier meant one thing. Someone had triggered the defense from the top-floor control room. There were still survivors at the highest level. They burst through the door and froze in shock. S never expected to see her there. Sister Bell lay in the center of a magic circle, her body riddled with dragon scales. S rushed to support her. I'll use holy magic, no matter what, Clarice vowed. S looked away, hope fading from his eyes. She took the first hit and still crawled here to save people she didn't even know. Bell feebly handed him a key. S took the key from her trembling hand. Clarice cried out in grief, Sister Bell, please! He knew she would say those words. A familiar memory surfaced of her voice. I only did what I had to do. As Clarice sobbed, S gently closed Bell's eyes so she could rest in peace. Her journey was over. She'll be fine. Sister Bell will be okay, Clarice whispered in denial. S gritted his teeth, rage boiling over. He pulled Clarice away. Bell had fulfilled her duty to protect the Saintess. S slammed the key into the lock. High-level magic sealed the Saintess's room. As long as it wasn't a direct hit, she would be safe. Stay strong, Saintess. I'm going out to scout the situation. Clarice gripped him. No, it's too dangerous. S threw open the window. Look out there. We can't just sit and wait while that thing looms over us, she gasped. A massive orb of magic floated in the sky. Is that a holy rank formation? It wasn't a normal holy formation, that structure. S began frantically searching the bookshelves. Not this one. Why are you doing this? Clarice asked as books flew. Not here. Finally, I found it. This is the Saintess's personal study, filled with forbidden texts on divine magic theory and Ross's discourse on divinity. Think, damn it, think, he urged himself. That ancient, fully grown dragon had suddenly clawed its way back to life. L has vanished without a trace, and Clarice remains completely oblivious to the catastrophe about to unfold. The sacred array burning across the sky belongs to neither Obel nor Lucy. It's a terrifying new form of magic. Outside, Velbrock is gathering a massive surge of power. A sphere of crackling lightning begins to coil within its maw. Obel asks frantically, Can we block it? His face pales as the energy targets the building. No, that strike will destroy everything. I see it now. I finally understand. Everything has been distorted from the very beginning, hasn't it? If this is the main timeline, Clarice can feel the shift too. Senior S, have you realized the truth? Suddenly, a blinding azure light pierces through the window, flooding the entire room with a cold, deathly glow. Clarice screams as the sheer force of the power slams into the room, shattering the windows into 1,000 shards. In a flash of blinding light, the room is reduced to rubble. Searing heat and thick, black smoke choke the air. Clarice shuts her eyes tight against the shockwave. When the chaos finally settles, she trembles as she looks around. Clarice lies amidst the ruins, but S had shielded her with his own body. A jagged shard is buried in his chest. Gasping for air, he whispers, No matter what. If you're in trouble, ask me for help. Clarice breaks into desperate sobs. No, stop. S is desperately using his magic to hold up a massive wall crushing his back. Clarice stammers. This can't be happening, S mutters under his breath. Cycle 360. Clarice pleads. Don't say another word. I'll find a way to save you. His strength fades, and his body collapses onto her. Senior S, she cries out, as the entire world begins to cave in. Above, the magic continues its destructive sweep. Clarice wails in agony. Why? Why did you have to die for me? She remembers every attendant who sacrificed their life for hers. Self-loathing fills her heart. Why must everyone die for my sake? Even you. I can't let this happen. I won't let you die in my place. Her voice breaks as she sobs uncontrollably. Please, no, I'm so sorry. Suddenly, Clarice finds herself back on the day she first met them, sitting there in a daze. She can't comprehend what's happening. S and Janica are sitting quietly by her side, as if nothing had changed. The crowd whispers, "The Saintess is here. Did she come just to see that guy S? Are they actually acquainted? What is going on?" she thinks. S breaks the silence. "Saintess, you mentioned you wanted to talk. What is it?" Clarice lunges across the table and grabs his collar, startling him. She rips open S's shirt to check his chest, leaving him baffled. S's face turns bright red. Clarice sighs in relief. There's no wound. "How?" she mutters. "How is this possible?" Janica quickly interjects. "Saintess, please. We are in a public place. This kind of behavior is highly inappropriate." The Saintess finally releases S and slumps back into her chair, her heart still racing from the vivid memory. She hangs her head as those tragic images haunt her mind. Was all of that just some horrific, recurring nightmare? Could it be a prophecy, or just a cruel illusion? S stares at his palm in utter confusion at her strange behavior. No, she knows it was real. It had to be. The faint bruises from being gripped are still visible on her wrists. "I've returned to the past." She recalls her morning. She had spoken to S and the others to prevent a disastrous meeting. After that, the main hall. As she remembers what happened next, a paralyzing fear washes over her entire body. While waiting for the Holy Emperor, the Azure Dragon descended. Its scales rained down, obliterating everything in sight. Everyone died protecting her. From the attendants to Obel, everyone was slaughtered. They're all going to die again. Clarice stares at the red marks on her wrist. If things continue like this, I'm going to die too. Her face turns pale with dread. S buttons his shirt and calls out softly. She suddenly grabs his wrist. "Move, now." Clarice drags S away, shouting, "We have to escape." S is pushed into the carriage, stunned by her sudden boldness. "What is the meaning of this?" S asks, reminding her that they must go to the hall to welcome the Holy Emperor. She commands, "I'll take full responsibility. Just drive as fast as you can toward the Great Merides Bridge. Hurry." The carriage tears away like the wind. Those left behind are speechless. What happened? Did the Saintess just kidnap Ross Taylor? Janica's expression darkens. Meanwhile, S looks at Clarice. "Saintess, are you planning to cry like this the whole way?" She sobs. "A colossal dragon is about to descend upon Aeon Island. It's going to kill every single one of us. I've already died once. And now, I've somehow returned to the past to stop it from happening again. You saved me back then, Senior. You found something important. But you were crushed before you could tell me the truth. Senior Ed, you died in my place." Clarice clutches his cold hand, knowing her voice can no longer reach him in the silence of death. Before the light faded from his eyes, he left her with a final plea. "No matter what happens, find me. Find me and tell me these words." Ed stares at her, completely bewildered. "If you suddenly drop a story like that on me, how am I even supposed to react?" "Saintess, the control squad is blocking the Merides Bridge." The coachman yells over the thunder of hooves. "I'm forced to pull over." "Saintess, this path is a dead end. We have to detour immediately if we want to reach the Holy Emperor in time." Clarice whispers the name like a sacred mantra. 1-6. Then, with a sudden spark of desperation, she cries out, 500. Visions of Ed's brutal death flash through her mind. 160. Ed freezes, the number striking him like a physical blow. Outside, the carriage jolts the road is completely barred. Saintess, because of the Holy Emperor's earlier procession, the entire route is a disaster. Shipments from the Elter Merchant Guild are backed up for miles. But time is our enemy breakthrough. Crash through everything in our way. Ed leans out the window, his voice cutting through the chaos. The situation is critical. Smash the carriage through and get us out of here. Take any path you can, he commands. The coachman hesitates, fear in his eyes. But the academy. They'll make a massive scene if we do this. The Saintess is in danger. We are all in danger, Ed roars. This is a matter of life and death, forget the rules and drive. The coachman snaps the whip with a newfound fire. Then hold on tight. I've been driving for 22 years. I'll fly us across the damn ocean if I have to. They brace themselves as the carriage hurtles forward. Deep down, Ed's blood runs cold. The Holy Dragon is awakening, and we're all going to die. I've made my choice. I'm putting my life on the line and betting everything on Clarice's impossible story. That number that just escaped her lips. No one in this world should know it. 155160. It's my military ID from my past life. He looks at Clarice as she clings to him in terror. He understands her intent. Now she's using the only proof that could ever convince him. If even Ophelis Hall has already fallen, then nowhere on Aeon Island is safe. This isn't just a trip. It's a desperate escape from total annihilation. And if time truly has been turned back, then holy magic is the only force capable of such a miracle. In all of magic theory, only the divine arts can manipulate the flow of time. Cold sweat drips down Ed's face. Clarice, are you even listening to me? Clarice nods weakly, her voice trembling. Yes. I believe this is all the work of holy magic. Ed can only agree in grim silence. Maybe, but a reversal on this scale? It would exceed any human's mana capacity. No mortal should be able to do this. But if what the Saintess says is true, then time is a roar shatters the sky. The Calamity Dragon has returned to claim the world. Clarice screams, clutching her head in terror. I escaped Aeon Island this time, she prays frantically. It has to be okay now. It has to. But fate refuses to be cheated. The carriage shatters into 1,000 splinters. Only a golden sphere of magic keeps Clarice from being crushed. The coachman is gone. The nightmare restarts. Through the haze of her memories, his voice echoes. Are you all right? A chill of pure dread runs down her spine. Senior. She turns back, only to see the horror repeat. Dragon scales tear right through Ed's chest. Saintess. Don't stop. Ed gasps, blood pooling on the ground. Keep moving forward. Clarice frantically pours healing magic into his wounds. No, please, stay with me. It's okay, he whispers, his voice fading. I'll do something. Tears blur her vision. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry I couldn't help you. I'm too weak to do anything. Everyone just keeps dying for my sake while I do nothing but watch. I'm just a burden, always relying on others to save me. Senior, I'm so incredibly sorry. Ed forces a faint smile. Don't apologize, and don't waste your tears. If I have to, I'll help you again. I'd always choose to. So please, don't fall into despair. His hand goes limp, and his eyes lose their light. Clarice can only stare, her soul echoing with a hollow scream. Senior, she calls his name, but only the cold wind answers. Horror washes over her as her entire body begins to shake uncontrollably. Anger flares in her heart. This divine blessing. It should have belonged to a hero like him, not a coward like her. If only he had this power. Clarice falls to her knees, praying with every fiber of her being. Just one more time, let me go back. A blinding light consumes everything, turning reality upside down. When she opens her eyes, the world has reset once more. Someone is calling her name. What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. Tears overflow as Clarice throws herself into Ed's arms, gripping him as if he'll disappear. Clarice's heart hardens with resolve. I will save him. This time, I won't let Senior Ed die. She shoves him into the carriage, her eyes burning. Wait, Saintess, what are you doing? She doesn't hesitate for a second. Change of plans. Head east. Drive as fast as you can. Inside the speeding carriage, she desperately tries to convince Ed of the coming nightmare, searching for any place to hide from their destiny. But then, the scales strike again. The third loop ends in blood. No matter how far they run from the magic island, time simply isn't enough. The fourth loop begins. As she drags him back to the carriage, Ed is completely bewildered. Wait, Clarice, what is the meaning of this? The cycle of death refuses to break. Even when they flee to the hidden sea caves as Ed suggested, everything still crumbles into ash. Driven by pure, unyielding desperation, Clarice plunges into the abyss again and again. 12 loops, 12 deaths, and the battle for his life has only just begun. Even after reaching Professor Glass's secret lab, they were blasted by the Holy Spear Dragon's massive AoE. Through 15, then 22 loops, S is shoved into the carriage, dazed. Saintess Clarice triggers this endless loop, desperately searching for a safe haven that doesn't exist. But the result is always the same. S perishes every single time. She simply cannot save him. Each regression is a cycle of agony where he shields her with his life. Watching this failure repeat, Clarice's spirit begins to shatter. In one loop, as she hangs her head, S calls her name. She realizes she still doesn't understand why time keeps rewinding. She searched the entire academy, but the Pope and Archbishop were nowhere to be found. Most importantly, fleeing is futile when she doesn't understand what is happening. Breaking into tears, she realizes she can't save him. In countless repetitions of the same day, her senior always dies in her place. She stares at the numbers. 155,000, 106. Her fists clench. What should she do now? The coachman repeats the same line. There's a checkpoint at Maxer Bridge. He's stopping the carriage to wait for orders. She snaps back to reality. Right, they've already reached the Great Mar Bridge. Usually, S would shout from the window, demanding they break through. This time, she decides to stop the carriage right here. S opens the door and invites her down. He admits he doesn't know how many times time has reset. Draping his coat over Clarice's shoulders, he gently tells her she needs to rest for a moment. She's baffled. Why would he stop the carriage in such a life-or-death situation? This is a first for me, S remarks. He knows a few people they can turn to for help. A shift has finally occurred in this regression. Clarice feels a wave of anxiety. There's no time left. She can't bear to watch her senior die again. They must keep moving, even now. She's tried everything. Force, running, hiding in every possible way. Every method, every slim hope, she's exhausted them all. Yet, nothing ever changes. Despair begins to swallow her whole. Everything feels like a meaningless, infinite loop. S interrupts her, insisting he's fine. He pulls out a medical kit, proving her efforts weren't for nothing. He treats the wound on her arm. A saintess carrying unhealed injuries is a massive risk. But if time rewound, why did the wound remain? It's because she's protected by a divine blessing. This blessing repels all malicious threats and attacks aimed at the saintess. It's a physical defense that also grants total immunity to other holy arts. This is why even Archbishop Bio's mind-reading magic has no effect on her. So why do only her memories and wounds persist? What does this mean? The phenomenon of time rewinding itself must be a manifestation of holy magic. High-tier divine magic is the culprit. Clarice finally realizes what S had grasped all along. He explains that the mana required for such a massive spell is divine power itself. Now she sees a new path. He asks how many times she's repeated this nightmare. Hugging him tight, she whispers that she doesn't know. She just wanted to save everyone. The count was lost long ago. After 10 regressions, she simply stopped remembering. S pats her head gently. She's done an incredible job surviving until now. He tells her to stay calm. She's exhausted from hitting the same wall over and over. She finally sees it a new direction to break this cursed cycle. S reassures her, he'll handle what comes next. Running away won't solve the problem. From now on, they will track down the source of this chaos and eliminate it. He remembered the game was strange. Clarice changed drastically after Elle's death, becoming the apostate saintess. She turned against the Holy Order. While some called it bad writing, it actually makes perfect sense. A person who has suffered this much would naturally be transformed. The game didn't show the hell she endured. If she lived through this nightmare and knew the church was behind it, her betrayal is completely justified. The conclusion is clear. The core plot hasn't actually shifted at all. Realizing this, Clarice finally knows exactly what must be done. Running from the divine dragon only leads back to the start. It's an endless cycle that ensures we can never truly kill it. S gives a final warning. Listen closely. Clarice, the saintess, will be the one to halt the dragon's resurrection. To succeed, they must first locate the Holy Emperor and the Grand Archbishop, the only ones capable of high-tier holy magic. In every past loop, I've searched everywhere, Clarice admits. Yet no one knows where they are. It was an impossible mystery. The movements of such high-ranking figures should have drawn every eye and ear in the city. S replies, exactly, all eyes should be on them. Suddenly, gasps erupt from the crowd. Is that the Saintess and Taylor? S recalls Taylor's duel with W. In 3 intense rounds, Taylor claimed victory effortlessly by unleashing the Holy Sword's ritual. A heavy strike lands on Taylor's head. The onlookers whisper in shock. Was he distracted during such a critical moment? No. S watches closely. He wonders if Taylor's strange behavior is simply a fixed part of this world's tragic script. S pulls a hood over Clarice's head, telling her to stop overthinking. They have to run, the divine dragon is waking up. The priority now is tracking the Pope and Grand Archbishop, who vanished the moment the Maxis sect arrived. Only one person holds the key. S seeks out Loetel, the merchant. I need information, he says. She smiles back. Quite the familiar face, isn't it? Planning something big again? Every secret on Ain Island flows through Loetel's hands. Tell me what you need first, she replies. Even in the face of chaos, Loetel remains chillingly composed. She watches Clarice curiously, who has been glued to S studying new magic. Did you learn hypnosis too? She teases. Seduce the saintess? That's a bold move, even for you. S ignores the jab and focuses on the mission. I need to find someone before the combat practice ends. Name your price. Loetel leans in. Let's hear it then. Near the Mexer Cathedral, a subordinate approaches Loetel, the Vice Guild leader, with urgent news. We've tracked everyone spotted near the MER Cathedral as requested. Loetel grins. Now, let's discuss the fee. My value is already sky high, but today, the price of my services has just skyrocketed. Loetel brings the intel to S. Since you said it's urgent, I even skipped my final match to come along. But why is the Saintess acting like a lost puppy following you? I still can't wrap my head around this. You were waiting for the final match? S asks. Then we've already burned through too much precious time. The joint combat practice is likely ending now, Loetel estimates calmly. Most likely. Why do you ask? No matter the crisis, Loetel never loses her cool. Her ability to analyze and act rationally is second to none. Why the sudden flattery? She asks, surprised. S looks at her. Because in moments like this, that composure of yours is what shines brightest. So, no matter what happens next, do not panic. If you truly believe me, Clarice shouts from the carriage. Senior, didn't you say there's no more time? I did, S confirms. That's exactly why I'm telling you this. Loetel's eyes suddenly widen in pure shock. A violent tremor shakes the earth. The ground groans and heaves, sending everyone on the street stumbling in terror. Destructive magic rains from the sky, obliterating everything in its path. Countless lives are snuffed out in an instant. S pulls Loetel into his arms, shielding her. Her eyes stay fixed on the horizon where the azure dragon's wings unfold. It has returned. Thunder erupts from the beast as rivers surge and a torrential downpour drowns the city in misery. Loetel collapses in agony. What is this, so sudden? She looks up to see S using his own body as her shield. Stunned, she gasps. Senior S, you're still thinking about that? S grinds his teeth. So, what's the price? Rain pours down as a jagged dragon scale pierces through S's back. Rainwater and tears mingle on Loetel's face. She lets out a faint, pained laugh and pulls out a letter. Compared to the price of my life, you've overpaid. S hands her the money. Keep the change. Loetel takes it, whispering, a profitable deal indeed. Helping each other up, Loetel reveals the truth. The Pope and Grand Archbishop used a stealth field to escape. They took a secret, deserted path. S asks for the destination. The Academy's hidden cathedral, she reveals. They limp toward a wrecked carriage. From within the debris, a hand reaches out, calling for them. Senior S. Clarice rushes out and clings to him, sobbing. No, please. Are you okay? You're bleeding so much. Loetel exhales, her shock replaced by resolve. Stop crying. We move now. She drags a surviving horse forward. This one can still run. It's injured, but it will get us to the lecture hall area. Luck is on our side. S climbs into the saddle and reaches out. Give me the reins. We have to hurry. Even with a saddle, this horse can't carry more than two, Loetel states firmly. One of us must stay behind. His gaze is unwavering. The Saintess and I have to go. Though the explanation is long, Loetel's heart sinks. He pulls Clarice onto the horse. Saintess, hurry! Loetel realizes that Senior S must have a calculated plan. She hands the reins to S, placing her trust in him. Thank you, Loetel. I will repay this debt later. Loetel pulls his arm to gain momentum. No need, she whispers, pulling him down. Pay me back right now. Clarice blushes behind them. What? She never expected Loetel to be this bold. Their lips finally part as she murmurs. That's the second time for me. Just being a senior isn't enough. I need a backup plan too. S turns back, calling her name softly. Loetel! The horse gallops away. Behind them, Loetel shouts, Saintess, everything in this world has a price. If you touch marked goods, things will get messy. Her hand waves through the relentless pouring rain. Only when they vanish does Loetel stop waving. She turns back, mumbling under her breath. If I'm not mistaken, the calamity of the Holy Spear Dragon ended 3 years ago. She smiles to reassure herself. Loetel, the one who can smile through adversity, is the one who wins in the end. Above, Obel and Lucy clash with the Spear Dragon. Below, S spurs his horse toward the battlefield. Saintess, you must remember what I told you, S warns. Clarice trembles, unable to hide her paralyzing fear. Anyone would want to run. Why is this senior willing to sacrifice everything just for her? Suddenly, a strike hits their horse. It collapses, hurling both riders into the air. S acts as a human shield, pulling Clarice into his embrace. She feels no pain, only the warmth of his chest. Horror fills her eyes as she sees him drenched in blood. You're bleeding, S gasps. It's nothing. I've survived worse. I've been near death many times before. Clarice is stunned. How can one man possess such terrifying strength? S glares ahead. More importantly, the Cathedral Academy. It seems we've finally reached the right place. He knows the Holy Capital well, a place of ancient history and immense scale. These are the strongest holy mages. If they gather, even Lucy would struggle to hold them off. Men ready to die for the god Talos at a moment's notice. Only 8 hold this prestigious title, the Apostles of Telos. Clarice steps forward, demanding they clear the entrance immediately. An apostle's only weakness is their absolute faith. They would embrace death itself if the Saintess commanded it. Tandarek bows. Forgive me, Saintess. This is the Black Emperor's decree. No one passes this point. Understand that this is all for your sake. Suddenly, a sharp blade lunges toward his face. S engages Tandarek in a brutal clash. Saintess, charge through now. I'll hold him back. S throws an artifact to her. Tandarek tries to intercept, but a reinforced shock sphere protects Clarice, blasting her forward. Tandarek drops to one knee, his strength momentarily spent. His eyes dart toward a new threat. A barrage of wind blades, basic but lethal, surges toward him. Tandarek raises his staff to block. He growls as Clarice nears the entrance. Damn it! Who's interfering? He glares at the bloody youth. Who are you? You're pushing a broken body too far. You've lost too much blood. It's over. Give up. But Tandarek regrets those words instantly. Violent mana explodes from S, saturating the air. Lightning crackles in his palm as he levels a crossbow. Not yet. Intermediate magic. Mana arrow. Concentrated energy arrows form, their trajectory shifting with his mastery. Tandarek counters with high-level holy magic, holy body activation. He converts all mana into raw physical power. I didn't want to kill you if I could help it. S fires. A storm of bolts rains down, but Tandarek deflects them all, his expression turning deadly serious. I am Tandarek, the swiftest apostle of Telos. He lunges at S with lethal intent. I'll take your life. Blood gushes from S's chest. He gasps for air. Listen closely, Saintess. They are still resisting above. He recalls his warning to Clarice. I might be beyond saving now, but don't you dare give up. You must give everything you have to break through this wall. Even if this moment repeats 10 times, your soul and body won't recover like before. I don't know how much longer you can hold on. You must witness everything that happens here. Stealing his resolve, S charges ahead with everything he has, locked in a brutal struggle against Tandar. He reminds her that if time turns back once more, she'll have more chances. This time, she must finish it perfectly. S drives a blade through both their hands. Tandar's eyes bulge in agony as the boy stares him down with cold confidence. I won't go down that easily. Mariota's physical form lunges, its thick saliva dripping onto a trembling Tandar as it bites down. A blood-curdling scream echoes as S collapses. His knees hit the dirt while Mariota rushes to his side in panic. Have you lost your mind? If only you'd summoned me sooner. I've lost. The enemy is just too fast and powerful. She catches him, pleading for him to stay conscious. S gasps for air, his face completely drenched in fresh crimson blood. Mariota trembles. Don't die. I'm telling you not to die. Suddenly, a golden light erupts from the gate, illuminating his fading features. S's eyes flutter shut, leaving Mariota to cry out in grief. Inside, Clarice desperately pounds on the sealed entrance. Open up! Open! The door is locked tight. Yet, this is a place she has visited countless times in her life. Beyond it should be a grand corridor leading to the holy sanctuary. But the heavy gates refuse to budge an inch. Clarice unleashes her magic, shattering the sanctuary's entrance. The massive doors explode inward as she collapses from sheer exhaustion. As someone approaches, she looks up. Who are you? Blood drips onto the tiles, and she stammers at the sight of them. You? It can't be. Clarice sees the person drenched in blood and pulls them into a sorrowful, tight embrace. Why did this happen? Elle whispers. Saintess, you've arrived sooner than I expected. Clarice's eyes widen in absolute shock. What? Tears well in Clarice's eyes as she watches them enter the inner sanctum. There is no turning back now. Staring at the mark on their arm, Clarice realizes it's the sacred blessing of the holy law. Engraving that mark requires a high bishop, 6 bishops, and the Pope's full power. Only one person could possibly bear it. The body floats in midair, a shimmering magic orb embedded deep within the center of their chest. She took Clarice's place in the connection. Clarice can't fathom why, but Elle simply offers a quiet answer. Time is running out. It's almost over. Just endure a little longer. Clarice remains stunned. What is she even saying? Magic erupts around her in a blinding flash. She's suddenly pulled back to the day they first met. Saintess, shall we talk? Talk about what? As her expression darkens and she stands, Eon calls out to her. Saintess Clarice grits her teeth. Fine. She clenches her bruised fists, trembling. Please, listen to my entire story now. The story begins. My first memory is the sky over the harbor, where seagulls soared high above the waves. On the path leading to the lighthouse, 2 children were playing, suddenly coming to a halt on the road. As the boy runs, she warns him. Don't run. You'll fall on the jagged rocks. Always watch where you're stepping. She gives a gentle smile. My parents fled the war, seeking refuge in the merchant city of Odex. But life there was no better. We were exploited and deceived in that heartless place. Days bled into each other, and even a scrap of bread was a luxury. Then, one day, father bought plenty of food. The girl nibbles on her treat. Her father calls her Eon, saying, I have some business. Wait right here for me. She obediently nods. As he leaves, he turns back for one final, lingering look at her amidst the bustling crowd. His figure eventually vanishes. Behind him, Eon whispers softly, You've worked so hard, father. Thank you for everything. She holds the premium sandwich she could never afford before. Strangely, though, she can't taste a single thing as she eats. Eon stands up. Let's go. The boy behind her trips and wails in pain, but she simply walks away with calm indifference. Eon finally accepts the harsh reality. Just like that, I became a lonely orphan in this world. The Del Rose orphanage takes her in. There, diligence is the only virtue that matters, even for the smallest children. Elle works tirelessly, desperate to prove her worth and remain useful to those in charge. Luckily, the Telos Order supports them. As servants of God, they finally get to rest during prayer time. She finds a discarded lute at the harbor and learns to play sacred hymns, filling the church with music. This allows her to stay inside the sanctuary longer, sparing her from the soul-crushing labor of the outside world. One day, High Priest Bio arrives at the holy city. Everyone gathers to present their most precious offerings to him. High Priest, our merchant guild will double our tribute. Please, let us enter the holy city. Bio feigns humility, telling them not to overdo it, yet his hands greedily accept their lavish gifts. But as he reaches out, a candle topples, igniting a nearby cloth. Someone screams in terror, "What's happening?" Bio spins around to find flames licking the hem of his robes. Fire! A priest nearby gasps in terror. "High Priest, are you all right?" They scramble for water, drenching the blaze until the last spark is finally extinguished. Bio is a soaking mess, water dripping from his face. Beside him, Lao stands calm, still pouring water over the dying embers. A second later and the display cases would have been lost. Bio freezes. How is their water ready? He notices the basins lined up in perfect order. Did someone predict this disaster? I saw it in a dream, the girl whispers. Visions haunt her sleep, yet her own destiny remains a dark blur. Bio is overcome with emotion, clutching the child's small, trembling hand. He has found her the legendary Saintess of Telos, destined to stand at the peak of the order. Her world flips overnight. 10 servants wait on her every whim, amidst a life of luxury. High priests bow to her, but her days are stolen by endless rituals and sleepless study. This golden cage feels colder and more miserable than the poverty she once knew. Edel is baptized by the Holy Emperor, the holy law etched into her very soul. As her divinity swells through the rituals, her vision clears. Finally, she sees it her own future. In the darkness of her mind, the sacred azure dragon begins its terrifying revival. Terrified, she tries to flee. Bio's fury is legendary. You would abandon your path as the saintess? She keeps her head low, thanking them for their care before walking away from her fate. I will serve Lord Telos, she vows, but not as your chosen saintess. Bio relents. Her power is a holy miracle that can bend the laws of time itself. It was that raw, instinctive talent that forced the church to crown her. But such talent is a curse. Now, her own life is an open book. Years fly by like a shuttle. She abandons her title to become the lonely keeper of the holy fire. Edel plays her lute until dawn, desperate to outrun the nightmare of the coming apocalypse. Bio's voice echoes the plan has shifted. To suppress the god-eating azure dragon, a saintess must be sacrificed. Edel shudders in the capital, hearing the whispers of doom. Emperor Cloel's peace has a price. The people have forgotten their need for the divine. As the church's power fades, Bio the merchant priest sees an opportunity in the coming chaos. The world needs fear. It needs a miracle to save them from the end of days. He plans to wake the azure dragon on Aeon Island, just to save the world from it. Bio was never looking for a leader. He was looking for a sacrificial lamb to seal the beast. Edel thought running would stop it, but then she met Clarice. Clarice cannot bend time, but her magical genius is pure and terrifying. Her grace and talent scream one thing. She was born to be the saintess. How do I live a pure life? Clarice asks. The question stabs at Edel's guilty heart. The internal struggle is suffocating. Clarice is only a sacrifice because Edel escaped her duty. Her desperate struggle for life is the direct cause of Clarice's impending death. Edel forces a bitter smile. Better to rot in a swamp than live a life of hollow purity. She tells Clarice to find the emerald mists and the golden harvests of the capital, to touch the blue wisdom of Senia and see the red sunsets of the world. Run, her heart screams. Run anywhere, just don't stay here. Every night, Edel sings of freedom, praying Clarice will take the hint and flee. But Clarice's innocent smile only deepens the needle of guilt in Edel's soul. Finally, Edel flees again, wandering as a bard until she reaches Sylvania Academy. She arrives at the gates drenched in fresh crimson blood. Students watch her with suspicion. Are you okay? One asks tentatively. Once, the dragon's return was a mystery. Now, Edel can feel every second ticking down. Standing before the cathedral, Tandarek the third apostle of Telos bars the entrance, declaring that no outsiders are permitted to enter. She simply rolls up her sleeve to reveal the mark. He's stunned, realizing it's the divine favor of the holy law. Exploiting their shock, she slips into the inner sanctum where the apostles prepare to awaken the azure dragon's consciousness. Within a locked casket lies Velbrook's fang, a necklace pulsating with ancient, dormant power. Despite her desperate pleas, BDO and the Council of Apostles remain deaf to her warnings, blinded by their own pride. Since they haven't even summoned Saint Esquisse from the Chich Temple, they clearly think the Azure Dragon is just a myth. Such peak arrogance. A messenger finally races to the temple, realizing too late that only the Saintess can save them. To satiate the Azure Dragon and return it to its slumber, the sacrifice of a high-tier Saintess is mandatory. If a Saintess offers her life upon the cathedral's sacrificial circle, Velbrook will be forced back into eternal sleep. Now, El will end this. Dragon scales hover as she kneels at the altar, praying that everything will finally be okay. Though her life was fleeting, she reflects that there were moments truly worth cherishing in this cruel world. Everything was a facade, yet Clarice was the one who brought a genuine spark of light back into her eyes. Suddenly, the Holy Law's protection surges, pushing her divine arts to their absolute limit to shield her from the necklace. This divine energy taps into a god's power, effectively rewinding the very fabric of time across the entire world. The cycle repeats endlessly. Clarice's sudden appearance startled Elle last time, but now her divine reserves are almost bone dry. Drenched in blood and gasping for air, she stumbles back into the academy, a ghostly shadow of her former self. She has only 1 or 2 loops left. Once her holy power completely dissipates, this eternal cycle will finally shatter. Dragging her feet into the grand hall, she feels the end approaching, then she suddenly crashes into someone. "What?" she gasps. The stranger asks if she wants orange juice or just water. She wonders if he's mocking her or genuinely concerned. Elle is baffled. Why is he here? Bio once roared, demanding to know why the Azure Dragon couldn't be stopped. "You expect me to believe you now?" His plan was for the Order to fabricate a miracle for the masses today. Humanity would bow to Lord Taros again, fueled by the cult's vanity and the catastrophic rebirth of the Azure Dragon. Elle knows the seal requires a saintess's life. Her heart aches thinking of Clarice, the designated sacrifice for this ritual. Clarice's gentle smile haunts her. To save the world, that kindness must be traded for cold, hard death. She has no regrets. This was always her cross to bear. Yet, the Holy Law's grace continues to shield her. It ignites her latent mana to the maximum, forcing the world's clock to spin backward once again. Returning to the academy, her instrument clatters to the floor. Elle is helpless, her body barely mended enough to survive. Waking in the training hall, she realizes that once her power fails, the protection ends and the dragon is sealed. She drags herself forward, trapped in a nightmare where she traverses this same hallway over and over again. Arrogance loops. The Azure Dragon rises in the cathedral just as everyone leaves to hunt down Clarice. Throwing herself onto the sacrificial circle becomes a rhythmic, never-ending ritual, a cycle that refuses to break. Elle views this as divine retribution, punishment for trying to shove her own destiny onto the shoulders of another. As she offers her body to the altar, a strange sense of peace finally washes over her heavy heart. The loop resets to the day she returned to the academy. Even divine power has its breaking point. Abandoning all hope of convincing BDO, she forces her failing body toward the cathedral one last time. This time, Elle won't hesitate. The moment she enters the sanctuary, she will cast herself into the sacrificial flames. She must stop the Azure Dragon's awakening at the source. She will erase this tragedy as if it never happened. Just as the goal comes into sight, she collides with him again. Stunned, she looks up and blurts out, "What?" He repeats the same question, "Orange juice or water?" Then, he gently guides her to a nearby bench. Staring at the glass, she mutters, "I have to." But he cuts her off. "You're dying," he says sternly. Looking into his eyes, a bolt of realization strikes her. She finally remembers. She remembers everything. S.R. Taylor recalls their first encounter. He was the only one who ever truly saw her. "You're dying," he warns. Though the world loops predictably, this man had never appeared before her since that very first timeline. Elle remembers her original response perfectly. She mirrors it now, her eyes crinkling into a sad, knowing smile. This conversation feels like a faded legend. Now, it feels like she has finally returned to the true beginning. Nothing has changed. This conversation is over. It is time to head to the cathedral and end this once and for all. Hearing those words, E stands frozen in shock. Is that really it? He wonders, unable to grasp why she accepts her impending death so calmly. "Is that all you have to say?" S asks, his voice trembling. "Yes, I am finished," she replies, wondering why he is reacting this way when time is running out. Is it truly over? E gathers every ounce of courage left. "No, I still have something to say," she cries out. Within this endless cycle of time, one truth remained unshakable. I am destined to die. I have carried this dark knowledge for a lifetime. In that heavy silence, she had no more words to offer. "Is this really the end?" she whispers, lost in uncertainty. She intended to speak, but instead, a melody escapes her lips. Clarice offers a faint smile. "Was not that song enough?" S repeats the question like a broken machine. "Is that really all?" Clarice screams. "Please, just make it stop. Leave me alone. Just let me be." As she shouts, memories of the day her father abandoned her flood back, watching his cold silhouette walk away. She once thought she understood her father's hardships, but that painful shadow is suddenly replaced by E's concerned face. Is this truly the end? The question echoes as her heart wavers, still haunted by the image of her father turning his back on her. Tears fill her eyes as she wonders if this is truly the final chapter. She remembers her father hesitating for a long, agonizing moment. The final words she wanted to say were not, "Thank you for everything," but a desperate scream. "Please, Father, do not leave me behind." Trembling amidst a mountain of lies, she finally confesses, "I am terrified. I do not want to die." Her heart erupts with long-suppressed agony. At long last, E hears the complete, tragic truth behind her suffering. E takes a long drink of water before setting the bottle down. "Fine, I have waited long enough," he says, the simple words feeling heavy with meaning. "Tell me everything you know," Clarice demands. It is time to bring this charade to a final conclusion. She begs him to listen to her whole story. After hearing the truth, S decides it is time to take independent action. While S goes to investigate, Clarice heads to the chapel to confront Tanderic. The warrior stares at her in disbelief. "Saintess, should you not be at the palace? Why are you here?" Clarice brushes past him. "Wake up, Tanderic. Step aside, Tanderic." She is certain that the full truth will be revealed this time as she throws the doors wide open. "Stop this instant," Gray shouts, confronting the Saint Emperor, the apostles of Telos, and Archbishop Bio. Bio's eyes widen at the sight of the saintess. Clarice stares directly at the corrupt archbishop. "I thought you were a faithful devotee to the Saint Emperor," she remarks. Bio scoffs, "Indeed, my entire existence is dedicated to serving him." He smiles chillingly. "The great God is always above, but the ignorant masses will not believe unless they see a miracle. So you killed the holy spear dragon just to preach fake blessings?" Clarice's voice burns with righteous fury. Bio assures her it will not take long. "You underestimate the holy spear dragon," Clarice warns. "You have not even considered the possibility of failure." Her eyes fill with horror as the realization hits her. "Was my life just a backup plan from the very beginning?" Bio's voice is ice cold. "It is merely a contingency plan, Saintess, in case things do not go exactly as expected." When the news reaches S, he immediately grabs L and bolts. This truth is far more sinister than they imagined. The order has been crumbling financially for years. To fix it, Archbishop Bio resurrected the holy spear dragon just to stage its destruction. It was all a grand performance to manipulate the people's faith and expand the order's absolute power. Even as a common priest, Bio was obsessed with expanding his influence and filling the holy treasury. That is his twisted version of faith. "Should we try to convince Bio?" E asks. Clarice shakes her head. "I am a runaway saintess. No one will believe me. But it is not just about her anymore. They will not listen to anyone. They will use overwhelming force to crush any dissent." Confident in their ultimate victory, the Apostles of Telos, a force capable of challenging entire nations, is the ultimate weapon of the Saint Emperor. Bio offers a fake apology to Clarice. "Rest for a moment, Saintess. It will be over soon." This was all a calculated trap. Against such power, they are helpless. Suddenly, S scoops her up and begins to sprint with her on his back. "Brute force? That is the least of our worries," S says coolly. E stares in disbelief. "What are you talking about?" Suddenly, a high-tier lightning spell, the Heavenly Judgment, erupts from above, tearing through the sacred temple. Powerful bolts of lightning crash down right where Bio stands. "Who dares?" he screams. "Who would commit such sacrilege? Do you not fear God?" Bio's voice falters as he sees Tanderic sent flying across the hall, utterly defeated. Another enemy falls, paralyzed by the electric surge. Out of the smoke, Lucy emerges, having completely decimated the opposition. "Atheist," she says coldly. "I do not believe in your gods, but I do believe that every sin demands a heavy price." "Insolent brat," Bio roars, his face contorting in rage. "Do you even realize who you're talking to?" Lucy doesn't blink, unleashing a surge of mana that sends a guard crashing into the stone wall. "You're the ones who carved those sins into the sanctuary walls," she retorts coldly. A sphere of pure, volatile, magical energy begins to condense in her palm. Consumed by arrogance and panic, Bio shrieks to his men. "What are you standing there for? Show this heretic the absolute authority of Lord Telos." The apostles lunge into action instantly, but to someone like Lucy, their coordinated strike is nothing more than a child's clumsy game. A blade shimmering with holy light swings toward her back. With a casual snap of her fingers, Lucy releases a discharge of lightning. The attacker's body jolts, frozen in place as agonizing electricity sears his nerves. Suddenly, the fanatical voice of a man echoes through the hall, dripping with zeal. "To those who dare defile this holy temple." He hovers high in the air, his blade pointed toward the heavens like a divine executioner. "I am Tandar, the swiftest apostle of Telos, ranked 3rd among the elite." From above, he aims his sword at Lucy. "Today, your lives are forfeit." His blade streaks down like a falling star, but Lucy vanishes in a heartbeat. In her place, only a flickering trail of violet light remains. Tandar feels a sudden deathly chill on the back of his neck. Lucy is already behind him. This wasn't just high-speed movement, it was something far more terrifying. She snaps her fingers again, unleashing a localized lightning storm. Violent bolts crash into Tandar, leaving the elite apostle screaming in helpless agony as the current ravages his body. Watching from below, Birdo's mind races. This isn't just high-level spatial magic. She is literally shifting her existence between different dimensions at will. Every one of these men is a cornerstone of the nation's power, the very elite of the church's forces. These are the legendary apostles of Telos. 6 of them are gathered here, a fact Birdo finds impossible to comprehend. Worse, how did they even find this secret location? Their plan was to execute the Holy Dragon here, to solidify the church's absolute grip on power. But the location they chose was Akan Island, a place swarming with innocent academy students. If a single detail of this massacre leaks out, the church is finished. Regardless, their grand plan has already crumbled into dust. Retreat, Bio commands, realizing the tide has turned. Prioritize the Pope's safety, but Lucy isn't about to let them escape, her hand glowing with a lethal arcane light. Running so soon? Lucy activates her forbidden magic, Eternal Prison. Facing certain doom, Bio screams for Tandar to cover them. Taking the order, Tandar rockets upward once more. In his twisted mind, this isn't a retreat, it's a noble sacrifice for a divine mission. All for the glory of the great Telos. Bio barks at the remaining apostle. Clay, you must take the Saintess and escape. Clay hoists her onto his shoulder without a second thought. Forgive me, Saintess, he mutters. Clarice struggles violently in his grip, screaming, What is the meaning of this? Release me at once. Bio is confident. He has the necklace as evidence and the Saintess as his ultimate witness. With the Pope's authority, he can crush any rumors the Academy tries to spread. But his thoughts are interrupted by the terrifying hum of Lucy's high-level mana core. A beam of divine punishment streaks toward the fugitives. One apostle raises his shield, sacrificing his own body to shield the others and buy them a chance to escape. Move! Now! The Pope is ushered away as they scramble to leave the crumbling site behind. The apostle believes that no matter the cost, the church will emerge victorious. Meanwhile, Birdo is still desperately trying to find an exit. Lucy clicks her tongue in pure irritation. Ugh, what a massive pain in the neck. At the exit, Tandar hisses a warning. Archbishop Birdo, if you keep running blindly, you'll be caught. Destroy the evidence and secure the Saintess to buy us time. He believes the Academy's public reaction can be suppressed. His eyes gleam with malice as he utters the final command. Incinerate everything. Magical flames erupt, engulfing the entire building in a roaring inferno. Even Tandar's own wings are singed by the sudden, overwhelming heat. How can basic fire magic possess this much destructive power? He gasps, stunned by the intensity. Suddenly, a projectile whistles toward his face. Tandar parries the weapon just in time. It's a spirit blade. In the distance, horrified students watch the explosion rock the Academy church. What's happening? That's the Academy's church. Bio ignores the chaos, fleeing like a coward and leaving his fallen comrades in the smoke. Seth grips his dagger, his eyes locked on the target. Follow me now, he commands. Understood, Master, his companion replies instantly. Birdo's heart hammers against his ribs. Did they predict his escape route? That young witch must have been working with them from the start. He fires a blast of holy light from his staff to cover his rear, but Seth's ally blocks it effortlessly. Forgive me, Master, the spirit whispers. Seizing the momentary distraction, Birdo dives into the shadows of the nearby dense forest. He thinks he's finally safe. With the evidence in hand, he believes he can vanish into the woods where no one will ever find him. But his relief is short-lived. Seth is closing the gap with terrifying speed. A cold, paralyzing dread washes over Bio as he senses the boy's presence. Give me that necklace, now, Seth roars. He lunges forward, grabbing Bio by his hair and yanking him back with bone-shattering force. Bio snarls and counterattacks, shoving Seth toward the edge of a steep cliff. The two men grapple violently over the small box in Bio's hands. Bio manages to pin Seth down, leveling his staff at the boy's chest. You're after the necklace, which means you already know the truth, don't you? You're the one who sent that mage girl to interfere with our work, Bio sneers, his eyes cold. It doesn't matter. Everything ends for you right here. In a flash of movement, Seth drives a knee into the man's gut. He twists his body, flipping the arrogant Bio beneath him in one fluid, violent motion. Holy light sears Sehun's shoulder, yet he doesn't flinch. He drives his blade deep into Archbishop Bio's chest, but the old man still clings to that mysterious box as if it's his very soul. Hand it over, now, Sehun commands, his voice like ice. He knew Bio was a monster in combat, nearly impossible to handle even when caught alone. Sehun had briefly retreated to a hidden spot to catch his breath. Time is slipping away, and the Azure Dragon's resurrection is imminent. To make matters worse, Bio is a master schemer who has been perfecting this nightmare for years. Even with Lucy's formidable help, the odds of success are buried in the dirt. If only he could rewind time to gather more intel, but Elle is at her limit. She whispers softly, It's okay if we fail. I can still turn back the clock one more time. Sehun grits his teeth, refusing to let this cycle of agony repeat. Her holy power is nearly dry. She could collapse at any moment. Sehun plunges his sword deeper into Bio, and crimson blood erupts in a violent spray. The moment the Archbishop's grip loosens, Sehun snatches the box. He expects the nightmare to end, but as the lid flies open, his heart sinks. The relic inside is still pulsing with a terrifying radiance. There's still mana left? Bio lets out a jagged laugh. The Azure Dragon will rise. Your apostles are fallen, only the Saintess stands in its way now. Soon, the world will witness the absolute glory of Telos. The dragon scale floats into the air, erupting into a colossal pillar of light that pierces the heavens. The Azure Dragon is awakening. In that blinding flash, Sehun finally sees the whole truth. To stop the seal from breaking, he must neutralize the Archbishop and smuggle the Dragon Fang necklace far from this cursed place. But there's a fatal flaw. No one will survive to remember this. He needs to pass this knowledge to the next loop. Elle will sacrifice herself again, but if these memories don't reach the past, they are doomed to repeat this failure forever. Sehun collapses, the weight of despair crushing his spirit. He remembers Elle's hidden terror even as she smiles. He knows she is terrified of dying. Is it already too late, he mutters? But then, Lucy appears at his side. What does a few minutes matter now? She looks down at him, her gaze unreadable. Sehun reaches out, desperate. Lucy, please. I need you to deliver a message. Find Elle or Clarice. Tell them everything. But instead of running, Lucy pulls him into the shadows of a massive tree. I refuse, Lucy says flatly. Sehun gasps. What? But she simply smiles. She already knows what must be done. Mana flickers at her fingertips. I just need to get this to the Saintess and that man, right? She conjures a message. Seize Vibrock's Dragon Fang necklace immediately and flee the cathedral. Berto would use the church's influence to bury the incident. After sending the message, Lucy admits the sheer scale of this magic is unlike anything she's felt before. Keep practicing, she says softly. And one day, you'll be able to do this too. Sehun bows his head, his voice cracking. Thank you. Truly. He can't hold back the tears as the Azure Dragon finally completes its dark rebirth. The truth is laid bare at last. Bio sacrificed everything to revive the dragon for the cult. The location, the method, the escape route, every detail is sent. But can an exhausted Elle actually trigger the rewind? Even if the magic works, time is their greatest enemy. Could an amnesiac Sehun, stripped of his memories in the next loop, really execute a plan this complex? Could he outmaneuver the apostles and steal the necklace from Island A? As he spirals into doubt, Lucy breaks the silence. Sehun looks at her, startled. Lucy confesses, I once promised the Grandmaster that I would save this school from a great calamity. I remember you mentioned that, Sehun replies quietly. Lucy continues. So, even if time resets 1,000 times, I know I'll keep throwing myself into battle against that dragon. I can feel it in my soul. I came to this academy to fulfill my final promise to him. Perhaps I've been waiting for this exact moment all along. This long, lonely wait is finally over. But if time rewinds, everything we did is meaningless. Sehun starts to say, but Lucy leans into his chest. I just want to die in your arms. It's a memory that will be erased anyway, right? A moment that will never return, Sehun whispers. Maybe, Lucy says, her voice bolder. Then let me say it now. The words I could never find the courage to speak. The walls between them crumble. It isn't a fairy tale romance, but a raw, honest truth shared between two souls facing the end. These are words Lucy would have kept locked away for a lifetime if today hadn't been their last. Tears stream down her face. It's so lonely without you. So please, don't disappear. Sehun gently strokes her hair, offering the only comfort he can. The Azure Dragon's roar shatters the sky, releasing a shockwave of devastating power that levels the landscape. Neither of them fights it. There are no screams of pain, no desperate cries for mercy. They simply hold each other, cherishing one last spark of warmth. As the rain stops, their bodies are entwined, pierced through by the dragon's obsidian scales. A blinding flash of light erupts, tearing through the dimensions as the lyre slips from her trembling hands. She feels her divine power vanish into nothingness. Now, she can neither rewind the clock nor glimpse the future. Her body has finally become mortal. In the end, she failed to prevent the resurrection of the sacred Azure Dragon. Meeting Ji before the end was a heartbreaking joy, yet she laments never seeing her smile one last time. Even as a lie, she wished she could have sung for her. Instead, her encounter with Lord Taylor was a nightmare. The moment a flicker of desire to live crosses her mind, her entire resolve begins to crumble. Yet, this excruciating pain makes death feel imminent, suddenly reminding her of the one task she must complete. She must act now to stop the Azure Dragon's rebirth and erase everything. She must embrace her death. Fate is set in stone. Despite uncovering the truth of Lord Taylor's schemes, her destiny remains an unavoidable sacrifice. Even though Lord Taylor's dark conspiracy has been exposed, stopping it now seems like an impossible task. Clarice needs time to convince the boy who lost his memories. Starting over would waste the entire morning. Rallying warriors to confront the Apostle of Telos and mobilizing them would take far more time than they have. No matter how fast they move, they wouldn't reach the cathedral until the sun begins to set. However, High Priest Bio's sinister plan has already been set in motion. Mana surges into the necklace, and as time ticks away, the sacred azure dragon's awakening draws near. She limps down the long corridor as the sun dips low and shadows stretch toward the temple entrance. As Elle glances through the door, only the final sacrifice remains. Suddenly, her eyes widen in sheer shock. A bird soars across a crystal-clear sky as time rewinds. Seeing him collapse, Janica cries out in worry. "Are you okay?" she asks as he clutches his head and falls. His book hits the ground with a thud. Glow8's theory on divine hierarchy states that such magic fails against those with a specific innate resistance. Elle's time reversal spell is a complex fusion of hierarchy magic and ancient sacred arts. The holy blessing countered the spell, allowing Clarice to retain every memory of the previous timelines. She wonders if it's due to Elle's exhaustion or her own deep research into hierarchy magic. After the reversal, her internal mana fought the spell, and the price was a sensation of nearly losing consciousness. Ed feels the phantom agony of being crushed beneath falling ruins and meeting a brutal end. He remembers being skewered by spears and pierced by dragon scales, dying 1,000 different deaths. Bleeding out in pain or burning in the flames, those horrific memories of time remain etched in his soul. The girls call out to their senior in concern. He grabs Clarice's wrist and says, "The race against time begins." Bio proclaims that the Azure Dragon will soon rise through Telos's grace. They must move at top speed. It's happening too fast. The Great Order will be restored as a divine bird strikes from the heavens. He hits the ground as the enemy flees. He must reach the Academy Cathedral and seize the Dragon Fang. His sole objective is the Dragon Fang necklace. Berto roars in fury. "Just what on earth are you?" The order to capture him is given. The Lenos brothers draw their bows and fire a volley toward him. Ed recalls that in these endless loops, the beginning is always the same. St. Clarice always pulls him aboard. She explains the repeating time and her true identity as they speed away together in the carriage. He uses those precious moments to organize his thoughts and slowly accept this impossible reality. Berto sneers. "You think you can defeat Telos's apostle?" But Janica is there, always standing by Ed's side. She supports him, unleashing a wave of power. He feels stronger and faster than any carriage could ever be. There is always someone by his side, willing to help without needing an explanation for this madness. Janica mounts her spirit beast and reaches her hand down. "Let's go, right now." Ed climbs on as they race against the clock, arriving in under an hour. But the necklace is already pulsing. This necklace is the ultimate key required to awaken the sealed sacred azure dragon. Once it resonates with the dragon sealed beneath Aeon Island, the ancient beast will finally wake. Only one choice remains. Take the necklace and run until the mana connection to the beast is shattered. Bio bellows in a rage. "What are you doing?" He freezes, seeing the sword beside him trembling with power. A searing heat erupts from the blade as the entire cathedral begins to explode. Edius and Janica narrowly escape on the back of a spirit beast. The beast beats its wings at maximum speed, carrying them high into the heavens. They pierce through the clouds at a breakneck pace. "Once we land, I'll escape on my own," Edius says. She retorts sharply, "I told you we needed to run immediately. I can't just leave you," Edius insists, despite the threat of being expelled from the academy if they cause any more trouble. "If this fails, I'll become a fugitive hunted by the Order." Janica cuts him off, her voice heavy with resolve. "My homeland, Fulon, is so remote that no one will ever find me if I hide there. Perhaps the desolate desert or a lawless zone would be safer," Janica adds, clutching his waist. "Besides, you're suffering alone, aren't you?" Edius is stunned. How did she know? Janica continues. "I can tell everything just by looking at your face now. If we get expelled, then so be it. Perhaps it's less unfair if we both face the consequences together. Even as a fugitive, I'm staying by your side. I won't let you bear this pain alone." Her devotion moves him deeply. Suddenly, Janica spots pursuers closing in. Edius spins around to see the Apostles of Telos flying toward them in formation. "All 6 of them have caught up. We have to move faster," he urges. "There's no time left." Below, the cathedral lies in ruins as thick black smoke billows into the sky. Bedio stumbles through the haze, coughing as someone barks orders. He is shocked to see her battered and bruised. Saintess Clarice Beyond calls out with desperate, burning urgency. "Saintess!" Back when Clarice first returned, Edius had grabbed her wrist, knowing only she could pull this off. She was stunned. "Me?" Edius replied. "You're the only one who remembers the past and knows the full truth of this world." While he fought to stop the Azure Dragon's resurrection, Bedio tried to seize Clarice. The situation has become incredibly complex. Edius had only one desperate request. "Please, stop Grand Archbishop Bedio at all costs." Clarice searches the area frantically, his words echoing through her mind like a haunting command. The Grand Archbishop is a cunning fanatic who will stop at nothing. He'll use the entire order to bury the truth forever. To stop his madness, the Saintess confronts him. Clarice, do you intend to remain a bystander while the world burns? She approaches Audi, begging him to convince the Holy Emperor. BDO must be banished immediately. Outside, Gabius questions his friend's next move. Tai is fighting that monster, Elvira notes. Where is too strong? Tai might lose. Meanwhile, Edius's group flees through the clouds. The spirit beast streaks across the sky. Only 10 minutes ago, Janica was sitting dazed and lost before the clock tower gates. From behind, a barrage of windblades strikes. Edius glares back, realizing there's no way to dodge the incoming magic. They are hit midair and begin to plummet. Edius regains his senses and dives down, desperately chasing after her. Janica, he reaches out as they fall through the misty clouds. Finally, his hand snaps shut, locking onto hers. Clutching the necklace tight, Edius pulls Janica into his embrace. I've got you. You're safe now. The apostles are in hot pursuit. Capture them. The necklace is the absolute priority. Suddenly, Janica calls his name. Edius, you'll take care of the aftermath, right? He gets a terrible feeling as Janica pushes him away and enters a freefall. Janica touches her ring. Because I believe in you, I'll do this. A surge of golden energy erupts from the jewelry. Below, the students gasp as the sky ignites with a blinding light. The atmosphere twists violently into a massive, swirling vortex. A rift opens in the blue sky. Suddenly, the heavens are swarming with a legion of winged spirits of every kind. Yet, among the thousands, one spirit radiates an overwhelming, godlike presence that dwarfs all others. Its brilliance eclipses the sun itself. Below, Elvira is terrified. What is this? What's happening now? The light is blinding. This entity is the primordial spirit, the very first life born among all water spirits. The one and only supreme water spirit that exists within the natural world. Frit, the supreme water spirit, has arrived. The apostles struggle against a tide of hundreds of lower spirits. A hail of arrows flies toward Frit, but the water spirits form an invincible shield around Edius and Janica. Edius looks at the necklace in his hand. Its light is flickering. His mana is almost completely drained. At this rate, can they truly prevent the catastrophic resurrection of the Azure Dragon? He glances at Janica, whose face is flushed red as a pink mist rises. Just how much mana did you pour into this? I don't know. I'll probably be out cold for a while. She murmurs before collapsing into his arms. Janica, are you okay? Edius touches her forehead and winces. She's burning up. Why is your temperature so high? The apostles prepare to break the line. We have to target Tandarek. We'll clear the way for you. All at once, they condense their power, launching a desperate assault against the water spirits. The front line crumbles instantly. Tandarek, the third apostle of Telos, blurs through the chaos toward Frit with godlike speed. Tandarek sneers, so you're the one pulling the strings of these giants? How dangerous. He targets Janica, claiming he dislikes slaughter even as his aura radiates pure killing intent. Summons a dragon spirit behind the apostle. Get him, Tak. Tandarek barely manages to swing his staff around. What? Tak's jaws clamp onto the staff, allowing to lunge forward and seize Tandarek's throat. The apostle gasps for air as veins bulge on his face. Janica pours everything into supporting ordering Frit to guard them. Raw, uncontrollable energy erupts in a blinding explosion. As the smoke clears from the wasteland, Tandarek's silhouette looms through the dark, suffocating haze. He eyes the summons with cold respect. Controlling high spirits and a supreme spirit simultaneously is the mark of a monster. Holy light coats his weapon. As the executioner of God's will, the apostle's power transcends all mortal limits. Hand over the necklace, or both you and the girl die. Struggles to his feet within the crater. You're wrong. There's no turning back. He knows the hourglass of Delhelm is gone forever. He remembers the cold sting of death dozens of times over. There are no more lives left to gamble. Tak roars with renewed fury behind him. Resolves to survive, even as the sacred spear dragon begins its resurrection. But standing in their path is the lethal third apostle of Telos, Tandarek. Tandarek activates his divine body. High-tier holy magic surges from the earth, radiating an overwhelming pressure. Recalls this technique from his memories. It converts every drop of mana into pure, explosive physical power. Utilizing knowledge from his past life, he realizes Tandarek's speed has already surpassed the sound barrier. The apostle vanishes. Knowing his eyes are useless against such speed, closes them just as Tandarek appears behind him. A blade sweeps down toward his neck. Death is only centimeters away from claiming him once again. Suddenly, Maruta appears to block the strike. The blessing of the storm erupts, blowing the enemy back with a gale. This is a one-time counterattack. Strikes instantly, aiming for the momentary opening in the apostle's defense. Mid-tier magic. Point burst. He concentrates all his firepower into a single, devastating explosion on his target. Tandarek is forced back, cursing in frustration. S gasps, realizing his absolute firepower is still far too weak. Takan steps onto the battlefield. If it's firepower you need, then leave the rest to me. Immune to magic and wielding overwhelming force, Takan unleashes a barrage. Tanderek leaps into the sky to evade. From above, the apostle dives like a falling star, his blade pointed straight at S's heart. He is the ultimate speed-based warrior. Jonica is already reaching her mana limit, maintaining the supreme spirits. Takan's energy is fading fast. Watching Tanderek's aura flare, S realizes they have reached the worst-case scenario. S draws his bow, surprising the apostle with a volley of rapid-fire arrows. The water arrows strike the scorched earth, instantly vaporizing into a thick, blinding fog. A steam screen? Too simple, Tanderek growls. He cuts through the haze, and S's blood sprays across the ground. The gap in their power is simply too vast to bridge. The only key to victory is Maruta. In every past loop, his life always depended on her intervention. But Jonica holds the Phoenix Ring, and S has never summoned Maruta on his own before. He grits his teeth in agony. Is there truly no other way to win this? Tanderek deflects the final defenses and thrusts his blade into the earth to launch a final, lethal assault. Despair takes hold, as S is sent flying, collapsing into a pool of his own blood, utterly helpless. Tanderek gathers holy light for the finish. Facing the blade, S feels a hauntingly familiar sensation wash over him. The shadow of death creeps into every corner of his mind. The end is truly near. He remembers dying in rubble, being pierced by spears, and being torn apart by dragon scales. Death after death, an endless cycle of agony. Suddenly, a flood of system notifications flashes before his eyes. Spirit empathy levels shift and break. In that moment of absolute clarity, S finally understands the truth. The blade stops inches from his forehead. Holy magic or spirit arts, the essence of power is the same. Dozens of failures. A mosaic of memories built with gritted teeth and agonizing endurance. Moments of desperate struggle that refuse to yield a history of seemingly futile efforts. Finally, the high-wind spirit Mariota fully manifested. She lunged at Tanderek in a blind fury. Sensing impending doom, Ed threw himself forward, headbutting Tanderek with everything he had. Tanderek groaned as blood sprayed from his mouth. Getting punched squarely in the face, Ed realized greatness isn't born, it is forged. Success was never a guarantee. But who cares? There is never a wrong time to fight for it. Everyone struggles for their own reasons, clawing for survival. In a battle of equals, Tanderek finally collapsed. Ed stood over him, arrow raised high, ready to deliver the final strike. Humanity will survive at any cost. The arrow buried itself deep into his back. Even as his body trembled with pain, there was only one goal left. Ed did not stop. His fists kept raining down as blood splattered across the floor. His fists were drenched in blood. Only when Tanderek stopped moving did he finally cease, gritting his teeth as his body felt like it was tearing apart. Ed exhaled sharply. Covered in wounds, he had snatched his life back from the jaws of death. Staggering to his feet, Ed began to walk. The two of them moved toward the roaring flames. Time was running out, and the mission was not over. The dragon fang around his neck pulsed with a faint, eerie light. At the academy, peace was a mere facade. How much longer will you remain a bystander? Clarice demanded. Holy Emperor, High Priest Bio must be excommunicated immediately. Bio quickly interjected. Holy Emperor, will you truly believe a saintess who knows nothing? We act solely for the Church's future. Clarice countered coldly. Know nothing? You used Vibrock's necklace to revive the sacred spear dragon, just to destroy it. That was your plan all along, was it not? Bio froze. How could she possibly know? She revealed that despite countless clashes with the sacred spear dragon, the Church had never once truly tasted victory. Your plan is destined for failure. I am standing here now only because you have failed so many times in this loop. Clarice stripped away his lies, exposing the truth to the light. The final option was to sacrifice the Saintess upon the ritual circle. Bio's eyes widened. The Saintess, she knows? She was ready. If this is truly the will of God, Talos, then I will gladly offer my life. But thousands of innocents will perish. If the Order causes such slaughter, who will ever trust us again? Bio shouted in protest, claiming nothing was certain. She cut him off. Holy Emperor, I know the entire plan and I am telling everyone. If I die here, you led us to this place. The voices of those we tried to save their songs of struggle will echo across the continent. Now, not just I, but the entire world will lose faith in this holy order. Bio hissed. Those heretics are trapped on a Khan island regardless. If the Saintess has lost her faith, then use your authority, Holy Emperor, and imprison her at once. The old man spoke. Use my authority? A weakling who could not choose between reality and dogma for decades. Whenever someone stepped forward with true resolve, this talentless old man could only follow in their shadows. Just like all the years that had passed, I wish to entrust our future to the one with the greatest faith, the one with the most determined gaze. Eldon had made his choice. I will follow the Saintess's will. Clarisse glanced at him. She reaffirmed that his scheme had never succeeded and would fail once more. In the name of the Holy Emperor and myself, Saintess Clarisse, I hereby excommunicate Archbishop Bio. Bio let out a twisted, grotesque laugh. Do you really think this changes anything? He grabbed Clarisse's wrist. She was dragged away. What do you think you are doing? Bio believed that as long as the Saintess did not enter the circle, nothing could stop the dragon's resurrection. That boy stole the necklace, but my apostles are already on his heels. Even if he escaped them, how far could he get in that state? Meanwhile, Ed pressed on. It was not over. He looked down at the necklace. The sacred spear dragon was stirring. Clarisse calmly stood her ground. No. She wrenched her hand free. I will not let things go your way. Because he took my hand and ran with me. As a person, he is far stronger than you will ever be. A system alert blazes. The Saintess's holy arts nullify enemy spells, channeling divine power into a crushing physical blow. Completely drained of every drop of mana, she collapses to her knees in total exhaustion. Bio stands across from her, his voice heavy. The heavens decreed a Saintess exists only to pursue the purest white light. Then why, Clarisse counters, has your soul become so vibrant? She is a Saintess, but also a student who finally learned the truth. Within a beam of light that seemed purely white, a hidden streak of crimson was flickering all along. Beside it shone the golden radiance of Clarisse's staff and the emerald glow of Janika's water spirit. Then comes S's deep cerulean and Lucy's fierce violet. S presses the dragon fang into Lucy's palm, and she vanishes like lightning. Lucy's speed is nothing short of terrifying. Clarisse realizes that by uniting their lights, they finally seized the dragon fang. Clarisse truly believes this harmony will eventually birth the most pristine white light of all. Now, as a seasoned senior, the protagonist Taylor must face off against the ambitious incoming freshman. But these underclassmen aren't backing down. Everyone is hunting the senior for top marks, making them dangerous opponents. For some mysterious reason, not a single freshman was placed in Class A. Yet, the script of fate continues. Taylor finally strikes down his last challenger, Clow, the leader of the freshman alchemy department. Refusing to accept defeat, Clow consumes the forbidden blood of the evil god, transforming into a monstrous walking calamity. He absorbs the dark mana of the evil god Mebulu, unleashing a relentless barrage of sinister black magic. Dark spells rain down constantly, pushing Taylor through an endless gauntlet of life and death struggles. Taylor is battered after facing so many foes, but as S returns to the academy, the story surges forward. Gripping his sword, the brutal battle rages on. Taylor forces his enemy back before unleashing a devastating elemental slash. Taylor's technique has evolved. His blade can now cleave through every element in existence. Outside, S limps into the academy drenched in blood, drawing the shocked and worried gazes of every student nearby. And so, the curtains close on the second joint combat exercise of the original story's script. Taylor, once the Academy's laughingstock, has finally proven himself as a true master of the blade. Celebrated by peers and teachers alike, he is a hero. But this moment of peace is destined to be short-lived. Stepping out of the arena, Taylor receives devastating news. His comrade, the prophet and poet, has passed away. It is the news of Elsis's death. Oddly, the details of her passing are never clearly described. She was supposed to exit the stage the moment she collapsed in exhaustion. However, the original plot has been altered. She gazes at him through a veil of tears. S returns a look that only those involved can truly understand. Taylor's group hears no news of death, only rumors of a purge within the Holy Order while Bio loses his mind. An apostle shuts him down with a heavy fist to the face. The turmoil was merely internal business, now resolved. Because of this, the Saintess of Doubt is erased, and the Holy Spear Dragon's early awakening is averted. The Dragon Fang is cast into the deep sea. Without the Saintess, the Holy Order's army never invades Aeon Island. The final boss of Act 3 and Lucy's awakening never happen. The world has strayed far from the original path. Lucy stares silently at the calm, vast ocean. Suddenly, she finds herself craving beef jerky. Fortunately, peace remains at the academy. 2 days after the chaos, a visitor knocks on Janika's secluded wooden cabin. "Are you feeling better?" S asks. Janika screams from inside, "S, don't come in. I'm bathing." But her vision is still blurred. The price for tapping into future mana was high. Janika is now powerless and nearly blind. The great spirit Frit, who held off 5 apostles, finally fell within the outer forest of Aeon Island. Janika had blacked out, only to wake up later in this cabin, unsure of exactly how she survived. Thankfully, they are safe. Belle arrives to scold them, insisting they should have called for her help first. Seeing Belle laden with supplies, S offers a polite thanks for her coming to visit. Though she is the head maid now, it is clear from her expression she still misses doing simple chores. Belle steps closer. "Young master, are you all right?" S nods. "I'm fine. but Janika's sight still hasn't returned. She cuts him off. No, I mean, is there anything weighing on your heart? S quickly denies it. Belle sighs. I see. For now, Janika's recovery is our top priority. She opens the door to head inside. Just to be clear, she adds, I must help her change clothes and wipe her sweat. S agrees. That much was obvious. BO was right to mock me. How could a young master make such a rookie mistake? Her shadow slowly vanished behind the door. But then, BO peeked back out with a smirk. Aren't you still at that reckless, impulsive age, young master? If not now, when else will you have the chance to make mistakes? Sometimes, listening to your inner heart isn't a bad idea. The door slammed shut right in front of S. He turned away, annoyed. Stop with the weird talk and just go help Janika. BO peeked out one last time, looking mischievous. By the way, young master, you forgot your honorifics just now. He stood there, watching her through the window for a moment. Then, he turned to leave the scene. Waiting outside, he heard Bao's voice echoing from within. Lady Janika, leaving a patient in this dust is a crime. We should have gone to the Academy's infirmary. I'm opening the windows to let the fresh air in now. Go ahead, Janika replied softly. My lady, don't just stop halfway while changing my clothes to do something else. S sat in deep thought. Bao was sharp. She realized he was flustered. Opening everything just to bathe Janika was pure chaos. The afternoon blurred by, leaving no room for stray thoughts. Missing only 2 days of camp felt like being gone for an entire month. He stared at the campfire as the flames flickered low on wood. Suddenly, a visitor approached to greet him. A hooded figure carrying a lute walked toward him. S mistook her for Elle at first, but as Clarice lowered her hood, he saw the saintess. She came with heavy news. Archbishop Brio had been officially excommunicated from the Holy Church. Is that so? S replied simply. Clarice continued. He's being escorted to the Holy City by order of the Pope and the Apostles. The Pope has full authority over his fate now. Tell me, do you still believe in the Church? Pope Eldon admitted he was far too lenient in his management. A corrupt archbishop exploited the Church's weakness to manipulate power. Perhaps this crisis will become the catalyst for the Church to find a new path forward. I want to try and believe, just once. Clarice then mentioned her. But Elle, she has vanished without a trace. I used my status as a saintess to track her, but found nothing. Is there anything you want to tell her? Clarice opened up, her cheeks flushing a soft pink. At first, I only wanted to leave the Holy City to share my story. But now, I just want to say thank you. She gently touched her lute. I'll leave this instrument here for now. For a wanderer like her, maybe this camp will be her next destination. Will you be staying here all summer? S stood up to walk with Clarice. I have nowhere else to go, so I'll likely stay right here. I have a small request, she whispered. I hope you can treat me simply as a friend. S handed her a torch. It's always been that way, hasn't it? We've always spoken naturally to each other. She nodded. I see. But I mean a close friend. If you ever need help in the future, please don't hesitate to ask me. I can't promise I'll have all the answers you seek, but I will do everything within my power to help you. S stopped, having seen her off. He stood in silence, watching her figure disappear into the dark tree line. Then Elle's voice rang out from the shadows. I think it's time for me to go. I'm afraid I'll run into someone else if I stay. S turned back, concerned. Will you be all right? Her entire body was still wrapped in bandages. My divine power hasn't returned, but I can move well enough. S shook his head. No, I meant. Are you okay leaving without seeing Clarice? Yes, she whispered. Because I have no more songs left to sing. I no longer have the courage to lie. When I think about it, everything was a lie from the very beginning. The hymns, my travels, the songs of freedom. They were all fake. S simply nodded. I see. Her hand brushed against the lute Clarice had left behind. S watched, surprised by her sudden movement. She tossed the instrument into the roaring fire. I want to return to every place I sang those lies, and face them. It will be a long journey. I want to cast aside all my burdens before I begin. Until now, my journey was nothing but a flight from destiny. But this time, I'm not running. I'm truly traveling. S grew curious. What's the difference? She smiled. I finally have a place to return to. I must return within 3 years. Otherwise, Clarice will have already graduated. When my journey ends, I want to come back here and sing a brand new song. S made a promise. Fine. When you return, I'll pick out the finest wood to make you a new instrument. Elle laughed. Then I better be back within 2 years. Yet, S felt a lingering emptiness. Was this really how it ended? He had lost both his mana and his divine power. He could no longer see the future. The path he once knew had reached its end. Now, you must start anew in an unknown land, embarking on a journey where the future is a complete void. You've broken free from the predestined script with no safety net left. Who knows what unimaginable horrors await you? Doesn't this pitch-black uncertainty, this void where the future should be, terrify you? After a long silence, she candidly admits, I am afraid. But then, a smile breaks through. Yet, I also feel a strange, racing heartbeat of excitement. Ed thinks to himself, so much has truly changed. Just a moment ago. Music. I was speaking with a girl who was destined to die in the original story. It's not just about the plot anymore, but the weight of choices made in fleeting moments. Should I have left Aeon Island to prevent the Holy Spear Dragon's resurrection, or stayed behind to save her at that very instant? In the end, I chose to stop the dragon's return. Or more accurately, I chose to sacrifice her. If Elle's divine power had waned, and if Lucy didn't share my memories, I know I would have abandoned them to save my own skin. That's the kind of man I am, using survival as an excuse to bury my compassion or duty. Recalling the fallen, the bonds of brotherhood, friendship and those lofty ideals, I'm the type who discards them easily. He sits in somber silence, the fire dying out as his expression darkens. Janica steps out from the wooden cabin. Without realizing it, summer has arrived, and everything has shifted. Students who shouldn't exist are now elites. And Janica, the boss of Act 1, is now by my side. Lucy, the final boss of Act 3, has vanished from the script. Yet, one thing remains absolute. Even if I must distort history or turn a blind eye to sacrifice, I swear, I will survive at any cost. Night falls over the camp, and the wandering bard has moved on. The story I once knew is now unrecognizable. The biggest and most critical variable is fast approaching, the subjugation of Lucy. Mastered skills, accumulated experience, and unique abilities will decide the fate of the upcoming second act. But Taylor's stagnating growth is the primary source of my deepening unease. I can't cling to a derailed script forever, but Taylor's strength is the minimum insurance I need to stay alive. Furthermore, the clash with Lucy is the key for her to finally shed the shadow of Gloak within her heart. Ed wonders if he should just ask her directly to see where her heart truly lies, especially since Lucy, who usually haunts this spot like a shadow for her naps, has been missing from the camp for days. Tossing and turning, he can't find sleep. Is it really okay for things to continue like this? He feels the mounting pressure. He grits his teeth through the agonizingly long night, eyes bloodshot. He sits up, gasping for air. How long has it been? Though the memories are hazy, it certainly wasn't a pleasant dream. Once finals are over, summer break officially begins. Perhaps it's this rare moment of respite? Suddenly, a dark, sinister aura begins to leak from his body. The shadows creep toward Ed as he sits reading. The flickering firelight struggles against the encroaching twilight. He remembers now. It's all coming back. Before I ever set foot in this world, that dream haunted me every single day. Back at the academy, whispers about him are spreading. The young master seems to have a lot on his mind lately, doesn't he? Lortel feels it too. He says he's fine, but there's something unsettlingly unnatural about his behavior. On the surface, he seems normal, caught in the relentless gears of his daily routine as always. Managing the farm, working as a teaching assistant, and keeping up with his studies. But I have a gut feeling that something is weighing heavily on his soul. Tanya shares the concern, her heart heavy with worry. I'm uneasy too, but honestly, I'm worried about something else entirely. As you can see, the relationships surrounding our senior are quite complicated. Tanya saw this coming. I know, Lortel muses. But for him to show even a hint of weakness is incredibly rare. What I truly fear is that the fierce competition for him is only going to escalate from here. Meanwhile, Janica talks to Ed. I think I can finally control low-level spirits now. What do you think? But his gaze remains distant. She smiles. I was worried my mana flow would be disrupted. But with you here, I want to try again. Well, it's time for class anyway. Ed watches her. Fine, go ahead and practice. All right, here I go. He observes Janica as mana begins to swirl around her staff. Basic magic. Normally, she doesn't even need incantations for low-level spirits. She's likely being cautious since it's been a while. Suddenly, Ed notices the spell, a blinding flash of light, erupts. Have you finally decided to summon me, Mistress Janica? Seeing her weaken and about to collapse, he rushes forward. The spirit calls out to her in a panic. Just as she's about to collapse, he catches her in a firm embrace. Ed leans down, his voice laced with worry. Janica, are you all right? Can you hear me? He gently orders her to head inside and rest. Janica sighs, admitting that the mana pressure was more intense than she imagined, causing her to lose her composure. Are you truly that curious? Ed asks, noticing her recovery is unusually slow. He reaches out, placing his palm against Janica's forehead. Your skin is burning up, he notes. Breaking into a cold sweat, she stammers that it isn't the mana, it's something else entirely. Even though they expected it, witnessing the scene in person feels surreal. There, they run into Lortel, who approaches them with a knowing smile. It's been a while since I dropped by to check on my senior, she says. Even prepared, the sight before her is quite the spectacle. I never imagined you'd actually build a shack just to play house, she teases. What exactly is going on here? And don't bother making excuses, she adds. Janica is stunned, recognizing the voice. Wait, is that Lortel? The merchant princess greets her senior warmly. Janica can hardly believe it. Is it really Lortel? A faint, playful smile tugs at the corners of her lips. Janica can't help but brag. Actually, we've decided to live together. We're staying here together right now. Lortel quickly interjects. Rather than living together, wouldn't it be more accurate to say you're living in the house right next door? Actually, I came to check on Ed and deliver some vital news. Ed tilts his head, intrigued. Vital news? What is it? Lortel reveals that while she isn't sure of his current finances, he should buy all his textbooks and magic tools for the next term immediately. Ed is taken aback by the sudden suggestion. This early? He notes the price might be lower now, but break hasn't even started. She smiles. It's not about the price, but the fact that they'll be sold out by the end of the holiday. I'd say Senior Janica is quite lucky to overhear such valuable information at the same time, Lortel adds slyly. Janica retorts, since I live with Ed, I'm always by his side anyway. I wouldn't call it luck, but I suppose I should thank you regardless. Ed glances at her, thinking, Janica is acting strange. Whenever she faces Lortel, she refuses to back down, even by a single word. He looks over at Lortel, who is practically fuming. Since her opponent is Janica, she manages to keep her rage from boiling over into a scene. How irritating, Lortel huffs. I'll be leaving now. She admits the place is wonderful, with its fresh air and the soothing sound of the stream. Now I see why Lucy loves napping here so much. Janica stands there, completely frozen. What did she say? Though Janica's vision hasn't fully returned, she sees it clearly, that meaningful, mysterious smirk on Lortel's face. Over at the Bell Academy, Anne delivers a message. Miss Lortel left a letter for you, she asks Belle. Belle explains that Lortel mentioned finding a replacement for her and asked if she was interested in a career change. The letter even proposed a specific salary. Belle takes the parchment, surprised that even someone as high profile as Lortel would reach out so abruptly. As she opens it, the contents leave her speechless. 3 Poland gold coins. That is no small sum. Belle reflects on her years of service at the Ophelis Hall. But no matter how high a weekly wage might be. Han beams. I didn't mean to peek, manager, Han chirps. But I couldn't believe my eyes. 3 Poland gold coins for just 1 day of work. Belle is lost in thought. It isn't a monthly or even a weekly salary. She is in utter disbelief. It is a daily wage. Han hesitates beside her. Does this mean you're actually going to quit? Back with Ed, he's busy hammering wooden planks onto the roof. He pauses for a moment, wiping the sweat from his brow. Someone calls out from below. Are you Ed? I'm a messenger sent by President Lortel. I am Dune, a sales representative for the Elt Commerce Sylvania branch. And this is Rena. We're here to conduct preliminary measurements. Ed is confused. Measurements? Don't tell me. Dune replies. This will be over quickly. Word is, the president is planning to build a private villa right on this spot. Ed's mind begins to reel. A cabin? Was she actually serious? Ed thinks as Dune immediately gets to work. It's an honor to finally meet you, sir. Ed tries to relax the mood. You're being too formal. We look about the same age, so why not take it easy? Dune hands the measuring tape to Rena. You are someone my master considers special, so a little flattery never hurts. Besides, I didn't think I'd be seeing you this often. Lady Lortel usually hates sending her subordinates here. Ed asks why, and Dune replies, because she's well aware of how different she becomes around you. When she's here with you, she acts just like any other girl her age. But in front of us, Lady Lortel is a cold-blooded ruler with iron flowing through her veins. Ed steps forward, noting that it sounds like Dune is being disrespectful. Dune denies it, claiming it's actually a high compliment. Regardless, if you ever need help and don't feel comfortable asking Lady Lortel directly, just call for me, Dune. He pulls out a bottle out of nowhere. This vintage alone is worth a gold coin at the Odex black market. It's quite potent, so don't give it to lightweights. 1 glass and they'll be out cold instantly. Rien only took a single sip before collapsing. From behind, Rena snaps. Stop airing out people's embarrassing secrets like that. Ed accepts the bottle, telling Dunn he's overestimating him. Dunn just smiles. I think you're the one underestimating yourself. Those teasing words leave Ed with a grim expression. He makes his way to Craven's shop on the main street. Recalling Lortel's advice, he needs to stock up before the semester starts. He can craft most things, but consumables are essential. Ed glances back and spots a girl hiding her face behind a book. What are you doing here? He asks. Caught red-handed, Anna slowly lowers her book. She lets out a heavy sigh, trying to compose herself. I was just shopping, she rambles. I didn't expect to see you. You haven't been to the lab, so you must be busy. I heard about Janik. Her injuries were quite severe. I was shocked when she moved into the barracks for good. She seems to be settling in now. But you must be going through quite a lot yourself. I understand your situation, so I've already explained things to the professor. Please, take care of yourself. Gabius and Onyx are handling things well, so you can relax. You need that scholarship to survive, right? Ed remains silent before offering a brief thanks. As Anis tries to make a quick escape, she clumsily stumbles into a table. Her bag of fruit hits the floor, but Ed catches it with lightning reflexes. Be careful, he says, handing it back. As he hands it over, Ed catches a glimpse of the contents. Sprouted potatoes, and a single rotten apple? The spinach looks hand-plucked from the wild, and the bread is covered in mold. Ed hands it back, speechless. Just look if you want, Anis sighs. It's nothing special anyway. I have no reason to try and impress you. So what? Is being poor something to be ashamed of? Does it matter if you see me like this? Why would I care what you think? Are we even dating? She suddenly collapses, sobbing that she just wants to die. Ed stands there, frozen. Anis Halan was always known for being more elegant and noble than most actual aristocrats, but her family went bankrupt the moment she entered the academy. She's been forced to work just to survive. He thought her life was hard, but it's far more brutal than his own. He silently accepts the cookie she offers. Anis bought it using a shared membership card with her friend Clara. Thank you, Ed says politely, as they sit on a bench outside. Ed realizes there are some truths he was better off not knowing. Her face flushes as she explains. A new professor is replacing glass, so I'm buying the supplies we're missing. You seem to be buying quite a lot too. Ed shrugs. I heard the prices for school supplies are about to skyrocket. I track the prices daily. Everything is up 10% since last month. Anis looks at him, shocked by his obsession. If you think I'm overreacting, she starts. But Ed cuts her off. No, it might sound strange, but I think we're actually quite similar. Anis, if you get sick, you can't work. You'd lose everything. Living under such crushing pressure, she's likely forced herself to work through the pain many times before. Survival. It doesn't mean the same thing to everyone as it does to me. While he lives in a tent in the woods, for Anis Halan, this entire academy is her unforgiving jungle. Feeling finally understood, Anis's heart lightens. Thank you, she says sincerely. I felt the same way about you initially. Anyway, I should finish my shopping before these prices climb even higher. If someone is manipulating the market like this, it has to be the Elt Merchant Guild, right? They're bound to clash with the Student Council. I just don't get why they're squeezing profits so hard now. They must have a plan. The head of LT is definitely smarter than I am. With that, she says goodbye. Thanks for the tip. Ed watches her go, wondering why LT is so desperate to drive up the costs. When you're curious about something, the best way to get an answer is to ask the source directly. That night at his cabin, Lortel scoffs, telling him that Granchu wine is a terrible choice for a gift. Come on, Dunn. If you're going to embezzle funds, buy better wine. Expensive doesn't always mean quality. Ed interjects, that's mine, you know. Lortel smirks, and where do you think it came from? Dunn has been skimming money here and there, bringing back random items. He doesn't even realize Lortel knows. When Ed asks why she allows it, Lortel explains. So I can use it as leverage if he ever crosses the line. It's a terrible habit of mine. No matter who it is, I need some form of insurance before I can truly trust them. It sounds strange to call you special, but I still haven't found a single chain to bind you to me. Lortel whispered, clinging to Ed's arm. So, what if we shared our deepest flaws? I'm certain you have plenty of questions for me, don't you? They reached the faculty dormitory Lortel had led him to. Ed realized they were deep in the staff district, far from prying eyes. The silence here was absolute, the perfect shroud for a private conversation. Ed finally broke the tension. This classic manipulation didn't seem like her style. Lortel recalled Dunn's warning. The price isn't the real issue here. Once the break ends, supplies will be impossible to find. Are you planning to hoard every single textbook on the island? Lortel smirked. Well, I am the only one on this island with the power to dictate the price of survival, after all. I never expected you to be curious about LT's inner workings. Are you worried? In times like these, you should say yes, even if it's a lie. Ed met her gaze steadily. Maybe I am. I'm actually quite concerned. A heavy silence fell between them as they locked eyes. Lortel's expression shifted. Then shall we trade secrets? Ed stiffened. What game was she playing now? Like I said, I want us to share our weaknesses. If you reveal yours, I'll tell you why I'm driving the prices up. Ed's voice dropped to a low whisper. Weaknesses? I remember asking you this once. Have you ever killed anyone? Ed paused, searching his memories before speaking. I haven't denied it. Are you asking if I've taken a life? Lortel chuckled softly. I have. It's been a year now. Why bring up such a dark topic today? Ed revealed a hidden truth. I lied to you. I've killed. More than I can count on battlefields in lands you've never seen. When you're swallowed by the chaos of a war zone, Ed continued, his voice hollow, you witness more death than any human heart was ever meant to endure or accept. There are always those you swear to protect, comrades you've shared meals with, people who become your brothers in arms. At first, you fight like a demon to save them. You grit your teeth against the impossible, desperate to keep them alive. Even when your muscles scream in agony, you'll carry a dying man through a hail of fire just to give him a chance. You'll cling to a falling brother, sobbing as you watch the light fade from their eyes for the very last time. But eventually, you stop. You become too busy just trying to breathe. It hurts at first, but then the heart goes numb. One day, you realize you've gone mad. Even the deaths of your closest friends no longer stir your soul. Your world shrinks to a single instinct: stay alive. Your senses sharpen until you're nothing but a weapon honed for survival. Living to see tomorrow becomes the only god you serve. Nothing else matters anymore. But back here, where no one is trying to kill me, guilt returns when I save someone. The questions I buried flood back. If I hadn't looked away then, maybe they would still be breathing today. Maybe I could have saved them. I blamed myself for their deaths. I convinced myself they were just key characters I failed to influence in this script. I wove a web of lies to protect my own mind, deceiving myself just to keep moving forward. I vowed never to let anyone become my comrade again. But lately, I've forgotten that cold resolve. It means I've grown soft, less sharp. Ed leaned back, his eyes reflecting the shadows. That is my weakness. Above them, the clouds parted, revealing a sliver of the moon. Lortel looked down. Now, I owe you an answer as promised. You asked why I'm buying up the supplies? There's a rat within the merchant guild, gnawing at our very foundation. This is how I drag them into the light. Our inventory hasn't matched our ledgers for days now. Ed's eyes widened in surprise. Someone is embezzling the goods? Is it that man, Dunn? He even claimed he used the stolen funds for wine. Lortel shook her head. Dunn isn't that brave. He's a man of small luxuries, never one to cross the line. No, there's a predator far more dangerous than him. When prices peak, they'll sell and run. That's when I'll catch the rat. And I'll likely have to kill them. She paused, reflecting on their shared darkness. We've spoken of this before, haven't we? I've never physically held the blade, but through my cold neglect of those I couldn't save, I've killed many. I'm the type of woman who ignores the world's suffering, judging life only by the ink and numbers in my ledger. I was an only daughter. Lortel stopped, her gaze drifting toward the ghosts of her past. But isn't that just the way of the world? A merchant saw my talent and bought me from my own parents. He paid them off just to take a child who was eating stale bread in the corner of a rotting slum. They never realized they would be silenced just to keep the sale of their own child a secret. Those pathetic people, they were all accomplices in the end. Do you know my price? She asks. My parents sold me for a mere 3 gold coins. It feels like only yesterday that I was just a girl worth nothing more than 3 gold pieces. Yet here I am, spending that same amount daily just to hire someone I like. Isn't life ironic? Still, 3 gold a day is a bit steep. I expected her to refuse, but that's perfectly fine. Rooting out the rats in the merchant group and handling the trader Dunn. None of those burdens weigh on me. I expect nothing from anyone, so I trust no one. You understand, don't you? It's the only way to avoid disappointment. Lortel offers a bittersweet smile. That's the price of her solitude, a truth she no longer hides. That's her weakness. It finally clicks the real reason she cleared her busy schedule for this moonlit stroll with me. I have sharp ears, you know, Lortel interjects, linking arms intimately. Her hearing is far more keen than any ordinary person's. He realizes she must have overheard the rumors about him looking drained and weary lately. Lortel reveals a secret ritual among highborn families when they decide to wed. They exchange their deepest weaknesses. By sharing their vulnerabilities, they forge a bond closer than any other. Or so they say. The academy is hauntingly still tonight, a once bustling place now turned into a ghost town. It makes me feel like the last person left on Earth, she whispers. He nods, as Lortel finally opens her heart. I feel that isolation even in broad daylight, but sometimes, I actually crave it. You feel it too, right? Sometimes, this loneliness is the only thing that feels comfortable. She laughs softly. See, we really are the same. The next morning, Belle finds her. I'm sorry, Lady Lortel, she says with a bow. The high salary was tempting, but I take immense pride in serving Opalus Hall. Even if the treatment isn't always fair or just, I have my grievances and days of utter exhaustion where everything feels like a struggle. But even so, I want to remain responsible for Opalus. Lortel looks at her thoughtfully. 3 gold coins a day was a bold offer, Lortel sighs. It truly breaks my heart to be turned down. Noble faith in one's work can't be bought. I see that. So, how about a part-time arrangement instead? Belle is stunned. A part-time deal? Lortel mentions how Belle still looks after Yannicka in her spare time. Just drop by occasionally and manage things for me, exactly as you've been doing for her. Come whenever you're free, handle the tasks, and then leave. Twice a week. Is that doable? Lortel leans in, locking eyes with Belle. Well, caught in her gaze, Belle agrees. Lortel's eyes curve into a triumphant smile. Thank you. Before Belle can add any conditions, Lortel whips out a document. The contract is right here. Belle is speechless. Lortel expertly guides her hand. Sign here, and right here. Once finished, Lortel beams with joy. Perfect. Take care of my mansion and the camp nearby. Before Belle can process it, the door slams shut. She realizes she just signed on for extra work for a single gold coin. The contract was ready the whole time. I've been trapped. Meanwhile, Ed is lost in thought at the camp, reflecting on his brief but intense memories. Seeing everyone else so busy pulls him back to reality. Life at the academy never stops moving forward. He decides right then not to let his heart grow heavy with sorrow any longer. He has no time for wallowing. It's the final semester. He must finish his staff before the break arrives. He'll prepare himself thoroughly for the coming storm. Meanwhile, Tanya finally receives a long-awaited letter from her father. The letter reads, I hear that during the upcoming break, many students return home to rest with their families. Tanya, you should come home and recover before returning to Sylvania. If you could bring Ed along too. The script has shifted. Tanya stares at the words in shock. You look exhausted, a voice notes from behind. She quickly denies it. No, I'm perfectly fine. Inside, she's drowning. Between the LT merchant group overstepping and now her father's demands, a heavy sigh escapes. A new day begins, and Tanya is already groaning. My head. It hurts so much. Suddenly, she bumps into a familiar face. Lucy has returned. Both girls jump in surprise. Tanya forces a polite greeting. Hello, Lucy. Do you have something to say? Lucy bashfully pulls her hat down. I came to apologize for last time. I was wrong. Tanya waves it off. You've already apologized, Lucy. There's no need to do it again. The weather is lovely today, isn't it? It's the perfect time for a nap. Are you heading to my brother's camp again? I haven't been going there much lately, Lucy admitted. Her friend looked puzzled. Really? Is there a reason why? Napping in new places feels strange, Lucy murmured. My dress gets filthy. I'm covered in dust, and my hair becomes a mess. I don't look pretty at all. Those words sent a shockwave through the listeners. Could it be? Was the legendary Lucy Mayrill actually worried about her appearance? It seemed so unlike her. But then, Lucy spoke up again. Still, I've decided to visit his camp tomorrow. It has been quite a while, after all. Belle reassured her gently. Don't worry, you are already breathtaking. But for tomorrow, Belle declared with absolute pride, I swear upon my title as head maid, I will prepare a look for you that is nothing short of perfection. Head maid of Opolis Hall, her primary duty was student support, but her secret specialty was romance counseling. She knew every heart's secret. Lucy was stunned by such intense professionalism. Meanwhile, atop the roof of the forest cabin, a small bird chirped peacefully. Suddenly, a crushing aura washed over, startling the creature. The chilling pressure came from Janica. Lortel, did you actually build this? She hissed. Janica suddenly went silent as a brilliant, shimmering light began to bathe her face. A magical crest materialized in midair, and the high wind spirit, Mericta, manifested. She turned and asked, Well, how is it? Summoning you in human form hardly drains my energy anymore, Siong noted. An information window flickered, an exceptionally rare artifact, the Millennial Lightning Struck Staff. A legendary tool crafted from an ancient tree that once survived a direct strike from the heavens. Refined through countless enchantments to maximize resonance, it amplifies the sensitivity of spirits across every single elemental branch. By boosting mana efficiency, it allows the use of any spirit formula, regardless of natural sensitivity, provided a contract exists. The mana cost for Mericta was significantly reduced, while the effective range of her Wind's Blessing expanded across the battlefield. Every spirit formula now possessed devastating power and reach. Siong marveled crafting this masterpiece was definitely the right choice. Seeing it, Janica couldn't hide her awe. I have never seen a magic staff crafted with such advanced engineering before. Do you want to try using it? Siong offered. Janica froze in surprise. Me? She slowly reached out and took it. I haven't fully recovered yet, so I'm not sure if I can test it properly, she whispered. Closing her eyes, she focused her inner strength. Her eyes snapped open, and a surging torrent of power erupted from the staff, radiating through the air. Janica felt the staggering difference immediately. It's not just the efficiency, she gasped. I can feel the mana flowing naturally through my entire body. That's likely because your natural spirit sensitivity is already immense, Siong explained. This will surely elevate your spirits to a new level. This is truly incredible, she replied. No wonder magic engineering is so popular. She tried to hand it back to him. Siong shook his head and pushed it back. Keep it. It belongs to you. Janica blinked, stunned. For me? I made it for you, he said. I owe you so much, he added sincerely. I'm sorry it took me this long to thank you properly. But Wouldn't this be more useful for you? Janica asked. Seong sat down on a log to rest. I'll just make another one later. So, please, don't worry about it. Suddenly, a thought struck Janica, and she exclaimed with pure delight. Another one? Then, we'll have a matching set. I understand. Gripping the staff tightly, she vowed. I will make the best use of this. She was genuinely touched. Thank you. Her radiant beauty made him look away in embarrassment, knowing he'd made the right call. Over at the Academy Square, a massive crowd of students gathered before the central notice board. The announcement for the final exams had finally been posted. As he walked away, he realized the ultimate battle had begun. Everyone wondered who would take the top spot. It all depended on balancing the grueling written exams with the treacherous field tests. Written scores are capped at 100, but the field exams have no limit. This is why the top elites always maintain their untouchable ranks. This absolute rule also applied to Wayne, the undisputed genius of the first-year class. And for Lucy, the top student of the second year, her dominance was already a foregone conclusion. To reach the peak, the field exam was the only path. And the reigning queen of the entire grade was Janica Failover. He wondered if he could ever surpass her field score. Rumors spoke of a mock exam directly supervised by the professors. Aside from anomalies like Lucy or Janica, most students lacked the raw power to face a professor head-on. However, the reward was life-changing. The overall top student would receive a full tuition waiver. He was barely scraping by on his scholarship and deals with Lortel. Before, the top spot was a dream, but now, everything was different. Seong resolved to seize the #1 rank. He headed toward the student council room, led by an attendant. The president is waiting for you this way, the guide said. Seong nodded politely. The girl whispered to herself, he really is famous. He sat down and reread the letter from Tanya's father. The first break is near. I look forward to seeing you again. Tanya, you must return home to rest before heading back to Sylvania. I am well aware that Ed is still alive. Bring Ed with you if possible. If public outrage has cooled and his magic has improved, I will waive his crimes against the princess. I am prepared to welcome Ed back as a true member of the Rotayer bloodline. As the head of this family and as his father, I wish to grant him one final chance. Deliver this message to Ed once Owen is gone. I refuse to repeat that tragic mistake. The gates of Rotayer remain open to him. Tanya reveals it has been an eternity since she last heard from her father. Finally, he has offered her brother forgiveness. He wants Ed to return and settle the past. Ed strokes his chin in deep thought as Tanya watches his reaction intently. I know you don't truly feel that way, she whispers. For a fallen noble, this is a golden chance to reclaim lost power. On the surface, it's a blessing. But after his father once sent assassins to kill him, why call him back now? It is a blatant trap. Tanya decides to face their father alone, but Ed is already calculating his own move. No, we shall return together this vacation. Don't worry, I have plans of my own to set in motion. A legendary tale, now nothing more than a fading whisper in the archives of history. During the Cloel Empire's brutal war against the tribes, the enemy reached the very threshold of the imperial capital. In a landscape of absolute despair, the hero Obel Forcus stood before the emperor's army, fighting until the bitter end. By his side were 3 young masters of their craft, Glace the adventurer, Zelen the swordsman, and the outlaw, Cray. Now, that forgotten outlaw has emerged from the shadows of the past to return to Sylvania Academy. But why would a man of his legend return to take a lowly position among the faculty? Creo throws open the office door, choking on a cloud of thick smoke. Professor Cray. Finals begin in just 3 days. She demands the practical evaluation criteria, but he dismisses her, telling her to just send whatever she finds. Cleo gathers her courage. But this is the final assessment. Every student under your supervision must participate. You know exactly how critical this is for their future. Cray cuts her off sharply. Just prepare something in your lab and send it out. It's better than me interfering, isn't it? She leaves in a gloomy silence. Cray wonders why he ever agreed to fill the void left by Glace at this academy. He doesn't want the burden. In the end, none of it truly matters to him anymore. Back at the manor, Belle steps forward to greet the visitor. Master Ed, what wind has blown you here today? May I enter Ophelis Hall for a moment? Ed asks. Entry is strictly forbidden, but Ed is a man Belle trusts. If you provide a reason, I will stake my own reputation to guarantee your passage, Belle offers. Ed explains his purpose without hiding a single detail. He is preparing for a lethal danger that looms on the horizon, a shadow that will fall the moment he returns to the Rotayer estate. They already attempted to assassinate him once within the academy walls. He must mobilize every resource to survive this homecoming. Ed burns with the urge to eliminate these threats. But since the enemy has royal backing, Belle quietly leads him inside. There is no other way to avoid prying eyes. Please, follow me. To strike first would brand him a traitor. Originally, Princess Phoenicia was the one meant to drive them into a corner. With her royal status and keen judgment, the princess should have been the one to unmask their treachery. She should have exposed their human sacrifices and forbidden pacts with evil gods, giving him the perfect excuse for retribution. But currently, the princess shows no signs of taking action against them at all. She hasn't even claimed the student council presidency, making a clash with the Rotayers unlikely in the near future. If she won't move, then Ed must be the one to create the pretext for their destruction. The safest method is to infiltrate the manor and investigate their forbidden research with his own eyes. But walking in unprepared is a death sentence. The estate is a high-security fortress where every wall has ears. Giffen Rotayor, we've been walking for quite some time. How much further? Ed asks. Belle walks ahead, her voice calm. Master Ed, will you be pausing your camp work to study for the finals? I'll still handle the essentials, he replies. Belle nods, but Ed senses something is horribly wrong. Belle isn't the type for idle chatter. And this corridor. It is a path meant strictly for the servants. Even Ed can feel his presence here is unnatural. Is she taking a long detour just to force this conversation? She leads me through the hall's most shadowed corners, ensuring an exile like me doesn't draw a single unwanted gaze. Belle guides the way toward the grand staircase. This way. Please watch your step and move slowly, she whispers. Her meticulous care is exactly what you'd expect from a headmaid. Following her up, Ed can't help but voice his curiosity. Aren't we moving a bit too slow? Belle pauses, turning back with a heavy gaze. I just remembered an urgent question, one that is vital to your future. She hesitates, the words seemingly trapped in her throat. It is difficult to put into words. May I have a moment to think? It's a stall tactic. Belle clears her throat just as Han peeks out from a nearby room, signaling that the task is complete. Belle's hesitation vanishes instantly. Never mind, I'll explain the details later. We have arrived. Ed scans the surroundings. This is Tanya's room. He has decided to send his ultimate response to the Duke through her. In his letter, he writes, I am deeply moved that you would grant a second chance to one cast out from the family. My tears flow at the thought of your vast mercy. Since my exile, I have reflected on my sins and strived to become a better man. I have forged powerful alliances within the Academy and the Imperial family, all to prove myself worthy of the Rothtailor name. I wish to demonstrate my growth and introduce you to the loyal companions who have stood by my side. As for his most trusted ally, she's already waiting at the door of room 302. It's Lucy. Ed is momentarily stunned when he sees her. Her hair is as soft as silk, and she sits quietly in the silent room, dressed in an uncharacteristically formal outfit. Lucy's face flushes as Belle speaks up. Look at her, Master Ed. As usual, she's quite well groomed while staying indoors. Ed realizes she's been missing from the camp lately. Have you been busy? You look like a completely different person here. So this is how she spends her leisure time. It's a side of Lucy he never expected. She looks up, blinking. What? Ed assesses the room, noting it suits her perfectly. Belle hesitates again as Ed mentions he has something to discuss with Lucy. Lady Lucy, Ed begins solemnly. Once the exams end and break begins, will you return to my family estate with me? I want you to meet my father. Belle is shocked, and Lucy stands frozen. Ed realizes his wording might have caused a massive misunderstanding. Ed quickly clarifies, wait, that came out wrong. Let me explain the context. This is a journey where I must put my life on the line. We are heading into the heart of the Duke of Rothtailor's territory. It will be an exhausting mission, so I don't expect you to help me for nothing. Lucy, I'm telling you this because I truly trust you from the bottom of my heart. I intend to overthrow Glavin Rothtailor's power. From within the family, I will commit what many would call a cold-blooded betrayal, but I cannot allow my father to remain the head of this house any longer. Lucy's expression darkens. Is this for revenge? Ed remains silent for a moment before shaking his head. No, it's simply for survival. Once the man who wants me dead is gone, Tanya will likely take the lead. I can work with her. I will become the eldest son of the continent's greatest ducal house. I'll finally be in a position where no one can threaten my life. And from that throne of power, I will do everything in my capability to support you. So, please, lend me your strength. Lucy stares at him, needing time to process the weight of his proposal. I have no interest in those politics. You know I don't care about power, she adds. Ed lowers his head. I know. Lucy suddenly tilts her head. Then what are you interested in? Will I actually be able to fulfill the promise I made to my master? She walks to the window, placing a small hand on the frame. As she opens it, a flood of light spills into the room. Is the crisis he spoke of truly over? Did I handle that promise well enough? Lucy muses. What must I focus on to live a peaceful life, without being haunted by the shadows of my past? As I said, power means nothing to me. If I help you, it's simply because I want to. No other reason is needed. However, I won't do it for free. Ed is curious. What is it you want? What scares me most is the void that will swallow my soul once my master's burdens are finally gone, Lucy confesses. Help me. Don't let that emptiness consume me. Ed is puzzled. How exactly do I do that? She looks him in the eye. Help me find a reason to keep living without fear. Give me a purpose. Time seems to freeze. Ed feels the crushing weight and sincerity behind her desperate request. Her face remains as expressionless as ever, no tears, no smiles. But if he reaches out now, what emotion will finally break through? Ed falls into a long silence, his thoughts racing as Lucy waits with bated breath until they finally lock pinkies in a silent vow. A sacred promise is forged in this very second. The tension drains from Lucy's face, replaced by a deep sense of relief as she finally relaxes. Overcome with emotion, Lucy throws her arms around Ed. He holds her, knowing just how much this moment truly means to her soul. Ed's hand rests gently on her shoulder. He wonders about the crushing weight she has carried alone all this time while she remains lost in a profound silence. Back at the exam hall, Ed sits beside Janica. He breaks the quiet with a blunt declaration. For now, we are officially rivals. Janica blinks in utter shock. What? Why? Why on earth would we be enemies? Why would you say that? Ed remains cool and collected. I am not trying to be dramatic, but this time, I am aiming for the top spot in our year. Ever since he woke up in this strange world, his goal has been crystal clear: survive and graduate from this academy in one piece. But survival is expensive. Between the Glock scholarship and the gold earned from his deal with Loratel, he is barely scraping by. He has pushed himself to the limit to stay enrolled, but he still wonders if he can truly survive until graduation day. There is only one way out. If he can secure the position of top student, his entire tuition will be waived for good. In the past, being number one was a pipe dream, but Janica finally realizes his plight. Oh, I see. It all makes sense now. If I let my guard down, Ed, you might actually snatch the crown from me. Among the third years, everyone is neck and neck behind Janica. Around them, students are panicking in whispers. I am not even done. Which answer should I pick? Oh, heavens, help me. Ed analyzes the playing field. Janica is an untouchable genius in spirit arts, but in theory-heavy subjects like history and magicology, he has the edge. Janica vows she won't go down easily. Her victory would bring immense pride and joy to the people back in her hometown. Ed glances at her, bracing himself for the final evaluations. Soon, the written portion of the elementology exam finally concludes. Word spreads through the halls that Professor K will be arriving to take the place of Glass. Yet, Assistant Professor Claire ended up pulling 3 straight all-nighters to prep the entire exam alone. Now, she is a total wreck. Ed notices a student slumped against the wall, looking soul-crushed. What is wrong with that guy? The man mutters. How? Why? How did I fail everything? Even the basics of swordsmanship from the textbook. I am pathetic. I am just a useless failure. Annis knows the basic swordsmanship exam broke Gabius's spirit. Suddenly, a sharp voice cuts through. Gabius, are you going to act like a pathetic loser all day? Just ace your other tests and you will be fine. The speaker is Elvira, the top student of the second-year alchemy department. Annis is stunned by her appearance. Elvira? What are you doing here of all places? I need someone to review my theory on anti-elemental magic potions, Elvira replies. I figured the magic department professors would give more accurate results. Anis sighs, delivering the bad news. I am afraid you picked the worst time to visit. Claire is currently out cold. She is completely exhausted from the past few days. Meanwhile, Gabius is still spiraling. It is over. I am going to lose my rank. Ed Rothstaler, you think I am pathetic too, don't you? Elvira snaps. Will you shut up and stop whining already? How dare you talk to your senior like that? Gabius barks back, stung by her words. This has nothing to do with you. Can't you see I am suffering? Why are you yelling? Noticing Ed's calm demeanor, Annis makes a guess. You seem composed. Did the test go well? You look very refreshed, she notes. Ed plays it cool. It was all right. Since enrolling, he has never slackened in his theoretical studies. Now that his life is finally stable and secure, seeing good results was only a matter of time and effort. Based on the point tallies so far, Janica still holds a slight advantage over the rest of the class. To steal the top rank, everything hinges on the practical elementology exam, a high-stakes duel against a professor. Usually, Claire would be the opponent. But looking at her current state, everyone wonders if the exam can even happen. The duel is tomorrow, yet she looks like she is at death's door. She barely has the strength to stand, let alone fight. Annis watches Claire buried under a mountain of books. It will be hard. She is exhausted. Someone else will have to take her place. I think so too. Just then, Professor K stumbles into the room, clutching his head. My head is killing me. Did I drink too much? Claire is still face down on her desk until he calls out. She bolts upright, startled. Professor K? Is that you? What are you doing here, sir? He sighs heavily. Honestly, I just got a massive earful from Principal Morwell. The principal said it is ridiculous that every major exam task and supervision duty is being reported under the name of our youngest assistant, Claire. He practically screamed at me, asking what the hell I have been doing while you did all the work. Just because he is the principal, he thinks he is the boss? Claire stammers an apology, but he waves her off immediately. Look, I get paid to work too. The practical exam is tomorrow, isn't it? After Claire confirms the schedule, he gives a sharp command. Then go to sleep. Leave the practical exam to me. He scans the students in the room until his eyes lock onto one specific target. You're Taylor, right? A calculating smirk creeps across Professor C's face. Care for a duel? He asks, leaving S completely stunned. What? The next day, Obel Hall's training grounds are buzzing with restless anticipation. A student points toward the arena. I heard the new Professor C is going head-to-head with that Taylor 53. This is going to be legendary. Look, even the Student Council President herself showed up to witness the spectacle. No way. Chief Secretary D.F. Stein and the disciplinary head, Senior Dye, are both here as well. Tanya watches with a sinking heart, knowing that aside from Lucy, Marrow, no student has ever stood a chance against a professor, especially not when that professor is the legendary war hero. See, that reputation is the only reason she came here. Despite her packed schedule and the looming vacation, she couldn't let S get hurt before his return home. C steps onto the stage, grumbling about his aching joints. Standing before the boy, the professor groans. Sleeping on that cold floor has made my old bones scream in agony. I think I'll need a drink after this. Sorry, kid, but you're definitely losing this match. The mad dog of the battlefield awakens. Violent gusts of mana surge toward S, who instantly gathers magic into a glowing orb. S manages to deflect the mad dog's opening strike. Professor C grins. Your firepower is much more impressive than I expected. The professor immediately lunges with a second strike as lightning begins to coil around his fist. S realizes his incantation speed is terrifyingly fast. This is no basic magic. Professor C is unleashing the intermediate lightning spell. Flash. Lightning explodes, bathing the entire arena in a blinding white glare. I can't see a thing, someone screams from the stands. S shields his eyes from the brilliance. Not bad, C mutters, closing the gap instantly. He follows up with an intermediate mana wave. S throws up a basic magic shield to tank the hit. Simultaneously, he fires off a searing fireball right back at the professor. C observes the boy's form with keen eyes. You've mastered the basics, I see. The orange glow of the flame reflects in C's pupils. Fire consumes the stage. Using the smoke as a screen, S initiates single-point explosion, an intermediate fire spell. S executes a flurry of spells with chilling composure. C can't help but marvel. You're quite the talented student, aren't you? You learn instantly and apply it even faster. Are you the type who masters a technique the moment you see it? Let's see how you handle a real-world application. C fires a water bullet while S counters with a massive fireball. Opposing elements collide in a violent hiss. A thick, suffocating wall of steam instantly blankets the entire battlefield. S knows the drill. Water plus fire equals a perfect smokescreen, a tactical environment he knows all too well. He catches a glimpse of C's shadow through the mist. S lashes out with a wind blade to tear the steam apart. C counters with an ice shard, while S is caught off guard by a sudden gale. He retreats frantically to avoid the strike. Sharp reflexes, C notes. But overthinking in a fight is a death sentence. Never let your guard down. Suddenly, C splits into multiple afterimages. S realizes the steam is thickening again despite his attempts to clear it. The professor's mana is simply overwhelming. S scans the mist, he just needs to find the real Professor C and land one clean hit. Closing his eyes to sense the flow of mana, S realizes something startling. Every single clone in the arena is a fake. The real professor is lurking in the shadows, waiting for S to expose a single fatal opening. S's eyes snap open. Suddenly, the ice surrounding him shatters as a mana core erupts, obliterating every clone in sight. S has activated the basic holy spell. Forced Convergence. He stares in awe at the result. The mana from the convergence is now a concentrated pillar of light hovering in his palm, but C is faster. A wind scythe slams into S's back, sending him crashing into the dirt. What the hell was that? C asks coldly. Don't tell me you were holding back by only using elemental magic? S groans. Isn't that the point? This is an elementalism exam, after all. In the stands, Tanya gasps in shock. C chuckles. You're an interesting brat, but I never said I was only testing your elemental skills today. So, I can use everything? S asks hesitantly. Are you sure that's safe, Professor? C finds the question hilarious. You're worried about hurting ME? Listen, kid. Elementalism is the backbone of all combat magic. It's not just about throwing fire or water. It's about harmonizing those elements with every other field of magic. That was the missing piece. I understand now, S murmurs, his gaze sharpening. C smiles grimly. That's what Professor Glass would say. But me? I want you to use every dirty trick in the book to stop me. If you can stay on your feet for 10 more minutes, I'll give you a perfect score. Show me everything. As the war ends and Emperor Chloe's reign endures, the Obel Guards and 3 legendary war heroes head toward Sylvania Academy. Many hold the chalk to nurture the next generation. But Colmer wondered what could he possibly teach. He simply left his students to their own devices. For these greenhouse flowers, raised in luxury and sheltered environments, forced wilderness survival was less like training and more like brutal torture. He couldn't force them to stay up all night sensing mana, nor could he teach them the cold arts of assassination or raw survival. Because of his methods, Colmer clashed with the academy and his students alike. Eventually, he walked away from the academy, spending his days drowning his frustrations in alcohol. He wandered the lawless lands of Corentin for years, living as a mercenary for hire until an invitation arrived to become a professor at Sylvania. When Colmer heard that his lifelong and only friend, Glast, had died, he returned, yet nothing seemed to have truly changed. Glast died, leaving nothing behind, and Colmer felt powerless. He decided to just drift through life on his salary. He approached the students, asking if they were really the ones by Glast's side in his final moments. It was just like that man to do something so unexpected. Cleo confirmed it, mentioning there was one student in particular that Professor Glast had kept a close eye on. The memory was vivid. The moment the name left the young vice professor's lips, Colmer's eyes sharpened. What was his name again? Whatever it takes, stop him. Back in the present, he sets a challenge. If you're still standing in 10 minutes, I'll give you a perfect score. Mana surges around Ed Rothstaler as ice shards materialize before Colmer. With a swift motion, he cleaves through the frozen projectiles using his own magic. Colmer is stunned. This kid had already finished gathering mana the moment the conversation started. Worse, elementalism wasn't even his forte. Ed initiates a spirit ritual, summoning the essence of water. A leopard made of pure water leaps through the air. Is he a spirit user? As they clash, Colmer realizes that calling him a mere mage is an understatement. For most mages, closing the distance is the final resort, the ultimate gamble. Usually, a mage is taught never to engage in melee combat. But this boy, the moment he realized magic was at a disadvantage, he shifted his entire combat style instantly. Having such skill yet relying only on basic elemental magic is like fighting with both hands tied behind his back. Of course, such chaos is common on the battlefield. As Colmer muses, Ed lunges again. He tilts his body, narrowly dodging Ed's point-blank strike. At this range, Ed is forcibly concentrating basic sacred tier magic. A dagger flies toward Colmer's heart, Ed's draw speed being inhumanly fast. The blade clatters against Colmer's mana shield. His reaction time is terrifying. And then there's the sacred magic next. He summons a spirit without a moment's hesitation. The blade is suddenly coated in a layer of volatile energy. A notification flares. Spirit explosion, ritual activated. A massive blast erupts. Colmer skids back as the shockwaves tear through the air. He grits his teeth, looking at the mid-tier spirit, Murs, perched on the boy's shoulder. This is far beyond any student's level. Colmer's gaze shifts. The mad dog is finally waking up. If that's how it is, I'll take this to the end. I don't care about the aftermath. I'll just write another damn report. He'd heard the rumors of the mad dog, but why go this far against a student? Colmer unleashes high-level lightning magic. Dark clouds swirl above as divine punishment strikes the earth, leaving the courtyard buried in thick, black smoke. Regret stings Colmer. Damn it, I went too far. He's just a student. He had only hoped the boy would somehow endure it. In that split second of hesitation, a wind dagger slices through the air. It grazes his cheek, drawing a thin line of crimson. Ed's silhouette emerges through the smoke. Colmer is speechless. He survived that? High-level magic, point blank, and he's still standing? So, he really wants a real fight. Now he finally understands why Glast was so obsessed with this boy. Look at that face, that unwavering stance. He withstood the wrath of heaven itself. Colmer sees in Ed a man who has danced with death 1,000 times. Only a survivor possesses eyes filled with such toxic willpower. The water spirit moves in perfect harmony with him. Meridot roars, unleashing a storm of wind blades. Simultaneously, Ed charges in. Colmer summons a frost barrier around himself. A massive wall of ice rises to intercept the wind gale, the surface instantly becoming riddled with deep gouges. Colmer thinks back to the countless warriors he's met. None had eyes like this. Suddenly, his ice wall is shattered to pieces. He is forced to deploy shields to block the relentless onslaught. Ed is fighting like a man wagering his very soul. He lunges with a fist wreathed in killing intent. Colmer leans back to evade the lethal blow. He seizes Ed's arm, but the boy immediately counters with a brutal knee strike. A flash ignites from Colmer's free palm. Mid-tier point-blank explosion. Amidst the roaring flames, Ed's hand reaches out from the fire, grabbing Colmer by the collar. He raises his staff. The blessing of fire flares, granting him temporary immunity. The spirit explosion ritual is primed. Colmer lets out a cold snort. From his chest, the protection of the Great Gale erupts a passive defense that blasts opponents away upon impact. Ed's eyes widen. The protection of the Great Gale. Was this a calculated gamble to trigger the storm's protection? Cade materialized behind Ed on the battlefield. A single second of hesitation is all it takes to lose a life, and Ed knew that all too well. Just one step more, and Cade's high-tier Eternal Frost magic would have turned the area into a frozen wasteland. Ed's body began to crystallize. Cade remarked coldly that it was already too late, as a barrage of ice blades prepared to strike. They flew toward Ed with lethal intent. Ed squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for the end, but the devastating force veered off and slammed into the ground beside him. Day had arrived, intercepting every single strike. Ed looked up in shock at his savior, as Day's fists trembled with suppressed tension. He announced that the 10 minutes were up. This was the top student of the 54th Combat Class and a high-ranking student officer. Professor Cade, you've crossed the line. Ed Taylor is no longer in a condition to fight, Tanya said as she rushed to support him. Ed, are you all right? Cade sighed, admitting that his blood had boiled over and he'd acted recklessly for the first time in years. Day thanked him for his understanding, but the professor cut him off. Understanding? Do not get the wrong idea. I'm just excited thinking about the incident report I'll have to write. By the way, Ed's practical score is a perfect mark. Ed was stunned. Is there no upper limit to the practical exam? Cade laughed, telling him to take the top score. With theory, he'd be valedictorian. Cade patted his shoulder. Now I see why Glacia has her eyes on you. I don't get why a duke's son lives in a shack. Ed replied that after everything, he'd grown fond of his quiet life in the woods. Ed tried to deny it, but Cade interrupted. I'm not talking about that shack. I'm saying you're living as if you're on a battlefield. Whatever your reasons, leave that mindset behind soon. No matter how peaceful a place seems, the sound of a challenge will find you. If you continue to live on the edge like this, you'll eventually become a broken shell who can't survive without being intoxicated. Cade pulled out a flask. Just like me. Cade left with a parting message of seeing him again. Ed realized that while he survived, that man was truly an unpredictable madman. Tanya asked with worry if Ed was seriously injured. She insisted on filing a formal complaint with the Academy leadership immediately. I will take full responsibility for making sure this is addressed properly, she declared. Day sighed, realizing how close they came to a disaster. He then noticed the frost beneath Ed's feet. Why hasn't the ice melted yet? It showed no signs of thawing. It wasn't that it couldn't melt, Ed was actively holding it back, leaning on his staff and focusing. That crimson mana. It wasn't simple fire magic. It was an incredibly sophisticated and concentrated form of sorcery. He was clearly funneling every ounce of that refined mana into a single point. If I hadn't stepped in and let them clash, which one of them would have survived? Day finally understood the truth. Ed Taylor, he said, reaching out a hand. It seems my concerns were unnecessary. Ed humbly replied that a good score was enough. Nothing else matters to me. Day smiled, saying he'd heard the rumors, but seeing Ed's skill in person was something else entirely. Day encouraged him to keep this momentum, noting that the top spot in the entire grade might soon have a new owner. Ed wasn't overconfident, noting that Janica was far from ordinary. Day laughed, feeling a sense of excitement. Seeing such powerful juniors rising up one after another makes me feel like my own throne is starting to shake. Ed exhaled as the exams finally concluded. Now, only the results remained. Meanwhile, Anis went to find the professor. Professor Cade, I'm here. Cade blinked, searching his memory. Who are you again? Ah, right, I remember now. He handed her a document. Student assistant, Anis Han. I heard you're faster than my entire faculty staff. Anis was curious. What kind of document is this? It's the grade sheet, Cade replied. Go and post it on the bulletin board immediately. Is this the list of the top 20 students for each year? I'll organize it and post it right away, she said. Anis opened the file with a racing heart. My practical was a bit weak, but I'm confident in my theory scores. I was so close last time, but this time for sure, Cade interrupted, warning her that her name wouldn't be on that list. She thought to herself that the detailed scores were private. The public board only showed the top 20 and the valedictorians. At Sylvania, the top rank usually goes to those with combat prowess, making it nearly impossible to dethrone the elite. She expected the same names as last year. But as the students gathered to read the results, a wave of shock rippled through. Are you kidding me? This name? The rankings were revealed one by one. First-year rankings. First, Wade. Second, Joseph Webbles. Third, Dennis Venoms. Fourth, Klaus Bell Eris. Fifth, Tanya Taylor. Second, year rankings. First, Lucy May. Second, Lortel. Third, Crow Norton. Fourth, Dine. Fifth, Taylor Marlord. Someone gasped, asking if the results were for real. Honestly, this result is well-deserved given how hard he worked. Then, they reached the third-year rankings. First place, Ed Taylor. Year 4 rankings. Edrot Taylor takes first, Janica Failover second, Drake Lakers third, Adelante fourth, and Saria Seaman fifth. Year 3 rankings. Edrot takes the crown, followed by Iana Bloomriver, Dorothy Whitebells, and Pika Bloomriver at fifth. Edrot is now the valedictorian. Someone once asked if sheer effort alone was enough to seize the throne. It has been exactly 1 year and 7 months. Some are shocked by such a meteoric rise in so little time. Others admire the relentless endurance displayed during that period. Yet, the grueling process matters far less than the final result. S has officially ascended to the top of the entire third-year class. Now, instead of desperately scraping for tuition, he can focus all his energy on the approaching calamities. His odds of survival have finally seen a significant improvement. He should feel a sense of relief for securing his life. Instead, a strange, unsettling emotion swirls deep within his heart. A voice calls from behind. "Edrot!" Janica runs over, beaming. "You actually did it. You're the valedictorian. I guess I've fallen to second place. You finally beat me." Suddenly, Edrot grabs her wrist and pulls her away. "We need to talk," he says firmly. "Somewhere private." Janica follows, her curiosity piqued by his serious tone. What is it?" He shows her the theory exam results. S.R. Taylor, 95 in elementalism. Janica Failover, 30 in spiritology. "You threw the exam, didn't you? You gave me the top spot on purpose." She flinches. "Was I that obvious?" "Even if I were first, my recent discipline means I wouldn't get the scholarship. I've already moved out of the dorms, and the weight of everyone's expectations was becoming too much to bear. Losing the top rank doesn't hurt me at all. Besides, your skills, Edrot, are truly worthy of that position. I believe you leading the third year is only right." Edrot's anger slowly dissolves into a heavy sigh. He accepts it. "Fine. Thank you, Janica. I won't forget this favor you've done for me." Janica gives a bright smile. "No, you're the one who worked the hardest." Just then, someone approaches them. Janica is surprised. "Anis? What are you doing here?" Anis reminds her. "Didn't we have plans at the bakery today? We're celebrating graduation with Clara." Anis sighs at Janica's forgetfulness. Janica blinks in shock. "Was that today? Is that so?" Anis begins pulling her away. "See you later, Edrot." "Sorry, but I have to take her. We have an appointment she completely forgot about." Edrot watches them leave, standing alone as the sunset bathes the academy. Anis leads her to a bench and sits her down. "Janica, you've made a serious mistake. I know you have no ill intent. You care for Edrot and wanted to help him, but this was wrong. I checked his scores. Even if you got a perfect grade, Edrot still would have been the valedictorian." Janica's face lights up. "Really? That's wonderful. He truly earned it with his own strength then." Anis remains stern. "Don't you see the problem? Your actions robbed him of an honorable victory, making it look like charity. Wake up, Janica. When you're at the top, being nice isn't always the right thing to do." She glances at her friend. Janica hangs her head, her entire body trembling with the weight of her realization. Anis continues, "If even you don't have faith in Edrot's abilities, then who else will?" Night falls over Edrot's cabin. He broods, knowing the top rank was a vital tool for his survival. From that perspective, the method of achieving it shouldn't matter in the slightest. Yet, this lingering bitterness won't fade. Perhaps his desire for the throne came from something beyond just staying alive. It reminds him of the duel with Professor Glassland. He only needed to survive 10 minutes to pass. He could have walked away at any point. Survival has been his only goal since the very beginning. But now, he finds himself agonizing over things that have absolutely nothing to do with his life. He tosses another log into the fire, trying to push the thoughts aside. The semester is over, no more distractions. Whether he likes it or not, he must focus entirely on the art of staying alive. The scene shifts to the La Taylor mansion within the LaBelle Empire. A voice echoes through the grand halls. "It's already been 5 years, hasn't it?" Princess Salaha kneels in the center of the room. "Father, I heard Clarice is returning from Sylvania. I'm disappointed I must leave before seeing her again." Emperor Cloel responds, "I understand, but securing the La Taylor dukedom is a far more important stepping stone for you." Salaha realizes the truth. Her father is intentionally keeping her and Clarice apart for his own political ends. The La Taylor family stands as the supreme ducal house of the entire continent. They are the ultimate tool, one that anyone coveting the throne must learn to master completely. Though many powerful nobles frequent this tea party, in terms of sheer political gravity, that family remains the undisputed priority. Patriarch Crepin and Tanya Latier, the first freshmen ever to seize the student council presidency at Sylvania. Word has it they still have a son whose noble rights are on the verge of being restored. He was cast into a dungeon long ago. There is no reason to concern ourselves with him. Sayla stands up. "I shall take my leave now to begin the journey. Safe travels," he replies. After delivering her report, Sayla exits the grand hall and makes her way toward the Latier estate. Tanya leads the way, and every time Ed visits this place, the feeling remains the same. This is a world entirely separate from the rest. Brother, on Aeon Island, the most extravagant and expensive structure is the Ophelis Hall. But this palace ranks second based on maintenance costs alone, even though its size isn't even half of the Ophelis dormitory. The defining feature of this place is simple. Everything within these walls exists solely to serve the interests of a single individual. The one residing inside is none other than the third princess of the Glual Empire. Tanya and Ed bow with perfect etiquette. We greet Her Highness, Phonia. We are deeply grateful you have granted us your time. Princess Phonia, the purpose of our visit today is Phonia cuts him off. You require my political backing. Ed Lautier, I was the one who directly signed the order for your expulsion. Therefore, restoring your honor will be far smoother with my personal confirmation. Ed thinks. She gets straight to the point, but she's absolutely right. In other words, to reclaim his lost identity, he needs her to lend him a hand in this high-stakes game. Returning to the Lautier mansion is a dangerous gamble. Lucy agreed to come along, but raw power cannot solve every problem. Among the nobility, most issues are ultimately settled by the weight of one's authority. In that regard, a high-ranking noble's influence is everything. If he receives recognition from a princess, no one will be able to easily oppose the restoration of his rights. The only problem is that the greater the power, the harder it is to earn that recognition and to prove he has truly obtained it. Phonia speaks. Coincidentally, it has been quite some time since I last sent my regards to the Lautier house. Ed Lautier, could you deliver a greeting to Patriarch Crepin on my behalf? He glances at the letter resting on the table. Is this? Ed is stunned by Phonia's preparation. A letter? She had this ready for him from the very start? Princess Phonia was always hostile toward the Lautiers. Ed planned to offer her internal family secrets as a trade, yet she asks him to deliver a message instead. A private letter from the imperial family cannot be entrusted to just anyone without a mandate, and more importantly, the value of this letter itself carries a weight far heavier than any words. It is a letter that lacks even a single wax seal. Indirectly, this signifies absolute trust, a belief that the messenger would never dare to alter or swap the contents inside. Ed exhales. I came prepared for a negotiation, but I was handed an opportunity. This confirms she trusts her messenger implicitly. Phonia has agreed. Very well, we depart in 2 days. Ed finishes all his preparations to leave the camp for a while. He gathers every hunting trap scattered through the forest, cleans them thoroughly before placing them in storage, and locks the cabin tight. Before leaving, he checks the perimeter. Only the food remains. Except for the items that can be preserved long-term, it's best to finish the rest. Janica calls out softly. Ed, she is busy cooking. You're back? Look, Miss Bell gave me some rare herbs, so I added them to this curry. I tasted it while it was simmering, and the flavor is incredible. Ed wonders, why is she so concerned with my reaction lately? Recently, she has been overly attentive toward him. If he had to guess a reason, is it because of the top student ranking? Is she worried she was insensitive toward his situation? Janica quickly denies it. No, it's not like I gave up my spot or anything. Ed finds her completely transparent. She speaks with a hint of sadness. You know, I used to think I understood you so well, but Ed, sometimes I feel like I don't understand you at all. And then, these negative thoughts just start to appear. Ed is taken aback. Negative thoughts? Janica lowers her head. Like, the thought that you might end up hating me. Sometimes, those who are truly kind and talented unintentionally lack depth because they are too busy worrying about others. Janica is no exception, and she could easily fall into being misunderstood. Ed reminds her that such anxiety is a burden of its own. After all, no one can ever truly and completely understand another human being. But I can say one thing for certain. No one in this academy knows me better than you do. Even if you're a bit insensitive, how could I ever hate you? To me, you are someone truly special. Janica shyly asks, could you maybe try being a little insensitive to me just once? Making a mistake, saying the wrong thing, or even demanding something exhausting and time-consuming honestly. I don't mind at all. I have no intention of going home this break anyway. Ed then presents a specific request. In that case, would you like to help me with a mission? Janica replies with pure joy. Of course. Just tell me what it is. 2 days later, Ed's group is nearing their destination. The carriage rolls into the Rot-Taylor domain, the strategic heart of the empire. To reach the imperial capital from the bustling western coast, one must pass through these lands. This territory symbolizes the Rot-Taylor family's role as the crown's protectors. For generations, the people have hailed this place as the shield of the capital. While Ed is asleep, Tanya whispers cautiously, Big brother. She glances nervously at the tension brewing across from her. Wait a second. Sensing a terrifying aura radiating from Janica, Tanya trembles. The atmosphere is suffocating. Can they truly reach their destination safely like this? She keeps her head down, stealing glances at Lucy, who is currently napping on Ed's lap. Janica tries to pull Lucy away. Move aside. Sleeping like that is dangerous. Janica pulls with all her might, but Lucy clings stubbornly to his leg. Get off him, it's perilous. Tanya watches in horror, wondering why this is happening. Why are these two incredibly powerful mages even here in the first place? Poor Tanya is so terrified she's on the verge of tears. Suddenly, the carriage hits a bump, jolting Ed awake. He immediately notices the two girls. Lucy is slumped against the carriage wall, Tanya is cowering in the corner, and Janica is desperately hugging his leg. Startled, Ed asks, "What are you doing?" "We'll be arriving at our destination tomorrow." That night by the campfire, Tanya asks, "Brother, you seem very close with them, don't you?" He explains they've been together since the semester started. Suddenly, Lucy calls out Janica Fover's full name. Both siblings turn to look at Janica as Lucy issues a stern warning. You need to restrain yourself. There is a literal swarm of spirits surrounding us right now. Just then, a spirit darts forward, making Tanya jump back in shock. Lucy continues. Every day, spirits flock to my camp. Whenever anything happens, they rush back to you and chatter away with reports. It's way too obvious. He's doing fine today, they say. You're getting detailed updates on his every move, aren't you? Don't you think he feels like he's being monitored 24/7? Janica flushes crimson and tries to deny it. No, that's just the spirits acting on their own. Lucy exposes her. You could tell them to stop, but you don't. You act innocent, but you're actually. Lucy sighs. Quite devious. Ed speaks up casually. It's fine. I don't really mind. Given my current situation, having some extra security measures is actually necessary. Janica beams with relief. See? The person involved said he doesn't mind. However, Ed's next words turn her to stone. But I didn't realize the reports were quite that detailed. Lucy leans in and whispers into Janica's ear. So gloomy, so dark, such a stalker. If I were you, I'd be too ashamed to show my face. Ed cuts them off. That's enough. We are about to set foot in the Rot-Taylor mansion. We need to discuss our plan of action. In reality, that place is the enemy's den. Never forget that. We are here for one purpose, to find evidence. Anything that can expose the true, dark ambitions of Griffin Rot-Taylor. The next day, they arrive. Only 5 or 6 massive buildings are visible at first glance, but the scale is far grander than the Phyllis dormitory. This place feels more like a fortified town than a mere residence. Here, the family's authority even eclipses the power of the throne. On this soil, the Rot-Taylors stand higher than the Emperor himself. As Ed hands his luggage to a servant, something unexpected happens. The man is so overwhelmed that he drops Ed's bags right at his feet. The servant breaks into a cold sweat. 2 rows of attendants bow deeply, shouting, "Please forgive us. The young master's presence is like that of a god. It has been so long since I last laid eyes on you, I simply could not contain my trembling nerves. Seeing you return in such triumphant glory, your aura was so radiant that this humble servant committed a grave error." The man falls to his knees. "Please, I beg for your mercy." Ed calmly responds, "It's all right. I'll carry these items myself." Ed picks up his bags and walks away, leaving the servant gaping in shock. From this moment on, he must play the part perfectly to survive. Griffin has been waiting for Ed for a long time. "Come here, my son." Ed's goal for this journey is clear. He must overthrow a god. While they wait for their audience with Griffin, Tanya gazes at a portrait. It has been a long time since she saw the image of Sister Arwen. Back when they lived in the mansion, Ed always showed a strange, intense hatred toward this specific painting. Arwen Rot-Taylor, the eldest daughter and the sister of Ed Rot-Taylor. Regardless of the past, she has long since passed away. What puzzles Ed now is why this portrait is still displayed so prominently. Is it truly out of lingering affection for a lost daughter, or is it to honor the perfect life she led as a lady of the Rot-Taylor house? Griffin steps forward with a cold gaze, asking, "So, you've finally returned? It must have been a long, exhausting journey for you." "I have been waiting, my dear son. Right now, every corner of this estate is in a total frenzy of activity. A major diplomatic banquet begins tomorrow evening, and every servant is pouring their soul into the final preparations. Forgive them if their welcome seems lacking." Ed bows respectfully. "I apologize for returning while the family is so busy." Griffin shakes his head dismissively. "No, this timing is exactly why I summoned you back to the estate. At the upcoming banquet, we will announce to the entire kingdom that Ed Taylor has officially returned. The son I am so proud of is finally home." Griffin then shifts his sharp attention toward the 2 girls. "Are these the academy friends who have been assisting my son?" Janica stammers nervously. "Yes, I am Janica Failover." Griffin's eyes narrow in recognition. "I know that name well. You're the talented summoner who commands high-ranking spirits with ease. And this young lady must be the one Tanya mentioned in her many letters. The legendary magic prodigy, Lucy Mayrill." As he speaks, an oppressive silence falls over the entire room. Griffin stands tall, exerting his dominance as the host. "You've brought fascinating friends. If time allowed, I'd invite you all for breakfast. However, the Ice Princess, Sayla, has just arrived at the Rotter Mansion. As a loyal subject, I must welcome her properly. Your room remains untouched. Go there and find some rest. Ed reaches into his coat, pulling out a document. Understood. But first, I have something to hand over to you personally, Father. Later, Griffin greets Princess Sayla, who immediately glares at the letter. She wonders what this move could possibly signify. It bears the royal seal of Phonia, yet the wax is missing a symbolic gesture of absolute, unwavering trust. Has Griffin Rotter, the man holding the Empire's key power, already chosen to side with Phonia? Sensing her suspicion, Griffin offers a knowing look. It seems there's been a slight misunderstanding here, Princess. I am the recipient. Yes, but an unsealed letter doesn't prove trust in me. It proves trust in the messenger. Princess Sayla, surely you're curious about the identity of the messenger. Meanwhile, Ed finally returns to his old quarters. The heavy door creaks open, and he looks down at the small figure already waiting for him inside. Seeing Lucy enter, he asks why she isn't in her assigned room. She simply climbs onto his bed, telling him to wake her if needed. Ed realizes that while Lucy acts on a whim, she never ignores the things that truly matter. Is she staying close just to fulfill her silent promise of protecting him during his time at the mansion? It's surprising to see his private room perfectly preserved, despite his exile, or perhaps, it's not strange at all. He had heard that Arwen Rotter's room was kept exactly the same way, frozen in time by family tradition. Since the mansion has so much empty space, they likely just ignored this wing. Ed tries opening a dusty cabinet. To his luck, he finds a drawer locked tight. Since he's already the family's trash son, a little breaking and entering won't hurt. Still, he can't just smash it blindly without knowing what secrets are hidden within the wood. Is there a way to bypass only the lock? As he inspects the mechanism, his eyes widen in sudden surprise. He pries it open with a calm expression, revealing a thick stack of hidden letters. What could these possibly be? Chapter 1, Act 1, The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania. A foolish noble, Ed Taylor, was expelled for plotting against Taily McClure. No one ever knew the ending of this minor villain once his role in the main story reached its conclusion. But one thing is absolutely certain. His ultimate fate was destined to be nothing short of tragic. He had fought tooth and nail to escape that ending. Yet the history before the script began remained a mystery. The letters reveal a terrifying truth. If things continued on this path, he would soon face a scheduled death. A life with a pre-written ending. Does such an existence hold any meaning in this world? Is there value in a life spent merely waiting for a predetermined demise? His time in the Rotire glory was brief. Now, I will end everything as a true member of the Rotire bloodline. My journey stops here. Ed realizes these were personal letters written to Arwen while she was still alive. Judging by the sheer volume, they must have been in constant contact for many years in secret. It will take time to read them all. But he's finally found a piece of the past. He spreads them across the table. He'll uncover their secrets when he can. For now, he must perfectly play the role of Ed before Griffin. The head of a powerful magic family, famed for specialized combat spells designed solely to dominate every duel. Instead of wasting years on dry academic research, their magic is forged solely for victory, cunning, ruthless, and deadly. Among the elite, they are known by a chilling title, the House of Bloom River, a literal den of witches. Yet, when facing a source of mana so overwhelming, it defies logic, the type of magic used no longer matters. Lucy finally rouses from her slumber, asking sleepily, "Is it all over yet?" At the Roteller's central garden arena, the opponent bows deeply before the victor. "I thank you for hosting such a thrilling match the moment I arrived," Duke Griffin declares. "Since this girl caused such a stir at the academy, I had to personally verify her legendary talent." Griffin responds, "It was no trouble at all. Even I found that performance quite breathtaking." He glances at Lucy, still resting in the boy's arms. "You keep peculiar company, Ed." Ed replies, "They are indeed unique individuals." Griffin notes the girl looks completely drained of her strength. Ed explains, "She's a heavy sleeper, but she suffered from insomnia last night." The Duke warns, "Rest well. We must speak more at tonight's banquet." It was a spectacular duel, the perfect opening for such a high-stakes social gathering. Until dinner, then. Ed knows his window is opening. The VIPs are gathering now as the time to strike. He'll let Lucy recover in the room, then use the evening's chaos as cover to begin his mission. Suddenly, Janica rushes over. "Ed, I've sent the spirits to scout the perimeter as you ordered. Since no one here can sense spirits, the reconnaissance went smoother than I ever imagined." Regarding Duke Griffin's private study, Ed instantly covers her mouth, signaling for absolute silence. They duck behind a pillar. "To my room, now," Ed whispers. Janica's face flushes. "Your room? Just the two of us? Right now?" she stammers. Ed's gaze is firm. "Exactly now. We need a place without prying eyes. No one dares enter my quarters without permission." Janica nods. "I understand." Ed ushers her inside to discuss their secret plan. but a cold voice rings out from the shadows. I certainly didn't expect this. Princess Salaha is already there. Hardly the place for a secret tryst, don't you think? Ed and Janica dropped to their knees. I had no idea. Your Highness was waiting in my chambers. Please forgive our intrusion. Princess Salaha stands there, casually holding a letter. Spare me the pleasantries. We both know you've already figured everything out, Ed. Are you really planning to stay aboard this sinking ship? Salaha asks with a sharp edge. Don't spout such baseless nonsense. For high nobles, keeping commoner girls around is just a tired, old pastime. I have no desire to interfere with your private hobbies. But don't be a fool, and lose your heart to that girl. A half-blood child would ruin the imperial hierarchy. I've seen too many nobles led to ruin by these low-class social climbers. It's a pathetic comedy. Ed bows. I'm grateful for your guidance, Princess Salaha, but what grand design brings the first princess to my room? Salaha cuts to the chase. I'll be direct. As you've seen, Phonia is nothing but a child trapped in idealistic daydreams. She lacks the steel to sit on the throne. Join my side instead. Ed hesitates. How could I, a mere student, dare to take the hand of the great princess? Even with Roteller blood, I am not worthy of your station. Salaha sneers. You certainly have a way with words, but they are empty lies. Her eyes turn as cold as a frozen wasteland. I know you're rejecting me. Your father, Lord Griffin, will support me regardless. As his son, make a wise choice. Ed's mind begins to race. In the original story, the Ice Princess Salaha aided Griffin's quest for forbidden power, only to be consumed by Mebula. Out of everyone in Chapter 4, her fate was by far the most gruesome. There is no way I'm walking that path to damnation with her. Ed deflects smoothly. Under Emperor Chloe's reign, our land has known nothing but peace and prosperity, hasn't it? In such an age, we need a ruler with true virtue. I believe Princess Phonia is the only rightful successor. Salaha reminds Ed that Phonia possesses zero ambition for the throne. But Ed remains unshaken, standing firmly by his choice. Even if the princess currently insists she has no desire to wear the crown, Ed will maintain his faith and wait for Phonia. Using her name as the perfect shield to reject Salaha's dangerous invitation, silence falls as Salaha steps closer. She tilts his chin up, her eyes searching his for a flicker of doubt. This is becoming quite entertaining, she muses. To be honest, she always took pleasure in stealing what belongs to others. In her eyes, loyalty is a fragile thing that shines most brilliantly right at the moment it is shattered. She is eager to see just how long Ed's devotion to Phonia can withstand the coming storm. Only Ed knows this is a massive misunderstanding, yet Salaha simply smiles. No matter, we have plenty of time. This gathering lasts 5 more days. Soon, he will realize the heaven and earth difference between her and Phonia. If you change your mind, find me any time. Ed merely bows, politely acknowledging her hollow generosity. As Salaha departs, Janek scoffs, claiming she isn't someone who can be easily swayed by silver-tongued royals. Though she is a commoner, she refuses to let anyone look down on her or her convictions. She wishes she had responded as confidently as Lortel. The more she dwells on it, the more her frustration grows. Ed sighs, noting that Salaha has always been difficult. Janek remains wary of the princess's stunning but manipulative beauty. Shifting focus, Ed asks if her scouting of the massive mansion yielded any useful intel. Janek reports that despite the exhaustion of searching such a vast estate, she discovered several critical clues. Directly beneath Duke Griffin's private study, a hidden anomaly has been detected. An unusually powerful surge of mana radiates from below. Yet, the blueprints mark that area as a simple kitchen. There is absolutely no reason for such a massive magical signature to exist in a servant's workspace. It's incredibly suspicious. They need to investigate the library, but Duke Griffin is almost always there. Furthermore, the area is under heavy lockdown whenever it's empty, making a secret entry nearly impossible. We still have 5 days, Ed reminds her. Stay calm, watch closely, and wait for the perfect opening. If anything happens, come to my room immediately. Janek flushes crimson. To your room, at any time? While she flusters, Ed remains pensive. There is still an overwhelming mountain of tasks to handle. He hasn't even finished half of the letters between Owen and S. Staying hidden will only invite Griffin's suspicion. He must balance deciphering the letters in secret while scouting the library whenever the Duke's guard drops. To avoid unwanted eyes, Ed decides to participate more actively in the exchange's official social events. On the first day, the atmosphere is meant to be light, a slow burn before the 5-day marathon begins. Everyone tries to relax and enjoy the luxury until Salaha appears. Tanya steps forward to receive her. Greetings, Princess Salaha. It is a profound honor to have you grace us with your presence. Tanaya Rotter, the official heir of the Rotter family, introduces herself. Salaha notes she looks perfect for the role. She predicts the Rotter family's prestige will continue to echo across the continent for decades to come. Tanya skillfully maneuvers the conversation, apologizing for the simplicity of the first day's reception. Salaha waves it off. I arrived early, so don't fret. Besides, I caught sight of something quite intriguing. Her gaze shifts to the boy entering the hall. It is Taylor, the heir finally reclaiming his lost status. Dressed in new finery that accentuates his noble blood, Taylor commands the room. The guests begin to whisper. His aura is sharp and focused. Compared to his past self, he seems like an entirely different, far more formidable man. Salaha turns to Tanya with a sharp smile. You truly have an exceptional brother, don't you? Yes. He is my pride. Tanya responds, though her eyes track Taylor's every movement with hidden intensity. Salaha is certain that within these 5 days, Taylor will have his eyes open to the true nature of power. Punkus, the vice commander of the Magnus army, arrives on day 3. He is already a piece on her board. Archbishop Samuel of the Telos Church arrives on day 2. He is another lethal card in her hand. She hopes Taylor realizes the truth before it's too late. Finally, the second day of the exchange dawns. As the ultimate symbol of religious authority, the grand carriage of the Telos Church makes its official entrance. Every powerful figure watches the saintess's room. In this political game, her divine support carries the weight of a kingdom. Depending on whom Saintess Clarice chooses to approach and the nature of their hidden conversation, the entire balance of power could shift in a heartbeat. Driven by greed, the ambitious Salaha has already formed a secret alliance with Samuel, the newly appointed archbishop and the saintess's closest confidant. A servant follows closely behind, carefully carrying a vibrant basket of fresh flowers. Salaha offers words of praise, noting that these daffodils symbolize purity, innocence, and eternal friendship, a flower that perfectly mirrors the saintess herself. Furthermore, these blooms carry a hidden wish, the hope for a deep and enduring bond between their two factions. Your taste is as exquisite as ever, she remarks. He replies with a modest smile, you flatter me far too much. Salaha continues, I have already reached an agreement with the archbishop. I shall be the first to be granted an audience with the saintess, correct? There is no need to be overly aggressive from the start, he advises. Leaving a lasting, positive impression is more than enough. Samuel looks conflicted as he blocks the way, delivering the unexpected news. The saintess is currently not in her chambers. Salaha's eyes widen. What did you say? Outside, a servant bows low as Silas speaks. Meeting his senior once again within the grand halls of his own family estate makes this moment feel truly extraordinary. It carries the romantic weight of a fated encounter in a land far from home. Silas replies, the honor is entirely mine. She takes his hand firmly. No, do not say that. It is I who am honored to be by your side. Silas reports, Saintess, I've managed to slip away under the pretext of giving you a private tour of the Rotaire mansion. But be warned, every step you take and every move you make is being watched by everyone in this house. Should you not act with more caution? Why are you acting so uncharacteristically excited? Clarice responds softly. Back at the Holy Capital, surrounded by those crowds, things were different. To be honest, I felt a deep sense of unease. I was overjoyed to hear you were returning to your family, yet I feared you wouldn't receive the warm welcome you deserve. He scoffs lightly. I was never a welcome guest in this house to begin with. If anyone dared to harm you or utter an insult, I was prepared to teach them a lesson they would never forget. I'm just relieved my fears were misplaced. Whatever happens, it is a burden I must carry myself. Clarice grasps his hand tightly. Do not try to shoulder everything alone. We can face this world together. Silas looks at her, puzzled. What exactly do you mean by that? Clarice's face flushes as she proposes. I mean, you should use my power. If you stay by my side during tonight's gala, no one will dare to disrespect you or look at you with eyes of suspicion. Silas muses that if the saintess herself tells him to use her, it would be strange to refuse. She lowers her gaze, whispering, I don't mean it in a negative way. This arrangement benefits us both. If that's the case, shouldn't we act in a way that favors you most? And perhaps, in the process, something wonderful will happen for me as well. I keep trying to explain, but I'm only making a mess of it. Fine, no more silly excuses. Senior, will you grant me the honor of a dance at tonight's party? Publicly, showing our closeness will solidify your standing, or perhaps it won't. Regardless, the positives far outweigh the negatives. Silas is stunned. Didn't the saintess just swear she was done with the strange excuses? Clarice cuts him off before he can speak. Stop overanalyzing my every word. In short, senior, at tonight's gala, I will refuse every single dance invitation except for one. Seeing Silas remain silent, Clarice turns to leave with a heavy heart. I'll take my leave then. I still have other distinguished guests to greet. The mere fact that I sought you out first is enough to make many people quite uncomfortable. Silas is left wondering why would she prioritize finding him over everyone else. Clarice smiles mysteriously. Who knows? The door slams shut, and suddenly, a suspicious noise erupts from inside the cabinet. Tanya flings the cabinet door open. Brother! He jumps in surprise. Why on earth are you hiding in there? Tanya huffs. Brother, I've been running all over the mansion searching for you because of this tailcoat. But when I finally find you, the Saintess is right here. No, that's not the point. What the heck are you doing? First it was Janica, then Lucy, and now even Saintess Clarice? At this rate, how am I supposed to handle all three of them for you? Silas struggles to find an explanation. Tanya, honestly. Things just ended up happening this way. Meanwhile, Clarice steps into the courtyard, her thoughts sharpening. This isn't the Sylvania Academy anymore. This is a battlefield of high-stakes politics. It no longer matters who is a magic prodigy, who possesses the most wealth, or who holds seniority. None of those trivial things hold any weight here. Do you understand? Within the Rotaire estate, I am the one who holds the power. At tonight's feast, no one will have the strength to stand against me. But the legendary Emperor Cloel has a son. Ever since the Crown Prince renounced the throne, the kingdom's unity has shattered. Support is now split between three princesses, sparking a ruthless war for power. First Princess Selaha and the scholarly second Princess Persica cross paths with their long-lost sibling, the Princess of Mercy, Phonia. She kneels in the grand hall, asking if her father is well. The Emperor sighs. My health is failing, a fact no longer a secret to anyone. However, he continues, you look no better than I do. Phonia remains silent, unable to find the words. She truly believes she is unworthy of the throne. That night, she retreats to the depths of the royal library. A voice from within greets her. I heard you abandoned your claim to the crown the moment you arrived. It was Persica. You always bury yourself in books at times like this, Persica remarks. You have no interest in that cold seat of power, do you? Persica has her own obsessions. Finding rare, unread volumes in this vast library is the only thing that brings her true joy. Setting that aside, she says, it has been over a year since your sudden departure to study at Sylvania, hasn't it? Persica notes how Phonia visits every holiday, but this time she seems darker and more melancholic than before. Is it because of that man from the Taylor family? She asks. Count Rotaire's latest banquet is suspiciously small, yet it draws influential nobles. With the royal family and even the Saintess attending, Persica expected Phonia to be concerned. Is there a problem? To the world, Count Rotaire is the paragon of nobility, a loyal subject that many, including Persica, admire. Yet Phonia has always watched the Count with eyes full of suspicion, seemingly without a clear reason. In our world, Persica explains, everyone has a gift to see through the surface. For me, it is books. For Salaha, it is power. But for you, it is the human heart. Phonia admits her distress stems from a tailor, but it isn't the Count she worries about. It is actually Edrot Taylor. Phonia recalls her desire to escape this invisible war and prove her worth beyond her royal title. A full year has passed since she first stepped foot on Aiken Island. During that time, the balance of power shifted towards Salaha. The throne drifts further away, but Phonia has no desire to reclaim it. That man proved her secret weapon, her intuition was useless. Persica cuts through her thoughts. I don't believe you don't want the crown, but I do believe in your eyes, Persica adds. That is why I conducted a secret investigation of my own. She presents the documents Count Rotaire studied when he volunteered to inspect the library. They are forbidden texts on ancient myths and long-forgotten evil gods. She reminds Phonia how she once caused the Count's son to be disowned. And now, that son has suddenly returned. Most nobles raised in luxury would starve in his position, so it's natural he would want to claw back his power. But isn't it strange? Persica muses. The Count might have disowned his son just to appease Phonia back then. Why restore his status now? Edrot Taylor, who visited Phonia's room before leaving, had left her with a cryptic message. He had said, I didn't expect you to help me so easily. I was already prepared to negotiate with you. Phonia realizes that if her initial doubts were right, he let himself be disowned because he knew a dark secret about his family. He intentionally distanced himself from the Count, who was dabbling in the worship of evil gods. Was his reinstatement actually him being dragged back home in chains? The negotiation he mentioned was likely a plea to join forces against the darkness consuming the Rotaire household. Under the guise of trust, she had sent him back into a den of lions. Persica mentions the banquet is on its second night. Persica wants to go, but it takes a day and a half to travel there, so she has given up on the idea. Though you could make it in a day if you ride without rest, she teases. Phonia stands, I'm leaving, Persica. It's late, but there's no time for sleep. Her servants report that the fastest, most resilient horse has been readied. Phonia commands them to push the horses to their absolute limit. Her party gallops into the night, heading straight for the Rotaire estate. They charge forward at a breakneck pace. Persica watches them go, intrigued. A man who can make the third princess ride through the dead of night. The Rotaire mansion is in for a shock. She wonders about him, but for now, she is the only princess left in the palace. On the second night of the gala, the music swells. Lady L. Clarice. May I have the honor of this dance? A man asks. The musicians focus on their melody as he reaches for her hand. Their steps begin to sync with the rhythm. Together, they glide across the floor of the opulent, moonlit ballroom. The ballroom swayed to the rhythm of the music. Clarice leaned in close, whispering, "Senior, this is an honor. I can hear the others whispering about us." "Just look at him," a noble sneered. "The failure who just clawed his way back. I saw him yesterday. He looks like a completely different man. How could a madman transform so drastically in a single day?" Amidst the gossip, Clarice's heart sank, fearing the words would wound Ed's soul. He sensed her trembling heart instantly. "Don't let them get to you," he murmured, his voice a calm anchor in the sea of judgment. Clarice sighed. "I feel like all my efforts were for nothing." Ed offered a reassuring smile. "You're wrong, holy maiden. You've helped me more than you know." She bit her lip in self-reproach. "We finally have this chance to dance together, yet I've wasted it all on useless anxiety." "The night isn't over yet," she added with a spark in her eyes. "So please, dance with me once more, Senior." Ed smiled softly. "It would be my honor." As they spun, the second day of the gala began, and with it, a far more dangerous investigation was underway. High above, Lucy kept a silent vigil on the rooftops, while Janica prepared to slip into Griffin's office to find the evidence that would seal his fate. Dancing with Clarice had certainly painted a target on his back, drawing eyes he never wanted. Yet, in the long game, this was a calculated move. No noble here would be foolish enough to risk their status by interfering with his plans now. Well, except for one. The woman he had been expecting finally made her move. "You certainly look busy, don't you?" Ed turned to face Princess Sayla. She smirked, her eyes cold. "You're wearing a face that says you've just inherited a mountain of trouble." "That's because I have," he thought. Sayla saw right through him. "I can tell you're dying to leave this grand party. Your goals are far too transparent. You're planning to sneak off to meet that commoner girl, aren't you?" she prodded. Ed's mind raced. Not exactly, he thought, though he kept his guard up. He bowed low. "I thank you for your insight, Your Highness. I shall be more mindful in the future." Sayla's eyes flashed dangerously. "Then let us see if those are just empty words, or the truth." Suddenly, the wineglass in her hand slipped, shattering against the floor. The sound echoed, drawing every eye in the hall toward them. She extended a hand toward him. "I am giving you an order. Dance with me. You seem to have quite the talent for it." Normally, a man would initiate the invitation, especially one of lower status, just as Ed had done for Clarice. But the first princess had shattered tradition, taking the lead and demanding his hand before the entire court. With every eye fixed on him, there was no easy escape. Yet, Ed didn't flinch. "I must decline. How could I dare presume to lead the princess? I'm feeling quite unwell, and would only cause you trouble," he stated. Without waiting for a response, he turned and walked away. Behind him, Sayla's rage simmered. His arrogance truly knows no bounds, she thought, her grip tightening. This gala was supposed to be her throne room. She had secured Griffin on day 1 and aimed for the Saintess on day 2. But Ed had stolen the Saintess's favor, and now, he had publicly humiliated her by rejecting her hand. Has he already become Fenia's puppet, she wondered? He is merely accelerating his own demise. "I will isolate you until you have nothing left," she whispered. The merchant Prince Ronal was set to arrive on the 3rd day. Ronal controlled the lifeblood of the capital's trade. Ed would soon realize the weight of his mistake once Ronal stood by her side. He was the ultimate aide to the guild leader, the man who had recently seized control of all major operations. Outside, a driver delivered a chilling report. "Master Ronal Bel Attars, your superior has cancelled your business trip effective immediately. You are to return to headquarters at once." Ronal gasped. "Impossible. Why? Is the guild leader going in my place? This is madness. This was my chance to secure an alliance with Princess Sayla." The driver asked, "Do you wish to speak with the guild leader yourself?" Ronal shook his head. There is no need. They were in the eye of the storm, not isolated, but at the absolute center of power. Sitting in that carriage was the guild leader herself, the Saintess of Tross, the princess riding through the shadows, a spirit master, and a legendary magic prodigy. All these titans were converging around one man, right at the heart of the 7-story Rotter estate. As the veil of night fell, even as the music thundered below and servants rushed through the halls, the air grew unnaturally silent. The higher one climbed. The lower floors were filled with the chaos of the festivities. But the upper levels were a fortress for the family, with strict orders to prevent any stranger from stepping past the 3rd floor. A servant stopped him. "I heard you were feeling ill, sir?" Ed nodded calmly. "I can handle it," he replied. As a member of the bloodline, he moved unchallenged. Griffin's office sat at the very end of the 4th floor. Every window was bolted shut, a silent sign that the old man was elsewhere. While the celebration reached its peak, Griffin Rotter, the master of the house. Surely the old man is busy entertaining guests below. He wouldn't dream of having time to return to his office now. Quietly, he unlocks the door. Every preparation is complete, meaning this very moment is their golden opportunity to expose Grafin Rotaer's dark secrets. He has teamed up with Janica. curious how she slipped away from the party unnoticed. She scoffs. Unlike you, no one cares if I'm there or not. The door creaks open. Janica peeks inside cautiously. Suddenly, a cold voice rings out. There you are. Grafen has been waiting for them. We haven't had a chance for a private chat without interruptions. Yes, let us talk. I have countless questions for you, especially after you survived that horrific ordeal. Where should we begin? Grafen asks coldly. Who are you? My son would never call me father. He hates me to his very core. No matter what you've endured, my son's heart could never change this drastically. I don't even sense a flicker of suppressed bloodlust from you toward me. You look at me like a complete stranger. That confirms one thing. You are not Taylor. Grafen's fist tightens. Magic surges through the room. He watches Janica with interest as she summons her spirits. 3 mid-tier spirits are dispelled in an instant. You can command high-tier spirits, but I assume you don't want this building to collapse. Are you worried about the guests on the floor below? Spirit Master Janica. You are powerful, yet far too soft-hearted. He unleashes a volley of sharp spikes. Those mid-tier spirits are no match. They are quickly bound. Lady Janica, I'm sorry. Even she is ensnared by those chains. Janica is jerked forward. The magic radiating behind Grafen acts as an anchor, dragging them both in. Basic wind magic. S's windblade severs the chains. After saving her, he lunges forward with explosive speed, appearing right before the Duke. Grafen praises him. You're quite skilled, but you certainly aren't my son. S's entire body is suddenly paralyzed. A heavy palm strike blasts him backward. Grafen demands coldly, who exactly are you? He's shocked as the boy breaks the formation. A flame-cloaked dagger hovers at his throat, having already grazed Grafen's leg. He sheathes the blade. I may not be the son you knew, but I am still Ed Rot Taylor. Grafen thinks it's nonsense. S signals for Janica. Understanding instantly, she raises her staff to invoke spirit arts. Understood. Thick dust blankets the office. The final boss of Chapter 4. Grafen Rotayer. Gravity, inertia, and friction. Every law of physics falls under the old man's absolute manipulation. This is the authority of the evil god Mueller, granting the power to reshape the world. A massive energy sphere begins to form. Grafen blocks a magic tool. It seems he hasn't even hit his mana threshold yet. Grafen hasn't fully grasped the evil god's power. According to the script, he only truly awakens during the Academy raid. That means attacking right now is the perfect chance to take him down once and for all. He crushes the energy sphere. Mid-tier magic. Point break. The entire room erupts in a violent explosion. The guests below feel the tremor. Selaha sets her glass down and smiles. Today's wine is exquisite. It seems I've had a bit too much. Panic spreads through the ballroom. The servants are frantic. What on earth is happening up there? Defeating Grafen, a high official, would mean being branded as traitors. Ed asks, are you all right? Janica replies, I'm fine. Our plan is to restrain him and gather proof of the atrocities he's committed. He notices a massive surge of mana radiating from beneath the Duke's private office. The area below should be the kitchen. There's no reason for such a colossal amount of mana to be there. Suspicious. S already suspected a hidden passage existed. He originally planned to scout quietly, but given the urgency, S decides to just blow it wide open. They stand before a cellar door. A blast of power surges toward them, forcing both to leap back and dodge. Grafen steps forward. Your reactions are sharp, as if you've fought me before. But you aren't on my level yet. He reminds the Duke that since this mansion is his home turf, a direct confrontation would be troublesome. But do you know where you went wrong? You left an opening for my ally to infiltrate. Wasn't it careless to turn your back on me? Magic explodes as lightning arcs across the room. Lucy has launched her attack. She speaks up. I'm terribly sorry, but you won't be going any further. Meanwhile, S gives the order. Listen, Janica, you need to record everything you witness in this place. Your testimony holds far more weight than my accusations alone, he explained. She looked at him, her eyes filled with silent questions. What dark secrets were buried beneath this mansion? Even Ed couldn't provide a clear answer. I don't know yet, but the truth is finally within our reach. The door groaned open, revealing a nightmare. Janica froze, her face turning pale at the sight before them. Within those walls lay horrific proof of immortality experiments, sacrifices that cost countless lives. This was the smoking gun needed to bring that monster down. Ed gripped Janica's hand, offering silent support. Are you all right? I'm fine. Let's finish this. This was the abyss Grafen wanted to bury for eternity. In the suffocating darkness of the basement, only a single corner was bathed in light. Even under the pale, flickering moonlight, where the world seemed to have bled into shades of gray. A familiar hue caught his eye, the golden hair from the massive portrait in the Rotayer manor. It was the exact same shade as Ed's own locks. Janica's breath hitched as she peered closer. A figure stood there, transfixed by a blade through their chest. The face was hauntingly familiar. It was Owen Rotayer. That monster Griffin had planned to sacrifice his own flesh and blood for his twisted ambitions. So much has changed since we last spoke, Owen whispered. Against all odds, she was still clinging to life. It's been a long time, Owen greeted softly. Meanwhile, the clash between Lucy and Griffin reached a fever pitch as lightning erupted from Lucy's fingertips. High-tier light magic manifested as the holy sword of radiance, surging toward the patriarch with divine fury. From this moment, this land is a forbidden zone, Lucy declared. Step forward if you dare. Faced with her overwhelming aura, Griffin fell silent. He sank into his seat, a cold smirk on his face. You've prepared well. Breaking this seal won't be an easy challenge. Back in the depths, Owen studied him. You've changed so much since our last meeting, little brother. It really has been far too long. Ed stepped toward his sister, his heart heavy. I know things look grim right now, she whispered, her voice reflecting her tragic state. Seeing you like this must be painful for you. But for me, seeing you just one last time is enough for my soul to find peace. Owen Rotayer, a character never once illustrated in the original story, asked softly, How was your life at Sylvania Academy? Is everything all right? I imagine it hasn't been an easy path for you. You were never meant for such struggles. You must be exhausted. Ed cut in sharply. Now isn't the time for these questions. Owen's gaze drifted as she reflected on the past. That's right. After our argument, you turned your back on me. No, you didn't just leave. You cut ties with the family entirely. Ed countered. You should have done the same. You knew the truth. You knew Griffin Rotayer was a monster. So why? Why do you still kneel before him? Our father isn't cruel, Owen replied, her voice hauntingly calm. Everything he did was out of love, to leave us a glorious legacy. So, come home, Ed. Come back and live by Father's side once again. We are a family, and we belong together. Forever. Ed's eyes narrowed. Enough. You're not Owen Rotayer. The imposter's mask slipped as her form began to warp. How? How did you see through my disguise so easily? The real Owen volunteered for the evil god's experiments, the creature sneered. She remained loyal until the very moment her soul shattered, and after a violent clash with her, her brother fled the family for Sylvania. Only a handful of people in this manor knew those details. How could a fake like you know all of this? It was true, Ed and Owen had indeed shared a bitter, final confrontation before he left. Ed had pieced it together from the hidden letters found in his room. They were written in the frantic days just before he left for the academy. In the quiet moments of his exile, Ed had memorized every single word written in those pages. Sister, why didn't you stop Father? He had screamed. Owen had looked at him coldly. This is the first time you've dared to raise your voice. He shoved a forbidden tome toward her. Look, this ancient text details Mabur, the god of malice and hatred from the divine era. This is a book strictly forbidden by the imperial crown itself. To summon such an entity requires countless lives, sacrifices of noble blood. You know Father will stop at nothing for power. It's only a matter of time before he turns his sights on you. Owen didn't flinch. I know, she whispered softly, but Father has his vision, and those are the laws of our bloodline. Ed stood frozen in disbelief. What are you saying? Sister? She was willing to throw herself into the abyss for Griffin's sake. I won't force my path upon you, she said softly. If you cannot accept this, then leave the family now. You were never suited for the path of a warrior anyway. Perhaps magic is your true calling. Sylvania Academy is holding its entrance exams as we speak. It was Owen who had forced Ed towards Sylvania, a sister who had acted heartlessly, just to ensure her brother survived the coming storm. Owen pleads desperately, please, just go back, return to our father and live in peace. There is no longer any reason to drag S back into this family's shadows ever again. She sneers coldly. Fine then. I suppose a wretch like you has no answer left, do you? Her head falls forward as her fists clench until they turn white. Suddenly, the earth groans and trembles violently, sending jagged stones raining from above. Janika's eyes fill with pure dread. Panic erupts as the structure groans. What do we do? The entire building is about to collapse. What could be causing such a terrifying vibration? Above them, Griffin reveals his sinister hand. I've tested you to see just how powerful a mage you truly are. You are certainly not an opponent I can face alone. A grotesque, massive eye manifests beside him. As Griffin raises the terrifying orb, it's clear that a one-on-one confrontation is now an impossible feat. Lucy stands frozen in disbelief. Suddenly, a thunderous wave of raw magic comes roaring toward her with devastating force. The attack is so sudden it leaves Lucy completely defenseless. Across the chaos, Griffin begins his dark prayer, O mighty evil god Mebular, hear my plea, and grant me your unholy strength. In response to the prayer, a massive, writhing tentacle erupts from the void and lashes out with lethal intent. The price of this power is the lives of everyone in the Grand Hall and the entire Rotayer territory. Deep in the vault, The very fabric of space begins to warp and tear. S hadn't expected things to spiral so far out of control. He quickly hoists Janica onto his back, shouting, "We have to run." She worries, "S, I'm too heavy, I'll slow you down," but he stops dead in his tracks, his expression grim. "Listen closely, Janica. That magic circle was designed for one purpose, a blood sacrifice to an evil god. He's certain that Greffin used Mebular's own chaotic mana as a catalyst to ignite the ritual. An entity like Mebular never grants a human's wish without demanding a steep price paid in blood and suffering. We are the offerings. If we stay within the circle's range when it fully activates, we won't leave this place alive. You and I are the only ones who saw the truth down there." Janica's gaze turns resolute as she stares back at him. "If you try to make me run while you stay behind, I will never forgive you," she declares firmly. "Listen to me, S. For your sake, I would gladly lay down my life. But we both have to make it out of this nightmare alive together." Her voice falters as she searches for the right words. "Because if you died, I wouldn't know how to. I mean, it was just a figure of speech, okay?" S feels a wave of gratitude for her devotion. "I appreciate the sentiment, truly," he says. "But talking while an evil god is hovering over us is asking for trouble." He suddenly lunges forward, pulling Janica into his arms and leaping back just as a lethal strike tears through where they stood. They crash onto the floor as thick, choking smoke fills the room. High above, Lucy narrows her eyes, realizing this enemy is far more dangerous than she anticipated. S looks up in a panic. "Lucy, are you okay?" She analyzes the mana. It's so bizarre that her defensive magic is being shredded like paper. It looks and feels like gravity magic, yet the physical impact it creates is terrifyingly real. This isn't standard sorcery. He's using a forbidden technique that traditional mana manipulation simply cannot counter. S's heart sinks. "Lucy, if you can't find a way to stop that magic," but she cuts him off with a confident smirk. "Relax, there's no way I'm losing this. I won't be the one suffering today. It's that wretched dark eye that's about to be erased from existence." Lucy unleashes a high-tier light spell, Destruction. Magic circles ignite in the air, bombarding the tentacles as 58 layers of sorcery encircle the massive eye. An ultimate-level explosion erupts, heralding the beginning of the end. Blinding light consumes everything in sight, as Lucy's silhouette is swallowed by the sheer radiance of her power. As the shockwave sends Lucy reeling backward, S moves like lightning to catch her before she hits the ground. "Stay back," she commands breathlessly. "If you stay near me, you'll be caught in the backlash." S remains silent, his eyes fixed on the looming threat. Lucy lets out a long sigh and steps aside. "Fine, I'll leave the rest to you. Make sure you finish this properly. I only came to back you up, after all." The sinister eye teleports directly in front of them. S takes a deep breath, steeling his resolve as Lucy charges back into the fray to create an opening. While Lucy keeps Mebular occupied, S turns to Janica. "I need your help. Use your spirits to protect the others. You're the only one who can cover enough ground." Janica hesitates, looking at the chaos. "I can do it, but what about you, S?" He dives through a gap in the writhing tentacles. "I'm going to end Greffin Rotair once and for all." Lightning crashes down, striking the mansion with divine fury. When Princess Phonia's group arrives, they are greeted by a scene of pure carnage. Her attendants can feel the heavy, suffocating atmosphere of impending doom. "As your guardian knight, I cannot allow you to face this danger, Your Highness," her protector urges. "We must retreat while there's still a chance." Princess Phonia gazes up in horror. A crimson eye looms over the estate, and massive tentacles are slowly strangling the mansion like a dying beast. Screams of agony echo from within. "Call the guards. Where are they? Save us. What on earth are those private soldiers doing?" As the private troops march in, a nobleman collapses in terror. They've all gone completely mad. Every single one of them. A cold, commanding voice cuts through the panic. "Out of my way." It's St. Clarice, her presence radiating holy authority. She immediately orders word to be sent to the nearby holy knights. However, a private soldier blocks her path, his eyes vacant. "That is not permitted. You dare to defy a direct order from the saint?" Clarice demands. The soldier doesn't flinch. "I am merely following the will of my true master." Under their master's dark command, the Brown Bear Knight Sia is forced into a desperate retreat as the other knights begin to undergo a grotesque transformation. "Run for your lives," a voice screams in agony. "These monsters, they're all working together." It was beyond comprehension. This defenseless place, filled with high nobles and a young saintess, was now the site of a divine tragedy. She quickly realized the private guards were acting unnaturally. "Everyone, get back," she warned. "Holy saintess, the chaos is spreading." Even as the situation spiraled, Clarice unleashed her holy magic to purge the corruption. "I can still hold them off. I'm fine. My protective barrier can withstand most of these assaults. Please, stay behind me." A maddened knight lunged forward. Clarice neutralized him instantly before barking an order. "Keep your focus. Protect the other nobles at all costs." Survival meant escaping this mansion immediately. Amidst the panic, someone noticed a chilling detail. Not a single member of the Rosdayer family was at the banquet. They're in on this. Every last one of them is a traitor. From the young heiress to that recently reinstated son, their absence is the ultimate proof of their guilt. Exactly. We must report this to the imperial family. They deserve to have their entire 9 generations executed for this. Enough, all of you, shut up. Clarice's shout echoed as her blast obliterated a wall, creating a massive escape route. The fallen knight lay motionless. Clarice demanded silence. Stay calm. Our priority right now is staying alive, nothing else. The panicked crowd scrambled for the exit. I thought we were dead. Hurry, run for your lives. But their escape was cut short. Grotesque tentacles slithered up the walls, while a massive singular eye looked down from above, commanding the horde. What? What is that thing? Horror struck the guests as they looked up at countless blinking eyes. Have we been discovered? It's looking right at us. Every movement they made was being watched. Suddenly, the eyes sprouted wings and swarmed down toward the terrified nobles. What in the world are those? Gremlins? Has that madman actually summoned demonic beasts? A gremlin tore into someone's throat, turning the scene into a bloodbath. Run! Get out of here! Please! Everyone, keep your composure. Saintess, the enemy numbers are overwhelming. The guard struggled in vain. The 2 of us can't protect everyone against this tide. This was no longer a skirmish. The situation had spiraled completely out of control. Without the regular army, they were doomed until a sudden pillar of energy crashed down from the sky. She remembered the rumors from Sylvania Academy. The seniors claimed the girl who took the top spot in the 54th class was just lucky with her timing. They said the 52nd class held a once-in-a-millennium genius, and the 53rd class had a figure known as the one-man army. As the gremlins were vaporized, she realized the truth. Such a legendary existence actually existed. Janica stepped forward, taking command. Follow the spirits. They will guide you to safety. I'll clear the path to the exit. Under the protection of the head of the Des family, Princess Salaha began her retreat through the central corridor. Senior Broom River, the leader of the wizard family, joined the spirit army to evacuate the VIPs. Meanwhile, Saintess Clarice stayed with Janica. They were rushing toward Ed's room. Confused, Clarice asked, Senior Janica, where exactly are we going? We have to stop by Ed's room to grab a few things. We need to move, and fast. A night of horror had seized the Rosdayer territory. Only one man truly understood the grand design. The awakening of the evil god was supposed to be the finale of Chapter 4. According to the original timeline, it should have happened during Tay's second-year winter break. But the script had flipped. Despite blocking the sage's letter from reaching Greffin, the old man had summoned the evil god 6 months ahead of schedule. To claim the evil god's power, countless lives had to be sacrificed. The higher the rank and prestige of the noble, the greater the power offered to the dark deity. In the original story, while Princess Phonia was the student council president, she had constantly suppressed Greffin, hindering his research and his ability to collect sacrifices. Driven into a corner, Greffin had originally chosen to attack Sylvania Academy, as it was the densest gathering of high-ranking noble children. But everything had changed. Phonia had abandoned her ambitions for the presidency and the throne. Without her constant pressure, Greffin was left unchecked. He didn't need to risk an academy raid anymore. This social gathering provided the perfect opportunity and a surplus of high-quality prey. By manipulating those desperate for Princess Salaha's favor, he had lured them all into a trap. Ed finally understood why his title had been restored. Ed was supposed to be a thorn in Greffin's side after surviving that curse. Instead, Greffin restored his nobility and built up his reputation just to turn him into the ultimate, high-quality sacrifice. The source of this entire tragedy was himself. Covered in blood, Ed cut down every monster in his path, step by agonizing step. In the third-floor hallway of the Rosdayer Annex, Ed confronted a figure. Who are you? A chilling, distorted laugh echoed as the stranger's head mutated into a beast. The Eagle Knight, Kadek. It's been a long time, young master. We don't exactly have fond memories together, but I suppose we're still old acquaintances. Ready to face S, the sacrifices are twisted into grotesque slaves, serving an evil god. His grim voice echoes through the air. It's perfect. Young master, let me fight in your stead. He then sinks his teeth into Kadek's sword arm. Even with a shred of his former willpower remaining, the corruption is absolute. S lunges forward, severing Kadek's arm in a single flash of steel. Driven by dark energy and elite combat instincts, he charges with mindless aggression. His soul is bound by an ironclad, absolute loyalty to the Roz-Taylor bloodline. This grueling battle will drag on for eternity unless their heads are finally severed from their shoulders. Against a high-tier knight like Kadek, the struggle is more brutal than ever. Sharp tentacles erupt from his back just as his head is sent flying, spraying crimson blood everywhere. The enemy S is facing now is a total anomaly, a character who never even appeared in the original Sylvania's failed swordmaster. In his final fleeting moment of sanity, Caddock gasps out a desperate warning. Leave this place, now. Tentacles coil around a blade, pressing it against his own wound. Whether a main boss or a hidden elite, S has never encountered a monster like this before. In this moment, he truly feels the weight of his identity as S, a survivor forced to exist in this godforsaken world. It feels as though he is staring directly into the eyes of fate itself. Owen suddenly appears, declaring she won't let him take another step. Outside the walls, a sea of monsters is under heavy assault. Other beasts swarm the tower, completely surrounding the Rose Taylor estate. A desperate group seeks refuge on the 4th floor of the archives. They strain against the door, trying to hold their ground with everything they have left. Razor-sharp tentacles tear through the wood, impaling the guard instantly. As the door creaks open, a single, glowing crimson eye peers inside. Tanya cowers behind a chair, covering her mouth to stifle her terrified breaths. How could such a nightmare be happening? The ground begins to tilt beneath her as the monsters push the tower to its breaking point. Tanya knows she must flee, or she'll be buried in the ruins. Peeking through the chaos, she spots the battle unfolding. S and Owen are locked in a deadly confrontation. On the 3rd floor of the Rose Taylor Annex, the siblings are divided. Owen stands against her younger sister, Tanya, and her younger brother, S. But in this hierarchy, Owen is the one who holds the mantle of the true Rose Taylor successor. She unleashes a blinding strike at S. He barely manages to retreat, his heart racing at her incredible speed. She wields a legendary blade capable of absorbing any elemental magic, a weapon so heavy that almost no one can lift it. The Sword of Dawn. It was an excessively lavish gift for a child who had only just been baptized. S begins to condense a mid-tier fire magic sphere. Yet, no one would ever dare to doubt Owen's absolute mastery over the Sword of Dawn. Since her youth, she hasn't just excelled in sociology and the humanities. She mastered politics and alchemy, but above all else, she is a peerless genius of the blade. Renowned nobles who witnessed her growth all agreed on one thing. A magnificent flower had bloomed within the Rose Taylor family. However, Owen's strike fails to reach S. He activates a protective blessing, temporarily boosting his fire resistance to the limit. But those praises belong to the distant past. Now, they are nothing more than fading memories. Her brother once looked up to her with pure admiration. But in this single encounter, S is already dissecting Owen's fatal weaknesses. He realizes her secret: weight reduction magic. The elemental aura is merely a smokescreen to hide the spell lightening her blade. Her attacks rely entirely on centrifugal force. Since she never stabs, S knows he can evade her by simply reading her trajectory. Owen's heavy sword depends on inertia the moment her weight reduction magic is deactivated and its true mass returns. A light sword that constantly shifts its weight becomes incredibly vulnerable to external interference. S had already accounted for this scenario. The tentacles coiling around the blade are suddenly dispelled. As she grips the hilt tightly, S analyzes her movements and deduces the hidden purpose of the weapon in her hand. It's a contingency for when her main sword is neutralized. Once the distance between them grows, she will surely switch back to her blade. Having seen through her entire strategy, the mystery of her combat style is finally laid bare. It becomes easy to react to her every move. Owen falls behind, and as fresh blood sprays, S finds the whole situation incredibly troublesome. This isn't how the story was supposed to go. Owen Ross Taylor is a variable that exists entirely outside the original script. A nagging feeling tells him he's missing something crucial. He needs to keep a close eye on her every movement. The tentacles grasp the sword hilt once more. S realizes these limbs, born of Mebular's power, possess the terrifying ability to regenerate. It's a frustratingly powerful ability, but the price is devastating. The complete loss of one's sanity. Those controlled by the evil god Mebular suffer a fate far worse than death. Just as the contract dictated, their humanity is erased. A primal instinct to destroy consumes their bodies, leaving only their strongest living desires as twisted, lingering remnants. Take Caddock, the Eagle Knight, for example, a man whose soul was defined by his absolute loyalty to the Rose Taylor family. He clung to his obsession with the family until the very end, but clearly, his sanity has completely withered away. Her speed and destructive power are surging. I am at a massive disadvantage. I cannot let this fight drag on. I draw my arrow. Atop the annex, Greffin is waiting to complete the ritual for the dark god, Meber. For now, Lucy is still managing to hold him back. If the ritual succeeds, everyone here becomes a sacrifice. To survive, I must defeat Owen and stop Greffin. My water arrow is shattered instantly by her cold steel. Survival is on the line as her blade grazes my chest. Feeling the chill against my skin, I summon the water spirit. I will use every spirit at my disposal. There is no reason to hold back in a losing battle. I strike during the opening. Once her dawn sword is neutralized, she shifts to her next lethal attack pattern. Her speed hasn't dropped an inch since the start. Can I even keep up with her relentless movements? But I have grown used to her rhythm. My small dagger rises to parry the massive dawn sword. I counterattack instantly. One mistake here costs a life. So every step I take must be perfectly calculated. An orb rolls to her feet, a tactical combat tool. It activates, dragging all nearby objects toward its center. I seize the tip of her blade as she tries to retract it. One brief moment is all I need to flip the script. Even if she manages to reclaim her sword, her next strike will be half a beat too slow. Suddenly, Owen triggers acceleration. I watch in shock as fresh blood sprays. Is this her family's forbidden magic? Her blade lunges for me, forcing a direct confrontation. But the sight that follows leaves me frozen in place. A magic orb flies from the collapsing tower as Tanya descends toward the heart of the battlefield. She struggles through the monsters to intervene. As their blades clash, Owen pours her entire life into one final strike. Purple veins crawl across Owen's face. Her eyes bulge with agony as the sword finally falls from her trembling grip. I strike from the shadows, but a shockwave from Meber's ritual causes the eastern tower to crush the annex. Heavy stone blocks rain down as thick dust veils the area. Two faint silhouettes begin to emerge from the wreckage. I call out for my sister, Tanya, with a racing heart. A voice answers back. Thank God. She is safe. I recall the letters S left behind. It seems Owen had already reached her breaking point and abandoned hope. Owen once said our father's ambition was too vast. She chose to follow Griffin's dark path regardless of the cost. Griffin experimented on Owen herself to summon a dark god that hungers for the blood of nobility. Throughout those years of silent suffering, she was the perfect sacrifice for their twisted goals. As she holds Tanya, I can't help but wonder, what was it that Owen truly wanted? Even as a puppet of a dark god, what kept her sane while her body collapsed? Owen stammers, just go. Tanya, you two cannot stay. My hands shake as Owen begs us with her final wish to leave this mansion. I climb the stairs toward Griffin. The blade in my hand is already drenched in the blood of the fallen. Finally, I find him standing within a magic circle. Griffin turns with a cold gaze. So, you've arrived. Shock flickers in his eyes as a precise, high-speed wind blade tears through the air toward him. Everything happens in a flash. I emerge from the black smoke, dual-wielding swords as I carve through the monsters. Griffin snorts in derision, unable to grasp what my true intentions are. He glares at me as Mariota manifests behind my back. I declare that it is time to end this once and for all. My fist tightens as flames erupt from my fingertips. Mid-tier magic, point-blank explosion. The front line is swallowed by fire. A basic ignition spell transforms the entire area into a roaring, inescapable sea of flames. Griffin remains encased within his shield. High-level magic indeed, but such parlor tricks are useless against me. Griffin instantly regrets his words. I charge through the heat, sending a powerful arc of fire across his shoulder. He retreats as the inferno rages. Mariota realizes I gave my protective blessing to Tanya instead of myself. You entered the fire unprotected? What are you doing? I simply reply that stopping him is all that matters. Mariota conjures a sphere of power while Griffin evades the gale. Both sides are now locked in a deadly standoff. I lunge forward again without hesitation, our blades clashing in a shower of sparks. How interesting, he sneers. Done playing the role of my son? Tell me. Why does a fake like you harbor such intense rage? I'll admit it. You're right. I'm not the real Ed Rotayer. I'm just a stranger who woke up in this body. The tragedy of the Rotayer family has nothing to do with me. This blood-stained hatred isn't mine to carry. That is the rational truth, and yet, she survived it all, the experiments, the agony. Her mind was eroded, her body mangled, her dignity was trampled for far too long. That woman's desperate wish to protect her siblings. Logically, it shouldn't mean a thing to me. Ed grit his teeth. Of course it isn't. This isn't the first time I've seen this, is it? His comrades once shared that same final wish. Live. You have to survive. Don't look back, just run. He remembers the officer who took a bullet for him, and the girl who burned her very soul to turn back time. People who sacrificed their lives for others. He could never truly understand them. Before this world, and even now, his goal was survival. Even as he struck Owen down, his only thought was staying alive. But when she pleaded for him to live, those words made him hesitate. They made him stop his hand. For people like that, he couldn't help but feel respect. As he sat by her trembling form, sinister eyes peered through the cracks toward Tanya. Owen began to fade into nothingness. Ed lunged at Griffin in a blur of motion, but the old man narrowly dodged the strike. You're a different man than the one I met, Griffin sneered. Quite different from the boy I saw in the library. Does killing Owen haunt you, feeling guilt over a trifle? Ed didn't answer, charging forward with reckless, desperate fury. He aimed his blade straight for the old man's heart. Shut your mouth, Ed growled, the steel tearing through Griffin's chest. He drove the sword deeper, with crazed intensity. But suddenly, Griffin unleashed a violent gale. The vortex hurled everything into the air, crushing them. Ed and Lortel were swept upward by the force. "Calm down, Ed," she cried out. Ed wasn't acting like himself. Ignoring the danger, he condensed massive firepower in his palm. Mid-tier magic. Point explosion. A devastating blast engulfed the area in flames. Lortel landed beside him, her face etched with worry. "Is that all?" Griffin's voice echoed through the heat. "Have you finally run out of mana?" Even after spamming such high-level spells, Griffin emerged unscathed. "Truly impressive," the villain remarked, walking through the ashes. "But remember, anger only blinds you." Suddenly, magic circles erupted beneath Ed's feet. Ed collapsed, struggling to breathe. He quickly cast defensive spells as the ceiling crumbled, thick dust masking everything from sight. Choking on the smoke, a chilling voice reached him. "Soon, the evil god Mueller will fully descend. Once the ritual is complete, everyone here dies. And I shall achieve eternal life. No matter how much you struggle or rage, you cannot change what is to come. I will live forever while you die, just like my son." "Ed Rotair escaped to the academy," Ed countered. "Why are you so certain he's dead?" Griffin's smile turned dark. "Ah, so you really don't know. 18 months ago, my son sent me a reply, just before he was expelled from the Opolis dormitory." Ed's eyes widened. "A reply letter?" This was the first he'd ever heard of such a thing. "Do you want to know what it said?" Griffin asked coldly. The boy wrote down every agonizing emotion before he decided to end his own life. A suicide note, that's right. Before the expulsion ever happened, my son, Ed Rotair, was already dead.